Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 258, NZNT, Chapter. Watching Aizen unleash his spiritual pressure, Jin Ichimaru knew he was about to make his move. For Jin Ichimaru, this was a prime opportunity. Watching Aizen unleash his spiritual pressure, Jin Ichimaru knew he was about to make his move. For Jin Ichimaru, this was a prime opportunity to observe Aizen's strength up close. Will the enigmatic Aizen conquer Las Noches, or will this mysterious Shinigami on the throne prove superior? Let's wait and see. Jin Ichimaru thought. Yusuke Uchiha remained unmoved by Aizen's spiritual pressure. The Espada formed a defensive line before the throne. The 9 Espada didn't deliberately conceal their spiritual pressure. While not fully unleashed, those with keen perception could discern their levels. They never expected their opponent to attack first, in the face of 9 captain-level Arankar. So, they underestimated us, huh? I'm going to rip their heads off. Grimjow Jaeger snarled, his face contorted with rage. Neutra Gilga, equally volatile, grinned beside him. Rarely do you and I agree, you bastard. Aizen, a slight smirk playing on his lips, watched the Espada before unleashing another surge of spiritual pressure, instantly filling the throne room. Under this pressure, 3 Espada, Zamari Ruros, Sailaporo Grands, and Aranero Araruri, were forced to kneel, unable to withstand it. Grimjow Jaeger and Neutra Gilga were similarly immobilized, their bodies barely moving, staring at Aizen in disbelief. Under Aizen's overwhelming spiritual pressure, only the top 4 Espada, all Vasto Lord class, remained capable of action. However, witnessing Aizen's spiritual pressure, even the top 4 Espada looked grim. They had only felt such overwhelming power from Yusuke Uchiha, seated on the throne. They never expected this man to be on par with their king. Yusuke Uchiha frowned slightly at the Espada's performance. He had his own standards for the Espada title. He expected the Espada to withstand the spiritual pressure of someone at his or Aizen's level. Grimjow Jaeger and Neutra Gilga's performance was, in Yusuke Uchiha's view, the bare minimum for an Espada. Zamari Ruros, Sailaporo Grands, and Aranero Araruri were completely inadequate. While a plan to reorganize the Espada formed in his mind, his immediate priority was dealing with Aizen. Stand aside. He's beyond your capabilities, Yusuke Uchiha's calm voice resonated through the throne room. At Yusuke Uchiha's command, the Espada immediately parted, while Okiura Cypher and Harabel dragged the 3 Espada who had fallen to their knees to the side. Las Noches is not a battlefield. Come with me. As he spoke, Yusuke Uchiha pressed a button beside the throne. A sigil array of spiritual particles materialized in the center of the throne room. This array, commissioned by Yusuke Uchiha from Mayuri Kuratsuchi, teleported those within its range to the sky-covering barrier above Hueco Mundo. The sky-covering barrier was a natural barrier that had existed since ancient times, possessing self-repairing capabilities. Even if damaged, it would gradually regenerate through the replenishment of Hueco Mundo's spiritual energy. Given Yusuke Uchiha and Aizen's spiritual pressure levels, a battle within Las Noches risked destroying the entire palace. To prevent property damage, Yusuke Uchiha chose the sky-covering barrier as their battlefield. Seeing the activated sigil array, Aizen's eyes lit up. He smiled. So, Las Noches possesses considerable talent. Constructing such a teleportation array isn't a simple feat. With a flash of light from the sigil array, everyone in the throne room was transported to the sky-covering barrier. The world above the sky-covering barrier was even more desolate and gloomy than Hueco Mundo itself, a boundless expanse of white sand, with only crumbling stone pillars and structures, devoid of any vegetation. Despite its proximity to the moon, the light here was dimmer than in Hueco Mundo. The entire area above the barrier was exceptionally dark. Yusuke Uchiha stood with the Espada behind him, while Aizen stood with Jin Ichimaru, who wore an amused expression. As 2 of the most powerful Shinigami, Yusuke Uchiha and Aizen unleashed their spiritual pressure, the tangible spiritual energy colliding at the midpoint between them, creating a violent shockwave. This seems to be an evenly matched battle. Aizen, I wonder how you'll handle this unexpected opponent, Jin Ichimaru thought. Drawing his Zanpakuto, Aizen didn't release its power. Instead, he used Shuinpa to instantly close the distance to Yusuke Uchiha. With pure speed, Aizen's Shuinpa was on par with Orochi Shihoin's. Yusuke Uchiha also didn't release his Zanpakuto. Drawing Ryūjin Jakka, he blocked Aizen's seemingly ordinary strike. However, only Yusuke Uchiha knew that without his level of spiritual pressure, other Shinigami would have been instantly killed by that single strike. Looking at the Zanpakuto in Yusuke Uchiha's hand, Aizen felt a faint sense of familiarity. He seemed to have seen the Zanpakuto somewhere before. I'll need to investigate this Zanpakuto upon my return to the Suriidai, Aizen thought. With that thought, Aizen smiled at Yusuke Uchiha. Why not unleash your Zanpakuto's power? Yusuke Uchiha smiled back. Let's see if you can force me to release my Shurikai. As he spoke, Yusuke Uchiha raised his left hand, pointing at Aizen. Bakuto number 79, Kyushibari. 9 streams of dark spiritual pressure instantly appeared around Aizen, attempting to restrain him. Aizen showed no sign of panic. With a casual swing of his Zanpakuto, he effortlessly dispelled the dark spiritual pressure, as if slicing through paper. While Aizen dealt with the Kyushibari, Yusuke Uchiha didn't stop attacking, his Zanpakuto, imbued with immense spiritual pressure, striking at his opponent. Aizen didn't retreat. After dispelling Yusuke Uchiha's Bakuto, he further increased his spiritual pressure and engaged in a clash of swordsmanship. Both their swordsmanship and movements were incredibly fast, even the Espada and Jin Ichimaru couldn't follow their actions. The collision of their Zanpakuto, imbued with immense spiritual pressure, generated powerful shockwaves, forcing the onlookers to retreat. Chapter 259, NZNT, Chapter. As Yusuke Uchiha and Aizen fought, Yusuke Uchiha gradually found himself on the defensive. Both being peak-level powerhouses with comparable. As Yusuke Uchiha and Aizen fought, Yusuke Uchiha gradually found himself on the defensive. Both being peak-level powerhouses with comparable spiritual pressure, every factor influenced the balance of their combat capabilities. The factor disrupting the balance was Karasu, the crow clone Yusuke Uchiha had once separated from his soul. Because Karasu inherited 1/5 of Yusuke Uchiha's soul, his spiritual pressure was effectively reduced by 1/5. Normally, this wouldn't matter, his opponents were significantly weaker. However, against Aizen, another peak-level Shinigami, this reduction proved crucial. Realizing the problem, Yusuke Uchiha quickly adapted, and Aizen also noticed. Your power seems incomplete. That crow I saw earlier is your soul fragment, isn't it? In that case, you're no match for me, Aizen said with a smile. Yusuke Uchiha chuckled. Indeed, at our level, every factor can influence the outcome. But I'm not so easily defeated. With that, Yusuke Uchiha focused the Rinnegan's power in his left eye, activating a technique that had once given him considerable trouble. Pretapath, blocking technique absorption seal. Upon completion, a thin layer of white light coated his Zanpakuto's blade. This light could absorb various forms of energy, including spiritual pressure. When Yusuke Uchiha's Zanpakuto clashed with Aizen's, the absorbing seal immediately took effect, absorbing Aizen's spiritual pressure and replenishing his own, closing the gap in spiritual pressure. Aizen quickly realized the technique's troublesome nature. After brief observation, he confirmed that this ability to absorb spiritual pressure wasn't a standard Kido technique, Zanpakuto release, or any other commonly used Shinigami ability. Parrying Yusuke Uchiha's strike, Aizen forcefully swung his Zanpakuto horizontally, using the momentum to retreat, preventing prolonged contact and continued spiritual pressure absorption. Your technique is intriguing. It doesn't seem to be a standard Shinigami ability, Aizen remarked calmly. Yusuke Uchiha smiled faintly. A mere trifle. After this tentative exchange, both Aizen and Yusuke Uchiha understood that neither could easily defeat the other. To determine a victor, they would need to unleash their ultimate techniques. Both were reluctant to reveal too much of their power. A decisive battle wouldn't occur at this moment. Exchanging a look, Yusuke Uchiha and Aizen sheathed their Zanpakuto in mutual agreement. A fascinating sparring match. Your strength ranks among the top 3 Shinigami I know, Aizen said with a smile. Yusuke Uchiha, feigning cordiality, responded as if to an old friend. Your spiritual pressure was quite impressive. If you don't mind, perhaps you could stay at Las Noches for a while before leaving. Aizen waved his hand. I have other matters to attend to, I won't disturb you further. Perhaps I'll visit again sometime. After exchanging polite pleasantries, Aizen and Jin Ichimaru used Garganta to return to Soul Society. Yusuke Uchiha dismissed the Espada. Back in their secret chamber in the Suriidai, the gentle smile vanished from Aizen's face, replaced by a grim expression, a sight Jin Ichimaru had rarely witnessed. The events in Hueco Mundo had completely exceeded Aizen's expectations. While it didn't significantly impact his current experiments, it completely disrupted his plan to leverage Hueco Mundo to build his forces. He had envisioned the Arancars of Hueco Mundo as a crucial force in his future confrontation with the Godii 13. A full-scale assault on the Suriidai would require them to stall the Godii 13 captains. How did that person manage to Arancarize those hollows? Aizen wondered. As Aizen pondered, Jin Ichimaru spoke. Aizen-sama, with such significant changes in Hueco Mundo, should we continue with the subsequent plan? Aizen's expression returned to normal, his trademark smile reappeared. Of course. Our experiments primarily rely on Shinigami souls. Seizing Hueco Mundo was merely to expand our forces. Jin Ichimaru nodded. Then, our plan to seize the Soul King Palace will be severely hampered without Hueco Mundo's strength. A cold glint flashed in Aizen's eyes. I initially thought so as well, but upon further reflection, this situation might actually be advantageous. The errand cars of Hueco Mundo were merely pawns, intended to deplete the Godai 13's strength. Our true objective is the Soul King Palace. Now, with this mysterious powerhouse ruling Hueco Mundo, we can incite a war between them and the Godai 13. Let them fight while we reap the benefits. I imagine our Captain Commander will also find this powerful opponent quite troublesome. Jin Ichimaru, startled by Aizen's plan, considered secretly informing the Godai 13 about the situation in Hueco Mundo. However, he was also wary of Hueco Mundo's current strength. A conflict between the Godai 13 and Hueco Mundo could trigger a catastrophe prematurely. As Jin Ichimaru hesitated, Aizen spoke. We abandon Hueco Mundo for now. We need new personnel. Contact Myler, see if he can be of use to us. Myler was the spy Yusuke Uchiha had placed in the 5th Division, Hegawa Myler. Aizen, typically cautious, hadn't planned to recruit more subordinates. Exposure would lead to the Siriidi's relentless pursuit. But the situation had changed. He needed to acquire more personnel. Hegawa Myler. A very talented Shinigami, frankly, even I can't fully fathom him, Jin Ichimaru chuckled. Aizen smiled. Jin, you're always so modest. Myler has only been in the division for a short time. We need to observe him for a while before deciding whether to recruit him. I'll leave this task to you. Also, I need to investigate the Zanpakuto used by the King of Las Noches. I have a feeling I've seen it somewhere before. Aizen's mind drifted back to the appearance of Yusuke Uchiha's Zanpakuto. Chapter 260, NZNT, Chapter. After Aizen departed Las Noches, Mayuri Kuratsuchi proactively sought out Yusuke Uchiha in the palace. Thanks to the numerous surveillance After Aizen departed Las Noches, Mayuri Kuratsuchi proactively sought out Yusuke Uchiha in the palace. Thanks to the numerous surveillance devices Yusuke Uchiha had commissioned him to install throughout Las Noches, Mayuri Kuratsuchi had witnessed Aizen's arrival and the ensuing confrontation firsthand. Unbelievable. Such a figure was hidden within the Godai 13. He's just a vice-captain, yet his strength rivals Captain Commander Yamamoto. And that silver-haired, sly-looking fellow with him is also a formidable expert, Mayuri Kuratsuchi exclaimed. Aizen, a veteran vice-captain of the Godai 13, was quite well known in Soul Society, a fact Mayuri Kuratsuchi was aware of from his time there. Jin Ichimaru, however, was a recent prodigy whose rise to fame was more recent. Mayuri Kuratsuchi, having only recently arrived in Hueco Mundo with Yusuke Uchiha, was unfamiliar with him. Yusuke Uchiha smiled. Your observation skills are excellent. Aizen is now on par with myself and Yamamoto Genryosai. At this level, further enhancing spiritual pressure through training is nearly impossible. He's been conducting forbidden experiments prohibited by the Siriidi. As for that silver-haired man, Jin Ichimaru, if placed amongst the Godai 13 captains, he'd rank among the top 5. Yet, he's merely the 3rd seat of the 5th division. Upon hearing this, Mayuri Kuratsuchi feigned fear. My, those two foxes are incredibly well hidden, just like you. But why didn't you unleash your full power and eliminate them? Yusuke Uchiha chuckled. Why do you assume I could defeat Aizen? I don't know the extent of his hidden abilities. Mayuri Kuratsuchi frowned. But if you don't eliminate him, and he reveals the situation in Hueco Mundo to Soul Society, we'll face an attack from the Godai 13. Yusuke Uchiha smirked. He won't. Not at this stage. Aizen wasn't one for self-destructive actions. Every action had a purpose. Revealing Hueco Mundo's situation would offer him no benefit, so he wouldn't inform Soul Society. While Aizen had nearly completed the Hogyoku's development, the experiments with the white were still ongoing. He needed a stable environment. Aizen also realized Yusuke Uchiha was a Shinigami, possibly aware of his identity. Exposing Hueco Mundo's situation would mean open conflict with Yusuke Uchiha, who could then expose Aizen's identity to Soul Society, Aizen's greatest concern. Therefore, if neither wished to reveal themselves to Soul Society, the best approach was to maintain a silent agreement, each pursuing their goals without provoking the other. Seeing Yusuke Uchiha's certainty about Aizen's silence, Mayuri Kuratsuchi laughed. Aizen has been in the Godai 13 for centuries, always appearing unremarkable, completely unnoticed. You, having joined the Godai 13 recently, already understand him so well. 50 years is a short time in a Shinigami's lifespan. Yusuke Uchiha didn't answer Mayuri Kuratsuchi's question, simply smiling. How else could I be your superior? Shifting the topic, Yusuke Uchiha frowned. I'm dissatisfied with the Espada's combat capabilities. I need your assistance with some research. Mayuri Kuratsuchi looked surprised. The Espada are already incredibly powerful, comparable to the Godai 13 captains. Especially those 4 Vasto Lord-class Espada, they're exceptional. You're still not satisfied. Yusuke Uchiha shook his head. You witnessed their performance against Aizen. From the fifth Espada onwards, they couldn't withstand his spiritual pressure. That level of strength is far from sufficient. Mayuri Kuratsuchi stroked his chin. Further enhancing the Espada's power? That's a worthwhile research topic, but I'll need Espada as test subjects. Yusuke Uchiha smiled. I'll have Okuiora find test subjects for you. I'll also remove Sailaporo Grands from the Espada and assign him to you as an assistant. Regarding power enhancement, perhaps we should focus on the Resurrection ability. Okuiora is the most proficient amongst the Espada in this area. Resurrection refers to the Arrancar's released state. When a hollow evolves into an Arrancar, the core of its hollow form is sealed within a weapon resembling a Shinigami Zanpakuto. When an Arrancar activates Resurrection, this weapon unleashes the power of their hollow form, significantly increasing their spiritual pressure and further enhancing their abilities. All Arrancars can use Resurrection to enhance their power. Currently, only Okuiora Cipher can perform a second Resurrection, achieving an even more powerful form. Yusuke Uchiha suggested focusing on Resurrection because Okuiora Cipher's second Resurrection might provide Mayuri Kuratsuchi with insights into enabling multi-stage Resurrection for other Arrancars. Sailaporo Grands, the eighth Espada, possessed rare scientific aptitude. His lackluster combat ability meant he could contribute more in the Research and Development Institute. Making him Mayuri Kuratsuchi's assistant would be beneficial for the power enhancement research. After assigning Mayuri Kuratsuchi this new research task, Yusuke Uchiha prepared to discuss the reorganization of the Espada with Okuiora Cipher. However, before Yusuke Uchiha could seek him out, Okuiora Cipher was already waiting in the palace. Looking at this diligent and capable subordinate, Yusuke Uchiha smiled. Okuiora, you sought me out. Okuiora Cipher knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, the construction of Las Noches is complete. The Espada are fulfilling their duties, and everything is stable. Yusuke Uchiha nodded approvingly. Excellent. Your efforts were invaluable. Okuiora Cipher frowned. However. Yusuke Uchiha asked. Okuiora Cipher gritted his teeth. However, my lord, I find myself with nothing to do. It feels like I've returned to the Minos forest. Chapter 261, NZNT, Chapter. Hearing Okuiora Cipher's words, Yusuke Uchiha mused that he truly embodied the Hollow's characteristic emptiness, a negative emotion. Heavy. Hearing Okuiora Cipher's words, Yusuke Uchiha mused that he truly embodied the Hollow's characteristic emptiness, a negative emotion. Having only recently become idle, he was already restless and seeking a new task. No one would have guessed that Okuiora Cipher's cold exterior concealed such a restless spirit, explaining why Aizen always assigned him tasks. Las Noches, being a compassionate organization, and Yusuke Uchiha, considering himself a caring leader, couldn't refuse to provide his subordinate with opportunities for self-improvement. With a slight smirk, Yusuke Uchiha smiled. In that case, I do have two important tasks for you. Okuiora Cipher's expression remained unchanged, but a flicker of delight crossed his eyes. Yusuke Uchiha then detailed the two tasks. The first was assisting Mayuri Kuratsuchi in finding suitable test subjects for research aimed at enhancing Arrancar abilities. The second concerned the reorganization of the Espada. The current Espada possessed vastly different strengths, some were unworthy of the title, diminishing the Espada's overall standing. Yusuke Uchiha decided to create an Espada reserve team. Okuiora Cipher would find promising hollows, who, after Arrancarization, would challenge existing Espada members. Victors would become new Espada, losers would join the reserve team or receive other assignments. While this would impact the Espada, it wouldn't affect Okuiora Cipher, a vasto lore-class Arrancar. Only the weaker, lower-ranked Espada would be threatened. Yusuke Uchiha's management differed from Aizen's. Unlike Aizen, he didn't number the Arrancars, nor did he allow lower-ranked members to challenge superiors for their positions. While Yusuke Uchiha's approach was more humane and fostered team cohesion, it created a sense of complacency among the Espada. The reserve team would address this, instilling a sense of urgency and encouraging self-improvement to avoid being replaced. Okuiora Cipher readily accepted the task, promising to find Espada-worthy replacements. After Okuiora Cipher departed, Yusuke Uchiha used Kamui to return to the Siriidii in Soul Society. Under the cover of darkness, Yusuke Uchiha secretly visited Hegawa Myler, his planted spy. Despite being an orphan from Rakongai with no personal assets in Soul Society, Hegawa Myler, as the fourth seat of the 5th Division, was entitled to a comfortable private apartment in the Siriidii. Yusuke Uchiha found Hegawa Myler, a handsome young man in a Shinigami uniform, with short black hair, holding a slender katana, meditating cross-legged on a zabuton. Yusuke Uchiha considered Hegawa Myler to possess even greater talent than Hitsugaya Toshiro. Sensing someone's presence, Hegawa Myler's closed eyes snapped open, his eyes blazing with an intense light. His ki instantly locked onto Yusuke Uchiha, whose spiritual pressure was concealed by his Kamui-enhanced hollow form. His right hand instinctively moved to his Zanpakuto's hilt, ready to draw. This inexplicable perceptiveness, similar to Kenpachi Zaraki's ability to sense powerful opponents, allowed him to detect even concealed presences, a crucial reason for choosing him as a spy. Upon recognizing Yusuke Uchiha, Hegawa Myler's expression returned to normal, the intense light in his eyes faded, replaced by a vacant stare. Yusuke Uchiha pulled Hegawa Myler into Kamui space and asked, "How's it going? Has Aizen shown any interest in recruiting you?" Hegawa Myler shook his head. "Aizen is very cunning. He's guided my kendo practice a few times, but there's been no further contact." Yusuke Uchiha wasn't surprised. Aizen was extremely cautious. His centuries-long scheme in Soul Society had only produced two true subordinates, Kanami Tozen and Jin Ichimaru, demonstrating his reluctance to recruit others from the Godai 13, fearing exposure. Things might change soon. He might need to expand his forces, be prepared, Yusuke Uchiha said slowly. Hegawa Myler nodded, he only needed to execute his mission. After briefing Hegawa Myler, Yusuke Uchiha left. If Hegawa Myler was indeed recruited by Aizen, there would be a lengthy observation period. Yusuke Uchiha needed to minimize contact. Soon after, as Yusuke Uchiha predicted, Jin Ichimaru initiated contact with Hegawa Myler, who cooperated by expressing interest in joining Aizen's ranks. Simultaneously, Aizen began collecting souls throughout Soul Society, not just stray souls from Rakangai, but also numerous Shinigami from the Godai 13. This brazen collection was driven by the need for numerous Shinigami souls for the White experiments, which were reaching a critical stage, and also by Aizen's desire to gain greater control over the Godai 13. He needed to eliminate several Godai 13 captains to allow himself, Kanami Tozen, and Jin Ichimaru to ascend to captain positions. When the widespread disappearance of souls became apparent, the Godai 13 launched an investigation, led by the 8th Division, responsible for intelligence. However, the investigation yielded no clues, and the disappearances continued, alarming the Siriidi's high command. Under pressure from the Central 46, the Godai 13, after deliberation, decided to send the 9th Division as a vanguard to the areas with the most significant soul disappearances. Yusuke Uchiha observed Aizen's actions and the Godai 13's response, unnoticed. A crow, devoid of spiritual pressure, continuously circled above the Siriidi. Chapter 262, NZNT, Chapter. As twilight fell, Kasuke Urahara leaned against a pillar outside the 12th Division barracks, seemingly lost in thought. Many 12th Division M. As twilight fell, Kasuke Urahara leaned against a pillar outside the 12th Division barracks, seemingly lost in thought. Many 12th Division members, preparing to leave for the day, noticed their captain's pensive expression and decided not to disturb him. Although he appeared to be daydreaming, Kasuke Urahara was actually pondering the recent disappearances. "Yo, Urahara, what are you doing here?" A voice snapped him back to reality. He looked up to see Shinji Hirako, captain of the 5th Division, standing before him. The two weren't particularly close, but their friendship had grown through their mutual acquaintance, Hiyori Saragaki. Hiyori Saragaki was Hirako's friend and also a vice-captain of the 12th Division. "Huh? Is it that late already? Seems everyone else has left." Kasuke Urahara looked up at the darkening sky, then around the barracks, confirming he was alone. Hirako sat beside him. "You haven't been slacking off all day, have you? Is work at the Research and Development Institute that relaxed?" Kasuke Urahara chuckled wryly. "I wish. I've been thinking about the recent disappearances." Captain Kairaku stopped by earlier to discuss possible explanations. The disappearances were incredibly strange. Whether ordinary souls or Shinigami within the Siriidi, those affected vanished without a trace, leaving only their perfectly intact clothing and footwear. The 8th Division's investigation had yielded nothing, leaving Captain Kairaku Shunsue stumped and prompting him to consult Kasuke Urahara. Hirako frowned. The captain commander has dispatched the 9th Division as a vanguard to the hardest-hit areas. With Kensei's abilities, they should find some clues. Kasuke Urahara nodded. "Let's hope so. I've also assigned Saragaki to assist with the on-site investigation, hoping to find affected souls to bring back as samples." His expression turned serious. The phenomenon suggests a soul-infecting virus, rapidly depleting spiritual energy. Let's hope it's not deliberate, otherwise, it's terrifying. After a while, Hirako left the 12th Division barracks. Walking down a deserted path, Hirako clasped his hands within his captain's Hiyori sleeves, appearing lost in thought, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Sosuke, how long will you continue to spy?" He spoke, though he was clearly alone. He then extended his right hand and made a slicing motion. A light flashed, revealing the figure behind him, Sosuke Aizen, the 5th Division's vice-captain. "Captain, since when did you know?" Aizen asked calmly. Hirako replied flatly, "Since you were in your mother's womb." Hirako continued towards the 5th Division barracks, Aizen following closely. Truly frightening, Captain, Aizen chuckled. Sasuke, I find you far more terrifying, Hirako said gravely. Despite Aizen's long tenure as vice-captain, Hirako felt he was hiding something and remained wary. Subconsciously, Hirako quickened his pace, maintaining a distance of over 2 meters from Aizen. Their captain-vice-captain relationship was unique within the Godai 13. Hirako then saw Yusuke Uchiha approaching, followed by his assistant, Nagato Yu. Captain Uchiha, still out this late? Hirako greeted. Captain Hirako. The recent disappearances have caused quite a stir. The 6th Division protects the nobles, we must be extra cautious. Any incident, and you might visit me in Mukon, Yusuke Uchiha said with a smile. Turning to the Aizen behind him, Hirako said, Sasuke, wouldn't you agree? Aizen responded calmly, indeed. Hirako then noticed Nagato Yu's expression shift to shock. She seemed about to speak but was subtly stopped by Yusuke Uchiha. She quickly regained her composure. The fleeting change was so subtle that Hirako doubted he'd seen it. Yusuke Uchiha and Nagato Yu knew the person behind Hirako wasn't Aizen but a vacant-eyed bald Shinigami. They recognized him as a logistics worker, apparently under mind control, mimicking Aizen. The controller was Aizen himself, using Kyoka Suigetsu's ultimate technique to hypnotize those who saw the bald Shinigami, making them believe he was Aizen. Even with his enhanced eyes thanks to the Hogyoku, Yusuke Uchiha couldn't fully see through Kyoka Suigetsu, but he sensed the strange spiritual pressure from the Aizen. Knowing the Bleach storyline, Yusuke Uchiha immediately knew that Aizen was fake. Nagato Yu relied on her Zanpakuto, Jorinmaru, as long as she touched it, no illusionary or sealing techniques could affect her, not even Kyoka Suigetsu. Seeing Hirako remain unaware, Yusuke Uchiha smiled. Byakuya can handle things independently, keeping him with me is a waste of time. It's late, you and I need to patrol Central 46. Hirako waved dismissively. Don't let me interrupt your duties. After parting ways, Nagato Yu muttered, Captain Hirako is a good person. Though her tone was flat, Yusuke Uchiha detected reproach, as if she regretted his silence about Aizen. Yusuke Uchiha patted Nagato Yu's head, remaining silent. His actions were beyond good or evil, he was inevitably on a collision course with Soul Society. Chapter 263, NZNT, Chapter. In the Rukongai area hardest hit by the Soul disappearances, Kensei Maguruma, captain of the 9th Division, and several of his subordinates A. In the Rukongai area hardest hit by the Soul disappearances, Kensei Maguruma, captain of the 9th Division, and several of his subordinates arrived, their faces grim. These Shinigami uniforms belong to our squad members. They left the Siriidii just this morning. What happened? One of his lieutenants asked grimly. He held a Shinigami uniform, the obi was still tightly tied, clearly indicating the wearer hadn't removed it before vanishing. At his feet lay more than a dozen more uniforms and pairs of footwear, the laces of the shoes also securely fastened. Though deeply saddened by his squad's inexplicable disappearance, Maguruma couldn't show weakness. Steeling himself, Maguruma said, since they vanished here, we'll establish a base camp. We're bound to find clues. Maguruma and his subordinates quickly set up camp, assigned watch rotations, and then Maguruma returned to his tent to rest and strategize. However, shortly after, screams erupted from outside the camp. Alarmed, Maguruma rushed out to investigate, finding several guards lying lifeless in pools of blood, including his vice-captain, Hisagi Shuhei. There's definitely a mastermind behind these disappearances. Tozen, we'll split up to find the culprit. If you find them, don't engage, signal me for backup. Eyes flashing with killing intent, Maguruma drew his Zanpakuto, attempting to sense the culprit's spiritual pressure to prevent a surprise attack, while instructing his remaining third seat, Kanami Tozen. But before he finished speaking, darkness enveloped his vision. A blade pierced his chest from behind, accompanied by the sound of steel meeting flesh. Maguruma grunted, kneeling, barely supporting himself. His vision slowly returned, revealing Tozen standing over him, Zanpakuto still dripping with blood. Tozen, it was you. Why? Maguruma asked, his breath ragged and his voice laced with disbelief. Before Tozen could answer, Maguruma felt something strange within him, a strange energy was assimilating his spiritual power. Arg. He roared, white spiritual particles erupting from his mouth, nose, and eyes, forming a hollow's bony mask. Overwhelmed by the drastic spiritual pressure shift, Maguruma lost consciousness and collapsed. After Maguruma fell, footsteps approached, and 3 figures in Shinigami uniforms emerged from the nearby woods. They were Aizen, Jin Ichimaru, and Hegawa Myler, Aizen's newest recruit. As expected, a captain-level Shinigami can achieve stable holification, unlike ordinary souls or Shinigami with weak spiritual pressure, who would suffer soul collapse from the strain, Aizen said with a smile. Jin Ichimaru said calmly, the 9th Division's spiritual pressure has vanished. The captain commander will surely notice and send more captains and vice-captains to investigate. Aizen smiled. Perfect. Hopefully, Kisuke Urahara is among them. Shifting the blame to him will be much simpler. Looking at the fallen Meguruma, Jin Ichimaru asked, should we eliminate him? Aizen shook his head. I sense a strong spiritual pressure approaching. Hiyori Saragaki, the 12th Division's vice captain. It's a good opportunity to observe the power of a captain-level holified Shinigami. Let Meguruma play with Saragaki for a while. A girl in a Shinigami uniform, with light brown hair and twin tails, carrying a crate much larger than herself, hurried towards the 9th Division's camp. This was Hiyori Saragaki, the 12th Division's vice captain, carrying equipment provided by Kisuke Urahara. Damn it. I fell for it again. Why did I agree to collect samples? I'm the 12th Division's vice captain, not the Research and Development Bureau's deputy director. Despite her complaints, Saragaki didn't slow down. She was determined to complete her mission, unaware of the imminent danger. Back in the Ryūjin, those monitoring the 9th Division quickly discovered their complete loss of contact. Special spiritual pressure detection devices couldn't sense them. This was immediately reported to Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai, who promptly summoned all captains to discuss sending reinforcements. In the captain's meeting hall, all captains except the missing Kensei Meguruma were present. Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai's expression was grave. The disappearance of the entire 9th Division vanguard was unprecedented in recent years. The 9th Division's disappearance is known to you all. This was clearly planned. I'll dispatch 3 captains to find them and uncover the mastermind, Yamamoto Genryusai declared solemnly. After Yamamoto Genryusai finished speaking, Kisuke Urahara and Retsu Unohana both volunteered to participate in the investigation. Kisuke Urahara's reason was his concern for Hiyori Saragaki, whom he had sent to investigate. Retsu Unohana anticipated fighting and casualties, wanting to provide medical assistance as head of the 4th Division. However, both were refused. Yamamoto Genryusai chose Rojuro Odoribashi, 3rd Division, Shinji Hirako, 5th Division, and Rabu Aikawa, 7th Division. Chapter 264, NZNT, Chapter. Captain Commander, this incident is highly unusual. I recommend dispatching additional powerful Kido experts for support, to handle any UNF. Captain Commander, this incident is highly unusual. I recommend dispatching additional powerful Kido experts for support, to handle any unforeseen circumstances. After the selection of the captains to be dispatched, Captain Kaiaraka Shunsue of the 8th Division stated calmly. Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai indicated he had already considered this, and 2 men in ornate robes entered the captain's meeting hall. The taller, more powerfully built man in the lead, wearing a blue robe and rectangular glasses, with a prominent mustache, was the head of the Kido Corps, head Kido Captain Tessai Tsukabashi. Half a step behind Tessai was a portly, kind-faced man in a pink robe. His considerable girth made the pink robe look like a woman's shoulder pads, a rather comical sight. This was the vice-head of the Kido Corps, Vice Kido Captain Hachigen Ashoda. His kind nature and amiable appearance made him very popular in the Ryūjin. He was generally called Hachi or Uncle Hachi. I've already requested the assistance of the 2 Kido Corps leaders to join the 3 captains in investigating the 9th Division's disappearance. With their help, success is assured, Yamamoto Genryusai said slowly. Kaiaraka Shunsue nodded. But is deploying both Kido Corps leaders really necessary? My lieutenant, Lisa Yadamaru, is also quite skilled in Kido. Perhaps she could replace the head Kido captain. Kaiaraka Shunsue intended to give his lieutenant an opportunity for growth, but he never anticipated that this suggestion would lead to Lieutenant Lisa Yadamaru's unfortunate involvement in the holification experiments. Seeing Kaiaraka Shuensue's recommendation, the captain commander, wanting to grant his favorite student a favor, decided it wouldn't significantly affect the mission. Turning to Tessai Tsukabashi, Yamamoto Genryusai asked, Head Kido Captain, what do you think of Captain Kairaka's suggestion? Tessai Tsukabashi nodded. Then I'll take a break. With the arrangements finalized, a cold glint flashed in Yamamoto Genryusai's eyes. He slammed his cane on the floor and loudly announced that the designated personnel would immediately provide support to the 9th Division Vanguard and apprehend the mastermind behind the incidents. After the meeting, the captains left the captain's meeting hall, leaving Kisuke Urahara standing alone, looking anxious. Tessai Tsukabashi gave him a lingering look before departing. What's wrong? Still worried about Saragaki? Yoruchi Shihoin asked, approaching Kisuke Urahara. Yoruchi Shihoin, usually cheerful, had a serious expression. She sensed something big was about to happen. Kisuke Urahara said with bitterness, it's my fault for being lazy. If I'd known this would happen, I shouldn't have sent Saragaki, I should have gone myself. Yoruchi Shihoin shook her head. Being a Shinigami in the Godai 13 isn't easy or safe, vice captains have their responsibilities. As captain, you must learn to trust your subordinates, just as Captain Kairaka demonstrated today. While this trust might push them beyond their capabilities, placing them in danger, it's a necessary step in cultivating future captains. After speaking, Yorichi Shihoin left the captain's meeting hall, leaving Kisukirahara alone. After a long moment, Kisukirahara sighed, perhaps I'm not cut out to be a captain. Kisukirahara hadn't been captain of the 12th Division for long, only recently appointed before Yusuke arrived at the Itachi, and he had established the Research and Development Institute. Before that, he was a seated officer in the 2nd Division, working under Yorichi Shihoin, who, appreciating his abilities, recommended him to the captain commander. After leaving the captain's meeting hall, Kisukirahara, disregarding the captain commander's orders, prepared to secretly search for Saragaki. However, upon leaving the Itachi, he was stopped by Tesai Tsukabashi, who had been waiting. I knew a man like you wouldn't abandon your mission for orders, Tesai Tsukabashi said slowly. Kisukirahara said gravely, Tesai, are you going to stop me too? Tesai Tsukabashi shook his head. I'm going with you. We were friends when we served under Yorichi-sama, I won't ignore your situation. It turned out that Tesai Tsukabashi, like Kisukirahara, had served under Yorichi Shihoin. As head of the Shihoin clan, Yorichi Shihoin had been kind to both of them when they were struggling Shinigami. Even now, as the head Kido captain, a position arguably above the Gotei 13 captains, Tesai Tsukabashi still held Yorichi Shihoin in high regard. Kisukirahara relaxed, pulling a black cloak from his pocket and handing it to Tesai Tsukabashi. My latest invention. It completely masks spiritual pressure, we won't be detected. Tesai Tsukabashi accepted the cloak. You still love tinkering with these things. They can be dangerous in the wrong hands. Also, you're bound by the captain commander's orders, but I'm not under his direct command. Don't worry about detection. Despite this, Tesai Tsukabashi put on the black cloak. Then let's see who's behind this, Kisukirahara said coldly. The two then vanished into the night, swiftly heading towards their destination. Meanwhile, Hayori Saragaki was ambushed by Aizen and his men. The large crate was gone, and she was injured. Why? That hollow, it was clearly Kensei. Saragaki thought anxiously as she fled. She couldn't understand why Kensei had hollow-like characteristics. Then, a roar echoed, and a tall, white figure appeared behind her, launching a powerful punch. The punch carried immense spiritual pressure, Saragaki would be incapacitated if hit. However, Saragaki, despite her youthful appearance, possessed good battle instincts. She dodged the fatal blow. But the white figure didn't stop attacking, using a sweeping arm, he sent Saragaki flying. Chapter 265, NZNT, Chapter. Saragaki hissed in pain as the hollow's arm raked across her waist, sending her hurtling towards a nearby tree. Just then, she felt herself. Saragaki hissed in pain as the hollow's arm raked across her waist, sending her hurtling towards a nearby tree. Just then, she felt herself lifted into the air, caught in someone's arms. It was Shinji Hirako, arriving with reinforcements. Behind him stood Rojuro Odoribashi, Rabu Aikawa, and Lisa Yadamaru, but Hachigen Ashoda was nowhere to be seen. Hirako held the injured Saragaki under his arm, his right hand drawing his Zanpakuto. He smiled, saying, "Oof, Saragaki, that looked painful. But why didn't you draw your Zanpakuto and fight back? Just letting the enemy attack isn't like you, is it?" His tone was teasing, reflecting their close friendship. Saragaki didn't find it funny. Tears welled in her eyes as she cried out, "I can't draw my Zanpakuto against that enemy." The others turned to look at the towering figure that had attacked Saragaki. It slowly emerged from the shadows. It seemed to be a hollow in human form, clad in white bone armor and wearing a hollow mask. But unlike other hollows, it wore clothing, a Shinigami uniform and captain's Hayori. Its silver hair and the 69-foot tattoo visible beneath its open Hayori revealed its identity. What? Impossible. The arriving Shinigami exclaimed in unison, recognizing the hollow, Kensei Maguruma, captain of the 9th Division. The fact that their enemy was a hollow like Kensei, and the unprecedented nature of this hollow form, left them stunned and confused. This is tricky. If it's Kensei, we can't kill him, and he seems completely out of control, Hirako said, his expression grim. Rojuro Odoribashi nodded in agreement. Exactly. Our only option is to subdue him. Rabu Aikawa's voice was cold. Captain Maguruma is extremely dangerous right now. His spiritual pressure is far stronger than usual. Even without killing him, we could sever a limb to incapacitate him. Hirako, Maguruma, and Odoribashi shared a close bond and were hesitant to harm Maguruma. Rabu Aikawa, however, had less of a personal connection and harbored no such reservations. Her point was well taken. Mugiruma's hollowification had drastically amplified his spiritual pressure, surpassing the 3 captains present. Fighting cautiously would make subduing him even more difficult, potentially endangering themselves and their companions. Then let's all attack. We'll subdue him first. Try not to injure Captain Maguruma, but if we or our comrades are in danger, we can't hold back. Rabu Aikawa stated firmly. Saragaki, still under Hirako's arm, struggled wildly, shouting, "Hirako, you bastard! Let me down. I can still fight. Or are you trying to take advantage of me?" Hirako's serious expression faltered, he burst out laughing. "Ha! Who'd want to take advantage of a flat chest like yours?" With that, Hirako released Saragaki, sending her sprawling to the ground. Saragaki was about to unleash another torrent of abuse at Hirako, but the now unconscious Meguruma launched himself at them. Foregoing his Zanpakuto and typical Shinigami fighting style, Meguruma relied solely on his fists, each blow reinforced by thick bone armor. Despite this, the drastically increased spiritual pressure of the hollowified Meguruma made him even more dangerous than before, overwhelming the hesitant captains. After a fierce struggle, the captains and lieutenant were all injured, though none critically, but their spiritual energy was significantly depleted. In contrast, although Meguruma was also injured, his hollowification granted him a rapid healing ability, quickly mending his wounds. Before they could subdue Meguruma, another humanoid hollow appeared. By its clothing and hair, they quickly identified it as Mashiro Kuna, the 9th Division's vice captain. The appearance of the hollowified Hisagi made the battle even more desperate. Just as they were at an impasse, Hachigen Ashoda finally arrived. Bakudo number 75. Gochiteken. With a chantless Kido, 5 chained iron pillars descended from the sky, surrounding Mashiro Kuna. The pillars constricted, trapping Mashiro Kuna firmly. Having subdued Mashiro Kuna, Hachigen Ashoda gasped, "You all ran off too quickly. I barely managed to catch up." His considerable size had significantly hampered his speed. Hirako and the others, focused on finding the 9th Division, had proceeded without him. His labored breathing was testament to his frantic effort. Impressive, Vice Kido Captain. A chantless Kido with such power. Rabu Ekawa exclaimed in admiration. Hachigen Ashoda, catching his breath, said, "I'll try to restrain Captain Meguruma." He extended his hands towards Meguruma and unleashed another chantless Kido. Bakudo number 63. Seijo Sabaku. A chain of bright yellow spiritual energy shot out, wrapping around Meguruma, binding him tightly. Seeing Meguruma seemingly incapacitated, Hirako and the others were relieved. But before they could move to secure him, Meguruma roared and, with a surge of spiritual pressure and raw strength, shattered the spiritual chains. What? He broke free from a high-level Bakudo using only his strength. Hachigen Ashoda exclaimed in disbelief. Seeing the rampaging Meguruma break free, Hirako immediately charged forward with his Zanpakuto, resuming the fight. Mid-battle, Hirako called out to Hachigen Ashoda, "Hachi, with your Kido skills, you should be able to use even more powerful Bakudo, right?" Tier, $10 Casual Reader, $20 Intermediate Reader, Expert Reader. Chapter 266, NZNT, Chapter. Hachigen Ashoda nodded. "Correct, but to utilize higher-level Kido, I require your assistance in restraining Captain Meguruma." Hirako smiled. Hachigen Ashoda nodded. "Correct, but to utilize higher-level Kido, I require your assistance in restraining Captain Meguruma." Hirako smiled. "No problem. If we can't even manage to stall him, we captains are a disgrace." While Hirako and the others engaged the hollowified Meguruma, creating a diversion, Hachigen Ashoda completed the incantation for his Bakudo. Focusing on the besieged Meguruma, a surge of potent spiritual pressure erupted from his hands. Bakudo number 99. Kin. As Hachigen Ashoda finished the incantation, 4 black straps materialized from thin air, instantly wrapping around Meguruma's limbs, rendering him completely immobile. Meguruma struggled, but a volley of spell-etched stakes descended, further securing the straps. Complete. "Now, even Captain Meguruma won't be able to escape," Hachigen Ashoda said, wiping the sweat from his brow. As Hachigen Ashoda had stated, Meguruma, bound to the ground by the black straps, continued to struggle fiercely. Despite his Herculean efforts, his muscles bulging with strain, the 4 black straps remained unyielding. Clearly, Bakudo number 99, Kin, was not something he could break free from. Thank goodness the Captain Commander had the foresight to request the Kido Corps' assistance. Otherwise, this would have been a much tougher situation, Rojuro Otoribushi said, sheathing his Zanpakuto with a relieved smile. Hirako then noticed Saragaki kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath, and appearing unwell. "Saragaki, what's wrong?" Hirako asked, his concern evident. Saragaki pressed a hand to her forehead, weakly and intermittently telling Hirako to keep his distance. From her voice, it was clear she was in considerable pain, desperately suppressing something. Her reaction only fueled Hirako's worry, prompting him to approach and offer assistance. Suddenly, a flash of light. Blood sprayed from Hirako's shoulder as a blade sliced through him. The others, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, were shocked and turned to Saragaki. Arg. With her blood-soaked Zanpakuto still in hand, Saragaki let out a roar, her eyes and mouth spewing forth a torrent of white particles that rapidly coalesced into a horrifying bone mask. It was clear that Saragaki had suffered the same fate as Meguruma, undergoing hollowification and losing her self-control, leading to her attack on Hirako. Subdue Saragaki immediately. Rabu Aikawa shouted the order. Odoribashi and Lisa Yadamaru instantly redrew their Zanpakutos, while Hachigen Ashoda prepared to unleash another Kido spell. At that very moment, a wave of black spiritual energy, like a dark curtain, descended, engulfing their vision, plunging them into complete darkness. The sounds of blades piercing flesh were followed by the screams of Lisa Yadamaru, Rabu Aikawa, and Odoribashi. Then, silence. Hirako, having been knocked aside by Saragaki's earlier attack, remained unaffected by the darkness and saw the figure behind the assault. Dark skin, a striped mask, sunglasses obscuring his blind eyes, it was Kanami Tozen, 3rd seat of the 9th division. Tozen, it's you. Have you betrayed the Serii? Hirako asked, his voice heavy with suspicion and disbelief. Tozen remained silent, but another voice, instantly recognizable to Hirako, shattered the silence, confirming his long-held unease. Tozen has never betrayed the Serii, he never truly served it. Please do not blame him, Captain Hirako. Hirako followed the sound, his eyes falling upon Aizen, slowly emerging from the shadows. Jin Ichimaru and Hegawa Myler stood behind him. Aizen, you're the mastermind. And Jin and Myler are your accomplices. Hirako said grimly. He had always been wary of Aizen, yet Aizen had never given him any reason to suspect his loyalty to the Serii. Sometimes he'd questioned his suspicions, but his vigilance never faltered. Locking eyes with Aizen, Hirako said slowly, I always considered you dangerous, which is why I chose you as my lieutenant, to keep an eye on you. But I never found any concrete proof. Aizen smiled. I thank you for your suspicion, Captain Hirako. It is precisely your distrust that prevented you from noticing the anomalies. Hirako scoffed. I told you I sensed something was wrong, Aizen. No, you did not, Aizen said, stepping closer to Hirako. A knowing smile played on Aizen's lips as he said slowly, for the past month, the 5th Division's vice-captain walking behind you has not been me. Hirako's face paled. The image of the figure that had been constantly at his side shifted in his memory. What he had always perceived as Aizen slowly morphed into the image of a bald Shinigami. My perfectly executed hypnotic suggestion, manipulating the target's perception to conform to my design, that is the true power of my Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suigetsu. Captain Hirako, you are a perceptive individual. Your instincts warned you of danger, causing you to distance yourself, always maintaining a subconscious distance. However, this is precisely what prevented you from discovering my actions. The biggest reason? Hirako asked, his confusion evident. Hirako felt a wave of regret wash over him, his vigilance had inadvertently provided Aizen with the perfect cover. Your hypnosis must have been passively triggered, then. That imposter walked right behind me, yet no one else in the Serii noticed a thing, Hirako said, his voice low and intense. Aizen smiled. Indeed. To anyone who saw him, he was me. A truly terrifying ability. For a man as cunning as you to possess such power, I suppose I can't complain about losing, Hirako said with a bitter laugh. Then, Hirako's mind flashed back to his encounter with Yusuke Uchiha earlier that evening. Nagato Yu, who had been with Uchiha, had seemed to notice something amiss, wanting to speak, but Uchiha had stopped her, concealing whatever it was. Damn it, could Uchiha Yusuke be working with Aizen? Hirako thought in horror. Tier, $10 casual reader, $20 intermediate reader, expert reader. Chapter 267, NZNT, Chapter. Just as a wave of shock washed over Hirako, he felt an anomaly in his spiritual pressure, a violent will was assaulting his mind. Like Ken's. Just as a wave of shock washed over Hirako, he felt an anomaly in his spiritual pressure, a violent will was assaulting his mind. Like Kensei and Saragaki before him, Hirako began to hollowify, a grotesque bone mask forming on half his face. However, Hirako possessed the strongest will among them, managing to suppress the hollow's influence through sheer force of mind. Is the 6th Division Captain, Uchiha Yusuke, also working with you? Hirako asked Aizen, gritting his teeth against the discomfort. A flicker of surprise crossed the faces of Aizen, Jin Ichimaru, and Myler. Even Tozen, momentarily caught off guard, was startled by Hirako's sudden mention of Uchiha Yusuke. A noncommittal expression played on Aizen's lips as he probed, Oh? How did you discover that? Hirako's expression confirmed his suspicion. He said slowly, I encountered Uchiha Yusuke earlier. When I referred to the you behind me as Aizen, Nagato you behind Uchiha Yusuke showed a look of intense shock. She seemed about to speak, but Uchiha Yusuke stopped her. A sudden chill ran down Aizen's spine, though his smile remained unchanged as he continued to deceive Hirako. Captain Hirako, you are indeed incredibly perceptive, you've noticed even this. The others present felt a chill run down their spines as Aizen admitted Yusuke's complicity. Jin Ichimaru and Tozen were surprised that Aizen had other subordinates or collaborators besides them, and that this person was the enigmatic 6th Division Captain, Uchiha Yusuke. Myler, however, knew that Yusuke and Nagato had already attracted Aizen's attention. Looks like little you let her guard down. I'll have to find a way to pass this information to Lord Yusuke, Myler thought. From Hirako's description, Myler quickly deduced that Nagato had failed to control her expression, her reaction betrayed by Hirako's sharp observation. Since you and Myler were Yusuke's key subordinates, Yusuke hadn't hidden their identities from them. I never imagined so many ambitious individuals were hidden within the Godi I-13. What is the ultimate goal of all this? Hirako asked coldly. Drawing his Zanpakuto, Aizen smiled, preparing to eliminate Hirako. You needn't concern yourself with that, Captain Hirako. Just as Aizen was about to strike, a surge of immense spiritual pressure erupted from Hirako. Hirako, half his face masked by the holification, slowly rose, seemingly empowered by the transformation. Holding his Zanpakuto before him, his face contorted with rage, Hirako said, Aizen, you didn't expect me to maintain my will, did you? I feel my spiritual pressure drastically increasing. Even at my peak, I might not have been your match, but now, it's time for you to reap what you've sown. Sensing the potent spiritual pressure and killing intent radiating from Hirako, Aizen remained unfazed, as if a gentle breeze were brushing against him. Captain Hirako, that's precisely the point, you never truly noticed. As Hirako pondered Aizen's words, a searing pain pierced his chest. Aizen was gone from his line of sight. Aizen now stood beside Hirako, his eyes filled with contempt. Captain Hirako, your strength is insignificant before me. With a clang, Hirako's Zanpakuto fell to the ground. His face was etched with disbelief. The grievous injury robbed him of his strength, his knees buckled, and he collapsed, unconscious. Tozen, eliminate them. Sheathing his Zanpakuto, Aizen gave the order to Tozen. Those initially attacked by Tozen had begun to hollowfy during Hirako and Aizen's exchange, their faces masked, their bodies partially covered in hollow bone armor. Just as Tozen prepared to eliminate them, Kisuke Urahara and Tessai Tsukabashi arrived on the scene. Aizen, your scheme ends here, Urahara declared. Aizen turned slowly at the sound of Urahara's voice. Looking at the two figures cloaked in black, Aizen smiled. My, what unexpected guests. The 12th Division Captain and the head Kido Captain. My apologies for the intrusion. Unable to sense their spiritual pressure, Aizen's eyes widened after a few seconds' observation. Cloaks that completely conceal spiritual pressure. Truly remarkable, Director of the Research and Development Institute, to invent such an exceptional product. Ignoring Aizen's praise, Urahara said coldly, you have some explaining to do about all this, Vice Captain Aizen. Gesturing for Tozen to stand down, Aizen smiled. I merely intervened when I discovered everyone had been attacked. Since Captain Urahara and head Kido Captain Tsukabashi have arrived, I shall take my leave. With Urahara and Tsukabashi present, Aizen knew simply killing the remaining individuals was impossible. While defeating them wouldn't be difficult, he didn't want a battle to draw attention to his presence in this location. A slight smirk touched Aizen's lips as he turned to leave with his subordinates. Kisuke Urahara, you've come here yourself. This makes my plan even simpler, Aizen mused. His plan was to pin the blame for the holification experiments on Urahara, who had a background in research and development. He would use Kyoka Suigetsu to appear elsewhere in the Serii, ensuring a perfect alibi regardless of any accusations. As Aizen prepared to depart, Urahara, focused on the fallen Shinigami, made no move to stop him. However, Tessai Tsukabashi was not willing to let Aizen escape. Spiritual pressure coalesced in his right hand as he unleashed a powerful Heido without incantation. Heido number 88. Hiryugekizoku Shinten Reiho. A white spiritual energy blast, crackling with blue lightning, erupted from Tessai's palm, hurtling towards Aizen's back. As the head Kido captain, Tessai's Kido skills were among the most formidable in the entire Serii. Even a chantless Heido possessed immense power. This, Hiryugekizoku Shinten Reiho, was devastating. If it struck, Aizen, Jin Ichimaru, Tozen, and Myler would be annihilated. $20. Chapter 268, NZNT, Chapter. A calm voice cut through the tension. Bakudo number 81. Danku. Aizen, without turning, a semi-transparent spiritual energy barrier materialized. A calm voice cut through the tension. Bakudo number 81. Danku. Aizen, without turning, a semi-transparent spiritual energy barrier materialized behind him. A deafening roar followed by a powerful shockwave of spiritual energy marked Aizen and his cohort's swift retreat. Tessai Tsukabashi stood rooted to the spot, his face a mask of disbelief. Impossible. A mere vice captain, using a chantless Danku to block my Hiryugekizoku Shinten Reiho. Tessai muttered incredulously. While he's a vice captain, he's been deliberately keeping a low profile to further his own schemes. His true spiritual pressure far surpasses yours and mine. Deflecting your hate is hardly surprising, Uchiha said calmly. He knelt, checking on the injured Shinigami one by one, finally breathing a sigh of relief when he confirmed that none were dead. Is there any chance of recovery for them? Looking at his fallen comrades, Tachi asked anxiously. A glint of determination flashed in Uchiha's eyes. There is, but their survival depends on their own resilience. Regardless, we must get them back to the Research and Development Institute. Ashoda nodded. Then it's up to you. Time is of the essence, and with so many injured here, I can only use a forbidden technique to transport everyone. A forbidden technique? Uchiha questioned. Indeed. Only myself and Hachi possess the ability to use this spell. It risks disrupting spacetime, hence its prohibition by the Central 46. Ashoda explained, while simultaneously gathering his spiritual pressure. He raised his hands, and a golden spiritual energy hemisphere enveloped everyone present. Time stasis, spatial transfer. Ashoda shouted. In an instant, the golden hemisphere vanished, transporting everyone to the Research and Development Institute within the Siri. Uchiha approached a seemingly ordinary cabinet, opened it, revealing a password-protected safe. Quickly inputting the code, he retrieved a gem radiating a deep blue light. Seeing the gem, Ashoda showed a mixture of surprise and fear. What is this? I sense a power within it capable of annihilating all existence. Ashoda said gravely. Uchiha responded slowly, it's called the Hogyoku, created recently. Your assessment is correct, its power is terrifying, so much so that even I, its creator, dare not use it lightly. I've kept it hidden here. A glint flashed in Uchiha's eyes. But it's our only chance to save Hirako and the others. At that moment, a deeply troubling thought consumed Uchiha. Aizen undoubtedly possessed a Hogyoku as well. While examining Hirako and the others, he had detected traces of the Hogyoku's power within the strange spiritual energy that caused their holification. This led him to the idea of using one Hogyoku to counteract the other, using his own to stabilize the holified energy within Hirako and the others. Only a Hogyoku can defeat a Hogyoku. Uchiha thought to himself. As Uchiha channeled the power of his Hogyoku to balance the holified spiritual energy within Hirako and the others, he was surprised to discover that his Hogyoku's energy possessed a counteractive attribute, suppressing their holification far beyond his expectations. I initially estimated only a 20% chance of saving them, but now it seems I have an 80% chance of success. Uchiha thought, inwardly elated. After some reflection, he understood why his Hogyoku was so effective. His Hogyoku was created using hollow spiritual particles, while Aizen's was made using Shinigami spiritual particles. Hollow and Shinigami energies are inherently antagonistic, granting his Hogyoku the ability to suppress Aizen's. However, this suppression is reciprocal, Aizen's Hogyoku would similarly suppress his. That Aizen, truly unfathomable. Not only is his power inscrutable, but he also possesses the ability to create a Hogyoku. Uchiha thought. While Uchiha was busy saving Hirako and the others, Aizen and Yusuke were also far from idle. Aizen had already dispatched his subordinates to report Uchiha's unauthorized departure from the Siri, falsely accusing him of conducting holification experiments and being the true culprit behind the soul disappearances. Yusuke, meanwhile, covertly observed both Aizen and Uchiha, including Uchiha's use of the Hogyoku to save Hirako and the others. Yusuke possessed the strength to seize the Hogyoku from Uchiha. However, his own Hogyoku, also created from hollow spiritual particles, was functionally identical to Uchiha's and could not be fused to create a more powerful one. Therefore, seizing Uchiha's Hogyoku would only serve to alert Aizen and offer no tangible benefit. For Yusuke, the truly valuable prize was the Hogyoku created from Shinigami souls, Aizen's Hogyoku. Just as Uchiha finally stabilized the holification in Hirako and the others, the Central 46 guard force surrounded the Research and Development Institute. These guards were all clad in black, ninja-like attire, their faces masked, their hair concealed beneath headbands, making identification impossible. Their appearance was strikingly similar to the 2nd Division's execution squad. Captain Uchiha Kisuke of the 12th Division, and Head Kido Captain Tachi Tsukabashi, surrender immediately and accompany us to the Central 46 for questioning. A guard, seemingly their leader, stated calmly. Unaware of Aizen's preemptive strike, Uchiha believed his summons was due to his unauthorized departure to provide support, while Tachi assumed his arrest was due to using a forbidden spell that could disrupt spacetime. The Central 46 had already deemed them responsible for the holification experiments and the resulting disappearances of souls. Uchiha was considered the primary offender, and Tachi an accomplice. Without understanding the gravity of the situation, they offered no resistance, allowing the guards to place the spiritual restraints upon them, sealing their spiritual power before being taken to the Central 46 court for judgment. $20. Chapter 269, NZNT, Chapter When confronted by the Central 46, Urahara Kasuke was completely taken aback, realizing he had been manipulated by Aizen. During his absence. When confronted by the Central 46, Urahara Kasuke was completely taken aback, realizing he had been manipulated by Aizen. During his absence from the Research and Development Institute, Aizen had planted fabricated evidence of holification experiments. Urahara's unauthorized departure to aid the 9th Division had solidified his guilt. Everyone now believed his presence at the scene was to continue his experiments and eliminate the captains supporting the 9th Division's vanguard. To clear his name, Urahara revealed Aizen's crimes, but his claims were powerless against Aizen's perfect alibi, created by Kyoka Suigetsu. The Central 46's higher-ups refused to believe him. In the imposing and chilling courtroom of the Central 46, the 46 high-ranking officials, shrouded in shadows, delivered their verdict. Captain Urahara Kasuke of the 12th Division, and his accomplice, head Kido Captain Tesai Tsukabashi, are found guilty of conducting forbidden experiments and harming their comrades. They are to be stripped of all spiritual power and exiled to the world of the living forever. Furthermore, the 8 captains and vice-captains who fell victim to these wicked experiments will be dealt with as hollows in the world of the living. Upon hearing the sentence, Urahara, already disheartened, felt a wave of despair. He roared in protest, "Those captains can still be saved. Why are they being executed?" He was prepared to accept his own punishment, to live out his remaining days in hiding in the world of the living. But the death sentence for Hirako, Saragaki, and the others was unacceptable. The Central 46 ignored his outburst, issuing their final command: all sentences are to be carried out immediately. At that moment, a tall figure appeared at the courtroom entrance. Clad in a green cloak, their hair and face concealed by cloth, their identity was hidden. It was Yorichi Shihoin, Urahara's closest friend and captain of the 2nd Division. "Who's there?" Guards immediately moved to intercept the unidentified individual, but were easily dispatched with a few swift strikes of Yorichi's shahakusho. Without a word, Yorichi used Shuinpa to reach Urahara and Tesai. With a swift strike of her hand, she severed the spiritual restraints binding Urahara and Tesai, seizing them both and vanishing from the Central 46. Their spiritual power restored, the 3 swiftly left the Siriitii, arriving at a secluded forest. The hollowified captains and lieutenants lay scattered throughout the forest, including Urahara's confiscated Zanpakuto. Removing her cloak and head covering, Yorichi addressed Urahara with a mocking tone, well, you really made a mess of things this time. It's so unsightly, I almost don't want to see you again." Urahara's usual carefree demeanor was gone, replaced by profound gravity. He remained silent in response to Yorichi's mockery. "Yorichi-sama, you saved us again. But with such a major incident, how will you explain this to the Central 46? Tesai asked worriedly. A slight smirk touched Yorichi's lips. "Who wants to explain anything to those fools? I've had enough of them. Leaving the Siriitii is quite convenient, actually." Despite her words, Tesai could see a hint of reluctance in Yorichi's eyes. Besides being the captain of the 2nd Division and head of the Siriitii's covert operations, she was also the head of the Shihuin clan. Her departure would place a heavy burden on her younger brother. Her defection would also put immense pressure on her family. Patting Urahara on the shoulder, Yorichi smiled. "What's wrong? Has this little setback broken you? The opponent was powerful, but has it robbed you of your desire for revenge?" Yorichi's words, a mixture of mockery and encouragement, rekindled a spark in Urahara's eyes. "Yeah, there's still much to do. Outside the Siriitii, I can prepare better. One day, Aizen will pay the price." Urahara lifted his head, his usual carefree expression returning. He smiled at Yorichi and Tesai. They knew better than anyone how dangerous a serious Urahara could be. Tesai asked, "So, Urahara, what are your plans?" Urahara pondered, "I'll prepare 11 substitute bodies so we can hide in the world of the living." Yorichi waved her hand dismissively. "Who wants to be stuck with you lot? Even if I stay in Soul Society, the Central 46 can't touch me. 10 substitute bodies will suffice." Urahara nodded. "If you're staying in Soul Society, be careful. Tesai, I'll need your help creating these 10 jiggies." At that moment, a man's voice echoed nearby. "Captain Urahara, you only need 2 jiggies. Leave the other 8 hollowified individuals to my care." Yorichi, Urahara, and Tesai's eyes narrowed as they turned towards the source of the voice. A man wearing a hollow mask stood nearby, observing them silently. They hadn't noticed his arrival. Well, trouble always seems to find us. Who might you be, my mysteriously attired friend?" Yorichi asked, her tone light, but her senses were on high alert. Even she, Yorichi, the Shunshin, flash god, hadn't sensed his approach. This newcomer was clearly formidable. Beside Yorichi, Urahara drew his Zanpakuto, and Tesai assumed a Kido stance. The hollow mask seemed vaguely familiar to Urahara. It triggered a memory, security footage from over 50 years ago, when the Research and Development Institute was infiltrated. You're the one who infiltrated the Itachi over 50 years ago, stealing materials and data. Urahara stated definitively. $20. Chapter 270, NZNT, Chapter. Yuruchi, having also seen the security footage, recognized the mask, her brow furrowing. That is the same mask. To appear after all these. Yuruchi, having also seen the security footage, recognized the mask, her brow furrowing. That is the same mask. To appear after all these years, are you also working with Aizen? The newcomer was, of course, Yusuke, still concealing his identity behind the hollow mask. Sasuke Aizen. I'm not affiliated with him. I'm only here to help the injured, Yusuke said with a smile. His gaze swept over the hollowified captains and lieutenants lying behind the trio, their faces still masked. Leave them to me. I will help them better control their hollowification. Urahara scoffed. I can handle their hollowification myself. As for you, mysterious stranger, let's see what kind of unsightly face you're hiding behind that mask. With that, Urahara launched a surprise attack, shunpoing towards Yusuke, his Zanpakuto aimed at the mask. Yusuke drew his own Zanpakuto to block the attack. Urahara and Yuruchi were among the strongest captains in the Godai 13, even Yusuke had to take them seriously. As Yusuke parried Urahara's attack, Yuruchi appeared beside him, shunpoing with incredible speed. Yuruchi crouched low, her bandages instantly unwrapping, wrapping around Yusuke in several coils. These were special bandages created by Urahara using unique materials, incredibly strong and capable of sealing spiritual pressure. Few could break free once bound by them. Urahara and Yuruchi were incredibly fast and coordinated. An ordinary Shinigami wouldn't have time to react to such a combined assault. However, Yusuke found this attack rather underwhelming. He used his Zanpakuto to deflect Urahara's blade, a force so overwhelming that it sent Urahara flying backward uncontrollably. Simultaneously, Yusuke grabbed the bandages Yuruchi had released, yanking with such force that he lifted Yuruchi into the air. Tesai, not content to stand idly by, gathered his spiritual energy and unleashed a prepared Kido spell. Urahara and Yuruchi had been too close for him to attack Yusuke before. Now that Yusuke had repelled them, Tesai had a clear shot. Heido number 91. Senju Koten Taiho. Dozens of white energy blasts, each packed with immense spiritual pressure, rained down on Yusuke. A direct hit would cause a devastating explosion, obliterating the target. Bakudo number 81. Danku. Bakudo number 63. Seijo Sabaku. As Tesai unleashed his Heido, Yusuke, without incantation, completed 2 Bakudo spells. A semi-transparent spiritual energy barrier materialized, blocking Tesai's energy blasts. Simultaneously, 4 golden chains of spiritual energy bound Tesai, completely restraining him. Bound by the spiritual chains, Tesai lost control of his spiritual pressure and collapsed to the ground. Tesai felt utterly defeated. In just a few hours, he had suffered 2 major blows. First, Aizen, a mere vice-captain, had effortlessly blocked his Hiryugekizoku Shinten Reiho with a chantless Danku. Now, an unknown enemy had similarly blocked his Senju Koten Taiho with a chantless Danku, and then promptly bound him with Seijo Sabaku, completely incapacitating him. Perhaps my Kido skills aren't as strong as I thought, Tesai wondered, doubting himself. Though Tesai's attack had failed to harm Yusuke, and he himself was now restrained, this brief exchange had bought Urahara and Yuruchi time. Awaken, Benihime. Urahara roared, his Zanpakuto undergoing a spiritual transformation, becoming a shimmering red net of spiritual energy that rapidly enveloped Yusuke. Urahara's Zanpakuto development was unparalleled among Shinigami. His Shirkai alone had displayed 7 different forms, each with a unique release command. This form was perfectly suited for restraining an opponent. Facing the rapidly approaching net, Yusuke retreated and attempted to evade it. However, Yuruchi, expertly coordinating with Urahara, closed the escape route with her incredible Shuinpa speed. Sorry, no way through. Yuruchi said with a smile. She spun in midair, unleashing a powerful, spiritually charged kick aimed at Yusuke, preventing his evasion. With a thud, Yusuke firmly grasped Yuruchi's ankle, her powerful kick failing to move him an inch. My apologies. I was trying to avoid damaging his Zanpakuto. But now. Yusuke said calmly. Having intercepted Yuruchi's kick, Yusuke had no time to dodge the approaching red energy net. He unleashed his Zanpakuto's spiritual energy in a forward slash. A white blade of light collided with the red energy net. A sharp cracking sound echoed as the entire net disintegrated. What? Impossible. Yuruchi and Urahara exclaimed in unison, stunned that Urahara's usually unstoppable technique had been so easily shattered. The red energy net's spiritual energy recoalesced on Urahara's Zanpakuto, reforming the blade. However, the blade was now covered in cracks, temporarily unusable. Once a Zanpakuto is damaged, it cannot be repaired, a new unrefined blade must be found to awaken its true power. While Urahara's Zanpakuto wasn't destroyed and could slowly repair itself, the extent of the damage meant it would take a century to fully recover. $20. Chapter 271, NZNT, Chapter. Sheathing his cracked Zanpakuto, Urahara, unable to dwell on the damage, immediately prepared to use Kido against Yusuke. Yoruchi, her ankle. Sheathing his cracked Zanpakuto, Urahara, unable to dwell on the damage, immediately prepared to use Kido against Yusuke. Yoruchi, her ankle still trapped in Yusuke's grasp, flipped, using her free leg to forcefully kick Yusuke, forcing him to release his hold. Using the momentum of the kick, Yoruchi quickly retreated, creating distance, and regained her balance. Yoruchi and Urahara exchanged a look, silently confirming their next course of action. Just as they were about to attack again, they saw Yusuke calmly sheathing his Zanpakuto. Yusuke's unexpected cessation of combat puzzled them. He clearly held the advantage, why would he stop fighting? As they pondered this, Tesai's anxious voice cut through the silence, Yoruchi, Urahara. What's going on? Why aren't you attending to Hirako and the others? Yoruchi and Urahara were shocked. The 8 captains and vice-captains were gone. Urahara's face darkened. Impossible. Even in the heat of battle, my spiritual pressure was monitoring the surroundings. I couldn't have missed them disappearing. Yoruchi frowned in agreement. That's right. I was also constantly monitoring with my spiritual pressure. It's impossible I wouldn't have noticed. I was calling out to you both, but you seemed completely focused on the fight, not even hearing my shouts, Tesai said. Urahara and Yoruchi were now certain they had been affected by some sort of enemy technique. While they could almost excuse missing subtle movements, Tesai's loud calls were impossible to ignore. You did something, didn't you? Some kind of genjutsu, illusionary technique, to distract us, Urahara said, his gaze fixed on Yusuke. The technique Yusuke had used was a new dojutsu, a technique, gained after his eyes evolved under the influence of the Hogyoku. It was called Shikensho, perception barrier, a technique that completely captivated the target's attention. While a knowledgeable target could consciously shift their focus away from Yusuke, doing so would require an enormous expenditure of mental energy. Yusuke, however, offered no explanation. Smiling noncommittally, Yusuke said, I'm not in the habit of explaining my abilities to my opponents. Since the captains and vice-captains have been invited, I shall take my leave. As he spoke, Yusuke's body began to twist into a spatial vortex, disappearing from sight. Wait. Stop. Seeing Yusuke's escape, Urahara and Yoruchi instantly used Shumenpa to intercept him. With Hirako, Saragaki, and the others now in the hands of this mysterious individual, letting him escape was unthinkable. Despite their incredible speed, they were a step too slow. Their hands passed harmlessly through Yusuke's vanishing form. Damn it! Urahara exclaimed, his face burning with anger. Yoruchi sighed, shaking her head. Regret won't help now. We need to calmly consider our next move. This individual's spiritual pressure is significantly higher than ours. Although we weren't at full power, I could sense he could have killed us if he chose to. Since he showed mercy, perhaps he won't harm Hirako and the others. Urahara nodded, his expression grim. We can only hope so. Turning to Tesai, still bound by golden spiritual chains, Urahara pointed a finger, a red spiritual energy erupting from his fingertip. Release. The golden chains shattered with a click upon contact with the red energy, freeing Tesai. Tesai, his spiritual power and mobility restored, pushed himself to his feet. Stretching, Tesai asked, what now? We're just going to leave Hirako and the others. Yoruchi considered. You two should head to the world of the living and hide. I'll stay in Soul Society and gather information on Hirako and the others. He's a Shinigami, so he's likely hiding somewhere in Soul Society. Although Yusuke wore a hollow mask, Yoruchi and the others hadn't considered Hueco Mundo as his base of operations. Many hollows existed in Soul Society and the world of the living, there was no need to go to Hueco Mundo for a hollow mask. At that moment, the spiritual pressure of numerous Shinigami approached, signaling the arrival of the Siriiti's pursuit. No time to waste. I've set up a temporary Senkaman gate nearby. Let's go. Yoruchi, are you sure you're not coming with us to the world of the living? Urahara asked. Yoruchi waved her hand dismissively. No, no. You two get going. I'll hide at the Shiba house. Without waiting for a reply, Yoruchi vanished in a flash of darkness. Urahara and Tesai exchanged a look before heading towards the gate. Yusuke, having secured Hirako and the others, transported them to Hueco Mundo. Thanks to Urahara's use of the Hogyoku, their hollowification had been temporarily stabilized. The hollow masks on their faces were only partial. In a palace prepared for the Arrancar, Yusuke sealed their spiritual power with Gentii Rain. Kuratsuchi Mayuri arrived shortly after receiving his message. That Aizen is truly terrifying. He used 4 Godii 13 captains for his holification experiments. Looking at the fallen captains, Kuratsuchi exclaimed in surprise. She didn't recognize the captains individually, but their Hayori clearly identified their rank. Yusuke smiled. Indeed, Aizen is our greatest opponent. Kuratsuchi chuckled darkly. But in terms of terrifying individuals, you surpass even him. His plan unfolded right under your nose. You must have an informant among his ranks. $20. Chapter 272, NZNT, Chapter. Yusuke simply smiled enigmatically in response to Kuratsuchi's question, offering no further explanation. His extensive knowledge of Aizen. Yusuke simply smiled enigmatically in response to Kuratsuchi's question, offering no further explanation. His extensive knowledge of Aizen stemmed largely from Aizen being a time traveler. While Yusuke had assigned Myler to infiltrate Aizen's circle, Myler had only recently joined Aizen's ranks and hadn't yet relayed any valuable information. With keen interest, Kuratsuchi examined each holified Shinigami, finally selecting Hirako, whose spiritual pressure was the strongest. He lifted Hirako effortlessly, placing him on the examination table and beginning a detailed analysis using his various devices. Kuratsuchi's equipment had a distinctly modern feel, including what appeared to be computer consoles, monitors, and other advanced machinery. His hands moved rapidly across the control panels, constantly observing the readings on the various instruments. His excitement grew with each passing moment. That Aizen is a genius. To devise such a method for enhancing Shinigami spiritual pressure. I'd love to exchange research notes with him someday, he exclaimed. After about half an hour of analysis, Kuratsuchi suddenly let out a triumphant roar. Yusuke, who had been waiting patiently, smiled. It seems you've made a breakthrough. Are you confident you can help them control their holification? Kuratsuchi chuckled. Of course, I'm Kuratsuchi Mayuri. However, this will require considerable further research, and I'll need your Hogyoku temporarily. My research is dependent on it. Yusuke nodded, smiling. No problem. I fully support your research endeavors. Although the Hogyoku was incredibly important, Yusuke wasn't concerned about lending it to Kuratsuchi. He had complete faith in his surveillance capabilities, confident that Kuratsuchi wouldn't be able to conceal any treachery. He also understood Kuratsuchi's nature. Kuratsuchi was a dedicated researcher, and while he sought to enhance his own abilities, it was merely a means to further his research. If he truly desired a Hogyoku, he was perfectly capable of creating one himself, and Yusuke wouldn't have stopped him. Kuratsuchi's reaction to Yusuke's easy agreement was one of surprise. Joining you in Hueco Mundo was indeed the best decision I ever made. Kuratsuchi said with a laugh. Yusuke smiled. And it was the best decision I ever made as well. Kuratsuchi's confidence in refining Aizen's holification experiments to the point where Shinigami could control the holification was something Yusuke hadn't anticipated. After all, it was a research project even Aizen had struggled to perfect. Upon reflection, it wasn't difficult to understand. Aizen had conducted his research in secret, always wary of the Godii 13's attention. Kuratsuchi, however, had Yusuke's full support and could work freely in Hueco Mundo. The difference was substantial. At that moment, Hirako slowly opened his eyes. As the strongest among the holified Shinigami, and because Kuratsuchi had used rather stimulating methods during his examination, he was the first to awaken. This is Hueco Mundo. You, Uchiha Yusuke, are working with Aizen. And Kuratsuchi, who was missing, was rescued by Aizen as well. Hirako, initially disoriented, was shocked to see Yusuke and Kuratsuchi. Recalling the events before his collapse, he immediately assumed they were Aizen's accomplices. Watching Hirako struggle to get up from the examination table, Yusuke smiled. Captain Hirako, I am not working with Aizen. I have merely been observing his plans, including the recent string of soul disappearances and his holification experiments on you. Hirako's initial shock subsided slightly upon hearing Yusuke's words. He wasn't necessarily believing Yusuke, but he began analyzing the veracity of his statement. Looking at his still unconscious comrades, Hirako said sternly, if you're not Aizen's accomplice, why did you capture us? Yusuke smiled. I was trying to save you. You were merely victims of Aizen's holification experiments. If your holification isn't controlled, you'll eventually be consumed by the hollow within. Kuratsuchi added with a laugh, Captain Hirako, I never expected to meet you under these circumstances. But rest assured, with me, Kuratsuchi, here, you won't die. Through their conversation, Hirako began to believe that Yusuke and Kuratsuchi weren't working with Aizen. However, he knew that Yusuke, who was aware of Aizen's plans yet remained silent, was undoubtedly not simple. His presence within the Godii 13 must have a hidden purpose. Staring intently at Yusuke, Hirako said sternly, what are your true intentions in joining the Godii 13? Yusuke smiled. You don't need to know that yet. Just rest here in Hueco Mundo. Kuratsuchi will help you control the hollow within you. Turning to Kuratsuchi, Yusuke said, this palace is in your care. Don't let them cause any trouble. If needed, seek Okuyura's assistance. Kuratsuchi cackled. Rest assured, no test subject has ever escaped my control. Yusuke nodded and turned to leave. Hearing that they were in Hueco Mundo, Hirako was startled. He shouted after Yusuke, how long will you keep us here? What's happening in the Siriidii? Yusuke, his back to Hirako, turned his head slightly. Speaking of the Siriidii, I forgot to mention, you can't go back. What do you mean? Hirako asked. Yusuke said slowly, the Central 46 has sentenced you all to death as hollows. Impossible. That's impossible. You must be lying, Hirako said, his voice laced with disbelief. Hirako, having served the Siriidii for over 1,000 years, couldn't believe the Central 46 would treat him and his comrades so cruelly. Whether or not I'm telling the truth, you'll have ample opportunity to verify it soon enough, Yusuke said calmly. Stop. Stop right there, Uchiha Yusuke. Hirako, unable to accept the Siriidi's judgment, tried to stop Yusuke from leaving. Arg. Hirako cried out in pain as the spiritual pressure on the hollow mask covering half his face surged, his intense emotions triggering a hollow outburst. Kuratsuchi quickly produced a syringe filled with green liquid and injected it into Hirako's neck, rapidly administering the contents. The surge of spiritual pressure subsided, and Hirako's consciousness faded. Jiji. Captain Hirako, you are now my test subject. Before losing consciousness, Hirako heard Kuratsuchi's chilling laughter. $20. Chapter 273, NZNT, Chapter. Captain Aizen, is Uchiha Yusuke truly one of your subordinates? Tozen Kanemi posed the question to Aizen within his private chamber. Heed. Captain Aizen, is Uchiha Yusuke truly one of your subordinates? Tozen Kanemi posed the question to Aizen within his private chamber. He'd wanted to clarify this point ever since overhearing Aizen's conversation with Hirako, but hadn't had the chance. Aizen's usual smile was absent, replaced by a dark, brooding expression. If not for Hirako's accidental revelation, he wouldn't have known his actions might have been observed. Uchiha Yusuke is not one of us, Aizen stated gravely. What? Then he must be aware of all our actions. Jin Ichimaru and Hegawa Myler remained impassive, but Tozen's exclamation betrayed his shock. Aizen carefully observed his subordinates' reactions, equally concerned about the possibility of a Yusuke informant among them. Myler, a recent recruit with limited knowledge, was less suspect. This left Aizen uncertain about the loyalty of Tozen and Jin Ichimaru. His gaze swept over the two. Tozen appeared visibly agitated, while Jin Ichimaru remained his usual inscrutable self, leaving Aizen even more perplexed. Jin Ichimaru, deeply familiar with Aizen's personality, understood the unspoken implications of Aizen's gaze. He knew he hadn't leaked any information, and he even began to suspect Tozen of betrayal. The atmosphere became tense, a palpable sense of mistrust hanging in the air. Aizen understood the fatal consequences of such an atmosphere within a team. His smile returned. Don't worry. I will personally test Uchiha Yusuke. Since he didn't expose us to Hirako, he must have his own agenda. Besides, the Central 46's judgment has already been delivered. Even if he wanted to betray us, he has no concrete evidence. Aizen glanced at the clock on the wall. Tozen, Jin, it's almost time. We should head to the captain's meeting. In the Godei 13's main hall, all the current captains were assembled. Compared to previous meetings, the number of captains in their white Haori was significantly reduced. The soul disappearance incident had severely weakened the Godei 13's high command, eliminating nearly half of its core strength. With some captains unable to attend, their vice-captains were present in their stead. Divisions where both captain and vice-captain were absent were represented by the highest-ranking seated officer. With everyone present, Captain Commander Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto began summarizing the soul disappearance incident and conveying the Central 46's decision. Following the Central 46's decree, Urahara Kasuke, falsely accused of the holification experiments, the victims, like Hirako, and those deemed Urahara's accomplices, Yoruichi and Tessai, were all declared deserters. Any sighting of them warranted immediate arrest, resistance would result in immediate execution. The verdict clearly illustrated the expendability of even Godei 13 captains and vice-captains in the eyes of the Siriidi's higher-ups. Despite knowing Hirako and the others were victims, the Central 46 hadn't considered rehabilitation, opting for extermination. That concludes the Central 46's final judgment on this incident. We will now discuss how to address the vacancies left by the numerous missing captains and vice-captains, Yamamoto stated calmly. Many present showed their displeasure at Yamamoto's announcement of the Central 40 SIXS verdict, particularly Suifeng, the 2ND Division's vice-captain, who was visibly enraged. Impossible. Captain Yuruchi would never desert the Serie Iti. I refuse to accept the Central 40 SIXS judgment. Suifeng, overcome with emotion, broke formation and confronted Yamamoto. Despite her usual deference to the captain commander, the thought of her revered captain being declared a deserter had overwhelmed her. However, she was met with Yamamoto's intensely sharp gaze. An immense wave of spiritual pressure bore down on Suifeng, making it difficult to breathe. With a thud, Suifeng, who had been so defiant moments before, knelt, unable to control her body. Sweat poured down her face, her eyes wide with fear. Those who still harbored resentment instantly silenced themselves, bowing their heads. The hall fell deathly silent. In similar situations, Captain Shunsui Kairaku of the 8th Division would usually intervene to defuse the tension. He was one of Yamamoto's most favored students, and Yamamoto would typically grant him some leeway. However, Kairaku's expression was grim. He was consumed by self-reproach. Due to his recommendation, Lisa Yatamaru, the 8th Division's vice-captain, who should have been uninvolved, had become a victim and was now also considered a deserter. Lisa, as her captain, did I make a grave mistake? Kairaku reflected inwardly. At that precise moment, Yusuke stepped forward, shielding Suifeng, calmly absorbing the spiritual pressure directed at her. The pressure lifted from Suifeng, the oppressive feeling instantly vanishing. Looking up, Suifeng saw a tall figure in a white captain's haori bearing the number 6, signifying his identity. Seeing Yusuke, usually reticent during captain's meetings, intervene on Suifeng's behalf, Yamamoto said, his expression unreadable, Captain Uchiha, do you also object to the Central 40 SIXS decision? Yusuke smiled. I do not intend to dispute the Central 40 SIXS judgment, but I wish to address your earlier comments regarding filling the vacant captain and vice-captain positions. Yamamoto showed slight surprise, nodding. Then please, Captain Uchiha, share your thoughts. Turning to Suifeng, still kneeling, Yusuke said, Vice-Captain Suifeng, please return to your position. I have something to report to the captain commander. Suifeng, understanding Yusuke's intervention, looked at him with gratitude before returning to her place. However, subdued by Yamamoto's earlier display of power, she remained silent, her gaze fixed on her feet. Once Suifeng had resumed her position, Yusuke addressed Yamamoto. Captain Commander, Byakuya Kuchiki, the 6th Division's vice-captain, has completed his Bankai training and is fully capable of assuming the captain's responsibilities. Therefore, after careful consideration, I have decided to relinquish the 6th Division captaincy to him, and I will assume command of another division. $20. Chapter 274, NZNT, Chapter. Yusuke's statement that Byakuya Kuchiki had mastered Bankai caused a ripple of astonishment among those present. Not only did Yamamoto genre. Yusuke's statement that Byakuya Kuchiki had mastered Bankai caused a ripple of astonishment among those present. Not only did Yamamoto Genryusai show surprise, but the other captains, the vice-captains and seated officers standing in for absent captains, all displayed expressions of disbelief. Byakuya Kuchiki hadn't been in the 6th Division long, and by Shinigami standards, he was still young. No one present had anticipated his mastery of Bankai. If Captain Uchiha's statement is accurate, it is indeed excellent news. The Kuchiki clan has always led the 6th Division, and Byakuya Kuchiki is a suitable successor as captain, Yamamoto Genryusai said slowly. Turning his gaze to Yusuke, Yamamoto continued, Captain Uchiha, with several captaincies now vacant, which division do you intend to lead? Feigning deliberation, Yusuke smiled. I possess some aptitude for research and development. Might I be considered for the 12th Division? Since Urahara Kasuke's establishment of the Research and Development Institute, the 12th Division was practically synonymous with it. While Yusuke considered his chances of securing the 12th Division captaincy slim, he still proposed it. There was always a chance Yamamoto Genryusai might agree. As Yusuke expected, his request was immediately rejected. Yamamoto Genryusai shook his head without a moment's hesitation. The 12th Division and the Research and Development Institute are implicated in forbidden experiments. This soul disappearance incident is also undeniably linked to the 12th Division. I will not be appointing a captain to that division for the time being, its future will be determined in consultation with the Central 46. Yamamoto Genryusai's stated reason was only a partial explanation. Yusuke's relatively short tenure and mysterious origins were also significant factors. The position of head of the Research and Development Institute was too crucial and sensitive to be entrusted to a Shinigami who had only been in the Serie Iti for around 50 years. While Urahara Kasuke's time as captain of the 12th Division was also short, he had served in the 2ND Division's execution squad for centuries beforehand, a key factor in Yuruchi's successful recommendation. Yusuke had anticipated Yamamoto's refusal. Without lingering on the 12th Division, Yusuke feigned further consideration, smiling. In that case, might I join the 3rd Division? The 3RD Division's role is support, and while my abilities are modest, I believe I can still contribute to the Godi 13. Aizen, standing in for the 5th Division captain, remained outwardly calm but inwardly felt a surge of alarm. The 3RD Division support role involved extensive collaboration with other divisions, making it a prime target for Aizen's ambitions. He had intended for Jin Ichimaru to assume the 3rd Division captaincy, but Yusuke had acted first. Yamamoto Genryusai, after considering Yusuke's suggestion, found it suitable. Yusuke's demonstrated strength was considerable, and his presence in the support-oriented 3rd Division would enhance their capabilities in future conflicts. Captain Uchiha's dedication to duty is admirable. I believe the 3rd Division will not disappoint under your leadership. However, before the transfer is finalized, both your abilities and Vice Captain Kachiki's will require evaluation by myself and the Central 46, Yamamoto Genryusai stated. His objective achieved, Yusuke said no more, bowing respectfully to Yamamoto before returning to his place. Suddenly, Yusuke felt a gaze upon him. Turning, he met Aizen's smiling eyes. Yusuke returned the smile with a subtle nod. The remainder of the meeting focused on filling the remaining vacant captain and vice captain positions. After deliberation, it was decided to temporarily promote existing vice captains and seated officers to maintain the functioning of each division. The temporary arrangements were as follows: 2nd Division Captain, Sui Feng, acting; 3rd Division Captain, Uchiha Yusuke; 5th Division Captain, Aizen, acting; 6th Division Captain, Kachiki Byakuya; 7th Division Captain, Kamimura Sajin, acting; 9th Division Captain, Tozen Kanami, acting; 12th Division Captain, vacant. Aizen, Tozen Kanami, and Jin Ichimaru did not claim the captaincy despite their mastery of Bankai. The simultaneous emergence of 2 vice captains and a seated officer achieving Bankai would be too sudden and might raise suspicions. They would wait, mastering Bankai individually before seeking promotion. Aizen still needed to consider Jin Ichimaru's future role after losing the 3rd Division captaincy to Yusuke. After the meeting concluded, as Yusuke prepared to leave for the 6th Division barracks, Aizen called out to him. Meanwhile, Jin Ichimaru, tasked by Aizen to probe Nagato-yu, had an ostensibly chance encounter with her in a Siri-idi corridor. Nagato-yu, en route to inspect the Central 46, felt a chill upon seeing Jin Ichimaru approaching but maintained a composed expression. She knew Yusuke closely monitored Aizen, Jin Ichimaru, and Tozen Kanami, with Jin Ichimaru, and his unsettling smile, being the most worrisome. Instinctively, he felt profoundly dangerous. The corridor was narrow, avoiding him was impossible. Preparing to walk past him, head down, she was surprised when Jin Ichimaru greeted her. "Isn't this Nagato, the 4th seat of the 6th Division? Are you on your way to inspect the Central 46? Jin Ichimaru asked with a smile. Nagato, you couldn't feign ignorance. Yes, Senior Lieutenant Ichimaru. Jin Ichimaru nodded and passed her, appearing as if he'd simply engaged her in casual conversation. Nagato, you didn't suspect anything and continued her patrol when she heard voices behind her. Vice Captain Aizen, good day. The mention of Aizen struck Nagato as odd. Was Aizen here? Turning, she saw a Shinigami bowing respectfully to Jin Ichimaru. A cold dread washed over Nagato. She realized she had inadvertently revealed her ability to see through his disguise. Jin Ichimaru was, in fact, under the influence of Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu. Those who saw him perceived him as Aizen. Nagato, however, wasn't affected due to her possession of the Jorinmaru purifying orb, instantly recognizing Jin Ichimaru. Jin Ichimaru exchanged pleasantries with the Shinigami, then turned the corner at the end of the corridor. Before disappearing, he gave Nagato a knowing smile. $20. Chapter 275, NZNT, Chapter. In a secluded garden near the main hall, a captain and a vice-captain stood side by side, Yusuke and Aizen. Captain Uchiha, you've been in. In a secluded garden near the main hall, a captain and a vice-captain stood side by side, Yusuke and Aizen. Captain Uchiha, you've been in the Godi 13 for over 50 years now, haven't you? Aizen remarked with a smile. Yusuke chuckled. Indeed. Even for a Shinigami, time flies. Before I knew it, I'd become one of the elder captains. Aizen shook his head slightly. That's due to exceptional circumstances. If not for Captain Urahara's clandestine holification experiments, resulting in the loss of so many captains and vice-captains, it would be quite common for a captain to serve for hundreds, even thousands of years. Take me, for instance, I've been the 5th Division's vice-captain for over 400 years. Since yesterday's events, Aizen had been mostly occupied with Myler, and Yusuke hadn't yet received any reports from him. He was unaware that Aizen had already discovered Yusuke and Nagato's ability to see through his Kyoka Suigetsu and had noticed his unusual behavior during his conversation with Hirako. Despite this, Yusuke sensed a probing undercurrent in Aizen's words. Without directly responding, Yusuke smiled. Vice Captain Aizen, what might you require of me? Instead of commenting on Aizen's mention of Urahara's holification experiments, Yusuke directly addressed Aizen's purpose. Aizen sighed. I merely find it unexpected. Just yesterday evening, I was conversing with Captain Hirako and Captain Uchiha, and yet, not long after, Captain Hirako was attacked. Aizen's mention of the previous evening, when Yusuke and Nagato encountered Hirako and the Aizen imposter, was a subtle attempt to gauge Yusuke's reaction. Yusuke felt a chill run down his spine, realizing Aizen had likely noticed something. Under Aizen's scrutinizing gaze, Yusuke remained composed, quickly analyzing the situation. During their encounter with Hirako and the imposter, Yusuke's reaction to the imposter's identity was noticeable, even if fleeting. Hirako, perceptive as he was, likely noticed something. Therefore, Hirako's immediate suspicion upon awakening was that Yusuke was Aizen's accomplice, and Aizen's suspicion stemmed from noticing clues during his exchange with Hirako. Yusuke knew feigning ignorance would be futile. Adjusting his glasses, Yusuke smiled. I don't recall seeing Vice Captain Aizen when I met Captain Hirako yesterday. Aizen's certainty that Yusuke had observed his unusual behavior was confirmed. A barely perceptible glint of malice flashed in his eyes. Aizen smiled. Captain Uchiha, you can indeed see through my Kyoka Suigetsu. Yet, during the Central 40 SIXS questioning of the captains and vice captains last night, why didn't you expose me? Yusuke responded calmly, and why would I have exposed you? Aizen's brow furrowed slightly at Yusuke's ambiguous answer, leaving him uncertain whether Yusuke was truly monitoring his actions. Was Yusuke in the Siriitii for his own purposes, having inadvertently discovered Aizen's actions? Or was he secretly watching, waiting for the opportune moment to strike? Looking at Aizen's silent contemplation, Yusuke smiled. Vice Captain Aizen, unless there's something else, I shall return to my barracks. I need to inform Byakuya of my recommendation for him to become the new 6th Division captain. Yusuke turned to leave, encountering Jin Ichimaru, returning from probing Nagato en route to report to Aizen. Jin Ichimaru bowed to Yusuke, who nodded, and they passed each other. Approaching Aizen, Jin Ichimaru whispered, I've tested her. Nagato, you can see through your Kyoka Suigetsu. Her ability seems to perceive the truth directly, but she doesn't detect the unusual spiritual pressure fluctuations of your Kyoka Suigetsu. Aizen nodded grimly. I understand. Jin Ichimaru watched Yusuke's retreating figure. Did you discover anything from your conversation with Captain Uchiha? Aizen said slowly, he did notice our irregularities, but he hasn't chosen to expose us yet. Whether or not he's hostile, we must proceed with greater caution. Jin Ichimaru showed surprise. Since he isn't exposing us, he must have his own motives. Should we assign someone to approach him? Aizen shook his head. Approaching him now would be too obvious. Let's wait. The most important thing is to avoid him and Nagato in our future actions. When Yusuke returned to the 6th Division barracks, Nagato had already finished her patrol and was waiting for him. Nagato looked anxious. Upon seeing Yusuke, she immediately recounted Jin Ichimaru's attempt to probe her. I'm sorry. I lost my composure and revealed my ability, Nagato apologized. The usually impassive Nagato looked close to tears. Yusuke smiled, stroking her head gently. Don't worry, it's not a major setback. Aizen is an incredibly perceptive individual, any clue will attract his attention. Our exposure was inevitable. Yusuke's expression turned serious. However, now that they know about your ability, they might target you. Be cautious. If you detect anything unusual, use the cursed crow mark to contact me immediately. Yes, I understand, Nagato nodded. 2 days later, the Central 46 and the Goti I-13's Captain Commander approved Byakuya Kuchiki as the new 6th Division captain. Unlike Yusuke, who was an outsider requiring a demonstration of strength, Byakuya Kuchiki's display of Bankai secured immediate approval from the Central 46 representative. The 2-day delay was merely a procedural formality. For the nobles of the Central 46, having the Kuchiki clan, one of Seoul society's 5 noble families, as their protectors provided a strong sense of security. Captain Yusuke, I would rather serve under you than become captain. Your guidance over these years has been invaluable. In the 6th Division barracks, Byakuya Kuchiki spoke sincerely to Yusuke, who was packing his belongings. While packing, Yusuke smiled. How will you grow if you remain under my command? As captain, you should pass on your experience and knowledge to deserving seated officers and younger generations, guiding them to become independent Shinigami like yourself. Byakuya Kuchiki's expression showed understanding. Deserving seated officers and younger generations. Byakuya Kuchiki pondered, glancing at his uncle, 3rd Seat Koga Kuchiki, before shaking his head, pretending not to see him. All right, I'm almost done packing. I should head to my new barracks. The 6th Division is in your capable hands now. Yusuke brushed dust from his hands, standing to address Byakuya. 2 assistants carried large bags as they followed Yusuke out. The barracks courtyard was filled with 6th Division members. Except for those on patrol or guard duty, everyone was present. Seeing their sadness and tears, Yusuke felt touched. Just as he was about to give a heartfelt farewell speech, the members began to cry out. "Yu-chan, you can't leave us. Yu-chan, what will I do without you? Yu-chan, I want to go to the 3rd Division with you." Yusuke realized they were lamenting Nagato Yu's departure. He hadn't expected the outwardly cold Yu to be so popular. Looking at Nagato Yu, who was being taken to the 3rd Division, he noticed she seemed unaffected by their cries, simply adjusting her glasses. However, from Yusuke's angle, he could see a hint of sadness in her eyes. Leaving the 6th Division, Yusuke arrived at the 3rd Division barracks, where the seated officers, assembled by Vice Captain Chikane Iba, awaited their new captain. Chikane Iba was an older female Shinigami and the mother of 7th Division seated officer Izumi Iba. As her name suggested, she possessed a strong, unwavering personality. Former 3rd Division Captain Ryūjin Otoribashi, despite being her superior, had been quite afraid of her, often needing her approval for decisions. This wasn't due to Chikane's lust for power but her inherent personality. She was a strong-willed woman. As the 3RD Division's longest-serving member, Chikane Iba's contributions far surpassed anyone else's. In the meeting hall, Yusuke greeted the seated officers warmly, observing their abilities and potential. The 3rd Division, frequently involved in supporting other divisions, possessed strong members, but Yusuke didn't find anyone exceptionally outstanding. "Captain Uchiha, welcome to the 3rd Division. Our focus is combat support. When other divisions are short-staffed, that's when we shine. We work most closely with the 5th Division, which handles rescue operations. We often collaborate on dangerous or urgent missions requiring support." Once seated, Chikane Iba introduced the 3RD Division's responsibilities and the seated officers' roles. The 3RD Division's support role extended beyond combat, including assisting the 4th Division with medical care and the 9th Division with prison security. The work was diverse, with each seated officer specializing in support for 1 or 2 divisions. After Chikane Iba's explanation, Yusuke nodded. "Vice Captain Iba, I will personally oversee future collaborations with the 5th Division." The 5th Division was now under Aizen's control, and he would soon reveal his Bankai and become captain. Yusuke preferred to personally handle anything related to Aizen. Turning to Nagato Yu, Yusuke smiled. "You, learn from Vice Captain Iba and familiarize yourself with the 3RD Division's operations as quickly as possible." Due to her age and the fate of the former captain, Ryūjin Otoribashi, Chikane Iba had decided to retire. This suited Yusuke, who was accustomed to having Nagato Yu as his second-in-command. Over the next decade, Aizen, Tozen Kanami, Jin Ichimaru, Kamamura Sajin, and Suifone gradually revealed their Bankai, and several acting vice captains were promoted to captain. Of course, Aizen and the others' mastery of Bankai was merely a strategic revelation of their already possessed abilities. Somehow, Aizen managed to convince Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai in the Central 46, transferring to the 12th Division as its captain and head of the Research and Development Institute, with Jin Ichimaru taking his place as 5th Division captain. Learning of Aizen's ascension to head the Research and Development Institute, Yusuke regretted taking Kuratsuchi Mayuri away, inadvertently creating this opportunity for Aizen. The Central 46 and Yamamoto Genryusai's decision was, without a doubt, self-destructive. The Research and Development Institute's advancements were integrated into various aspects of Seoul society. From combat and defense to surveillance and medical care, the Institute's products were ubiquitous. With control of the Research and Development Institute, Aizen's influence over the Siriiti reached unprecedented levels. Dealing with Aizen will be even more difficult, Yusuke mused. Fortunately, Myler is highly valued by him. He even brought Myler into the Research and Development Institute. That's good news. At that moment, Byakuya Kachiki arrived at the 3rd Division barracks, his face etched with urgency, seeking out Yusuke. Accompanying him was a girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to his late wife, Hizana Kachiki. After years of searching, Byakuya Kachiki had finally found his sister-in-law, Rukia. When Hizana Kachiki abandoned Rukia in the Rukongai, Rukia was merely an infant. They hadn't considered the possibility of Rukia resembling Hizana, thus overlooking that clue. Rukia's discovery was entirely accidental. Rukia's friend from the Rukongai, Renji Abarai, had been selected for the Shinigami Academy years ago due to his exceptional spiritual pressure. Recently, he'd secured an internship in the Godai 13 and, in celebration, took Rukia to a restaurant they couldn't normally afford. The restaurant was frequented by noble Shinigami. One who had met Hizana Kachiki was startled by Rukia's resemblance and informed Byakuya Kachiki. Byakuya Kachiki, realizing it was likely his wife's long-lost sister, quickly located Rukia. $20. Chapter 276, NZNT, Chapter. Captain Yusuke, this is Hizana's sister, Rukia. She will be joining the Kachiki clan. Byakuya Kachiki, holding the hand of a visibly Apper. Captain Yusuke, this is Hizana's sister, Rukia. She will be joining the Kuchiki clan. Byakuya Kuchiki, holding the hand of a visibly apprehensive young woman, introduced her to Yusuke. Rukia Kuchiki was, in fact, a lively and bold girl. However, having lived her entire life in the Rakangai, being suddenly adopted by the legendary Kuchiki clan head as his sister was quite overwhelming. Byakuya Kuchiki's perpetually cold demeanor only intensified her anxiety. However, Rukia found it unusual that Byakuya was so deferential towards Yusuke. During their journey, she had never seen Byakuya show such respect to anyone else. He usually maintained a distant, aloof demeanor, even towards other captains. This is Hizana's sister. She truly does bear an uncanny resemblance, Yusuke remarked, offering Rukia a reassuring smile that eased her tension. Captain Yusuke, now that Rukia has been found, I believe it's time to release Hizana from her seal. Seeing her sister should alleviate her suffering, Byakuya Kuchiki said, his voice slightly urgent. Yusuke nodded. I understand. Let's go now. Yusuke followed Byakuya Kuchiki to the Kuchiki family mansion, where Hizana Kuchiki's spirit coffin was kept in Byakuya's bedroom. The spirit coffin, composed of spiritual energy, remained unchanged from a decade ago, perfectly preserving Hizana's spiritual energy and life force. Through the coffin's translucent exterior, Hizana Kuchiki lay like a sleeping beauty, seemingly ready to awaken at the slightest touch. Upon seeing Hizana within the coffin, Rukia was awestruck. Although Byakuya had described her sister's resemblance, seeing a near-perfect copy of herself was still incredibly surreal. Is this really my sister? Rukia felt a mix of emotions, unsure how to approach the sister who had abandoned her. With anticipation in his eyes, Byakuya Kuchiki addressed Yusuke. Captain Yusuke, I entrust this to you. Yusuke smiled and approached the coffin. Placing his right hand gently on the central sealing inscription, a surge of powerful spiritual pressure flowed from his palm into the coffin. Spirit coffin seal, open. As Yusuke spoke, the silver-gray inscription glowed gold. The 4 spiritual chains binding the coffin pulsed with energy before retracting into the inscription. Once the chains were fully retracted, the golden light faded, and the coffin dissolved into shimmering spiritual energy. A worried Byakuya Kuchiki immediately rushed forward to catch Hizana Kuchiki as she gently descended. Despite his trust in Yusuke, the long confinement of his beloved wife had left him with lingering doubts. However, feeling her warmth and heartbeat, his anxieties vanished. Hizana Kuchiki, seemingly sensing the release of the seal, slowly opened her eyes, meeting Byakuya Kuchiki's excited gaze. Byakuya-sama, am I truly awake? Hizana Kuchiki asked. During her slumber, Hizana Kuchiki had dreamt many dreams. Often, she'd awaken, believing she'd found her sister and reunited with Byakuya, only to discover it was merely a dream. Byakuya Kuchiki's usually cold expression softened. Hizana, you're awake, and we've found our sister. Hizana Kuchiki's face lit up. She turned to see a girl who was her exact double, her expression a mix of excitement and apprehension. Rukia longed to approach her sister, the bond of blood outweighing the past abandonment. However, still somewhat apprehensive after being brought here, she remained hesitant. Yusuke gently patted Rukia's back, using his spiritual pressure to gently nudge her towards her sister. Hizana Kuchiki rose from Byakuya's embrace and hugged Rukia, weeping openly. Yusuke patted Byakuya on the shoulder, smiling. Let's give them some space. Although he longed to speak with his long-lost wife, Byakuya Kuchiki understood that his wife's focus was solely on her long-lost sister. Sighing, Byakuya Kuchiki and Yusuke left the bedroom for the courtyard. What are your plans for Rukia? I sense she has considerable potential. Joining the Gotei 13 would be a good choice, Yusuke said slowly. Byakuya Kuchiki nodded. The next batch of students from the Shinigami Academy will be starting their internship soon. I can arrange for Rukia to be among them. Yusuke smiled. You should have received the list of interns. Have you seen any promising candidates? I have a few promising individuals here. I'm not familiar with the Shinigami Academy students, Byakuya Kuchiki replied. His expression hardened. However, if their performance during their internship doesn't meet my expectations, they'll be sent back to the academy for further training. Yusuke shook his head with a smile. Don't hold others to your standards. It's getting late, I should go. I won't disturb your family reunion. Byakuya Kuchiki quickly said, Captain Yusuke, please stay for dinner. Since you transferred to the 3rd division, Byakuya has had few opportunities to learn from you. Waving his hand, Yusuke smiled and declined. You're welcome to visit the 3rd division anytime. I have some pressing matters to attend to today. Seeing Yusuke's determination, Byakuya didn't press further. Yusuke returned to the 3rd division barracks and used a spatial jump to return to Hueco Mundo. $20. Chapter 277, NZNT, Chapter. Captain Yusuke, my apologies. I have only found 5 Espada replacements who meet the requirements. Ulquiorra, kneeling before Yusuke in T. Captain Yusuke, my apologies. I have only found 5 Espada replacements who meet the requirements. Ulquiorra, kneeling before Yusuke in the Hueco Mundo Palace, spoke with remorse. Yusuke wasn't surprised. Finding hollows who met the Espada standards wasn't easy. Of the current Espada, the former 8th Espada, Sailaporo Grands, had been transferred to Kuratsuchi Mayuri under Yusuke's orders to work in the Research and Development Institute. Yusuke had appointed Neliel II Odelschwank as the new 8th Espada. While the number is small, it's enough to remind the current Espada of their precarious positions. Furthermore, I entrust you with the arrangements for the upcoming Hueco Mundo tournament, Yusuke said calmly. The Hueco Mundo tournament was an internal competition to determine the Espada rankings, held every 50 years. It served to re-establish the Espada hierarchy and provided an opportunity for replacement Espada to challenge the incumbents. The Espada members were responsible for various tasks, Ulquiorra for punishment, Haribel for security, and so on. Their duties were unrelated to their ranking, which solely reflected their strength. Yusuke, however, had another purpose for this tournament. Ulquiorra, are you aware of the hollows within Hueco Mundo who are dissatisfied with my rule? Yusuke asked. Ulquiorra responded respectfully, I have records of them, sir, and I've been monitoring them. I believe your plan will proceed without issue. Yusuke smiled and nodded. Ulquiorra, you are indeed my most trusted subordinate. Rest assured, I won't leave you idle, there's much work to be done. Ulquiorra's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes gleamed with excitement. Thank you, sir. After meeting with Ulquiorra, Yusuke visited Kuratsuchi Mayuri's laboratory. Since receiving Hirako and the others over a decade ago, Kuratsuchi Mayuri had been completely engrossed in researching Shinigami holification. His research on Shinigami holification had led to breakthroughs in understanding Arrancar multi-stage resurrection. Kuratsuchi Mayuri's technological achievements currently surpassed both Urahara Kasuke and Aizen, a fact that even Yusuke found astonishing. This wasn't because Kuratsuchi Mayuri was inherently more intelligent than Urahara Kasuke or Aizen, the three were incomparable in terms of their technological prowess. However, with Yusuke's full support and the resources of Hueco Mundo, Kuratsuchi Mayuri could focus solely on his research, unlike Urahara Kasuke and Aizen, who faced numerous constraints. If we remove the negative energy from a hollow's core and integrate it into a Shinigami, we can achieve perfect holification. No. Without the negative energy, the holification loses its spiritual pressure surge, significantly weakening its power. Kuratsuchi Mayuri muttered to himself, engrossed in his experiments and thoughts. Suddenly, he erupted in maniacal laughter, his spiritual pressure surging as a grotesque hollow mask appeared on his left side. Kuratsuchi Mayuri's face was already terrifying, but his hollow mask was even more horrifying, exuding a crazy, eerie aura. Madness. Useless. Not even a hollow can match my madness. Kuratsuchi Mayuri suppressed the hollow's outburst effortlessly, the mask quickly vanishing. I never thought Aizen's incomplete, Shinigami holification would come so close to fruition, Yusuke said with a smile. Aizen could holify Shinigami, but imperfectly. The host Shinigami often risked being consumed by the hollow, preventing widespread use of this power. However, Kuratsuchi Mayuri's research was on the verge of making Shinigami holification a controllable ability, akin to Zanpakuto or Kido. Kuratsuchi Mayuri chuckled. Isn't that obvious? He lacked the madness and dedication to understand holification through his own body. Kuratsuchi Mayuri felt a surge of pride. He had always sought to surpass Urahara Kasuke. Upon discovering Aizen's hidden technological prowess through Yusuke, he considered both men his rivals. Now, all three had developed the Hogyoku, and he had solved the problem of uncontrollable holification in Shinigami, making him feel invincible in the scientific realm. Perhaps realizing his boastfulness, Kuratsuchi Mayuri cleared his throat, regaining his composure. I've created 5 samples to enhance Arrancar power, but as I mentioned, the effects are unstable. Fusion carries significant risks. Yusuke adjusted his glasses. Don't worry. I've already prepared test subjects. Kuratsuchi Mayuri chuckled darkly. Looks like you found more unlucky souls. I hope we can start the experiment soon. If this works, your Espada will experience a massive power surge, far surpassing the Godai 13 captains. Yusuke smiled. Isn't that the goal of our experiments? In a secluded palace within Hueco Mundo, the members of the Arrancar army, clad in Hueco Mundo uniforms, sat listlessly in the courtyard. They were all bound by spiritual constraints and under the watchful eyes of Hueco Mundo guards. The courtyard was lush and green. At Yusuke's behest, the Research and Development Institute had been researching Hueco Mundo landscaping, resulting in a significantly improved environment within the palace. Hey, you idiot Hirako, haven't you figured out how to escape yet? Saragaki Hiyori yelled at Hirako. She had been imprisoned for nearly 20 years, feeling close to a mental breakdown. Yusuke, however, treated them humanely, occasionally inviting them to Hueco Mundo banquets and granting them occasional supervised outings. Hirako, lying in the grass, a dogtail grass in his mouth, looked up at the moon with its Rinnegan pattern. Escape. Look at this giant surveillance device in the sky. Where do you think we're going to run? Hirako's long hair had been forcibly cut short by Kuratsuchi Mayuri, resembling his appearance in the original story. This made Hirako resent Kuratsuchi Mayuri as much as Aizen. Lisa Yatamaru, her usually serious face suddenly softened into a love-struck expression. I've decided to stay. Being here, I've realized Neliel Tuo Delschwank is my soulmate. Lisa Yatamaru, despite her outwardly serious demeanor, was a lesbian. After their imprisonment, Neliel Tuo Delschwank, Yachiru Kusajishi, and Lily Nettie Gingerbuck often visited them, fostering friendships. Kensei Maguruma said sternly, "Are you kidding? We have to return to the Siriidi. Uchiha Yusuke is far more dangerous than Aizen. We have to inform the captain commander." Rabu Aikawa looked despondent. But according to him, we've been declared deserters by the Siriidi. Is this organization really worth serving? That's just his word, why should we believe him? Kensei snorted. Lisa Yatamaru, her love-struck expression gone, adjusted her glasses. While we can't confirm it, what he said does sound like something those nobles in the Central 46 would do. As they debated their return to the Siriidi, Hirako calmly stated, "If I can leave, I'll go to Soul Society to verify what Uchiha Yusuke said. If the Siriidi truly abandoned us, I won't serve them again. But regardless, I won't let the bastard Aizen get away with this." Captain Hirako is indeed perceptive, knowing what choice to make. A man's voice echoed, and Yusuke appeared amidst a spatial vortex. "Ah, you bastard. Take this." Hiyori, enraged, leaped into the air, aiming a flying kick at Yusuke's head. Yusuke easily dodged the attack, and Hiyori crashed into the wall behind him. The others tensed. Hirako sat up from the grass. "When are you going to release us?" Hirako demanded coldly. Yusuke smiled. "What? Are you dissatisfied with my hospitality? It seems the servants haven't been attentive enough. If you have any complaints, feel free to report them. I will punish those who are negligent." Hiyori, nursing a large bump on her head, climbed to her feet. "You bastard, you've kept us locked up for years, and you dare speak so casually. What do you want?" Yusuke turned to Hiyori. "Ms. Hiyori, aren't Neliel, Yachiru Kusajishi, and Lily Nettie Gingerbuck your friends? Why such animosity towards this place?" Hiyori's expression softened. She mumbled, "They're them. I have nothing to say to you. Just release us, and I'll visit them again." Over the years, Yusuke had strategically fostered friendships between his subordinates and the Arrancar. This was a subtle strategy to change their hostile views of Hueco Mundo. While their intentions weren't missed, human emotions couldn't be completely suppressed by logic. How could they view as enemies those who had visited and spent time with them? Hirako snorted coldly. "Are you trying to recruit me?" Yusuke smiled. "Why not? Your only remaining conviction is that I'm deceiving you, that the Siriidi hasn't abandoned you. But if I'm telling the truth, you'll have no grounds to object. Besides, your enemy, Aizen, is also my target." The Arrancar fell silent. Being abandoned by the organization they served was painful. Yusuke hadn't caused the soul disappearances, and though his motives were unclear, he hadn't harmed them and had even helped suppress their holification. Looking at the silent group, Yusuke smiled. "Mayuri Kuratsuchi's experiments on suppressing your holification are nearly complete. Soon, you'll control your holification. You'll not only avoid being consumed but also gain significant power. Consider what I've said." Yusuke began to transform into a spatial vortex. Hirako shouted, "Even with increased power, will you grant us freedom?" "Captain Hirako, freedom is not absolute. To be free, you must possess the resolve." With that, the vortex closed, and Yusuke vanished. "Damn it. He means if we don't join him, he'll keep us imprisoned forever." Kensei roared, smashing a courtyard tile to pieces. Despite his sealed spiritual pressure, Kensei's immense strength allowed him to easily shatter the stone. Lisa Yatamaru said calmly, "Isn't that perfectly reasonable? If I were in his position, I wouldn't simply release you." An Arrancar servant, hearing the commotion, rushed in. While Yusuke hadn't widely implemented Arrancarization among his hollows, most servants in Hueco Mundo were Arrancar, aligning with Yusuke's aesthetic preferences. "Mr. Kensei, why did you break the floor again?" "We'll have to report this to Lord Ulquiorra," the servant said worriedly. Kensei, startled, quickly tried to smooth things over. "Little Round, please pretend nothing happened. It was an accident. Find a replacement tile, I'll fix it myself." Little Round was the servant's name, derived from her round Arrancar mask. "Mr. Kensei, you've damaged Hueco Mundo property and attempted to obstruct justice. According to Hueco Mundo law, you are sentenced to 1 week of confinement, a cold voice announced. Ulquiorra had silently arrived. The servant, Little Round, bowed her head nervously. Ulquiorra tossed a black gem at Kensei, which transformed into a black hole-like dimensional portal, engulfing him. Damn you, Ulquiorra. I'll get you. Kensei roared before disappearing. The other Arrancar shook their heads. That idiot. $20. Chapter 278, NZNT, Chapter. Soon, the first annual Las Noches tournament commenced. This tournament allowed the Espada replacements to challenge the existing Espada M. Soon, the first annual Las Noches tournament commenced. This tournament allowed the Espada replacements to challenge the existing Espada members, vying for a place among their ranks. Incumbent Espada could also challenge those ranked above them to improve their position. Yusuke's announcement caused a sensation throughout Las Noches. All members eagerly awaited the event, and the Espada's lieutenants actively rallied support for their superiors. A colossal fighting arena had been constructed atop Las Noches. Powerful spiritual pressure seals created an incredibly strong barrier around the arena, capable of withstanding even Yusuke's full-power attacks. Surrounding the arena was a spectator area, with a raised platform in the center for Las Noches High Command. At the apex sat Yusuke, Lord of Las Noches. Below him were the Espada, along with Nelliel II Odelshwank, Yachiru Kusajishi, Kenpachi Zaraki, and others. Further down sat the Espada's lieutenants and other high-ranking members of Las Noches. The spectator area was completely full. Almost every member of Las Noches, excluding those on duty, was present to witness this inaugural tournament. Even Hirako and the other visored had received invitations and were seated in a special viewing area. Observing the Espada, lined up in impressive formation, Hirako remarked, I hear Arrancar possess a power called Resurrection, similar to a Shinigami's Bankai, greatly enhancing their combat abilities. Honestly, without my holification, I wouldn't be confident in defeating any of them. The others nodded in agreement. Lisa Yadamara calmly pushed up her glasses. Indeed, especially the 8th Espada, Nelliel II Odelshwank, and the 3rd Espada, Tyr Haribel. They're so large, I definitely wouldn't stand a chance. A blush crept onto her usually calm face. Kensei Maguruma said with interest, I'm also curious to see the Espada clash. Let's see the strength of this Uchiha Yusuke's subordinates. Beyond the visored, the audience discussed the Espada's strengths. For most hollows, the Espada were distant, unattainable figures. While their current rankings provided a general indication of strength, it wasn't fixed, and each spectator had their favorites. When the time was near, Yusuke released his spiritual pressure, enveloping the entire arena. Sensing Yusuke's spiritual pressure, everyone knew the tournament was about to begin and fell silent in anticipation. Rising from his seat, Yusuke smiled. Welcome to the first annual Las Noches tournament. This event promotes the martial spirit of Las Noches, encouraging the pursuit of strength within a controlled, friendly environment. Yusuke's voice, though soft, was amplified by his spiritual pressure, ensuring everyone could hear clearly. Before the Espada rankings, the Espada replacements will challenge the current Espada. Let's see if any newcomers can surprise us all. After Yusuke's announcement, the 5 Espada replacements were brought to the waiting area beside the arena. However, none of the replacements had yet achieved Arrancarization. While their spiritual pressure was considerable, it paled in comparison to the Arrancar Espada. A spatial vortex opened, and Yusuke materialized in the center of the arena. He held a deep blue gem radiating spiritual pressure, the Hogyoku, capable of inducing Arrancarization. Looking at the 5 nervous Espada replacements, Yusuke smiled. Luppy Antenor, Dordoni Alessandro del Sacaccio, Sirachi Sanderwichi, Ganael Lee, and Rudborn Kalut, you 5 have passed Ulquiorra's assessment. Today, before all of Las Noches, I grant you the power of Arrancarization. The 5 showed immense joy. Kneeling respectfully, they spoke in unison. We thank you for this opportunity, Lord Yusuke. Yusuke nodded, channeling the Hogyoku's power. 5 deep blue beams of light shot from the Hogyoku towards the 5 hollows. As the beams struck, the Hogyoku's unique spiritual pressure infused their bodies, enveloping them in a blue light. After several minutes, the 5 replacements began to transform. Their hollow bone armor began to recede, revealing a more human-like physique. Although their bone armor disappeared and their size reduced slightly, their spiritual pressure intensified, reaching their limits as Zanpakuta-like weapons materialized in their hands, absorbing their spiritual pressure. Witnessing this transformation, the hollows in the audience displayed longing expressions. The previously silent arena buzzed with discussion about the possibility of Arrancarization. Arrancarization was the ultimate dream for many hollows, a dream now seemingly within reach yet still distant. In a corner of the spectator area, 5 humanoid hollows whispered among themselves. These were all high-level Jillian-class hollows, their spiritual pressure comparable to that of lieutenants. This is the power of the Hogyoku. We must obtain it. Then we won't have to bow to the Shinigami and can build our own hollow empire, the central hollow declared. His name was Donald, the leader of the five. His strength and leadership commanded the others' loyalty. But such a treasure must be kept in a secure location, perhaps even carried by him. With his overwhelming power, we have no chance, a hollow resembling a woman said. Her name was Ivanka, second in strength among the five. $20. Chapter 279, NZNT, Chapter. Ginaldo said in a low voice, opportunities are created, not found. If we remain passive, opportunity will never come to us. Believe me, no. Ginaldo said in a low voice, opportunities are created, not found. If we remain passive, opportunity will never come to us. Believe me, no one understands opportunity better than I do. The four hollows beside him nodded in agreement. As the five hollows plotted, Yusuke's words sent a shockwave through them. He announced, this gem, which enabled the five Espada replacements to achieve Arankarization, is called the Hogyoku, Las Noches' most precious treasure. I will place it in the main hall of Las Noches Palace, available to those strong hollows who wish to serve Las Noches and achieve Arankarization. He continued, furthermore, those who lack confidence need not worry. As long as you serve Las Noches diligently, you will have the opportunity to achieve Arankarization. Yusuke's words ignited the entire audience. Ginaldo and Devika, along with the other three hollows, were stunned. Was this the opportunity they had been waiting for? Heaven has granted us this chance. That Shinigami truly believes he has completely controlled Hueco Mundo, leaving such a precious treasure in such a place, Ginaldo laughed. Devika, initially overjoyed, grew concerned. But Las Noches is heavily guarded. I hear Ulquiorra, out of boredom, likes to patrol constantly. If he catches us, we're doomed. Ginaldo said gravely, Las Noches is well guarded, but not impenetrable. We'll find a way to infiltrate and obtain the Hogyoku, then escape Hueco Mundo immediately. Devika nodded. But even if we get the Hogyoku, will we know how to use it? Ginaldo confidently waved his hand. Don't worry. It's merely the Hogyoku. Once I have it, I'll know how to use it. Trust me, no one understands the Hogyoku better than I do. Devika and the other three hollows seemed infected by Ginaldo's confidence. They envisioned a future where they obtained the Hogyoku, achieved Arankarization, defeated Yusuke and the Espada, and unified Hueco Mundo, their faces filled with longing. On the other side of the spectator area, Hiyori asked, what's a Hogyoku? It sounds incredibly powerful. But is this Uchiha Yusuke an idiot? Leaving it in the palace like that? Doesn't he fear it being stolen? Hirako looked serious. This Hogyoku is undoubtedly a dangerous item. I sensed a similar spiritual pressure from Aizen. These individuals are conducting forbidden experiments in secret. Soul Society will never know peace. Lisa Yatamura nodded. Indeed. Revealing the Hogyoku's location in front of so many either demonstrates absolute confidence in Las Noches' defenses or is a deliberate, fishing tactic. Kensei Maguruma snorted. They're all insidious. Back in the Gotei 13, I thought he and Aizen were good people. Turns out they're cut from the same cloth. Lisa Yatamura pushed up her glasses. I've studied Las Noches' laws. Speaking ill of him results in at least 3 months of confinement. Kensei was startled and glanced at Ulquiorra, seated in the fourth Espada position. Noticing Ulquiorra's subtle gaze, Kensei quickly shut his mouth. Kensei, with his volatile temper, had frequently broken Las Noches' laws, resulting in numerous punishments from Ulquiorra. He had developed a subconscious fear of Ulquiorra. Confinement in Las Noches involved banishment to a completely dark, empty dimensional space, offering no means of passing the time except waiting for the punishment to end. Normal humans could suffer a mental breakdown after 3 days. Even strong Shinigami or hollows found it extremely unpleasant. Perhaps a good beating would be a more preferable punishment for them. After granting Arankarization to the 5 Espada replacements, Yusuke returned to his seat. The 5 newly Arankarized replacements began familiarizing themselves with their newfound power. They could feel a significant increase in spiritual pressure, enough to easily overwhelm their former selves even without Resurrection. The power of Resurrection was beyond their imagination. So, this is the power the Espada wield. With this, I can become an Espada. This thought arose in each of the 5 replacements, their eyes filled with fighting spirit as they looked towards the Espada seated above. The Espada reacted differently to the replacement's fighting spirit. Some showed disdain, others vigilance, and some remained impassive, as if unfazed. Yusuke nodded, satisfied with their reactions. 5 Espada replacements, it's time to choose your opponents, Yusuke announced calmly. A Las Noches servant approached the arena with a box containing numbered slips. Esteemed members, this box contains slips numbered 1 to 5, representing the order in which you will select your opponents. You may not choose the same opponent. After the draw, the order was determined, and each replacement chose their opponent. Yusuke surveyed the crowd. The challengers have made their choices. Let us witness whether the Espada possess the strength to uphold their titles. The first match, Luppy and Tenor challenges the 10th Espada, Yami Largo. Except for Luppy, the remaining 4 replacements moved to the spectator area. Yami, enraged, stood up and roared, "You stinking bitch. I'll beat you to a pulp." Hearing Yami's pre-match trash talk, Yusuke coldly snorted from his seat. Though soft, the sound struck Yami, causing him to break out in a cold sweat and bow his head in fear. $20. Chapter 280, NZNT, Chapter. After being warned by Yusuke's spiritual pressure, Yami Largo became considerably more subdued, ceasing his trash talk and instead fixing. After being warned by Yusuke's spiritual pressure, Yami Largo became considerably more subdued, ceasing his trash talk and instead fixing his large eyes intently on Luppy. Luppy had short black hair styled with a sideswept fringe. His eyes had light purple irises, and he had 3 pink diamond-shaped tattoos above his left eyebrow. His long sleeves completely concealed his arms, and his waist was cinched in a way that revealed his pale skin through 2 openings on either side. Despite his seemingly feminine appearance and demeanor, Luppy was undeniably male. Luppy didn't correct Yami's misgendering but simply offered a scornful smile. After his arrancarization, he realized his power was comparable to the Espada. However, out of caution, he chose to challenge the lowest-ranked Espada, Yami, to increase his chances of victory. The difference between an Espada and an Espada replacement was vast. Becoming an Espada meant entering the upper echelons of Las Noches, commanding numerous subordinates, and enjoying a vastly superior status. Rather than ambitiously choosing a difficult opponent, he'd eliminate the weakest Espada first and secure his position. Yami-sama, though you are currently an Espada, you will soon be addressing me as Luppy-sama, Luppy said, mimicking a girlish tone. Yami flew into a rage, launching a powerful punch at Luppy. "You stinking. I'll teach you a lesson." Remembering Yusuke observing from above, Yami swallowed his insults, aiming his fist at Luppy. Knowing Yami's immense strength, Luppy avoided a direct confrontation. Leaping high above Yami, he drew his long sword and struck from behind. Yami, unable to react in time, felt a searing pain as a deep wound appeared on his back. "Damn it. I'll tear you to shreds." Spinning around, Yami unleashed a Siro at Luppy. Luppy effortlessly dodged the attack, swiftly moving beneath Yami. Another flash of his blade, accompanied by spurting blood, created a gaping wound in Yami's side. As expected of Yami-sama, your spiritual pressure is truly formidable. A normal hollow would have been cut in 2 with those strikes, Luppy said with a smug smile, boasting about his prowess. Yami could only roar in fury, relentlessly pursuing Luppy and launching attacks. However, his speed was the lowest among the Espada, rendering his strength useless as he wasted his spiritual energy. Within minutes, Luppy remained unscathed, while Yami was covered in wounds. While Arrancar possessed rapid regeneration, allowing them to quickly heal injuries and even regrow limbs, this relied on their spiritual energy. Excessive energy depletion weakened their regenerative abilities. "That idiot Yami is disgracing us. Seeing him get crushed like this, others might think we're all just as pathetic," Grimjao Jaeger Jacques grumbled, his displeasure evident. Neutra Gilga, beside him, sneered at Ulquiorra. "Having such trash among the Espada is an insult. Wouldn't you agree, Ulquiorra?" Neutra, harboring resentment towards Ulquiorra, whom Yusuke favored, had his own target for the tournament. Ulquiorra ignored Neutra, calmly observing the fight. As Yami sustained more injuries, his regeneration slowed. He became a target, constantly under attack by Luppy. Yami-sama, still not giving up. "Yami-sama, don't worry. Once I become an Espada, you can be my lieutenant." Luppy's taunts pushed Yami's temper to its breaking point. With an enraged roar, Yami drew his sword and activated his Resurrección. It was a humiliation to resort to Resurrección against an Espada replacement. "Get pissed off, Ira." A powerful spiritual pressure erupted from Yami, sending Luppy flying. Yami's already massive body grew even larger, tearing his clothes and revealing green muscles. A section of his body extended from his tailbone, sprouting 6 massive legs that anchored him to the ground. A massive tail lashed out, whistling through the air towards Luppy. Dodging the tail, Luppy retreated. He sensed a significant increase in Yami's spiritual pressure. Without his own Resurrección, injuring Yami would be difficult. Since Yami-sama, an Espada, has activated his Resurrección, wouldn't it be disrespectful of me not to use mine? Luppy said with a smile, his confidence bordering on arrogance. Several Espada in the upper seating area showed their displeasure. "Damn it, Ulquiorra, just pretend you didn't see that. Later, I'll teach that hermaphrodite a lesson, as a favor to everyone," Grimjao said to Ulquiorra through gritted teeth, his tone laced with a hint of fear due to Okuyura's role in administering punishments. Okuyura glanced at Grimmjow. Since you've said it in front of me, how can I pretend not to know? Grimmjow, damn it. On the arena, Luppy backflipped, levitating with his spiritual pressure. Slowly drawing his sword, Luppy began his Resurrection incantation. Strangle, Trepidora. $20. Chapter 281, NZNT, Chapter. Following Luppy Antenna's Resurrection, his appearance changed subtly compared to Yami Largo's, however, 8 cylindrical white tentacles. Following Luppy Antenna's Resurrection, his appearance changed subtly compared to Yami Largo's, however, 8 cylindrical white tentacles sprouted from his back. These tentacles, approximately 5 to 6 meters long, writhed and swayed with unsettling agility. From a distance, Luppy resembled a giant spider. Upon witnessing Luppy's transformed state, Yami jeered, "Is that your Resurrection?" Just 8 noodle-like tentacles. A flash of cold fury crossed Luppy's eyes. "Yami-sama, let me show you their power." With those words, Luppy initiated a swift, descending attack on Yami. Yami retaliated with a Crimson Siro, but Luppy effortlessly evaded it. Closing the distance, Luppy unleashed a Resurrection-enhanced attack. Trepidora, Lanza Tentaculo. The 8 tentacles, previously appearing soft and boneless, instantly stiffened into spear-like weapons, each tip sharpened to a deadly point. They assaulted Yami from 8 different directions. Yami's immense size made evasion impossible, he could only brace himself, his massive arms reaching upward to try and deflect Luppy's tentacles. A deafening crash echoed as Yami managed to seize 2 tentacles aimed at his chest. However, his tough hide offered no protection against the other 6, which pierced his body, creating massive wounds. Blood gushed from Yami's wounds. The sight was gruesome. Ayah! With a roar of agony, Yami violently yanked the 2 tentacles he held, tearing them from Luppy's back. Blood spurted from the wounds. Luppy cried out in pain, but, sensing his continued advantage, he gritted his teeth and unleashed another ability. Trepidora, Jala Tentaculo. Sharp poison barbs instantly extended from the tips of the tentacles embedded in Yami's body. Several tentacles had already pierced Yami's tough hide, the newly emerged poison barbs caused catastrophic internal damage, severely injuring him. Yami coughed up a large amount of blood, his eyes rolling back. He appeared unconscious, the fight effectively over. With a heavy thud, Yami's massive body crashed to the side, creating a large crater in the arena floor and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Luppy, however, showed no mercy. 2 new tentacles regenerated from the wounds Yami had inflicted. These 2 tentacles fused, forming a single, spiritually charged spike at their tip, aimed directly at Yami's head. The motionless Yami was defenseless. This attack would be fatal even for his resilient body. At that critical moment, a dark light flashed, and a slender figure appeared beside Yami. This figure, with one hand in his pocket and the other outstretched, effortlessly stopped the tentacle's tip with his palm. It was as if the spike had struck steel, not flesh. Okuyura Cipher, the 4th Espada, had arrived to save Yami. Luppy Antenna, this contest is over. You have won, Okuyura stated calmly. Luppy licked his lips. The 4th Espada, Okuyura-sama. Indeed, far stronger than Yami-sama. But my killing blow wasn't limited to that single barb, oh. At that moment, Okuyura sensed a spiritual pressure surge within Yami, not from Yami himself, but from Luppy. Luppy, seeing his head attack failed, planned to manipulate the embedded barbs to inflict further, potentially debilitating, damage, possibly even causing regression. Okuyura's eyes flashed coldly. He swiftly drew his sword from his pocket. The movement was too fast for most to see, only 2 flashes of light were observed before his sword was resheathed. Impossible. Luppy's eyes widened in disbelief. Blood sprayed into the air, all 8 of Luppy's tentacles were severed. In Lord Yusuke's presence, attempting to kill a fellow member of Las Noches is unforgivable. Okuyura declared coldly. With impossible speed, Okuyura used Sonido to reach Luppy, pinning him to the ground. The audience was shocked. Luppy, who had almost crushed Yami, was easily subdued. The disparity between the 4th and 10th Espada was stark. TCH, Okuyura's decisive, I wanted to teach that guy a lesson. But he's sneaky, making up an excuse before attacking, Grimmjow Jaeger Jacques chuckled. Haribel, the 3rd Espada, said gravely, you think Okuyura acted out of spite? He protected his comrade. Even if he hadn't, I would have. Okuyura knelt before Yusuke, his right hand on his chest, his left pinning Luppy to the ground. Lord Yusuke, I apologize for my unauthorized intervention, Yami's life was in danger, Okuyura said respectfully. Yusuke smiled. Okuyura, you did well, but you may release Luppy now. Okuyura released Luppy, who immediately stood, glaring at Okuyura. $20. Chapter 282, NZNT, Chapter. Just as Luppy considered attacking, a wave of immense spiritual pressure washed over him, forcing the newly risen Arrancar to his knees. Lift. Just as Luppy considered attacking, a wave of immense spiritual pressure washed over him, forcing the newly risen Arrancar to his knees. Lifting his head, Luppy looked up at Yusuke, seated high above, his gaze filled with fear. Yusuke wore a gentle smile, yet it held an undercurrent of lethal potential, as if he could take Luppy's life at any moment. Luppy Antenor, it seems you haven't fully grasped the rules of Las Noches. You'll have ample opportunity to learn from Ulquiorra once you become an Espada. Any further unauthorized attacks on Las Noches members, even as an Espada, will not be tolerated, Yusuke said slowly. Hearing Yusuke's words, Luppy, relieved that his life wasn't in immediate danger, quickly said, Luppy understands. I apologize for my transgression, Yusuke-sama. After Luppy and Yami's match concluded, Luppy was officially granted the position of the 10th Espada, taking Yami's place. The defeated Yami was carried away by Las Noches medical personnel for treatment. Kensei, your nemesis Ulquiorra looks considerably stronger than you. Even hollow-fied, I doubt you could match that level of skill, Hiyori Saragaki mercilessly taunted Kensei Maguruma from the visored section. Kensei coldly snorted in response, his eyes fixed on Ulquiorra, who had returned to his seat, burning with competitive spirit. Lisa Yadamaru adjusted her glasses. I hear Las Noches now uses Kensei as a unit of measurement for combat strength. Rumors suggest that from the 4th Espada onward, their minimum combat strength is equivalent to over 200 Kenseis. A mere 6 Kensei wouldn't stand a chance against them. Enraged, Kensei grabbed Lisa's collar, shouting, What? Who's spreading these ridiculous rumors? Lisa, expressionless, looked away, calmly stating, I don't know. It wasn't me. Following Luppy's victory, 4 more matches took place, Dordoni Alessandro del Saccacho challenging Grimjao Jaeger Jaquez, Ganaeli challenging Zamari Ruros, Sirachi Sanderwichi challenging Neliel Tu Odelschwank, and Gantenbane Mosqueda challenging Araniero Araruri. Except for Luppy, the remaining Espada replacements all failed in their challenges. Grimjao and Neliel demonstrated absolutely overwhelming strength. Of those who fought, only Dordoni, who challenged Grimjao, suffered serious injuries, the others sustained only minor wounds. However, had Yusuke not been present, Grimjao's ruthless nature likely would have left Dordoni no chance of survival. Yusuke had anticipated the outcome of the challenges. Only Luppy had truly reached the level of a mid to lower ranked Espada, the others still fell short. Yusuke decided to assign all the unsuccessful challengers, including Yami, as Ulquiorra's lieutenants. Undeniably, Yusuke showed favoritism towards Ulquiorra, who was the most loyal and diligent among the Espada. Any boss would favor such a capable subordinate. With the Espada replacement challenges concluded, the highly anticipated Espada ranking battles began. The members of Las Noches were eager to witness the clashes between the Espada. While Yami's performance was disappointing, the other Espada showcased impressive power, particularly Ulquiorra's instantaneous subdual of Luppy, which stunned the audience. Scanning the Espada, Yusuke smiled. The Espada rankings will only be adjusted every 50 years. Don't you all wish to demonstrate your strength here? The Espada responded with varied expressions. Stark, the Primera, merely leaned back in his chair, sleepily. As the Primera, he could only be challenged, not challenge others. Even if he weren't, his laid-back nature meant he had no interest in challenging anyone. Barragan Luzenbairn, the Segunda, looked eager to fight, but remembering his previous secret challenge against Stark and subsequent defeat, he sighed and abandoned the idea. He silently prayed that neither Haribel nor Ulquiorra would challenge him. Haribel and Ulquiorra showed little interest in changing their rankings. Haribel closed her eyes, while Ulquiorra calmly gazed forward, neither seeming inclined to challenge those above them. Then, Neutra Gilga, the Quinta Espada, revealed a cruel smile, his gaze fixed on Haribel, past Ulquiorra. He intended to challenge the Tercera, Haribel. Neutra harbored deep-seated sexism and couldn't tolerate powerful women, especially those outranking him. Before Neutra could issue his challenge, however, an unexpected voice interrupted him. Neutra Gilga, the Quinta Espada, I, Neliel Tu Odelschwank, formally challenge you. Neliel rose from her seat, her expression grave as she looked at Neutra. Even Yusuke was surprised to see Neliel, known for her aversion to conflict, be the first to issue a challenge. Knowing Neliel, Yusuke suspected a past incident between her and Neutra, an incident undoubtedly caused by Neutra. Yusuke couldn't imagine Neliel initiating such a confrontation. Neliel, it was your lieutenant who was out of line. You're not holding a grudge over that, are you? Neutra chuckled darkly. Although he disliked Neliel's presence among the Espada, he knew of her close relationship with Yusuke and was wary of provoking her. Neliel's voice was cold. It was just a verbal altercation, yet you severely injured them. They were my friends, and I will personally avenge them. $20. Chapter 283, NZNT, Chapter Long ago, Nelial two Odelshwang's lieutenants, Peshquatish and Dondo Chaka Burstan, unexpectedly encountered Neutra Gilga within law. Long ago, Nelial two Odelshwang's lieutenants, Peshquatish and Dondo Chaka Burstan, unexpectedly encountered Neutra Gilga within Las Noches. At that time, Neutra, along with his own lieutenants, was mocking the female high-ranking members of Las Noches, with Nelial being a primary target of his ridicule. As Nelial's friends and lieutenants, Pesh and Dondo Chaka could not tolerate this and immediately confronted Neutra. What began as a reasoned argument quickly escalated into a heated verbal exchange, which swiftly devolved into a physical altercation. However, Neutra's overwhelming power made the fight exceedingly short. In mere seconds, Pesh and Dondo Chaka were severely injured, and Neutra and his lieutenants departed the scene. Due to the fight's brevity and minimal spiritual pressure fluctuations, few within Las Noches were aware of the incident. Nelial chose not to publicize the event, instead planning to personally avenge her friends during the Las Noches ranking tournament. Furthermore, as a member of Las Noches Women's Association, I intend to give you a thorough beating on behalf of all our female comrades, Nelial added. From the viewing stands, Yachiru Kusajishi, Lily Nettie Gingerbuck, and other female members of the Las Noches Women's Association cheered loudly for Nelial, with the volatile Lily Nettie showing exceptional enthusiasm. She even drew her curved blade, one foot on a chair, repeatedly shouting, "Nelial, pound him. Pound him until his own lieutenants don't recognize him." Initially, only the female members of Las Noches cheered, but gradually, male members joined in. Eventually, even those unaffiliated with Las Noches, such as Hirako Shinji and Hayori Saragaki, began to cheer for Nelial. The entire arena seemed to be united against Neutra. It was undeniably clear that Neutra was extremely unpopular within Las Noches. Seeing the entire arena turned against him, a bead of sweat trickled down Neutra's forehead. Suddenly, he felt a chill down his spine. He turned to see Yusuke's faintly amused gaze. Feeling guilty, Neutra silently ascended the battle stage, inwardly cursing Nelial for revealing the incident to Yusuke in his presence. It was tantamount to a direct betrayal. He noticed from the corner of his eye that Yusuke had summoned Okiura, the one in charge of punishment, for a whispered conversation, undoubtedly concerning Neutra's impending punishment. Even without knowing the specifics, Neutra guessed this meant some form of punishment was coming. Facing Nelial, who had also entered the arena, Neutra took a deep breath, pushing aside his anxieties. Regardless, I must win this battle. I absolutely cannot let that damned woman, Nelial, surpass me. Neutra thought fiercely. He drew his weapon, his expression turning serious. Although Nelial was only the Octava Espada, he knew she would be a formidable opponent. Neutra's weapon was a uniquely shaped polearm, composed of two large, interlocking crescent blades, clearly possessing considerable destructive power. Nelial drew her long sword. From a weapon's perspective, Nelial was at a significant disadvantage. After Yusuke declared the match to begin, Neutra and Nelial instantly clashed, their immense spiritual pressure colliding, creating powerful gusts of wind across the arena. From the initial exchange, the audience realized this battle was on a completely different level than anything they had previously witnessed. Even Luppy, somewhat inflated by his victory over Yami, was shocked by the spiritual pressure fluctuations, instantly understanding that his own strength was only at the bottom of the Espada ranks. In the center of the arena, Nelial expertly parried Neutra's attack with her long sword, her smaller blade meeting the crescent edge of Neutra's weapon. Despite the size disparity, Nelial's superior spiritual pressure allowed her to hold her own. Neutra grinned cruelly, extending his long tongue, generating a yellow spiritual energy wave. A siro from the tip of his tongue. Nelial's eyes flickered, but she didn't dodge, seemingly unconcerned by Neutra's attack. Seeing Nelial's seeming arrogance, Neutra sneered, unleashing his spiritual pressure. The yellow siro struck Nelial. However, the expected impact and scream never came. Neutra realized Nelial had opened her mouth and absorbed his siro entirely. What? How could she simply absorb my siro? Neutra exclaimed in disbelief. Before he could react, Nelial, having absorbed the siro, unleashed a far more powerful attack. Siro Doble. A gray siro, almost double the spiritual pressure of Neutra's yellow siro, erupted from Nelial's mouth. A significant portion of that spiritual pressure was clearly Neutra's own. Neutra, unable to evade, was struck directly. A massive shockwave erupted from his body, scattering spiritual pressure and dust across the arena, obscuring the view of the audience. Nelial didn't stop her assault, she charged into the dust cloud, her long sword raised, aiming to finish Neutra. The violent clash of their blades sent a shockwave through the dust, gradually clearing the view. Neutra and Nelial were locked in a rapid close-quarters battle. Neutra appeared extremely battered, his clothes torn, his body covered in numerous wounds, some from Nelial's sword, others from the siro's energy. Despite this, his spiritual pressure hadn't diminished significantly, he still possessed the strength to fight. His defenses are incredible. That level of spiritual pressure in a siro, if we were hit directly, we'd be annihilated. This is just the Quinta Espada, and he already possesses this kind of power. Hirako Shinji frowned from the audience. $20. Chapter 284, NZNT, Chapter. Hearing Hirako's assessment, the other visored nodded gravely. The sheer resilience of Neutra, the Quinta Espada, was alarming, they couldn't. Hearing Hirako's assessment, the other visored nodded gravely. The sheer resilience of Neutra, the Quinta Espada, was alarming, they couldn't imagine how formidable the top 4 Espada would be. Unknown to them, however, Neutra possessed the strongest hide amongst the Espada. In terms of purely physical defense, excluding spiritual pressure, Neutra ranked first among the Espada. This explained why, even after taking such a powerful Zero attack, he was still able to continue fighting. Impossible. How could your spiritual pressure surpass mine? Neutra roared at Neliel, his body ravaged by wounds while hers remained virtually unscathed. Being dominated by a female opponent was a profound humiliation, especially in front of such a large audience, making it utterly unbearable. Neliel responded calmly, nothing is impossible. Spiritual pressure erupted wildly from Neutra. He bellowed, pray, Santa Teresa. Realizing he was at a significant disadvantage, Neutra immediately activated his Resurrection. His arms were covered in fine bone armor, and a pair of bull-like horns sprouted from his head. The injuries he sustained in the previous exchange vanished completely. While his outward appearance changed little, his spiritual pressure was now vastly superior to before his Resurrection. Die. Neutra roared, using Sonido to instantly close the distance to Neliel. His speed had also increased dramatically. Neliel was startled and raised her sword to block. When Neutra's crescent blades collided with her longsword, the resulting spiritual pressure sent Neliel flying backward. While Neliel was airborne, Neutra, with his enhanced speed, pursued her relentlessly, continuing his attack with the crescent blades. In midair, Neliel deftly spun, her foot landing on the back of one of the crescent blades. Using this for leverage, she launched herself upwards, turning to strike Neutra's shoulder. A clang of metal echoed, Neliel's sword failed to pierce Neutra's tough hide. Ha 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 ha, Neliel. My Resurrection has significantly boosted my hide's defense. Your sword can't even scratch me. Neutra laughed triumphantly. Simultaneously, 2 more arms sprouted from Neutra's back, and the previously intertwined crescent blades separated into 4 individual weapons. Now wielding a crescent blade in each of his 4 hands, he attacked Neliel in midair. Neliel successfully blocked 3 attacks, but as she retreated, the 4th crescent blade struck her back, inflicting a deep wound. Injured, Neliel used Sonido to quickly create distance between herself and Neutra. Stabilizing herself, she held her long sword before her chest, calmly stating, worthy of the Quinta Espada, indeed. While I despise your character, your strength is undeniable. Without using my Resurrection, I would have almost certainly lost. Hearing Neliel's words, Neutra laughed, you think your Resurrection will defeat me? Impossible. As he spoke, Neutra charged at Neliel. While outwardly dismissive of Neliel's Resurrection, he knew that once she activated it, a fiercely contested battle would ensue. Therefore, his urgent attack aimed to defeat her before she could unleash her Resurrection. Santa Teresa, 4-bladed scythe. As he charged, Neutra swung his 4 arms simultaneously, launching 4 blue spiritual pressure blades towards Neliel. However, preventing Neliel's Resurrection proved impossible. A powerful spiritual pressure erupted from Neliel, dispersing Neutra's 4 blue blades. Declare, Gamuza. Neliel's calm voice echoed from the heart of the spiritual pressure explosion. Neliel had transformed into a centaur-like form, retaining her human upper body while her lower body had become that of an antelope. Her weapon was no longer a longsword but a double-headed spear. By the time Neliel's Resurrection was complete, Neutra had reached her, his 4 crescent blades attacking from all directions. Facing Neutra's all-out assault, Neliel channeled her spiritual pressure, rapidly spinning her double-headed spear, creating an impenetrable defensive circle. Neutra's crescent blades struck the spinning spiritual pressure, but were deflected, unable to penetrate. His exposed position was now vulnerable. Gamuza, Lanzadeir Verde. Seizing the opportunity, Neliel thrust her double-headed spear forward with unmatched force. Even before the spear's tip made contact, Neutra felt a searing pain in his chest, the effect of the spear's immense spiritual pressure. Knowing he couldn't withstand the blow directly, Neutra quickly retreated, drawing his crescent blades back to his chest, layering them in defense. A tremendous boom echoed as Neliel's spear struck Neutra, erupting in a surge of emerald green spiritual pressure. This emerald green energy enveloped Neutra like a crystalline pillar, its powerful shockwaves relentlessly assaulting his body. Although Neutra had successfully blocked the spear's piercing attack with his crescent blades, the Lanzadeir Verde clearly wasn't just a physical attack, it also unleashed a powerful energy blast upon impact. After about 10 seconds, the emerald green pillar surrounding Neutra gradually faded, until the spiritual pressure dissipated entirely. Neutra was left battered and broken, his injuries too severe to sustain him, he collapsed to his knees. His spiritual pressure had significantly weakened, he was clearly unable to continue fighting. Neliel. Don't think this is over. I won't be defeated by someone like you. Neutra roared, struggling to rise. But as he stood, a sharp cracking sound echoed from his hands. Looking down at his shattered crescent blades, Neutra's face fell. Why did you hold back? Neutra asked Neliel in a low voice. $20. Chapter 285, NZNT, Chapter. Responding to Neutra's question about her restraint, Neliel said quizzically, hold back. Should I have just killed you? Neliel's Lanzad. Responding to Neutra's question about her restraint, Neliel said quizzically, hold back. Should I have just killed you? Neliel's Lanzade Verde had, in fact, been more than powerful enough to pierce Neutra's crescent blades and completely penetrate his body. Had the Emerald Lance's full power been unleashed upon penetration, Neutra would have had absolutely no chance of survival. However, Neliel, lacking any killing intent, sensed Neutra's crescent blades were about to break under the attack and therefore held back her power. As a result, Neutra's crescent blades were left on the verge of destruction, shattering easily with a slight extra force. Neutra, however, seemed deeply offended by Neliel's mercy. Struggling to his feet, Neutra laughed cruelly, that's why I hate you women, always so sentimental. You spared me today, but I may not show you the same mercy another day. Neutra's words caused an uproar among the audience, who were shocked by his vicious nature. Most of the hollows in Las Noches were intelligent Jillian, possessing human-like thought processes. While many hollows had significant personality flaws, that didn't make them inherently evil. Even among humans, many possessed a cruelty beyond imagination. As the saying goes, old habits die hard. Yusuke knew Neutra was incapable of change, and therefore only saw him as a tool. After Neliel's victory, the audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, demonstrating Neliel's considerable popularity within Las Noches. The victorious Neliel took Neutra's former seat, while the severely injured Neutra, like the others who had lost, was carried away for treatment. Grimmjow Jaeger turned to Neliel, to think the little girl from back then now possesses such strength. Neliel and Grimmjow had joined Las Noches around the same time. Neliel and her two companions had been attacked by Grimmjow's group, and it was only by calling upon Yusuke that they were saved. Yusuke then brought them into Las Noches. Although Neliel's spiritual pressure was now nearly equal to his own, Grimmjow believed he could still defeat her. After Neliel's challenge of Neutra, the other Espada remained silent, seemingly uninterested in vying for higher ranks. The lower-ranked Espada were well aware of their limitations and knew challenging their superiors would be futile. Among the higher-ranked Espada, only Barragan seemed to care about rank, and even he showed no desire to challenge. Only Grimmjow Jaeger, the Sexta Espada, remained a potential challenger. As Yusuke expected, Grimmjow stood, seemingly ready to issue a challenge. Yusuke-sama, simply changing ranks is too boring. Let's add some stakes. Grimmjow, instead of declaring a challenge, addressed Yusuke. Yusuke asked with interest, Grimmjow, what do you desire from me? Grimmjow laughed, Okuyura's been in charge of punishment for too long. I'm interested in that position. If I challenge Okuyura and win, could we swap positions? Yusuke highly valued the position of enforcer. The person holding this position must be impartial, just, and fiercely loyal. In Yusuke's estimation, only Okuyura and Haribel were suitable. However, Yusuke wasn't prepared to refuse Grimmjow's proposal, he had absolute confidence in Okuyura's strength. Furthermore, this opportunity would allow Okuyura to showcase his power, benefiting his future enforcement duties. Although Okuyura was only ranked 4th, Yusuke believed he and Stark were the strongest among the Espada. Determining who was truly superior would require a life-or-death battle. Turning to Okuyura, Yusuke smiled. Okuyura, I respect your choice. Are you willing to wager your position and accept Grimmjow's challenge? Okuyura stood, placing his left hand over his chest in a respectful bow to Yusuke. Yusuke-sama, I accept Grimmjow's challenge. Okuyura immediately entered the arena, Grimmjow facing him. Okuyura, you've been in charge of punishment long enough. It must be fun dishing out punishments with your authority. Grimmjow laughed. Okuyura remained calm. Punishment isn't a job for someone like you. You're better suited to patrolling. Grimmjow's current duty was patrolling. Hearing Okuyura's mockery, he laughed angrily, I can't stand your arrogant attitude. Don't think just because you easily handled that weakling, Luppy, that you're something special. With those words, Grimmjow attacked Okuyura, his body a blur of blue light as he drew his sword and closed the distance. Okuyura remained unfazed, his right hand in his pocket, his left arm blocking Grimmjow's blade. Grimmjow's strength was such that Okuyura couldn't rely solely on his Arankar hide, a layer of extremely resilient spiritual pressure coated his left arm. Their spiritual pressure collided, creating a violent shockwave. Seeing Okuiora deflect his attack with only his arm, Grimmjow's anger intensified. A cruel smile spread across his face. Oh. So calm. How about this? Grimmjow extended his left hand, rapidly forming a red cirro. Unnecessary, Grimmjow, Okuiora said calmly. As he spoke, Okuiora's left arm, which had blocked Grimmjow's sword, swept aside the blade. He then grasped Grimmjow's left hand, which was still forming the cirro. A gray cirro appeared in Okuiora's palm, meeting Grimmjow's red cirro. The two cirro collided, exploding where their hands met. $20. Chapter 286, NZNT, Chapter. A deafening crash echoed as Okuiora and Grimmjow's cirro collided, unleashing a shockwave of immense power. The blinding energy released OB. A deafening crash echoed as Okuiora and Grimmjow's cirro collided, unleashing a shockwave of immense power. The blinding energy released obscured the arena, rendering the events within completely invisible to the surrounding spectators. The sheer spiritual pressure generated by this single collision alone left the vast majority of the audience awestruck, every individual holding their breath, their gazes riveted to the center of the arena. As the intense light gradually subsided, two figures slowly emerged from the dissipating energy. Okuiora maintained his characteristically calm and composed demeanor, though the sleeve of his left arm, the one from which he had launched the cirro, had vanished completely. In stark contrast, Grimmjow's appearance was far worse for wear. His upper body clothing had been entirely incinerated, revealing a powerfully built torso bearing numerous wounds. His chest heaved violently. He laughed, "Not bad, but taking me down won't be so easy." Despite this outward show of bravado, Grimmjow was acutely aware that he had been completely overwhelmed in terms of spiritual pressure. "I never expected this arrogant show-off to be so strong. I always thought he was just a pompous windbag, but he's surprisingly tough," Grimmjow thought, a wave of alarm washing over him. While Grimmjow was still formulating a counter-strategy, Okuiora launched a preemptive attack. Suddenly losing sight of Okuiora, Grimmjow instantly recognized the danger. He immediately raised his sword, spinning to defend against Okuiora's swift hand strike, perfectly parrying the blow. However, Okuiora showed no intention of halting his assault. He continued his relentless hand-to-hand attack, each strike delivered with brutal precision. A single, perfectly aimed blow from Okuiora's hand would leave an arm-thick wound. Under this relentless pressure, Grimmjow was forced onto the defensive, completely unable to launch any effective counterattacks. Okuiora's superiority was evident not only in his speed but also in his overwhelming spiritual pressure. The sheer force of each impact compelled Grimmjow to retreat, step by agonizing step. Gradually, the two combatants moved from the center of the arena to the very edge, where Grimmjow, with his back pressed against the protective barrier, let out a furious roar, unleashing a renewed surge of his spiritual pressure. For Grimmjow, this was the most frustrating and humiliating battle he had ever experienced in his life, surpassed only by his previous encounter with Yusuke. However, this desperate release of spiritual pressure proved utterly ineffective. Okuiora, seizing the perfect opportunity, unleashed a devastating hand strike that pierced Grimmjow's shoulder, leaving a horrifying, gaping wound. Exploiting this opening, Grimmjow grabbed Okuiora's arm, the one that had inflicted the wound, and with a powerful heave, threw him back, creating some distance between them. This separation provided Grimmjow with a crucial moment of respite, and he immediately activated his resurrection. Grinned, Pantera. Grimmjow's short, blue hair transformed into long, flowing locks. His hands and feet morphed into sharp, lethal claws, and a layer of white bone armor materialized across his body. This armor, however, appeared far from cumbersome. Its sleek line suggested a design optimized for agility and freedom of movement. Upon completing his resurrection, Grimmjow lowered his body, adopting a quadrupedal stance, resembling a hunting panther poised to strike. With a powerful thrust of his hind legs, Grimmjow's speed increased dramatically, more than doubling his previous velocity. In a mere instant, he reappeared before Okuiora, his right claw, gleaming menacingly, aimed directly at Okuiora's abdomen. A successful strike would result in catastrophic internal injuries. Okuiora felt a surge of alarm at the sight of Grimmjow's astonishing speed. He rapidly retreated, simultaneously drawing his sword to defend against the imminent attack. Despite Okuiora's exceptionally quick reaction, he was still a fraction of a second too slow, unable to completely block Grimmjow's ferocious claws. His sword blade met Grimmjow's palm, but the curved claws still tore through Okuiora's chest, leaving 3 deep, bloody scratches. "What's this? Finally drawing your sword? I thought you'd keep your hand in your pocket until the very end." Grimmjow roared with a cruel, savage laugh, his claws continuing their relentless assault. Descaron. From each of Grimmjow's claws, 5 blue streaks of spiritual energy suddenly extended. As he unleashed a flurry of blows, 10 streaks of energy extended and lengthened, forming a net-like barrage that enveloped Okuiora. These energy streaks were imbued with incredibly powerful and razor-sharp spiritual pressure. An ordinary individual would be ripped to shreds by such an attack. However, for Ulquiorra, possessing superior spiritual pressure, this attack was insufficient to overwhelm him. Using his sword to parry the energy streaks, Ulquiorra pointed his left hand at Grimmjow, a dark energy sphere approximately a foot in diameter forming at his fingertip. A dark Zero. That won't hit me. Grimmjow sneered, supremely confident in his enhanced speed in his Pantera form. He knew his own Zero lacked the power of Ulquiorra's, but he believed he could easily evade another Zero attack. Bala. A sudden burst of dark energy erupted from the dark sphere at Ulquiorra's fingertip. Grimmjow felt as if he had been struck by a Zero. Waves of dark spiritual pressure repeatedly exploded across his body. Impossible. How could a Zero be that fast? Grimmjow exclaimed in utter disbelief. Ulquiorra, however, showed no sign of ceasing his attack. The Zero-like dark spiritual pressure blasts continued to pummel Grimmjow relentlessly, like a relentless barrage from a machine gun. The speed and power of these blasts were overwhelming. Grimmjow, caught in the onslaught, was unable to escape, pinned to the ground, his body relentlessly battered. Despite Grimmjow's enhanced spiritual pressure and defenses in his Resurrection form, he could not withstand Ulquiorra's ceaseless attack. Under the relentless bombardment of spiritual pressure blasts, Grimmjow's bone armor finally began to crumble, gradually shattering into fragments. Blood gushed from his mouth, a clear indication of significant internal injuries. Seeing Grimmjow's spiritual pressure significantly diminished, Ulquiorra finally stopped his attack. With a swift sonido, he appeared beside the fallen Grimmjow, his sword poised at Grimmjow's throat. You have lost, Grimmjow. Ulquiorra looked down at the defeated Grimmjow, his voice devoid of emotion. $20 Intermediate Reader, All Advanced Chapter. Chapter 287, NZNT, Chapter. With Ulquiorra's sword pressed against his throat, the defeated Grimmjow, far from displaying anger or frustration, instead erupted into BOI. With Ulquiorra's sword pressed against his throat, the defeated Grimmjow, far from displaying anger or frustration, instead erupted into boisterous laughter. What a thrilling fight! Ulquiorra, you truly are not an opponent to be taken lightly. Although I suspected I wasn't your match, I never imagined I wouldn't even force you to use your Resurrection. A true failure, wouldn't you say? His Resurrection slowly faded. Grimmjow pressed further, that attack you used to defeat me wasn't a Zero, was it? A Zero couldn't possibly be that fast. Ulquiorra replied calmly, it's the Bala, an attack formed from a stable spiritual pressure, resulting in a speed far exceeding that of a Zero. While its power is less than a Zero, its speed is more than 20 times greater. The Bala is Ulquiorra's unique technique. As he explained, it is a high-speed shockwave similar in nature to a Zero. Its superior speed and the ability to launch multiple attacks often make the Bala more effective in combat than a standard Zero. However, when it comes to Zero abilities, the strongest among the Espada remains Stark, the Primera. His Blue Zero and Zero Metrolita are both Zero techniques that perfectly balance speed and power. Following the conclusion of Ulquiorra and Grimmjow's battle, the entire audience erupted in a frenzy of excitement. This had been the most intense and high-level spiritual pressure battle of the day. Kenpachi Zaraki, observing from the audience, was particularly enthralled, his blood boiling to the point that he almost felt compelled to grab his Zanpakuto and challenge Ulquiorra to an immediate duel. This battle revealed the terrifying power of Ulquiorra, the Espada in charge of punishment, to everyone in Las Noches. Those who had previously harbored resentment towards Ulquiorra's punishments now dared not express any further dissatisfaction. The individual most profoundly impacted, however, was Kensei Maguruma, who considered Ulquiorra his lifelong nemesis. He realized, with a heavy heart, that he would never be able to defeat such a formidable adversary. After Grimmjow's challenge to Ulquiorra, no further challenges were issued among the Espada, bringing the first Las Noches Genjutsu tournament to a successful, albeit somewhat surprising, conclusion. As a result of this tournament, Luppy replaced Yami as the new Decima Espada, while Neliel 2 Odelschwank exchanged positions with Neutra Gilga, the Quinta Espada. All other rankings remained unchanged. Before the final dispersal of the audience, Yusuke personally announced the Espada rankings and revealed a piece of crucial information. Because Yami, the guardian of Las Noches, had been defeated by Luppy, his duties would be transferred to Luppy. This handover, however, would be delayed until after Yami's full recovery from his injuries. The implication of Yusuke's announcement was that Luppy would not immediately assume Yami's responsibilities guarding Las Noches during Yami's convalescence. There would be a temporary lapse in the usual security protocols. Upon hearing this news, Ginaldo, who was plotting to steal the Hogyoku, practically leaped for joy, inadvertently attracting the attention of other Las Noches members nearby. Realizing he had become too excited and obvious, Ginaldo quickly composed himself. Suppressing his elation, Ginaldo summoned his accomplices to his quarters. After a period of intense scheming, they decided to act without delay, planning to infiltrate Las Noches that very night, taking advantage of the temporary security lapse to steal the Hogyoku. Although Hueco Mundo is perpetually shrouded in darkness, the Hollows still maintain their own routines and schedules. When there was virtually no movement in or out of Las Noches, 5 figures, moving with furtive stealth, arrived at the palace gates, Grinned and his 4 accomplices. To avoid detection by the moon, which resembled the watchful eye of the Las Noches ruler, they had chosen to infiltrate via a meticulously dug tunnel. I never imagined Las Noches' defenses would be so lax. We infiltrated so easily. That Shinigami was incredibly careless, Grinned, the leader of the group, remarked. One of his shorter accomplices whispered, "We're incredibly fortunate. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had this chance to even attempt to obtain the Hogyoku." Devika, known for her cautious nature, offered a word of warning, "Let's locate the Hogyoku and leave immediately. If we're discovered by the guards, all our efforts will have been in vain." Heeding Devika's warning, Grinned nodded, saying nothing more. After surveying his surroundings, he pointed towards a specific location and said to his companions, "Look there. Isn't that the Hogyoku in the box marked Hogyoku within?" Following Grinned's direction, they indeed saw an exquisitely crafted stone box bearing the inscription, Hogyoku within. The group approached the box, engaging in a heated discussion. Some considered it a divine opportunity, urging immediate departure with the box. Others, however, suspected a trap, believing the box contained some kind of mechanism, suggesting they leave the box behind and retreat, formulating a more cautious plan later. After considerable debate, Grinned, as the leader, made the final decision, "It's too late to hesitate now. This is an unparalleled opportunity, and we cannot afford to miss it. Rest assured, nobody understands traps better than I do. I'm certain this box presents no danger." With that, Grinned carefully opened the box. A brilliant azure light erupted forth, accompanied by an intensely alluring spiritual pressure. Upon witnessing the contents of the box, all 5 individuals were overcome with astonishment, their eyes wide with excitement as they exchanged awestruck glances. The box did indeed contain the Hogyoku, but to their utter disbelief, it held not 1, but 5 of them. "Now nothing can stop our rise to power." Grinned growled, his voice thick with excitement. Devika, ever cautious, reminded them, "Let's leave Hueco Mundo immediately. If we're caught, all our efforts will have been wasted." Grinned, recognizing the urgency of their situation and the inherent danger of lingering in Las Noches, led his group back through the tunnel. They then utilized a garganta to secretly escape Hueco Mundo and arrive in Soul Society. Unknown to them, however, their every move had been meticulously observed by Yusuke and Mayuri Kuratsuchi. The Hogyoku they had so painstakingly acquired were, in fact, not genuine, they were weakened versions, meticulously engineered by Mayuri Kuratsuchi. Yusuke named these modified Hogyoku Dogyoku, crucial for enabling multiple resurrection stages for the Arrancar. $20 Intermediate Reader, All Advanced Chapter. Chapter 288, NZNT, Chapter. What a pathetic bunch, to have such a hypocritical and unscrupulous boss. And you claim you absolutely don't experiment on your subordinate. What a pathetic bunch, to have such a hypocritical and unscrupulous boss. And you claim you absolutely don't experiment on your subordinates, Mayuri Kuratsuchi said with a sardonic chuckle, watching the monitor displaying Grinned and his 4 accomplices in Soul Society, excitedly gathered around a box of Hogyoku. Yusuke smiled in response. "I'm not the hypocritical and unscrupulous boss you make me out to be. These fellows never intended to become my subordinates, they were experimental subjects who practically delivered themselves to me. I wouldn't refuse such a convenient opportunity." With a gleam of amusement in his eyes, Yusuke asked, "Based on their current strength, what level of spiritual pressure increase do you predict they'll achieve after fusing with the Hogyoku?" Mayuri Kuratsuchi's eyes darted around before he replied, "Based on my calculations, at least a 10-fold increase in spiritual pressure. But don't expect the same results from the Espada, especially those Vasto Lord. They'll likely only see about a 2-fold increase at most." Yusuke chuckled. "That's precisely the outcome I desired. If they were 10 times stronger, I wouldn't be able to control them." Mayuri Kuratsuchi looked puzzled. "Why not fuse with the Hogyoku yourself? With your power, after fusing with the Hogyoku, there would be no one in this world who could stand against you, right? The intricacies of this world are far deeper than you imagine. In time, you will witness power beyond your current comprehension," Yusuke said calmly. "Unfathomable power, you say? I eagerly anticipate it." Mayuri Kuratsuchi responded with a peculiar smile, his eyes filled with intense anticipation. In an undisclosed cave within Soul Society, Grinned and his group were huddled around a box filled with what they believed to be Hogyoku, debating the best method to enhance their power. They had tried various methods, attempting to use their spiritual pressure to guide the Hogyoku's energy to facilitate their Arrancarification, but to no avail. Unbeknownst to them, the box contained not Hogyoku, but Dogyoku. While Dogyoku could indeed facilitate their transformation into Arrancar, it lacked the potency of the Hogyoku, and therefore couldn't be utilized simply through spiritual pressure manipulation. As they reached an impasse, the observant Devika noticed a piece of paper tucked beneath the box's lining. Carefully extracting the paper, she unfolded it to reveal a considerable amount of text. Reading the contents aloud, she announced, "Dogyoku usage instructions." Upon hearing Devika's words, the others, who had been either engrossed in deep thought or engaged in heated arguments, immediately focused their attention on her. Thanks to the instructions left behind by Yusuke and Mayuri Kuratsuchi, Ginaldo and his group finally understood the proper method for utilizing the 5 Dogyoku. The instructions clearly stated that the Dogyoku must be fused. By fusing with these Dogyoku, hollows could not only achieve Erencarification but also achieve a dramatic increase in spiritual pressure and gain a power currently unavailable even to the Espada, multi-stage Resurrection. Having grasped the Dogyoku's usage, Ginaldo and his group eagerly began the fusion process, following the instructions precisely. They placed the Dogyoku against their chests, allowing the spiritual energy to slowly permeate their bodies. The azure energy flowed through their veins like liquid, gradually spreading throughout their bodies and forming a network of blue veins across their skin. During this process, their internal spiritual pressure increased exponentially, pushing them to the very brink of their physical limits. The explosive surge in spiritual pressure caused their bodies to repeatedly break down, and excruciating pain tormented them. The cave was filled with their heart-wrenching cries of agony. While Ginaldo and his group underwent the Dogyoku fusion, Yusuke and Mayuri Kuratsuchi observed their progress remotely via a monitor. Mayuri Kuratsuchi, who had pre-installed monitoring devices within the Dogyoku, meticulously tracked their physical changes and vital signs. "What do you think? Will they survive?" Yusuke asked. Mayuri Kuratsuchi responded with a smile, "Rest assured. The Dogyoku can identify the host's life state and will push their potential to the absolute limit, but will stop short of pushing them beyond that limit." As Mayuri Kuratsuchi predicted, despite their bodies constantly teetering on the brink of collapse, the Dogyoku's energy prevented their complete destruction. Their life force, far from diminishing, steadily increased. After approximately 20 minutes, the agonizing ordeal finally concluded. Their hollow-like bone armor began to recede, revealing human-like forms beneath. Unlike other Erenkar, they each possessed a strange gemstone embedded in their chests, a blend of azure and crimson, radiating dozens of azure veins outwards. Having never before wielded such immense spiritual power, their spiritual pressure uncontrollably radiated outwards, filling the cave with palpable spiritual energy. Based solely on their current spiritual pressure, their power was already on par with the top 4 Espada, all of whom are Vasto Lord class. With this level of spiritual pressure, the entire world will tremble before us. Ginaldo, the leader, roared excitedly, his spiritual pressure surging uncontrollably, creating waves of spiritual energy in the surrounding air. The others shared his exhilaration, staring in disbelief at their hands, utterly astonished by the terrifying power they now possessed. After a brief period of adjustment, they managed to regain control of their power, successfully containing their spiritual pressure within their bodies. "Ginaldo, what's our next step? Should we return to Hueco Mundo immediately?" Devika asked. A cruel smile spread across Ginaldo's face. "No need to rush. We can recruit some followers in Soul Society first. Besides, I've long resented those Soul Reapers. With our current power, destroying Soul Society should be well within our capabilities." The others nodded in agreement. Despite their newfound power, a deep-seated fear of Yusuke, the ruler of Hueco Mundo, remained. Honestly, they lacked the courage to directly confront him. Back in Las Noches, Yusuke and Mayuri Kuratsuchi continued their discussion regarding the Dogyoku experiment. "How long will their enhanced power persist?" Yusuke inquired. Mayuri Kuratsuchi replied with a smile, "Long enough for the experiment's completion. However, before their power diminishes, the Godii 13 might well have annihilated them all." Yusuke chuckled, with their current strength, the Godii 13 would need to deploy at least half their captains to eliminate them. $20 Intermediate Reader, All Advanced Chapter. Chapter 289, NZNT, Chapter. As Ginaldo and his 4 accomplices fled to Soul Society with the Hogyoku, the newest graduating class from the Shino Academy in the Serii. As Ginaldo and his 4 accomplices fled to Soul Society with the Hogyoku, the newest graduating class from the Shino Academy in the Serii arrived at the Godii 13 for their internships. Unlike the formal black shihakusho worn by official Shinigami, the Shino Academy interns still wore their white training uniforms with subtle red stripes, though they now bore the number of their assigned internship squads on their arms. This graduating class included several promising candidates, some of whom were assigned to the 3rd Division under Yusuke's command. Not far from the 3rd Division barracks, Nagatoyu was leading 12 probationary Shinigami back to the barracks after collecting them from the Shino Academy. "Senior Nagato," one of them asked, "legend says the 3rd, 5th, and 11th Divisions are the most dangerous to work in. Is that true?" Behind Nagatoyu, a young man with bright red hair tied in a ponytail and his eyebrows shaved, replaced with strange markings drawn in pen, inquired. This young man was Renji Abarai. Assigned to the 3rd Division for his internship, he was accompanied by 2 of his friends from Rakangai, Kira Izuru and Momo Hinamori. His childhood friend, Rukia Kuchiki, had only recently been assigned to the Shino Academy by Byakuya Kuchiki and would require considerable time before she could be assigned to a Godai 13 division. To Rinji's question, Nagato simply asked impassively, "What? Are you afraid?" "Afraid? Are you joking? I, Rinji Abarai, am destined to become one of the Godai 13 captains. I'm looking for a dangerous division, and the more dangerous, the better," Rinji declared, arms crossed, with a fearless attitude. Kira Izuru, with his light yellow hair, looked forward to the experience. Entering the Godai 13 for the first time. "I'm really excited. I wonder what kind of Shinigami captain Uchiha Yusuke is." Momo Hinamori smiled. Every captain of the Godai 13 is a powerful Shinigami who has mastered Bankai. They are all top-tier fighters in Soul Society, working hard to maintain stability in both Soul Society and the human world. My goal is to become a seated officer in the Godai 13 and assist the captain. Nagato, leading the way, showed no reaction to their words. As Yusuke's right-hand woman, she had witnessed things far beyond the comprehension of these fledgling Shinigami. When the 12 probationary Shinigami arrived at the 3rd Division Barracks main hall, Yusuke and the seated officers were already waiting for them. It was customary for new probationary Shinigami to meet the captain and seated officers of their assigned division. The captain would then assign work and senior mentors based on the division's needs. Glancing at the 12 probationary Shinigami, Yusuke immediately recognized Rinji, Momo, and Kira Izuru, the three with the highest spiritual pressure and potential among the group. Their superior spiritual pressure, far exceeding that of their peers, was expected of future vice-captain level Shinigami. The probationary Shinigami were visibly nervous, even the usually bold Rinji Abarai had noticeably restrained his demeanor. They were like students entering the workforce for the first time, a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Despite Yusuke and the seated officers behaving naturally, without any overt displays of spiritual pressure, the inherent aura of authority made the newcomers quite tense. Even Rinji, normally unflappable, appeared nervous and uneasy. With a warm smile, Yusuke spoke first. "I am Uchiha Yusuke, captain of the 3rd Division. Welcome to the 3rd Division. Each of you has the potential to become a pillar of the Godai 13. I hope you will approach your internship with diligence and dedication, showcasing your best qualities." Yusuke's approachable demeanor eased the tension, and the 12 probationary Shinigami felt a surge of anticipation for their upcoming internship. After each probationary Shinigami introduced themselves, Yusuke assigned them their tasks. Rinji, Momo, and Kira Izuru, possessing the highest spiritual pressure and aptitude, were assigned to you for direct supervision. You had already taken over all the duties of the 3rd Division's vice-captain. The prospect of being mentored by the vice-captain filled Rinji, Momo, and Kira Izuru with excitement. The other probationary Shinigami, aware that the three were clearly earmarked for accelerated development within the division, felt a twinge of envy. After the meeting with the new probationary Shinigami, Yusuke dismissed the assembly, allowing the seated officers to familiarize their new subordinates with their respective duties. Phew, that was intense. Someday, I'll be sitting in the captain's seat, wearing the captain's haori, commanding my seated officers. It'll be so cool. Leaving the meeting hall, Rinji breathed a sigh of relief, his determination to become a captain further solidified. Momo turned to Nagato, curiosity evident in her voice. "Senior Nagato, what is our current assignment?" Nagato replied calmly, "The 3rd Division's role is support, we don't have fixed duties. Lately, there's been an unusual surge in aggressive hollows in Rakangai, and the 13th Division, responsible for hollow extermination, is short-staffed. I'm taking you to Rakangai to support them." Kira Izuru looked surprised. "We're fighting hollows right after joining. That's fast." Rinji slung an arm around Kira Izuru's neck, laughing. "Isn't that great? My Zabamara's been itching for a fight. All that training at the Shino Academy, and we haven't actually fought a hollow. Now's our chance to show what we can do." Adjusting her glasses, Nagato said calmly, "The three of you were personally assigned to me by the captain, clearly indicating he expects you to receive more rigorous training. However, if you feel you lack the necessary skills, I can request a reassignment to a seated officer responsible for supporting other divisions." Rinji quickly responded, "Absolutely not. How could we possibly lack the necessary skills? Senior Nagato, rest assured, will cooperate fully to ensure the mission's success." Rinji then positioned himself between Momo and Kira Izuru, placing a hand on the back of each of their heads, and together they bowed to Nagato. "We look forward to your guidance, Senior Nagato." For Rinji, engaging in actual combat against hollows had always been a dream. He wouldn't pass up this opportunity. $20 Intermediate Reader, All Advanced Chapter. Chapter 290, NZNT, Chapter. A dilapidated street in Rakangai, the ground was littered with hollow corpses, nearly 20 in all. For Soul Society, primarily populated B. A dilapidated street in Rakangai, the ground was littered with hollow corpses, nearly 20 in all. For Soul Society, primarily populated by ordinary souls and Shinigami, the sudden appearance of so many hollows in Rakongai was highly unusual. Near the hollow corpses, several Gotei 13 Shinigami were resting. Their armbands identified them as members of the 3rd Division. Leading the group was Nagato Yu, the 3rd Division's vice captain. Looks like hollows aren't so tough after all. When they meet me, they're just asking to be slaughtered, Rinji Abarai said smugly, sheathing his Zanpakuto. Momo Hinamori, however, looked worried. We've killed hundreds of hollows these past few days. It's just too abnormal. I've lived in Rakongai my whole life, and I've never seen so many hollows. Shortly after Rinji, Momo, and Kira Izuru began their internships in the 3rd Division, a massive influx of hollows appeared in Rakongai. These hollows were unusually aggressive, relentlessly attacking the wandering souls in the area. Not only was the 13th Division, responsible for extermination, overwhelmed, but the 3rd and 5th Divisions, responsible for support and rescue, had also deployed nearly all their personnel to eliminate the hollows. Among the probationary Shinigami, Rinji, Momo, and Kira Izuru performed exceptionally well, with Rinji, a natural combatant, proving to be the most outstanding of the 3. Through actual combat experience, the 3 were rapidly growing in skill. In a short time, they had begun to demonstrate the capabilities of Gotei 13 seated officers. Nagato Yu, their supervising vice captain, highly approved of their performance. Although she showed no outward expression, she was inwardly very pleased. This sudden hollow surge was actually caused by Ginaldo and his accomplices, who had escaped from Hueco Mundo. Having mastered the use of the Dogyoku, they discovered that while fusion with the Dogyoku was necessary for Arankarification, the fused individuals could then use the Dogyoku's power to amplify the potential of other hollows, making them stronger but also driving them into a frenzied rage. Nagato Yu was aware of the cause of the hollow surge, but as Yusuke's subordinate, she naturally wouldn't explain this to others. As the 3rd Division Shinigami rested, a sudden surge of spiritual pressure, indicating a battle between a Shinigami and hollows, emanated from nearby. The 3rd Division members were startled, and Vice Captain Nagato Yu immediately led them towards the source of the spiritual pressure. Upon arriving, they found dozens of frenzied hollows attacking Shinigami from the 13th Division. These Shinigami were from the 13th Division, led by their vice captain, Shiba Kaiyan. The 3rd Division had been assisting the 13th Division in eliminating hollows, so they were relatively familiar with the 13th Division's members. Seeing this situation, Nagato Yu immediately led her team into the fray. With the 3rd Division's reinforcements, the 13th Division members, who had been on the defensive due to their numerical disadvantage, were revitalized and launched a counterattack. You came at just the right time. Twisted Flower, Nichibana. Shiba Kaiyan laughed, releasing his Zanpakuto, transforming it into a trident-like polearm. Shiba Kaiyan had been unable to fight freely to protect his teammates. Now, with Nagato Yu and the 3rd Division joining the battle, he could unleash his full power. He charged into the hollow horde, his trident moving with sweeping power, unleashing waves of spiritual pressure. Under Shiba Kaiyan's attack, the hollows near him were crushed, squeezed, or sliced by the blade-like waves. As a genius Shinigami of the Shiba clan, Shiba Kaiyan's spiritual pressure was approaching that of a captain-level fighter. Among the current Gotei 13 vice-captains and seated officers, he is among the strongest. However, compared to Shiba Kaiyan, Yu, as the 3rd Division's vice-captain, was in no way outmatched. Unlike Shiba Kaiyan's fighting style, Yu rarely relied on her Zanpakuto's released abilities, preferring instead to use swordsmanship. She skillfully used her superior spiritual pressure and mastery of Kido, constantly using Heido spells to eliminate the frenzied hollows. Under Shiba Kaiyan and Yu's combined assault, the dozens of frenzied hollows were quickly eliminated, and the beleaguered 13th Division members breathed a sigh of relief. You really came at the perfect time. It would have been quite troublesome otherwise. I'm not afraid of these guys, but my team members might have been in danger, especially with the new probationary Shinigami among them. Sheathing his Zanpakuto, Shiba Kaiyan, with a cheerful smile, approached Yu. Among the current 13th Division vice-captains, Shiba Kaiyan and Nagato Yu were the most popular. Shiba Kaiyan is the epitome of a straightforward, masculine figure, cheerful, helpful, and easygoing. Almost all the 13th Division members respect him greatly. Nagato Yu, on the other hand, is the outwardly cold but inwardly warm type. Though she treats everyone with the same impassive demeanor, she often secretly helps others. Coupled with her cute appearance, many in the Gotei 13 find her a charming contrast, and she is surprisingly popular. Hearing Shiba Kaiyan's words, Yu impassively adjusted her glasses. Vice Captain Shiba, please address me as Vice Captain Nagato. Thank you. Shiba Kaiyan smiled and nodded. Got it, Yu. But you're so incredibly strong, yet I've never seen you fight with your Zanpakuto released. If you used your Zanpakuto's abilities, maybe I wouldn't even be your match. Wouldn't you say, Yu? Seeing that Shiba Kaiyan continued to call her Yu, she didn't bother arguing about the title, simply replying, none of your concern. Shiba Kaiyan laughed. As cold as ever, but At that moment, a powerful spiritual pressure descended upon them, causing many of the Shinigami to show fear. The 13th Division's probationary Shinigami were unable to stand under this pressure, collapsing to their knees in terror. Everyone looked towards the source of the spiritual pressure above, seeing a humanoid figure with a hollow-like bone mask standing in midair, observing them. Sensing the immense and strange spiritual pressure emanating from this unknown individual, Shiba Kaien's expression turned grave. "Who is this? Hollow or Shinigami?" Shiba Kaien muttered gravely. $20 Intermediate Reader, All Advanced Chapter. Chapter 291, NZNT, Chapter. Standing before them was an Arrancar, one of Ginaldo's 5 accomplices, named Crickle, who had achieved Arrancarification by fusing with A. Standing before them was an Arrancar, one of Ginaldo's 5 accomplices, named Crickle, who had achieved Arrancarification by fusing with a Dogyoku. Crickle appeared human-like, with short, brownish-blonde hair and a long black robe that concealed the Dogyoku fused into his chest. A skull mask with black, fly-like markings covered the left side of his face. His entire being radiated a powerful spiritual pressure, easily rivaling that of a captain-level Shinigami. His gaze swept across the assembled Shinigami, and a cruel smile spread across Crickle's face. "Quite a few Shinigami here. Let old Crickle send you all to the afterlife." Upon hearing Crickle's words, everyone realized this sudden, strange apparition was an enemy. All drew their Zanpakuto, assuming a battle-ready stance. Shiba Kaien addressed Crickle loudly, "Your spiritual pressure feels like a hollow's, but hollows can't take on such a human-like form. What are you?" Shiba Kaien's question mirrored the uncertainty of every Shinigami present, except for Nagato-yu. Arrancar are exceedingly rare. Even most captain-level Shinigami, unless they've conducted special research or lived as long as Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, wouldn't be familiar with this evolved form of hollow. To Shiba Kaien's question, Crickle responded haughtily, "Am I some lowly hollow? Let me tell you, boy, I am an Arrancar, the king among hollows. Those inferior hollows are not worthy of comparison to us." Although Crickle had explained his classification, the term Arrancar remained unfamiliar to the Shinigami. Consider Arrancar the evolved form of hollows. Each Arrancar possesses spiritual pressure comparable to a Gotei 13 captain, Yu calmly explained. You recognized this encounter as one of Yusuke's Dogyoku experiment subjects. The Shinigami's expressions changed drastically upon hearing Yu's words. If their enemy possessed captain-level combat strength, they would be completely outmatched. "Don't panic, everyone. I'll handle this guy. He's no match for me. You can all retreat." Shiba Kaien suddenly laughed, his face displaying a reassuring smile. While Shiba Kaien's words were intended to reassure his comrades and allow for their safe withdrawal, he had no confidence in his ability to defeat this opponent. You saw through Shiba Kaien's deception instantly. She knew that if Shiba Kaien faced this enemy alone, he would almost certainly die. However, aside from herself and Shiba Kaien, the other members of the team were essentially useless, only hindering their efforts. Adjusting her glasses, Yu calmly said, "I'll stay and assist Captain Shiba. Everyone else, retreat." Shiba Kaien attempted to persuade Yu and the others to leave, but before he could speak, Crickle, hovering in the air, sneered, "None of you Shinigami will escape." As soon as he finished speaking, 5 red energy spheres appeared before Crickle, each simultaneously forming a Siro. "Everyone, scatter!" Shiba Kaien shouted. The group immediately dispersed, while Yu rapidly began chanting a Kido spell, completing a defensive barrier before Crickle's Siro were fully charged. Bakudo number 81, Danku. A large, semi-transparent wall of spiritual energy materialized before them, just as Crickle unleashed his 5 Siro. A massive shockwave, caused by the collision of spiritual pressure, erupted, filling the area with dust and chaos for hundreds of meters. Yu's Danku spell didn't completely block the Siro, but it held for several seconds, providing enough time for the others to escape. Rage through the seas and heavens, Nijibana. Shiba Kaien's roar echoed through the dust cloud, followed by a massive, swirling vortex of water surging towards Crickle. Crickle scoffed, drawing a long sword from his waist and charging towards the center of the water vortex. His sword, imbued with immense spiritual pressure, pierced Shiba Kaien's attack, continuing its trajectory towards Shiba Kaien, who wielded his trident. Bakudo number 61, Rikujikoro. While Shiba Kaien engaged Crickle directly, Yu provided support with a Bakudo spell. 6 golden beams of light, imbued with sealing power, appeared around Crickle's waist, attempting to restrain him. However, Crickle's overwhelming spiritual pressure erupted, breaking free from the Rikujikoro's confinement. Shiba Kaien, aided by Yu, gained a brief respite, gathering spiritual energy into his trident to unleash another powerful wave attack on Crickle. Meanwhile, at the Technical Development Bureau's monitor in Las Noches, Yusuke and Kuratsuchi Mayuri watched the unfolding events. 5 monitors were set up to track the 5 experimental subjects, each dynamically displaying the status of Ginaldo's group. Yusuke-sama, Kuratsuchi Mayuri said with a strange smile, if you don't intervene, are you not worried about your precious, your capable assistants? Ignoring the strange undertones in Kuratsuchi Mayuri's words, Yusuke calmly replied, Shiba Kyan and Yu's current strength is insufficient to gauge the experimental subject's true capabilities. However, if I intervene, it will be a one-hit kill. After all, they could recognize me. Kuratsuchi Mayuri laughed, then eliminate this one. For experimental subjects are enough for me to gather data. I wonder when the Godii 13 will dispatch their captains. It'll be an exciting battle, wouldn't you say? Watching Shiba Kyan and Yu struggle against Crickle, Yusuke said calmly, it should be soon. The experimental subjects are already causing chaos in Soul Society, and several Arrancar have made their move. Once their spiritual pressure is detected by the Godii 13, captain-level Shinigami will be dispatched to deal with them. Kuratsuchi Mayuri chuckled, if Soul Society's waters run as deep as you say, these experimental subjects are truly courting death with such blatant actions. However, if you don't intervene soon, those two might not hold out much longer. Ah, well, they're moving rather quickly. Turning to Yusuke, Kuratsuchi Mayuri suddenly realized that he was gone, having already departed for Soul Society. $20 Intermediate Reader, All Advanced Chapter. Chapter 292, NZNT, Chapter. Ha ha ha, you brats. The power of an Arrancar is nothing you Shinigami, who haven't even mastered Bankai, can hope to overcome. Especially no. Ha ha ha, you brats. The power of an Arrancar is nothing you Shinigami, who haven't even mastered Bankai, can hope to overcome. Especially not someone like me, at the very pinnacle of Arrancar power. Crickle laughed, toying with Shiba Kyan and Yu. However, he felt the time had come to demonstrate his true strength. Observing the two grim-faced opponents, Crickle's spiritual pressure surged to a new level. Witness my first resurrection. Defile the earth, king of the carrion flies. As Crickle released his resurrection, his sword dramatically increased in size, its blade transforming into a jagged, serrated edge. The entire blade was coated in grime, swarming with fly-like spiritual entities, exuding a potent aura of decay. Simultaneously, his shoulders, elbows, and legs morphed into insect-like segmented limbs, and his fly-like mask became startlingly realistic. Transparent, membrane-like wings sprouted from his back, vibrating at an incredible frequency, producing a deafening buzzing sound, like the swarming of countless flies. Witnessing Crickle's transformed state, Shiba Kyan's already grave expression darkened further. Yu, while maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, revealed her heightened vigilance through her eyes. Wielding his carrion fly sawblade, Crickle roared, die. Carrion fly assault. A wide-ranging gray mist rapidly expanded, engulfing the entire area and encasing all the Shinigami within. This gray mist was clearly infused with potent toxins and corrosive spiritual energy, teeming with countless fly-like spiritual entities. The attack was not only devastatingly powerful but also utterly repulsive. Ha 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 ha. Under my carrion fly mist, escape is impossible. One touch of this poisonous mist will corrode your bodies and spiritual energy, leaving you nothing but food for my carrion flies. Many Shinigami showed signs of despair. Death in battle was one thing, but to perish at the claws of these vile insects was utterly unacceptable. At that moment, Yu raised her Zanpakuto, calmly chanting, Senohana, pure spirit light ring. A wave of invigorating cold energy enveloped Yu Zanpakuto, and a ring of frost, imbued with potent purifying power, rippled outwards. Any carrion fly mist touched by this wave dissipated instantly, like snow melting in boiling water. Within seconds, the previously overwhelming mist had completely vanished. Seeing Yu effortlessly dispel his devastating attack, the previously demoralized Shinigami were visibly relieved. Shiba Kyan exclaimed in amazement, so Yu Zanpakuto possesses purification abilities. But I've never witnessed such potent purification before. Yu calmly responded, the crisis is far from over. Even relying solely on spiritual pressure, will struggle to defeat him. Enraged at having his powerful technique so easily countered, Crickle roared in fury, his body shrouded in carrion fly mist, and charged towards Shiba Kyan and Yu. With a single, powerful swing, Yu, recognizing her strength deficit, quickly retreated. Shiba Kyan, however, attempted to block with his trident and was sent crashing to the ground. Like a meteorite impact, Shiba Kyan's body smashed into the earth, creating a massive crater. He coughed up blood, clearly sustaining serious injuries. You will all die. Especially you. His gaze fixated on Yu, wielding Senohana, Crickle swung his carrion fly sawblade, launching another attack. He was determined to eliminate the Shinigami who could so easily counter his abilities. Simultaneously, a large fissure opened along his spine, releasing a swarm of large, human-sized carrion flies that enveloped the remaining Shinigami. Pursued relentlessly by Crickle, Yu was unable to utilize Senohana's purifying ability on a large scale to dispel the foul spiritual entities. The Shinigami were forced to defend with their Zanpakuto, but when their blades contacted the carrion flies, the less powerful Zanpakuto began to corrode. Prolonged contact threatened to render the weapons completely unusable. Damn it. My Zabimaru is almost completely rotten. This guy's ability is so disgusting. Renji roared in anguish, his voice strained as he desperately swung his Zabimaru against the giant carrion flies. Renji, Momo, and Kira Izuru worked together, forming a small defensive formation to protect each other. In this battle, Kira Izuru's Zanpakuto, Wabisuk, proved completely ineffective. They relied primarily on Renji and Momo's abilities to barely hold their ground. Renji's Zabimaru, despite its offensive and defensive capabilities, was significantly hampered by the fly's corrosive power. Momo's Tobium, however, with its ability to unleash long-range flame attacks, proved highly effective, repelling numerous carrion flies. Crickle's ability was undeniably troublesome. If you hadn't dispelled his carrion fly mist, that single attack would have been enough to annihilate all the Shinigami present. Renji, Momo, and Kira Izuru were performing admirably, but other Shinigami were starting to falter, with casualties steadily increasing. If this continued, the Shinigami would soon suffer a massive rout, their complete annihilation only a matter of time. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a calm voice echoed through the battlefield. Bakudo number 62, Hyaparankin. Hundreds of luminous white spiritual energy pillars suddenly descended from the sky, impaling every single carrion fly to the ground. The impaled flies struggled violently but were completely unable to break free. In an instant, the tide of the battle dramatically shifted. The previously overwhelmed Shinigami were now safe, while their opponents were completely immobilized. Witnessing this incredibly powerful Bakudo spell, everyone was momentarily stunned, including Crickle and Yu, who had been locked in intense combat. Humph, finally decided to make a move, Yu thought to herself. As Yusuke's assistant, Yu knew he was constantly monitoring these experimental Arankar. Possessing the power of Kamui, Yusuke could appear on the scene at any moment to eliminate this experimental subject. $20 Intermediate Reader, All Advanced Chapter. Chapter 293, NZNT, Chapter. As the figure in the white captain's Haori approached, the Shinigami of the 3rd and 13th Divisions showed excited expressions. As the figure in the white captain's Haori approached, the Shinigami of the 3rd and 13th Divisions showed excited expressions. It's Captain Uchiha. Thank goodness, we're saved. With Captain Uchiha here, we'll definitely defeat this enemy. Cheers erupted from the Shinigami. Looking at the carrion flies pinned to the ground, Renji, puzzled, asked Momo, does Hyaparankin really have that much power? I remember seeing others use it, and it only controlled one target. Momo, with an expression of admiration, replied, a normal Hyaparankin doesn't have that kind of power. I never imagined Captain Uchiha's mastery of Kido was so profound. Renji exclaimed in awe, Captain's a captain, after all. Looks like I still have a long way to go before I reach that level. Kira Izuru, standing beside Renji, shook his head. To wield Kido to that extent, even most captains couldn't do it. Captain Uchiha must be among the top-tier captains in the current Godiai 13. Seeing the newcomer, Crickle ceased his attack on Yu. Because Yusuke was wearing glasses, Crickle didn't immediately recognize him as the ruler of Hueco Mundo, only finding him vaguely familiar. Locking onto Yusuke with his spiritual pressure, Crickle grinned cruelly. A captain has arrived. Impressive strength, indeed. But soon, Mid-sentence, a look of utter terror washed over Crickle's face, as he realized exactly who he was facing. Impossible, you. Crickle stammered. The Shinigami below were equally perplexed. Logically, the enemy's power should rival that of a Godiai 13 captain, yet he was suddenly overcome with such fear towards Captain Uchiha. Yusuke displayed his signature warm smile. Really, you almost hurt my precious subordinates. Before anyone could react, Yusuke vanished. No one saw his movement. The next moment, he stood behind Crickle, back to the Arankar. Crickle seemed to want to speak, but before he could utter a word, a thin line appeared across his body. As the line appeared, a massive amount of spiritual energy erupted from his body. In mere seconds, the once powerful Arankar, Crickle, dissipated into thin air. Except for Yu, who remained impassive, all the Shinigami present were stunned into disbelief. They had expected an epic battle, a clash between captain-level fighters, but instead, it was a one-sided massacre. With a single strike, their seemingly invincible enemy was obliterated. Is this captain-level power? The Shinigami couldn't help but wonder. Unbeknownst to them, Yusuke's power wasn't merely captain-level, it was more accurately described as commander-level. In the entire Godiai 13, only Yusuke, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, and Aizen could achieve such a feat. With Crickle's death, the hundreds of carrion flies formed from his spiritual energy began to dissipate into pure spiritual particles. However, these particles carried a strong aura of impurity. If left unchecked, they would cause considerable trouble for the surrounding souls. I'll need your assistance, Yusuke said with a smile. Yu nodded, immediately using Senohana to unleash the pure spirit light ring, purifying the surrounding tainted spiritual particles. The Shinigami felt invigorated, and any wounds caused by the carrion flies healed instantly. Amazing. Senior Yu's abilities are incredible. Seeing his Zabimaru restored to its former glory, Renji exclaimed with delight. Probationary Shinigami Abarai, please address me as Senior Nagato or Vice Captain Nagato, Yu said impassively, adjusting her glasses. Renji scratched his head and laughed. Got it, Senior Yu. Shiba Kaiyan, who had been sent crashing into the ground by Crickle, finally recovered, supporting himself on his trident as he limped towards Yusuke. Captain Uchiha, thank goodness you arrived in time. The consequences would have been unimaginable, Shiba Kaiyan said with a grateful smile, despite his injuries. Looking at Shiba Kaiyan, Yusuke saw a reflection of Ichigo Kurosaki. Both were incredibly responsible individuals, capable of selflessly facing powerful enemies. Sharing Shiba bloodline, their appearances were remarkably similar. During the fight with Crickle, Shiba Kaiyan had used all his strength to directly engage the enemy, creating opportunities for Yu's ranged attacks. However, their individual strengths were insufficient to defeat an experimental Arrancar possessing power exceeding that of a typical captain. Patting Shiba Kaiyan on the shoulder, Yusuke smiled warmly. I saw your performance. Excellent work. You truly live up to your reputation as the Godai 13's most respected vice captain. I'll be sure to praise you to Captain Yusuke the next time I see him. Shiba Kaiyan, unusually shy, blushed at the praise. Thank you for your kind words, Captain Uchiha. It is a shame that I was unable to defeat my opponent. I am truly ashamed. Yusuke waved his hand dismissively. Strength is built through continuous effort. One day, you will surpass me. Except for you, the Shinigami present were invigorated by Yusuke's words. The thought of reaching Yusuke's level through hard work filled them with aspiration. Yu, however, remained impassive, silently criticizing her captain's hypocrisy. She knew that reaching his level required far more than mere effort, yet he was still deceiving these naive youths. Yusuke surveyed the group, noting their relatively good condition. Despite the apparent danger, his timely arrival had prevented any casualties. With Renji carrying the injured Shiba Kaiyan, Yusuke led the group back to the Siri. On their way back, they sensed several powerful spiritual pressure fluctuations emanating from the distance, the other four experimental Arrancar. $20. Chapter 294, NZNT, Chapter. Sensing several spiritual pressures comparable to Crickle's, Shiba Kaiyan, perched on Renji's back, voiced his concern to Yusuke. Captain UC. Sensing several spiritual pressures comparable to Crickle's, Shiba Kaiyan, perched on Renji's back, voiced his concern to Yusuke. Captain Uchiha, please don't worry about us. Go assist elsewhere. Yusuke smiled and shook his head. Other areas certainly need assistance, but the appearance of Arrancar necessitates a personal report to the Captain Commander. This will allow the Captain Commander to implement effective countermeasures before the situation escalates. Shiba Kaiyan nodded, understanding. As always, Captain Uchiha, your consideration is impeccable. I learn much from you. While Yusuke's words sounded considerate, his true reason for not immediately providing further support was to avoid personally eliminating his own experimental subjects. When Yusuke returned to the Siri with his group, the Godai 13 headquarters was already holding an emergency meeting to discuss the unusual hollow surge. Yusuke, having received the news, went directly to the main hall. The Godai 13 had received reports from intelligence personnel about 4 powerful spiritual pressure signatures, but their origins remained unknown. In the main hall, Captain Jushiro Yusuke of the 13th Division was briefing the assembled captains on the recent anomalies. Besides the recent surge in hollows, these hollows have faint crimson glows in their eyes, though not very noticeable. We suspect these hollows have lost their minds, driven into a frenzy, and are being manipulated, Yusuke reported gravely. Yusuke, having just arrived, entered the hall and took his position among the other captains. Hearing Yusuke's description, Yusuke nodded and added, I just returned from Rakangai, where I encountered an extremely rare Arrancar. Captains unfamiliar with Arrancar showed puzzled expressions, while those aware of their existence were astonished. Yusuke then briefly recounted his assistance to the 13th Division, mentioning that he had also sensed 4 additional spiritual pressures, comparable to captain level, and suspected they were also Arrancar. After Yusuke finished, the meeting hall buzzed with discussion. Senior captains explained Arrancar to the newer ones, while others expressed disbelief at the sheer number. Could it be that the one from Hueco Mundo has sent subordinates to Soul Society? Aizen mused to himself. He had witnessed numerous Arrancar in Hueco Mundo, including the Espada, whose strength easily matched the Godai 13 captains. Aizen felt a growing unease. Was the Hueco Mundo ruler planning to initiate a war against Soul Society? Captain Aizen, as head of the Technical Development Bureau, what is your assessment of this situation? As Aizen pondered, Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai directly addressed him. Aizen smiled. Arrancar are not easily created. Based on past experience, there has never been a simultaneous appearance of 5 or more Arrancar. In my view, someone must be conducting forbidden experiments, forcing the evolution of large hollows. Such experiments bear a striking resemblance to Captain Urahara's past holification experiments. Aizen's words were carefully chosen, explaining the possible cause of the Arrancar's appearance while subtly suggesting that Kisuke Urahara, who had previously taken the blame for him, might be the culprit. A cold glint flashed in Yamamoto Genryusai's eyes. He snorted coldly, that Kisuke Urahara, a constant source of trouble. If any of you captains discover his whereabouts, report to me immediately. Turning to Yusuke, Yamamoto Genryusai asked, Captain Uchiha, you engaged with one of these Arrancar. In your opinion, what is their strength? Yusuke smiled. Arrancar are formidable, possessing spiritual pressure on par with captain-level Shinigami. I recommend assigning at least 2 captains to each Arrancar. This will significantly improve our chances of success. The current 11th Division captain, Kenpachi Kiganjo, scoffed. Captain Uchiha single-handedly dealt with one Arrancar, yet recommends 2 captains for each subsequent one. Are you implying your strength far surpasses ours? Kenpachi Kiganjo was a dark-skinned, overweight man with an unkempt beard and 2 iron-like ornaments on his lower lip. If Yusuke hadn't recruited Kenpachi Zaraki, he would have died at Kenpachi's hands, losing the title of Kenpachi. He glared at Yusuke with a mocking expression. Before Yusuke could respond, Sui Feng, the 2nd Division captain, sneered, Captain Uchiha's contributions are undeniable, and his strength is exceptional among the captains. Compared to you, a coward who refuses to accept challenges from his subordinates, he is far superior. Byakuya Kachiki, remaining impassive, added, I have complete faith in Senior Yusuke's judgment. With Sui Feng and Byakuya Kachiki supporting Yusuke, Kenpachi Kiganjo coldly snorted and said no more. Offending so many captains simultaneously would be unwise. Yusuke smiled and nodded gratefully to Sui Feng and Byakuya Kachiki. Byakuya Kachiki had been personally trained by Yusuke in the 6th Division and held him in high regard. Sui Feng felt immense gratitude towards Yusuke for shielding her from Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai's spiritual pressure. Her growing strength had allowed her to understand the level of spiritual pressure required to withstand the Captain Commander's power, further solidifying her respect for Yusuke. Yamamoto Genryusai pondered for a few seconds before nodding. I concur with Captain Uchiha's assessment. It's best to assign 2 captains to each Arrancar to minimize the risk of failure. Yamamoto Genryusai surveyed the assembled captains and made the deployment arrangements. With 4 locations exhibiting unusually powerful spiritual pressure fluctuations, Yamamoto Genryusai divided the captains into 4 groups, each dispatched to a different location for investigation. If the enemy was indeed an Arrancar, they were to be captured alive if possible, otherwise, they were to be eliminated on sight. The first group consisted of Sui Feng and Byakuya Kachiki, the second, Komamura Sajin and Tozen Kanami, the third, Yusuke and Jin Ichimaru, and the fourth, Kenpachi Kiganjo and Kairaka Shuensui. Jin Ichimaru, being responsible for rescue operations, was already en route to Rukongai and Yusuke was to immediately join him. $20. Chapter 295, NZNT, Chapter. Just as Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai finished assigning tasks, Kenpachi Kiganjo stepped forward and declared loudly, Captain Common. Just as Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai finished assigning tasks, Kenpachi Kiganjo stepped forward and declared loudly, Captain Commander, I am the captain of the 11th Division, the inheritor of the Kenpachi title. A mere Arrancar is no match for me. Yamamoto Genryusai, though inwardly displeased by Kenpachi Kiganjo's overconfidence, remained outwardly impassive. Kairaka Shuensui, who had been reluctant to partner with Kenpachi Kiganjo, chuckled, Captain Kenpachi Kiganjo's strength is terrifying. I doubt my presence is even necessary. Yamamoto Genryusai, no longer insisting, nodded. Very well. Captain Kenpachi Kiganjo will handle the unusual spiritual pressure emanating from the northeast alone. With the Captain Commander's order, the participating captains immediately departed, while the remaining captains stayed behind to defend the Siriidii. Back at the Technical Development Bureau, Aizen summoned his most trusted assistant, Yomiya Kagawa. Observing Yomiya's perpetually deadpan expression, Aizen recounted the discussion from the Captain Commander's meeting. He then instructed, Yomiya, go to Rukongai and retrieve an Arrancar's body for me. If the opportunity doesn't present itself, find a frenzied hollow. Yomiya, without hesitation, left the barracks and headed towards Rukongai. Yomiya Kagawa, truly a perfect subordinate, Aizen remarked, watching Yomiya's departing figure. Yomiya possessed considerable strength and executed orders flawlessly, never questioning Aizen's motives. Aizen was highly pleased with Yomiya's performance, even surpassing Jin Ichimaru. At the 13th Division barracks, Rinji and his group, having just returned with Shiba Kaien, were chatting with their comrades. Bakudo number 63, Seijo Sabaku. Renji, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, calmly extended his hand, mimicking the posture of Yusuke performing a Kido spell. He then subtly pushed up his glasses, imitating Yusuke's mannerisms and tone. Really, you almost hurt my precious subordinates. Inspired by Yusuke's effortless display of power, Renji fantasized about emulating such nonchalant dominance, leading him to spontaneously imitate Yusuke. Momo, witnessing this, shook her head in amusement. Renji, you haven't even captured 1/10 of Captain's demeanor. Shiba Kyan laughed, clapping Renji on the shoulder. I'm unmoved, in fact, I find it rather amusing. Renji, losing his composure, grabbed Shiba Kyan's collar. What do you mean, a little amusing? Your laughter could be heard 10 miles away. Normally, no probationary Shinigami would dare speak to a Gotei 13 vice-captain like that, even from a different division. However, Shiba Kyan's exceptionally approachable and straightforward nature resonated with Renji, and they had quickly become close friends. A gentle voice interrupted them. Aren't these the 3rd Division members? It was Yusuke, returning to his barracks after the captain commander's meeting. Seeing Yusuke, Renji released Shiba Kyan's collar, his earlier boldness replaced with deference. Although Yusuke was one of the most approachable captains, the title itself held inherent authority. Noticing Renji's sudden restraint, Yusuke smiled. No need to be so tense, everyone. Just relax. Renji, your pose was quite interesting. Why did you stop? Yusuke, arriving at the barracks, had seen Renji imitating Yusuke from afar. Yusuke's words caused Renji to blush, unexpectedly shy. Shiba Kyan chuckled. Captain Yusuke, we owe our survival to the 3rd Division's assistance. Captain Uchiha's strength was truly eye-opening. Shiba Kyan recounted the events, the hollow ambush, Nagato's rescue, the appearance of the errand car, and Yusuke's swift defeat of the errand car. Yusuke was both relieved and astonished. While aware of Captain Uchiha's considerable strength, Shiba Kyan's account suggested that Yusuke's power surpassed even his own. Clearing his throat, Yusuke smiled. I'll have to thank Captain Uchiha properly when he returns. Shiba Kyan laughed. You'll have to wait your turn, Captain. I want to invite Captain Uchiha to the Shiba estate as well. Meanwhile, in the ruins of Rukongai, a silver-haired man in a captain's haori confronted a female errand car. The silver-haired man, his eyes seemingly half-closed, wore a chilling, serpentine smile. It was Jin Ichimaru, captain of the 5th Division. The female errand car had long golden hair, a beautiful face, a curvaceous figure, and a bone mask resembling an eagle's head. She was Devika, one of Ginaldo's accomplices. My, so it's errand car causing trouble in Soul Society. I wonder what brings you here instead of staying in Hueco Mundo. Jin Ichimaru asked, his smile strained. During his previous trip to Hueco Mundo with Aizen, Jin Ichimaru had encountered errand car. Aizen had explained how rare their creation was. His thoughts mirrored Aizen's earlier suspicions, these errand car were likely under the Hueco Mundo King's command. He secretly suspected that the Hueco Mundo King was planning an attack on Soul Society. Devika sneered. We'll return to Hueco Mundo, but first, we'll destroy the Siriidii. Your uniform marks you as a Gotei 13 captain. Eliminating you will significantly weaken the Gotei 13. Jin Ichimaru's expression remained unchanged, but he inwardly scoffed. These errand car were incredibly naive. The Siriidii held far more power than just the Gotei 13. And even the Gotei 13 alone was far beyond the capabilities of a few errand car to overcome. How dreadful. Let me witness your skills, Jin Ichimaru said, his smirk widening. Facing this unervingly smiling Shinigami, Devika felt an inexplicable chill. This guy isn't an ordinary Shinigami. Devika instinctively sensed. $20. Chapter 296, NZNT, Chapter. As Jin Ichimaru and Devika engaged in combat, Sui Feng and Byakuya Kuchiki, having swiftly departed from the Siriidii, were rapidly approaching. As Jin Ichimaru and Devika engaged in combat, Sui Feng and Byakuya Kuchiki, having swiftly departed from the Siriidii, were rapidly approaching their destination at breakneck speed. Although their paths had crossed due to their association with Yoruichi Shihoin, the two captains shared no genuine personal connection. Both being outwardly reserved and emotionally distant individuals, Sui Feng and Byakuya Kuchiki maintained a stony silence throughout their journey, resulting in an acutely awkward atmosphere. Their respective vice-captains, Marekio Omida and Kuchiki Rukia, trailing behind, mirrored this awkwardness, their discomfort palpable under the weight of the intense silence. In an attempt to alleviate the tension, the usually more jovial Omida prepared to speak, but before he could utter a word, Sui Feng's cold voice cut through the air, "Omida, be quiet." Omida's words were abruptly stifled, the already frigid atmosphere growing even colder. Let's just reach the destination and begin the battle. This oppressive silence is truly unbearable. Omida and Kuchiki Rukia exchanged a look, a shared understanding passing between them. Suifeng and Byakuya Kuchiki's party didn't travel long before arriving at the location exhibiting the unusual surge in spiritual pressure. There, dozens of hollows, their eyes faintly glowing with a menacing crimson light, were wreaking havoc, leaving no ordinary souls in their wake. The surviving souls had either fled in terror or been consumed by the rampaging hollows. Above the hollows, a figure with immensely powerful spiritual pressure and a bizarre appearance hovered. Clad in a dark robe, one side of his face was concealed by a skull mask resembling a shark's head, while the other side displayed what appeared to be fish-like gills. So this is what an Arankar looks like. Indeed, judging by its spiritual pressure, it is a captain-level opponent, Byakuya Kuchiki stated calmly. Observing their adversary, Suifeng issued her instructions, you two vice-captains will engage the lesser hollows, this Arankar is mine and Captain Kuchiki's to handle. Following Suifeng's orders, Omida and Kuchiki Rukia immediately drew their Zanpakuto and engaged the surrounding hollows. The overwhelming spiritual pressure emanating from the Arankar before them made it clear that this opponent was far beyond their capabilities. The moment Suifeng and Byakuya Kuchiki appeared, the Arankar, hovering in the air, immediately noticed their presence. This Arankar was one of the 5 Dogyoku-fused experimental subjects, named Barboni. 2 Godii 13 captains. Excellent. I've been longing for a true battle. Barboni, a cruel grin spreading across his face, drew a curved blade from his waist and addressed Suifeng and Byakuya Kuchiki. Byakuya Kuchiki, instead of immediately attacking, calmly inquired, what is your origin, and what is the purpose of this hollow surge in Rakongai? Barboni, displaying no interest in answering, instead charged towards them with a ferocious laugh. 2 insignificant Shinigami have no right to know. Prepare to be torn to shreds. Suifeng and Byakuya Kuchiki responded with a simultaneous cold snort, immediately releasing their Zanpakuto. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. Sting all enemies to death, Suzumabachi. Byakuya Kuchiki's Zanpakuto transformed into countless pink, petal-like blades that surged towards Barboni, while Suifeng, utilizing her unparalleled Shuinpa speed, instantly appeared behind him. She wielded no Zanpakuto, but instead, a refined, razor-sharp finger guard, radiating a chilling aura. This was the Shurkai form of her Zanpakuto, Suzumabachi. Confronted by the simultaneous assault from Suifeng and Byakuya Kuchiki, Barboni remained unfazed. He unleashed a powerful wave of water imbued with immense spiritual energy, dispersing the countless pink blades of Senbon Sakura. Simultaneously, he turned to engage Suifeng in close combat. Despite Suifeng's remarkable speed, Barboni, whose spiritual pressure and physical capabilities had been significantly augmented by the Dogyoku, effortlessly matched her pace. His superior strength quickly gave him the upper hand. Byakuya Kuchiki, undeterred, rapidly reformed the dispersed Senbon Sakura blades, directing them anew towards Barboni. Barboni, engaged in close-quarters combat with Suifeng, was caught off guard and swiftly enveloped by the countless Senbon Sakura blades. As the countless blades rotated and moved, numerous small cuts appeared across Barboni's body. His black robe was torn and tattered, revealing the Dogyoku fused into his chest. While the individual wounds inflicted by Senbon Sakura were not severe, their cumulative effect created a significant restraining effect. Distracted by the incessant pain, Barboni momentarily lost his focus, allowing Suifeng's Suzumabachi to strike him several times, leaving behind distinctive black butterfly marks. These marks represented Suzumabachi's unique ability, double strike kill. If these marks were struck again by Suzumabachi, the target would be instantly annihilated. Barboni, naturally, was unaware of this lethal ability. Covered in wounds and bleeding profusely, Barboni, despite his powerful regenerative abilities, endured excruciating pain as Senbon Sakura continuously inflicted wounds that constantly healed. Ayakak. Tear apart, Dragon Vortex Shark. With a furious roar, Barboni unleashed a tremendous surge of spiritual pressure, sending Suifeng and the Senbon Sakura blades flying. You think those attacks could defeat me? Let me show you a power beyond your comprehension. Barboni's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. Sharp, hardened fins sprouted from his back and limbs, his curved blade vanished, and his hands transformed into 2 grotesque shark heads. Most significantly, his already superior spiritual pressure intensified to an even greater degree. Even Suifeng and Byakuya Kuchiki, both seasoned captains, felt the immense pressure bearing down upon them. Such a repulsive transformation, Suifeng sneered, her voice devoid of any emotion. Utilizing Shuinpa, Suifeng instantly reappeared at Barboni's side, her Suzumabachi aimed at a vital point. Barboni dodged, pointing his shark head right hand towards Suifeng, rapidly accumulating immense spiritual pressure within its maw. Sensing the imminent danger, Byakuya Kuchiki shouted, Suifeng, retreat immediately. Simultaneously, Byakuya Kuchiki, utilizing Shuinpa, arrived beside Suifeng, his right hand extended, poised to unleash a Kido spell. Zero, White Shark Torrent. Bakudo number 81, Danku. A deafening explosion reverberated as a massive shockwave, the result of the clashing spiritual pressures, impacted Byakuya Kuchiki's Danku barrier. The disparity in spiritual pressure proved too great, and the barrier shattered almost instantly. $20. Chapter 297, NZNT, Chapter. A wave of immense spiritual pressure, like a colossal tidal wave, slammed into the Danka barrier erected by Byakuya Kuchiki. The disparity I. A wave of immense spiritual pressure, like a colossal tidal wave, slammed into the Danka barrier erected by Byakuya Kuchiki. The disparity in spiritual pressure proved too great, the barrier, unable to withstand the onslaught, shattered almost instantly. Witnessing the destruction of his defensive barrier, Byakuya Kuchiki, disregarding the need to conserve his spiritual energy, immediately unleashed his Bankai. In an instant, tens of thousands of blade-like sakura petals coalesced, forming a formidable shield before him, and Suifeng, Barboni's spiritual pressure wave, unable to breach the Senbon Sakura's defense, was met with a swift counterattack. Byakuya Kuchiki, with a flick of his wrist, directed the countless petals into a relentless assault. A sea of pink blades surged towards Barboni from every direction. Barboni, forced to retreat, used his shark head hands to unleash continuous blasts of spiritual pressure, attempting to repel the onslaught of Senbon Sakura's blades. While Barboni's spiritual pressure arguably surpassed Byakuya Kuchiki's, the sheer number of blades unleashed by Senbon Sakura's Bankai, providing both impenetrable defense and devastating offense, proved to be a significant challenge. Barboni found himself struggling to cope with this overwhelming assault. Overwhelmed by the relentless attack, he failed to notice Suifeng, concealed amidst the countless pink blades, stealthily approaching him. Under the cover of Byakuya Kuchiki's Senbon Sakura, Suifeng successfully infiltrated Barboni's immediate vicinity. Her eyes flashing with a cold intensity, Suifeng unleashed a sudden burst of spiritual pressure, launching a lightning-fast surprise attack. Her Suzumabachi, the razor-sharp fingered guard, precisely struck a pre-existing butterfly mark on Barboni's back. Barboni, startled by the sudden attack, initially believed the strike to be inconsequential, scoffing loudly, "Is this the best a captain-level Shinigami can manage? It barely tickles. How utterly laughable." Suifeng responded with a cold sneer, "You're already dead." As Barboni prepared to retort, he suddenly lost control of his spiritual energy. His entire being began to rapidly disintegrate. "This is impossible. What have you done?" Barboni cried out in terror, his body visibly dissolving into spiritual particles. Suifeng calmly explained the nature of her Naijiki Kasatsu ability, a cold smile playing on her lips as she watched her opponent's life force ebb away. Just as everyone anticipated Barboni's imminent demise, the azure gem embedded in his chest suddenly glowed, a surge of strange, azure spiritual pressure enveloping him. The Dogyoku had initiated its restorative power. Under the Dogyoku's influence, Barboni's disintegrating body stabilized, his spiritual energy ceasing its rapid decline. Although his spiritual pressure was significantly diminished, he had miraculously survived. Suifeng's expression was one of utter disbelief. She had never imagined her Naijiki Kasatsu ability could be rendered ineffective. Impossible. Suzumabachi's ability is absolute. No one can escape the Naijiki Kasatsu rule, Suifeng murmured, a look of bewilderment on her face. Byakuya Kuchiki, standing beside her, calmly stated, "No ability is truly absolute. Shinigami power is fundamentally rooted in spiritual pressure. If the disparity in spiritual pressure is significant enough, ability failure is entirely plausible." Suifeng let out a cold snort. "Where did you acquire such a theory?" Byakuya Kuchiki calmly responded, "From Senior Yusuke." Upon hearing Yusuke's name, Suifeng's expression softened slightly. "I suppose you're right, but this enemy remains a formidable challenge." Startled by Suifeng's near-fatal attack, Barboni, fueled by a mixture of fear and rage, unleashed the Dogyoku's ultimate power, his second resurrection. A wave of violent and chaotic spiritual pressure erupted from Barboni, and he roared towards the heavens, "Annihilate all." Dragon Vortex Shark Knight. The azure glow of the Dogyoku pulsed through his body, spreading along his veins and drastically amplifying his spiritual pressure. With the activation of his second resurrection, the shark heads on his arms detached. The left shark head transformed into a massive great white shark hovering in the air, while the right became a fearsome shark head spear. Riding atop the great white shark, Barboni, wielding the shark head spear, let out a ferocious cry, "With this power, you can only feel terror. Shred them, Shark Tornado." He pointed the spear towards the grim-faced Suifeng and Byakuya Kuchiki, unleashing a raging spiritual whirlwind that engulfed the entire area. This spiritual whirlwind formed a colossal tornado that pierced the heavens, lightning crackling around its edges. Within the vortex, hundreds of spiritual sharks, formed from pure spiritual energy, surged towards Suifeng and Byakuya Kuchiki, seemingly intent on tearing them apart and devouring them. "Stay close to me. His spiritual pressure is overwhelming. I must contract Senbon Sakura's defensive radius," Byakuya Kuchiki stated gravely. As he spoke, he continuously manipulated the Senbon Sakura blades, encasing himself and Suifeng within a protective pink sphere. Senbin Sakura's all-encompassing protection prevented both the spiritual vortex and the spiritual sharks from penetrating the defense. However, Byakuya Kuchiki knew this defense was not unbreakable. Once his spiritual pressure was depleted, the Senbin Sakura's protective barrier would inevitably collapse. Turning to Sui Feng, Byakuya Kuchiki inquired, "Captain Sui Feng, what is your Bankai's ability? I cannot sustain this defense indefinitely. We need a decisive countermeasure." At the mention of her Bankai, Sui Feng, usually stoic and reserved, became visibly hesitant. Observing Sui Feng's reluctance to answer or unleash her Bankai, Byakuya Kuchiki frowned, "Captain Sui Feng, you haven't mastered your Bankai, have you?" After several tense seconds, Sui Feng, as if making a resolute decision, stiffened her expression. "Captain Kuchiki, after you witness my Bankai, you are forbidden from revealing it to anyone." Byakuya Kuchiki, slightly surprised, nodded impassively in agreement. He was now intensely curious about the nature of Sui Feng's Bankai, and the reasons behind its secrecy. Bankai, Jakuho Reikaben. As Sui Feng chanted the Bankai's release incantation, a thick, long, cylindrical golden object materialized in her right hand. Byakuya Kuchiki's eyes widened in surprise. Sui Feng's Bankai was a massive golden cannon, far exceeding her own height. The sheer length and weight of this cannon rendered Sui Feng almost immobile, leaving her struggling to even support its immense mass. Due to the stark contrast between this Bankai's appearance and her usual stealth-oriented fighting style, Sui Feng had never used it in a formal battle, and she desperately hoped to keep its form a secret. Byakuya Kuchiki, however, was immediately impressed. Such a cumbersome Bankai must have sacrificed other abilities to achieve such devastating power. In this critical situation, this was precisely the kind of decisive power they needed. $20. Chapter 298, NZNT, Chapter. My spiritual pressure has locked onto the enemy. Once my power is fully charged, I'll give the signal, and you'll open an escape route in T. My spiritual pressure has locked onto the enemy. Once my power is fully charged, I'll give the signal, and you'll open an escape route in the direction I indicate, Sui Feng instructed Byakuya Kuchiki. Her Jakuho Reikaben remained concealed, aimed directly at Barboni. Her spiritual pressure steadily increased, indicating the buildup of a powerful attack. Barboni's shark tornado continued to relentlessly erode Byakuya Kuchiki's spiritual energy, and Barboni's taunts and laughter echoed from beyond the Senbin Sakura barrier. Ha 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 ha. So these are the Godii 13 captains. Utterly pathetic. Surrender now. If you swear fealty, I might spare your lives. As Barboni reveled in his taunts, a small opening suddenly appeared in the pink sphere directly facing him. Then, a massive golden cannon shot towards him at incredible speed. Not good. Barboni, realizing he'd been outmaneuvered, knew this golden cannon was a lethal attack. He frantically dodged, aiming his shark head spear at the oncoming projectile, a blue cirrus rapidly forming in the shark's mouth. Fortunately, his shark tornado's powerful suction and deflection capabilities slowed the Jakuho Reikaben, giving him a chance to counter. However, regardless of his evasive maneuvers, the Jakuho Reikaben, functioning as a self-guided missile, relentlessly pursued him. King Hollow's flash. Barboni roared, unleashing the fully charged blue cirrus from his shark head spear just as the Jakuho Reikaben made impact. A blinding flash erupted, followed by a violent shockwave of spiritual pressure. The force of the explosion completely dispersed Barboni's shark tornado. Because the Jakuho Reikaben remained locked onto Barboni, the unfortunate Arankar was at the epicenter of the blast, absorbing the full brunt of the explosion's devastating power. Byakuya Kuchiki, demonstrating remarkable foresight, had already retreated with Sui Feng as the impact approached, using the Senbin Sakura barrier to absorb most of the shockwave. Ayakak. You two bastards. I'll tear you to shreds. Barboni's enraged roar echoed through the blinding light. Barboni, his body battered and broken, emerged from the blinding light, his shark head spear raised, charging towards Byakuya Kuchiki and Sui Feng. Byakuya Kuchiki and Sui Feng were astonished that he had survived such a devastating attack. Barboni's legs and left arm were broken, his body scarred by spiritual energy burns, yet his spiritual pressure remained remarkably strong. Die. Raging Shark Blade. Barboni wildly swung his shark head spear, unleashing a barrage of powerful, blade-like water waves towards Byakuya Kuchiki and Sui Feng. Facing Barboni's relentless assault, Byakuya Kuchiki, his spiritual energy dwindling, was forced to utilize his final trump card. Senbin Sakura Kageyoshi, Senki. The Senbin Sakura petals transformed into hundreds of glowing swords, which, under Byakuya Kuchiki's precise control, surged towards Barboni. Countless water blades and glowing swords clashed, their energies relentlessly grinding against each other. While Senbin Sakura's transformed swords possessed greater power, Barboni's spiritual energy seemed inexhaustible. No matter how many water blades were shattered, more were instantly generated. Byakuya Kuchiki began to feel the strain of his dwindling spiritual energy, and Sui Feng, having already expended her spiritual energy on the Jakuho Reikaben, was equally depleted. Captain Sui Feng, it seems we cannot defeat this opponent. We must retreat and report this Arrancar's information back to the Godai 13, Byakuya Kuchiki stated gravely, while maintaining his defense against Barboni's relentless assault. Sui Feng nodded in agreement, recognizing the futility of further engagement. Barboni overheard Byakuya Kuchiki's words. Seeing his opponent's attempt to retreat, he roared with a cruel laugh, trying to escape. You fools! None of you will leave alive. Roar, Shark Tornado! Barboni unleashed another devastating Shark Tornado, a powerful spiritual whirlwind engulfing Sui Feng and Byakuya Kuchiki. Now you will pay the price. King Hollow's Flash. Having trapped his opponents, Barboni aimed his shark-head spear, unleashing a Siro radiating immense spiritual pressure. Sui Feng and Byakuya Kuchiki's faces were grim. Their spiritual energy was depleted, maintaining their defense within the Shark Tornado was already a struggle, let alone withstanding the impending Siro. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm them, Barboni's expression suddenly contorted. The Siro forming on his spear vanished, and the Shark Tornado dissipated. Impossible. How could this be? Terror filled Barboni's face. The azure glow emanating from the Hogyoku embedded in his chest faded, gradually turning dull, eventually crumbling into dust. Sui Feng and Byakuya Kuchiki exchanged bewildered glances. They understood that some catastrophic event had befallen their opponent, and the source likely stemmed from the azure gem in his chest. Ayakak. Impossible. I had become the king among hollows. How can I perish like this? Barboni's voice, laced with despair and disbelief, echoed in the air. The veins connecting the Dogyoku to his body disintegrated along with the gem, the disintegration rapidly spreading throughout his entire being. Within seconds, the once powerful Arrancar, Barboni, vanished completely from Sui Feng and Byakuya Kuchiki's sight. Witnessing their opponent's sudden and unexpected demise, Sui Feng and Byakuya Kuchiki felt a mixture of relief and a sobering realization of their own limitations. To think Senior Yusuke single-handedly defeated such a formidable creature. I still have much to learn, Byakuya Kuchiki said with admiration. Sui Feng nodded in agreement, her expression suddenly darkening. Not good. Kenpachi Kiganjo was too overconfident, facing such an enemy alone. His strength isn't exceptional among the captains, I fear the worst. Byakuya Kuchiki frowned. Even so, we cannot abandon him. Let's recover our spiritual energy and hope he can hold out until we arrive. Byakuya Kuchiki then instructed Kuchiki Rukia and Marekio Omida to return to the Siri and report the battle's outcome to Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryosai, while he and Sui Feng, recovering their spiritual energy as they went, swiftly headed towards the area Kenpachi Kiganjo was investigating. $20. Chapter 299, NZNT, Chapter. While Byakuya Kuchiki and Sui Feng were locked in a fierce battle with the Arrancar Baron, Yusuke returned to the Hueco Mundo Technical Dev. While Byakuya Kuchiki and Sui Feng were locked in a fierce battle with the Arrancar Baron, Yusuke returned to the Hueco Mundo Technical Development Bureau to monitor the progress of his experiments alongside Kuratsuchi Mayuri. Byakuya Kuchiki and Sui Feng performed admirably. They pushed the number 4 experimental subject to its limits, directly causing the Dogyoku's collapse, Kuratsuchi Mayuri observed with a smile. Yusuke nodded in agreement. It seems my guidance over the years wasn't wasted. I'm quite satisfied with Byakuya Kuchiki's performance. For a moment, I thought I might have to intervene personally. Kuratsuchi Mayuri chuckled, her gaze shifting to another monitor. However, some are faring less well. The overweight fellow battling the number 1 experimental subject is near death. As a fellow captain, aren't you going to offer assistance? Kuratsuchi Mayuri was referring to Kenpachi Kiganjo, the 11th Division captain. The monitor showed him completely incapacitated, lying on the ground, covered in blood. Yusuke responded indifferently, I'm not in the charity business. I have no personal connection with that man. On another monitor, Komamura Sajin and Tozen Kanami were locked in a grueling battle against their Arrancar opponents, appearing to be on the defensive. In contrast, Jin Ichimaru, fighting alone, held a clear advantage, suppressing Devika, the Arrancar second only to Ginaldo in spiritual pressure among the 5 experimental subjects. That silver-haired fellow is truly impressive. Honestly, I doubt I could match him in combat, Kuratsuchi Mayuri commented with genuine admiration. Yusuke, observing Jin Ichimaru on the screen, stated calmly, he's been concealing his true strength, even in a one-on-one battle, carefully avoiding his most potent techniques. If he unleashed his ultimate attack, it would be enough to instantly kill the number 2 experimental subject. Jin Ikamaru's publicly known Bankai is the purely physical Kamishini no Yari, but Yusuke, as a time traveler, was aware of his recently developed ultimate technique, a minuscule, almost imperceptible cavity hidden within Kamishini no Yari. This cavity contained an extremely potent poison capable of dissolving spiritual energy. Even Aizen, after absorbing the Hogyoku, had nearly perished from this attack. Kuratsuchi Mayuri's eyes widened in surprise. A truly formidable individual, concealing his power so effectively. Kuratsuchi Mayuri made no attempt to question Yusuke's source of information, knowing any inquiry would yield no genuine answer. He surmised that Yusuke's eyes might possess some ability to perceive secrets or read minds. At that moment, an unexpected figure appeared on the monitor showing Kenpachi Kiganjo, Yomi Kagawa, the spy Yusuke had assigned to monitor Aizen. Kuratsuchi Mayuri's expression shifted to one of curiosity. Didn't you say the Seirei only sent captains to deal with these experimental subjects? Why is Yomi Kagawa interfering? Yusuke considered this for a moment. It's likely Aizen's orders. The sudden emergence of multiple Arrancar is highly unusual. Aizen sending him to investigate is perfectly logical. Then act quickly. If your carefully placed spy is eliminated, your efforts will be completely wasted, Kuratsuchi Mayuri cackled. Yusuke calmly observed Yomi Kagawa, looking perpetually sleep-deprived, slowly approaching Ginaldo on the monitor screen. Let's watch. I may not need to intervene. You call yourself a Gotei 13 captain. Pathetic. Ginaldo, brimming with arrogance after defeating Kenpachi Kiganjo, sneered, placing a foot on Kenpachi Kiganjo's head. He had already activated his first resurrection, his already substantial frame now clad in heavy armor, making him appear even more imposing. He wore a crown, wielded a massive staff, and draped a red and gold cape, resembling a Western emperor. Kenpachi Kiganjo, barely breathing, was pinned to the ground, his head forced into the earth by Ginaldo's weight. Despite his considerable strength, Kenpachi Kiganjo's overconfidence in facing the strongest of Yusuke's 5 experimental subjects alone proved to be his undoing. Ginaldo, without further toying with Kenpachi Kiganjo, pressed his staff into Kenpachi Kiganjo's back, piercing him through. Kenpachi Kiganjo let out a muffled scream, his life extinguished. The muffled sound was due to his head being buried in the ground. Kicking Kenpachi Kiganjo's corpse aside, Ginaldo turned to Yomi Kagawa, who had just arrived. You're a Gotei 13 Shinigami, aren't you? A captain fell to me, and you still haven't fled. Yomi Kagawa calmly glanced at Kenpachi Kiganjo's corpse, then responded in a flat tone, why does a fat man torment another fat man? Ginaldo was momentarily stunned, then roared in fury, damn you, you're going to die, and you still dare to be so flippant. As he spoke, Ginaldo slammed his staff into the ground, and a massive boulder materialized from the sky, plummeting towards Yomi Kagawa. A flash of light, and Yomi Kagawa swiftly drew his Zanpakuto, cleaving the boulder in two. The two halves of the boulder, undiminished in force, smashed into the ground on either side of Yomi Kagawa with earth-shattering force. With the attack launched, Yomi Kagawa's expression instantly changed. His previously sleepy eyes sharpened, his body transforming into a blur as he instantly reappeared beside Ginaldo. Seeing Ginaldo's armored form, Yomi Kagawa knew his Zanpakuto might not pierce his defenses. With a swift flick of his wrist, his Zanpakuto, like a venomous snake, darted towards Ginaldo's eyes. Ginaldo smirked, a powerful spiritual pressure enveloping him. Due to Ginaldo's unique spiritual energy, this pressure acted like gravity, exerting immense downward force. The ground around Ginaldo instantly caved in, the soil becoming incredibly dense. The pressure hampered Yomi Kagawa's movements, significantly reducing his speed and control. Ginaldo, seizing the opportunity, swung his massive staff with tremendous force. Despite his bulk, Ginaldo possessed surprising speed. A direct hit would pulverize Yomi Kagawa. $20. Chapter 300, NZNT, Chapter. Faced with Ginaldo's devastating attack, Yomi Kagawa remained unfazed. The tip of his Zanpakuto, already extended, unleashed a powerful burr. Faced with Ginaldo's devastating attack, Yomi Kagawa remained unfazed. The tip of his Zanpakuto, already extended, unleashed a powerful burst of spiritual pressure. Using the recoil, he propelled himself backward, narrowly evading Ginaldo's lethal blow. Knowing his opponent was formidable, Yomi Kagawa raised his Zanpakuto, activating its Shurkai. Slaughter, Jigakushura. Yomi Kagawa's form became slightly translucent, as if shrouded in shadow. His Zanpakuto blade turned jet black, radiating a chilling aura. The most striking change, however, was to his face. His previously refined features were completely transformed. His eyes slanted upwards, and his mouth seemed to split to his ears, forming a grotesque, unsettling smile. Even Jin Ichimaru, renowned for his own unsettling demeanor, would pale in comparison to this unsettling visage. Witnessing Yomi Kagawa's transformation, Ginaldo remained unconcerned. He knew that Shinigami, upon releasing their Zanpakuto, could unleash a variety of bizarre abilities. This one was merely unusually grotesque in appearance. However, just as he was about to launch another attack, Yomi Kagawa vanished from sight. Before Ginaldo could react, a searing pain pierced his back. Yomi Kagawa had struck him from behind. Thanks to Ginaldo's immense spiritual pressure and sturdy armor, the attack failed to penetrate, leaving only a superficial wound. Startled by the surprise attack, Ginaldo spun around, but found nothing. Then, another sharp pain struck his neck. Again, due to his immense spiritual pressure and defenses, Yomi Kagawa's attack failed to behead Grinned, leaving only a deep gash. Grinned was both enraged and fearful. While the attacks weren't lethal, Yomi Kagawa's impossible speed and unpredictable strikes completely overwhelmed him. Crush the world, Granite Giant. Grinned roared, activating his second resurrection. A layer of smooth, hard material coated his already thick armor, rendering it virtually impenetrable. Behind him, a colossal granite giant, crowned and radiating immense spiritual pressure, materialized. This giant possessed the ability to manipulate gravity. A radius of approximately 100 meters around the granite giant experienced a dramatic increase in gravitational force, causing the ground to cave in. Anyone within this area would be severely hampered by the increased gravity. You're fast, are you? Let's see how you fare under this crushing gravity. Grinned bellowed. As the increased gravity enveloped the area, Yomi Kagawa's speed was significantly hampered. While Grinned couldn't see Yomi Kagawa's movements before, he could now perceive a superimposed shadow constantly circling him. This superimposed shadow was Yomi Kagawa in his Shirkai state. Spotting Yomi Kagawa, Grinned immediately ordered the granite giant to attack. Despite its immense size, the granite giant's attacks were surprisingly swift. Fists larger than an adult human rained down upon the area. With deafening crashes, the ground was transformed into a massive crater, and Kenpachi Kaganjo, caught in the attack, was reduced to nothing more than scattered remains. Yomi Kagawa, utilizing his incredible speed, dodged the attacks while seeking an opening. After a series of agile maneuvers, Yomi Kagawa found his opportunity, scaling the granite giant's arm and reaching its head. Looking down at Grinned, who had his back turned, Yomi Kagawa unleashed his full spiritual pressure, launching a devastating downward strike. Jigakuzan, first style, Ryo Bunshi. Black flames, filled with the tormented screams of countless vengeful spirits, ignited on Yomi Kagawa's blade. The sight alone was enough to evoke a chilling sense of dread. Yomi Kagawa's blade descended, a black arc of energy aimed at Grinned's head, as if intending to cleave him in two. The downward force of gravity amplified the attack's power. Grinned, sensing the attack, swung his staff to counter. The staff shattered upon impact with the black blade, which continued its trajectory, piercing Grinned's left chest. Having breached Grinned's defenses, Yomi Kagawa's eyes flashed with cold determination. Jigakuzan, second style, Yukin. With a deft twist of his wrist, the black Zanpakuto, already embedded in Grinned's chest, arced slightly, ripping out Grinned's heart. Clutching the oversized heart, Yomi Kagawa swiftly distanced himself, crushing the heart in his hand. Grinned screamed in agony, his spiritual pressure rapidly diminishing, his armor beginning to peel away, seemingly mortally wounded. But then, a blue light emanated from his chest, enveloping his body. His wounds rapidly healed, and even his extracted heart regenerated. Yomi Kagawa, who believed he had won, felt a chill of apprehension. Having remained close to Aizen, he was unaware of Yusuke's Dogyoku experiments and the Arrancar's remarkable regenerative abilities. Ha 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 ha, you cannot kill me. That was close. I'll have to use my full power to eliminate you. Grinned roared, and the granite giant raised its arms, a massive black spiritual energy sphere forming above its head. This sphere possessed an incredibly powerful gravitational pull, attracting surrounding sand, rocks, and trees, like a black hole. The sphere continuously compressed itself, growing smaller as it absorbed more matter, its gravitational pull increasing exponentially. Even Yomi Kagawa was unable to maintain his position, uncontrollably drawn towards the spiritual energy sphere above the granite giant. Despite struggling against the pull, his efforts were futile. Seeing Yomi Kagawa almost completely immobilized, Grinned's face contorted in a cruel grin. Die, you brat. King Hollow's flash. Grinned opened his mouth, a bright green cirro forming, aimed directly at the approaching Yomi Kagawa. Trapped by the granite giant's gravitational pull, Yomi Kagawa was unable to dodge, forced to rely solely on his own strength to withstand the attack. It seems I'll have to use my Bankai to survive. As this thought crossed Yomi Kagawa's mind, he sensed two distinct Shinigami spiritual pressures approaching. $20. Chapter 301, NZNT, Chapter. Bakudo number 73, Tazancho. A man's voice rang out, and a massive, light blue, cone-shaped crystal suddenly appeared, sealing the spiritual inner. Bakudo number 73, Tazancho. A man's voice rang out, and a massive, light blue, cone-shaped crystal suddenly appeared, sealing the spiritual energy black hole above the granite giant's head. However, due to the black hole's immense spiritual pressure and powerful suction, the crystal rapidly began to collapse, on the verge of being absorbed. This brief interruption, however, disrupted the black hole's influence on the surrounding area. Yomi Kagawa seized this moment, swiftly dodging Grinned's cirro aimed directly at him. Byakuya Kuchiki and Suifeng, their spiritual energy partially replenished, had arrived. The Bakudo spell had been cast by Byakuya Kuchiki. Although Byakuya Kuchiki and Suifeng had many questions for Yomi Kagawa, the black hole's powerful gravitational pull still affected their movements, leaving little room for extended conversation. Observing the granite giant's raised arms, Byakuya Kuchiki quickly analyzed, the black hole's gravitational pull is maintained by the granite giant. Temporarily sealing or disrupting the giant's actions will cause the black hole to collapse. Yomi Kagawa and Suifeng, looking towards the immobile granite giant, agreed with Byakuya Kuchiki's assessment. However, the granite giant's immense size, formidable defenses, and overwhelming spiritual pressure made both sealing and disrupting its actions extremely challenging. Captain Suifeng, this will have to be your responsibility, Byakuya Kuchiki stated. Suifeng sighed, unexpectedly having to use her Bankai twice in one day. Raising her right hand towards the granite giant, she shouted, Bankai, Jakuho Reikaben. The appearance of the thick, massive golden cannon startled Yomi Kagawa. He hadn't expected the petite, agile, assassination specialist of the 2nd Division to wield such a weapon. Ginaldo, of course, understood their plan. However, confident in the granite giant's defenses, he dismissed Suifeng's Jakuho Reikaben. More fools to die. Excellent. I'll send you all to hell. King Hollow's flash. Ginaldo scoffed, then extended his right hand, forming another bright green Siro aimed at the 3 Shinigami, who were struggling against the black hole's pull. Byakuya Kuchiki immediately unleashed Senbon Sakura's Bankai, countless blades intercepting the Siro, temporarily deflecting the attack. Captain Suifeng, I can't hold this for long. We need to quickly disrupt the granite giant's control over the black hole. Byakuya Kuchiki urged. Understood. Suifeng's voice rang out, her spiritual pressure finally sufficient to unleash the Jakuho Reikaben. The golden cannon, propelled by immense spiritual pressure, shot forth with incredible speed, overcoming the black hole's gravitational pull, and hurtling directly towards the granite giant's head. Seeing the cannon's destructive potential, Ginaldo realized the danger, immediately cancelling his Siro and attempting to defend against the incoming attack. However, Byakuya Kuchiki and Yomi Kagawa, masters of seizing opportunities, did not miss this chance. Capitalizing on the black hole's gravitational pull, they simultaneously launched their attacks against Ginaldo. Bankai, Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. Ika Senjinka. Byakuya Kuchiki controlled countless Senbon Sakura blades, transforming them into glowing white swords that pierced towards Ginaldo, while Yomi Kagawa, turning into a shadow, appeared behind Ginaldo, unleashing a devastating black blade at his unprotected neck. A series of deafening explosions followed. The granite giant's head was completely obliterated by the Jakuho Reikaben, and countless Senbon Sakura swords rained down upon Ginaldo's body. While each individual sword couldn't pierce Ginaldo's defenses, their relentless assault, like water droplets eroding stone, rapidly chipped away at his armor and spiritual pressure, gradually shattering his defenses. Simultaneously, Ginaldo's neck, severed by Yomi Kagawa's black blade, sent his head flying, caught by Yomi Kagawa. Although Ginaldo's Dogyoku frantically attempted to repair his body, the continuous, devastating attacks overwhelmed its restorative capabilities. Overwhelmed, the Dogyoku rapidly began to disintegrate. Like Baroni before him, Ginaldo's body started to dissolve into spiritual particles. Ginaldo's head, held in Yomi Kagawa's hand, was filled with terror, as if attempting to speak, but before he could utter a word, he vanished into spiritual particles. Seeing the enemy disintegrate, Yomi Kagawa shook his head, knowing he couldn't retrieve the body. He also knew he could barely handle such a powerful opponent alone. He'd collect a few frenzied hollows to take back to Aizen for research. Deactivating his shurikai, Yomi Kagawa's grotesque smile vanished, his face reverting to its usual sleepy, deadpan expression. Byakuya Kuchiki and Suifeng then recognized Yomi Kagawa. They had been startled by his initial appearance. It's Vice Captain Yomi Kagawa. Kenpachi Kiganjo was supposed to be fighting this Arankar. Why are you here? Suifeng questioned. I was tasked by Captain Aizen to collect frenzied hollows for research. When I arrived, Kenpachi Kiganjo was already dead, Yomi Kagawa explained calmly. Suifeng frowned. But where's his body? Yomi Kagawa surveyed the devastated battlefield. It's been completely destroyed, nothing remains. Suifeng and Byakuya Kuchiki exchanged glances, both sighing inwardly. They had arrived too late to save Kenpachi Kiganjo. However, this 12th Division Vice Captain was clearly no ordinary individual, capable of holding his own against an Arankar whose power surpassed even Captain-level Shinigami. And the Arankar they had just defeated possessed even greater spiritual pressure than the one they faced earlier. We need to return to the Siri and report to the Captain Commander. Come with us, Suifeng said to Yomi Kagawa. Yomi Kagawa shook his head. I haven't collected my hollow samples yet. I'll remain here for a while. You two captains should proceed. Byakuya Kuchiki and Suifeng, understanding, immediately returned to the Siri. Yomi Kagawa, after capturing several frenzied hollows using the anti-membrane thief provided by Aizen, secured them for transport. $20. Chapter 302, NZNT, Chapter. Rather unfortunate. The number 1 experimental subject's full potential wasn't realized before its demise. I had high hopes for it, but it. Rather unfortunate. The number 1 experimental subject's full potential wasn't realized before its demise. I had high hopes for it, but it proved rather underwhelming, Mayuri Kuratsuchi remarked with a hint of disappointment from within the Hueco Mundo Technical Development Bureau. Yusuke chuckled, indeed, a shame. However, the data gathered from the experiment should be sufficient. Aside from the number 1 experimental subject and the number 5, which I eliminated, the other 3 fully unleashed the Hogyoku's power. 3 of the 5 monitors displaying the experimental subjects were now dark, corresponding to Ginaldo, Barboni, and Itaki, who had all been defeated. The remaining monitors showed Devika, engaged in a fierce battle with Jin Ichimaru, and the number 4 experimental subject, facing Komamura Sajin and Tozen Kanami. After a grueling battle, Komamura Sajin and Tozen Kanami, both severely injured, successfully depleted the number 4 experimental subject's Dogyoku energy. The subject subsequently disintegrated with the Dogyoku's destruction. Yusuke's attention was drawn to the battle between Jin Ichimaru and Devika. The experimental subjects were numbered according to their spiritual pressure. As the number 2 experimental subject, Devika possessed spiritual pressure second only to Ginaldo. Even this powerful Arankar was completely overwhelmed by Jin Ichimaru, clearly on the defensive. On the battlefield, Jin Ichimaru pursued Devika, his long sword extending and retracting with incredible speed, utilizing the adaptable length of his Zanpakuto, Shinso, to create the effect of a spear. Devika, having activated her second resurrection, resembled a harpy, her arms transformed into wings engulfed in flames, her legs into sharp talons, her entire being radiating immense spiritual pressure. Despite this powerful transformation, she remained no match for Jin Ichimaru, struggling to keep pace. Shoot to kill, Shinso. A flash of killing intent in his eyes, Jin Ichimaru's long sword lashed out with incredible speed, striking Devika like a relentless rain of blows. Shinso could extend and retract at 500 times the speed of sound, making evasion exceedingly difficult. Devika, having previously experienced Shinso's power, knew she couldn't escape unscathed. If you want my life, then we'll die together. Devika, steeling her resolve, mobilized her maximum spiritual pressure, drawing immense power from her Dogyoku. Golden red veins pulsed across her body, her eyes blazed with fire, the flames on her wings intensified, and her flowing golden hair ignited like flames. King Hollow's flash, Enkaio flash. Devika unleashed a golden red Siro radiating intense heat, directly at Jin Ichimaru. This Siro contained Devika's entire spiritual pressure. Even Jin Ichimaru was forced to respond with everything he had. His usually half-closed eyes snapped open, and his serpentine smile vanished. His spiritual pressure surged, his killing intent locking onto Devika. Devika felt a chill as Jin Ichimaru's aura intensified, but before she could react, a sharp pain pierced her chest, his sword had pierced her Dogyoku. Shinso, Hyaponzashi. Jin Ichimaru's voice, calm and devoid of emotion, echoed after Devika had suffered the fatal blow, highlighting the incredible speed of his attack. His long sword extended hundreds of meters, cleaving Devika's Siro in two, piercing her body, and shattering her depleted Hogyoku. You. Devika attempted to speak, but her words remained unfinished as her body dissolved into flames. After eliminating Devika, Jin Ichimaru's eyes narrowed once more, his signature serpentine smile returning. Suddenly, a man's voice echoed from behind him. Captain Ichimaru's strength is truly remarkable. He single-handedly defeated such a powerful opponent. Jin Ichimaru slowly turned, revealing Yusuke, having just left the Hueco Mundo Technical Development Bureau. Jin Ichimaru, having immediately investigated the unusual spiritual pressure emanating from the experimental Arankar, hadn't returned to the Iti and was unaware of Yusuke's assigned support role. A captain-level Shinigami should have arrived much earlier to assist. However, due to the need to observe the experimental Arankar's combat data, and Jin Ichimaru's unawareness of the Iti's deployment strategy, Yusuke's late arrival went unnoticed. Captain Uchiha, did you also sense the unusual spiritual pressure and come to investigate? Jin Ichimaru asked. Yusuke smiled. I was dispatched by the Captain Commander to support you, Captain Ichimaru, but it seems I arrived a step too late. Jin Ichimaru nodded, accepting the explanation, and together they returned to the Iti to report. With Devika's defeat, all 5 experimental Arankar were eliminated, fulfilling Yusuke and Mayuri Kuratsuchi's objective of gathering data on the Dogyoku. The Iti classified the incident as a clandestine, forbidden experiment, with Kisuke Urahara, the first suspect. Kisuke Urahara, a master of scientific misdirection, had taken the blame for Aizen, and now, indirectly, for Yusuke. The Siriitii had previously turned a blind eye to Kisuke Urahara's activities. A captain-level expert with Urachi Shihoin and Tesai Tsukabashi's support was difficult to apprehend. However, this incident convinced the Siriitii's high command that Kisuke Urahara was too dangerous to allow to roam freely, prompting a full-scale search for him. Evidence suggested Kisuke Urahara might have fled to Karakura town in the human world, leading the Godii 13 to station Captain Shiba Ishin there long-term. Upon discovering Kisuke Urahara, they were to immediately report to the captain commander, who would then dispatch sufficient forces for his capture. Meanwhile, Aizen, having received the frenzied hollow samples from Yomi Kagawa, analyzed the connection between the hollow's raging energy and the Hogyoku's capabilities. The Dogyoku was a lower-spec version of the Hogyoku, primarily focused on hollow enhancement. Therefore, hollows empowered by the Dogyoku would retain a similar spiritual pressure signature to the Hogyoku itself. Finding no evidence of Kisuke Urahara's involvement in creating the Arrancar, Aizen suspected Hueco Mundo as the origin, further solidifying his belief that the Hueco Mundo king possessed a Hogyoku. $20. Chapter 303, NZNT, Chapter. Following the Arrancar-induced hollow surge in Rakangai, Soul Society returned to its usual tranquility. Kenpachi Kiganjo's death in the ink. Following the Arrancar-induced hollow surge in Rakangai, Soul Society returned to its usual tranquility. Kenpachi Kiganjo's death in the incident left the 11th Division without a captain, and Yusuke's suggestion at the captain's meeting that at least 2 captains should face each Arrancar was widely circulated. The Godii 13 Shinigami attributed Kenpachi Kiganjo's death to his overconfidence, believing that heeding Yusuke's advice would have prevented the tragedy. Jin Ikimaru's solo defeat of an Arrancar revealed him to be a formidable, previously underestimated captain. Byakuya Kuchiki and Sui Feng, though fighting together, each individually defeated an Arrancar, showcasing their considerable strength. Komamura Sajin and Tozen Kanami, who only managed to defeat an Arrancar through combined efforts, appeared comparatively weaker. This incident provided the Godii 13 with a clearer understanding of their captain's strengths. Most of the current Godii 13 captains were relative newcomers, having risen to their positions within the last century, and their abilities were on par with, if not surpassing, those of their predecessors. While the loss of Kenpachi Kiganjo was regrettable, Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai wasn't overly concerned. The Godii 13 was brimming with talent, maintaining stability for the next millennium wouldn't be a difficult task. Yusuke, meanwhile, focused his attention on Kuratsuchi Mayuri's experiments. Time, fleeting for long-lived Shinigami, saw the completion of the Hogyoku 2 and the Shinigami holification enhancements. The perfected Hogyoku 2, while still inferior to the Hogyoku, no longer suffered from spiritual energy depletion and disintegration. Data from previous experiments had optimized its abilities, perfectly aligning them with the Arrancar's power. With the Hogyoku 2 integrated, Yusuke's Espada all gained access to a second Resurrection, and Ulquiorra Cipher, already possessing a second Resurrection, achieved a third. In Yusuke's estimation, excluding himself, Aizen, and Yamamoto Genryusai, the Espada were now more than capable of overwhelming the Godii 13 captains. Decades later, another Espada tournament was held. The Espada rankings shifted. Luppy Antenor defeated Zamari Leroux, rising to 7th place. Neutra Gilga's challenge against Neliel 2 Odelschwank failed, leaving his ranking unchanged. Neutra Gilga, whose strength was comparable to Grimjao Jaeger-Jacques, remained 8th, a source of deep shame for him. After the tournament, Neutra Gilga vowed to defeat Neliel 2 Odelschwank in the next tournament to reclaim his position. Grimjao Jaeger-Jacques, whose strength rivaled Neutra Gilga's, challenged Ulquiorra Cipher again. While he considered Ulquiorra Cipher stronger than Harabel, unlike Neutra Gilga, Grimjao Jaeger-Jacques, a staunch believer in male superiority, wouldn't readily challenge a female opponent. Driven by his previous defeat, he sought to avenge himself, but unsurprisingly, lost again. Beyond the Espada's growth, Yusuke's Shinigami forces also underwent significant strengthening. The widespread adoption of holification granted the Espada Shinigami a power rivaling Zanpakuto release. Yusuke himself, however, did not utilize holification. He believed the optimal material for Shinigami holification was Vizard White, created by Aizen using Shinigami souls. Within the Kamui space, Yomi Kagawa reported Aizen's latest plan, the one Yusuke had eagerly awaited. Yusuke-sama, Aizen has completed Vizard White and plans to test it in the human world. The target for testing Vizard White's power is Captain Shiba Ishin, currently stationed in Karakura town, Yomi Kagawa reported. Yusuke's eyes lit up. It's about time. Unless something crucial arises, don't contact me. Simply send a signal via the cursed crow mark before Aizen acts. The closer to the operation, the more cautious Aizen would become. Yusuke feared that frequent contact from Yomi Kagawa might arouse suspicion. Yomi Kagawa nodded. He then asked, will I be needed for this operation? Yusuke smiled. Not yet. But rest assured, your time will come soon enough. For Yusuke, Vizard White was a crucial objective. No one, not even its creator, Aizen, fully understood its potential. Meanwhile, Shiba Ishin, completely unaware of the plot swirling around him, diligently patrolled Karakura Town. Karakura Town held significant importance for Soul Society, possessing a high concentration of spiritual energy despite its location in the human world. This attracted many Shinigami who had defected to the human world, as well as hollows seeking to evolve through consumption. While Karakura Town had a high hollow concentration, Shiba Ishin wouldn't normally be stationed there long-term. His extended stay was due to the Gotei 13's pursuit of Kasukirahara. He strolled leisurely, unseen by the human world inhabitants. Aizen, hidden in the shadows, observed Shiba Ishin. It's time. Release the hollows. Behind Aizen stood Yomi Kagawa and Tozen Kanami, the current 9th Division captain. They wore black cloaks, capable of completely concealing spiritual pressure, invented by Kasukirahara. After Aizen took over the Technical Development Bureau, he acquired much of Urahara's research, including these cloaks. At Aizen's command, Yomi Kagawa activated the anti-membrane thief. A dimensional rift opened, unleashing dozens of frenzied hollows, scattering in all directions. $20. Chapter 304, NZNT, Chapter. The hollows released by Yomi Kagawa were merely a distraction to draw Shiba Ishin's attention, Vizard White, the true experimental subject. The hollows released by Yomi Kagawa were merely a distraction to draw Shiba Ishin's attention, Vizard White, the true experimental subject, had yet to be deployed. The moment the hollows appeared, Shiba Ishin, on patrol, sensed a massive surge of unusual spiritual pressure. How could so many hollows suddenly appear? Shiba Ishin thought, startled. Despite his surprise, he immediately moved to eliminate the hollows. If left unchecked, they would attack humans with strong spiritual energy, causing significant casualties and chaos. While Shiba Ishin dealt with the rampaging hollows in Karakura Town, a young woman in a luxurious villa sensed the unusual spiritual pressure. This 16 or 17-year-old girl, wearing a green school uniform and possessing shoulder-length orange hair and striking beauty, was Masaki Kurosaki. She was a rare pure-blooded Quincy and the future mother of Ichigo Kurosaki. Following the millennia-old Quincy Shinigami War, the Quincy were decimated. Few pure-blooded Quincy families survived, with the Ishida clan being the largest remaining. Masaki Kurosaki was an orphan, adopted by the Ishida family matriarch after discovering her pure-blooded Quincy heritage. She was being groomed as a potential daughter-in-law. The matriarch's son was Ryūjin Ishida, father of Yuryu Ishida from the original storyline. The luxurious villa Masaki Kurosaki resided in belonged to the Ishida family. As Masaki Kurosaki prepared to confront the hollows, a young man blocked her path. This man, in his early 20s, tall and slender, impeccably dressed in a suit with neatly styled white hair and gold-rimmed glasses, possessed the air of a wealthy, sophisticated young gentleman. Masaki Kurosaki's fiancé, Ryūjin Ishida, stopped her, saying, "A Shinigami is already dealing with the hollows. According to Quincy custom, we shouldn't interfere until the Shinigami have finished." Masaki Kurosaki smiled, "That's your custom, not mine. If I don't act now, I'll forever despise my inaction." She pushed past Ryūjin Ishida and swiftly left the villa. Ryūjin Ishida, concerned for her safety, followed discreetly. Shiba Ishin battled the frenzied hollows. A prodigy of the Shiba clan, he had mastered Bankai in less than 200 years, making ordinary hollows no match for him. He quickly eliminated most of the hollows released by Yomi Kagawa. Seeing the opportune moment, Aizen personally released Vizard White. Upon its appearance, Vizard White unleashed spiritual pressure rivaling that of a Gotei 13 captain, immediately sensed by Shiba Ishin. Despite its name, Vizard White was predominantly black, only its skull mask and long hair being white. Aizen named it Vizard White because, while black on the outside, its interior was entirely white. Focusing on Shiba Ishin, battling hollows nearby, Aizen commanded Vizard White, "That Shinigami is your opponent. Eliminate him." Vizard White's empty eyes flashed with an unnoticed light, and it charged towards Shiba Ishin. Sensing Vizard White's superior spiritual pressure and power, Shiba Ishin grew wary. Seeing Vizard White, he muttered, "A Vasto Lord." While he'd never witnessed a Vasto Lord-class hollow, Vizard White's unusual form and immense spiritual pressure led Shiba Ishin to believe he was facing this legendary creature. Burn, and Jetsu. Realizing Vizard White was formidable, Shiba Ishin immediately activated his Shurikai. Crimson flames erupted from his Zanpakuto, engulfing the blade. And Jetsu's burning blade resembled Ryūjin Jakka in form, determining which Zanpakuto was superior was difficult. Zanpakuto power depends on the Shinigami's spiritual pressure. If Yamamoto Genryusai wielded Genjutsu, it might be considered the strongest fire-type Zanpakuto, surpassing Ryūjin Jakka. Shiba Ishin swung Genjutsu, unleashing a fiery slash at Vizard White. Vizard White, unfazed, effortlessly crushed the attack with its left claw. Simultaneously, a spiritual energy blade materialized in Vizard White's hand. Shiba Ishin was surprised, the enemy wasn't relying on brute force like a hollow but using swordsmanship like a Shinigami. Sensing a Shinigami-like spiritual pressure and fighting style, Shiba Ishin was deeply perplexed. After several exchanges, Shiba Ishin began to lose ground. Vizard White's speed and spiritual pressure surpassed his own. A prolonged clash would inevitably exhaust him. His eyes gleaming, Shiba Ishin unleashed one of the most powerful Shinigami techniques. Getsuga Tensho. A crimson crescent flash severed Vizard White's left arm at the shoulder, the powerful shockwave sending it flying back several meters. However, Vizard White's spiritual pressure remained undiminished, and it immediately attacked again. It's incredibly resilient. I'll need Bankai to defeat this thing, Shiba Ishin thought. His spiritual pressure surged, the flames on and Jetsu wildly dancing. Suddenly, a devastating blow struck Shiba Ishin's back, its sharp spiritual pressure piercing his own spiritual pressure, leaving a deep wound. This surprise attack disrupted Shiba Ishin's Bankai preparation. The attacker, cloaked to conceal his spiritual pressure, was Aizen. Aizen realized Vizard White wasn't a match for Shiba Ishin with Bankai, and that Shiba Ishin's Bankai was heavily reliant on his physical condition. A significant injury would prevent him from using Bankai. Intending to observe Vizard White's combat further, Aizen decided to intervene, hindering Shiba Ishin to match Vizard White's current level. Spitting out blood, Shiba Ishin roared, "Who is it? Whose plot is this?" Suspecting Vizard White wasn't an ordinary hollow, Shiba Ishin was already suspicious. Aizen's attack, though partially concealed, revealed his spiritual pressure, Zanpakuto, and Shinigami essence, confirming a Shinigami was orchestrating events. $20. Chapter 305, NZNT, Chapter. Watching Shiba Ishin roar in fury, Aizen, having retreated after his attack, smirked slightly. Vizard White, I hope you won't disappoint em. Watching Shiba Ishin roar in fury, Aizen, having retreated after his attack, smirked slightly. Vizard White, I hope you won't disappoint me. If you can't even handle a Bankai-less captain, then you're utterly useless. Shiba Ishin, distracted by Aizen's surprise attack, was wary of further ambushes. Vizard White's assault intensified, and the injured, distracted Shiba Ishin was quickly overwhelmed. Their battle was short-lived. Vizard White exploited a gap in Shiba Ishin's defense, using its immense spiritual pressure and physical strength to send him crashing to the ground. Vizard White lunged, its spiritual energy blade aimed at Shiba Ishin's chest, poised to deliver a killing blow. At this critical moment, a young woman's clear voice cut through the tension, drawing everyone's attention. Heilig Bogen. In the moonlight, a beautiful girl in a school uniform, wielding a longbow that radiated a brilliant white light, aimed at Vizard White. This striking image was instantly imprinted in Shiba Ishin's mind. The arrival was Masaki Kurosaki, a Quincy. Her finger released the bowstring, and a white spiritual energy arrow, imbued with immense spiritual pressure, flew towards Vizard White, forcing it to abandon its attack on Shiba Ishin and retreat. Seeing Vizard White retreat, Masaki Kurosaki didn't relent, unleashing a rapid volley of Heilig Bogen. Unfortunately, Vizard White's speed was too great, despite her accuracy, she couldn't land a direct hit. However, her rapid attacks and the powerful spiritual pressure imbued in each Heilig Bogen kept Vizard White at bay, forcing it to constantly dodge. Masaki Kurosaki knew that she couldn't sustain this high-intensity attack indefinitely without inflicting damage. She needed a new strategy. To everyone's surprise, Masaki Kurosaki's spiritual energy bow vanished, and she extended her left hand towards Vizard White, completely unguarded. Careful. Shiba Ishin, still on the ground, shouted a warning, but it was futile. Seeing the opening, Vizard White lunged, sinking its teeth into Masaki Kurosaki's outstretched arm. Unexpectedly, its powerful bite failed to break the slender arm. Masaki Kurosaki had activated a Quincy ability, Blood. Blood concentrates spiritual particles on the body's surface, creating a powerful defensive layer. Its strength depends on the Quincy's spiritual pressure. A peculiar spiritual energy layer, resembling a gray electronic screen, appeared on Masaki Kurosaki's left arm, blocking Vizard White's fangs. However, Vizard White's immense power slightly pierced this blood, leaving a minor wound. Simultaneously, a miniature spiritual energy bow and arrow materialized in Masaki Kurosaki's right hand. A Heilig Bogen, imbued with immense spiritual pressure, was already knocked. Masaki Kurosaki aimed at Vizard White's head and released it instantly. A powerful spiritual pressure erupted, the Heilig Bogen piercing Vizard White's temple, its spiritual pressure and life force rapidly waning. This left Shiba Ishin speechless and Aizen and his companions shocked. No one expected Aizen's years of research to be so easily thwarted by a young Quincy girl. Aizen's astonishment quickly faded, replaced by a gentle smile. Unexpected developments. A hollow with a Shinigami soul chooses a Quincy. Intriguing. Tozen Kanami, confused, said, Lord Aizen, Vizard White's weakness suggests it's a complete failure. What do you mean by, chooses a Quincy? Aizen smiled. When Wizard White bit the Quincy girl, it injected its soul into her, indicating a conscious choice. Its power is disappointing, but it makes for an interesting ongoing experiment. Aizen had lost interest in Wizard White's potential, focusing on his Hogyoku fusion plans. Wizard White's interaction with Masaki Kurosaki was merely a curious experiment. While Aizen's interest waned, Yusuke's remained unwavering. As Wizard White, its head pierced, prepared to self-destruct, a powerful spiritual pressure suddenly descended, startling everyone. Bakudo No. 3 Horin. A translucent spiritual coffin materialized beside Wizard White, instantly encasing it. Four golden spiritual chains bound the coffin, completely sealing Wizard White. A final seal kanji appeared where the chains converged, completing the seal. A swirling spiritual pressure emanated from the coffin, which gradually faded, vanishing with Wizard White. Yusuke, hidden nearby, had performed the sealing. The swiftness exceeded his expectations. Although incredibly fast, the sealing took only a couple of breaths. Aizen, however, could have easily intervened. Yusuke was prepared for a confrontation. Fearing rediscovery by Shiba Ishin, Aizen hesitated. This hesitation allowed Yusuke to easily secure Wizard White. Though pierced by Masaki Kurosaki's high-leg bogan, Aizen and Yusuke knew that the incredibly resilient Wizard White was far from dead. Hollows are composed of spiritual particles. Wizard White injected its soul essence into Masaki Kurosaki, but the majority of its power remained within its body. By obtaining Wizard White, Yusuke had acquired a potential King Hollow, possibly surpassing even the Hollow within Ichigo Kurosaki. Chapter 306, NZNT, Chapter. Witnessing Wizard White's abduction, a stunned Tozen Kanami asked Aizen, "Lord Aizen, should we eliminate those two?" Aizen, his face clued. Witnessing Wizard White's abduction, a stunned Tozen Kanami asked Aizen, "Lord Aizen, should we eliminate those two?" Aizen, his face clouded, shook his head. "Let's observe. I'm curious to see what breakthroughs Wizard White achieves within that Quincy." Even after its creation, Aizen had been dissatisfied with Wizard White's spiritual pressure. Prioritizing his Hogyoku fusion plan, Aizen hadn't paid much attention to Wizard White. This experiment was a casual endeavor, almost a vacation to the human world. However, Yusuke's intervention shattered Aizen's complacency. He'd felt a constant, watchful gaze upon him, but couldn't pinpoint its source. Could it be him? Unbidden, Yusuke's face flashed through Aizen's mind. Yusuke, capable of seeing through his Kyoka Soijetsu, had always been his prime suspect. A flash of killing intent crossed Aizen's eyes. He resolved to eliminate this threat. He'd tolerated Yusuke's presence while his plans progressed. But Yusuke's seizure of Wizard White had created a significant risk, and Aizen was determined to eliminate any remaining threats. The experiment is over. Let's return, Aizen said coldly. Tozen Kanami and Yomi Ikagawa sensed the underlying threat in his voice. After the clandestine figures departed, only Shiba Ishin and Masaki Kurosaki remained amidst the ravaged battlefield. Ironically, Aizen's experiment had inadvertently fostered a romance, resulting in the birth of Ichigo Kurosaki, the strongest Shinigami. Aizen could be considered Soul Society's most successful matchmaker. The incident forged a friendship between Shiba Ishin and Masaki Kurosaki, both learned each other's identities. Their mutual respect transcended the usual Shinigami Quincy antagonism. After Shiba Ishin's departure, Masaki Kurosaki remained concerned about his injuries, while Shiba Ishin couldn't forget Masaki Kurosaki's heroic rescue under the moonlight. Shiba Ishin's report to the Captain Commander detailed his encounter with Wizard White and the Shinigami ambush, but omitted Masaki Kurosaki's involvement. The Siriitii still harbored many radical Shinigami who sought to exterminate all Quincies in the human world. Masaki Kurosaki's identity could put her in grave danger. Longing for Masaki Kurosaki, Shiba Ishin frequently visited the human world, leaving notes for Lieutenant Ranjika Matsumoto and Third Seat Toshiro Hitsugaya before embarking on his patrols. Lacking the courage to directly approach Masaki Kurosaki, his inner turmoil intensified. A month later, Shiba Ishin, leaving another note, ventured to the human world, following Masaki Kurosaki's spiritual pressure. Masaki Kurosaki's life was far from peaceful. Her unauthorized intervention against the Hollows had resulted in a severe reprimand from the Ishida family matriarch. The Wizard White bite had caused physical abnormalities, leaving her feeling unwell. She collapsed in the villa's courtyard after school. Ryūjin Ishida, seeing her collapse, rushed to her side, cradling her worriedly. "Masaki, what's wrong? Wake up." He noticed a hollow hole in her chest, near her throat. What? Could this be from that night's battle? The sight chilled Ryūjin Ishida to the bone. Quincy and hollow powers are incompatible. Hollow spiritual particles are poison to Quincy's, hence the Quincy's commitment to hollow extermination. Hollow corruption leaves Quincy's virtually no chance of survival, unlike Shinigami or humans who can hollowfy. Ryūjin Ishida's mother emerged, seeing the hollow hole. She coldly stated, "Masaki is beyond saving. According to Quincy principles, you must kill her. Ryūjin Ishida, initially confused, shook his head. No, I have to save Masaki. Ignoring his mother, he carried Masaki Kurosaki out of the villa, seeking help from his reclusive father, Soken Ishida. Masaki Kurosaki's corrupted body leaked spiritual energy, attracting powerful hollows. Ryūjin Ishida, burdened with carrying Masaki Kurosaki, was unable to fight effectively and was quickly overwhelmed. However, Shiba Ishin, following Masaki Kurosaki's spiritual pressure, arrived just in time, swiftly eliminating the hollows and saving them. Seeing Shiba Ishin, Ryūjin Ishida angrily accused him, "It's your fault, you damned Shinigami. Masaki wouldn't be like this if it weren't for you." Shiba Ishin, startled, looked at the unconscious girl. Seeing the hollow hole, Shiba Ishin felt a chill. He knew the consequences of hollow corruption for Quincy's. As Ryūjin Ishida and Shiba Ishin despaired, a man's voice echoed. "If you wish to save her, I may have a way." They turned to see a bearded man in a hat and get a sandal standing behind them. A human. Sensing no spiritual pressure, Ryūjin Ishida was puzzled. Shiba Ishin, however, was shocked. "Kisuke Urahara. It's you." Ryūjin Ishida, seeing Shiba Ishin's astonishment and his captain's Hayori, realized the man was no ordinary individual. "You know him?" Ryūjin Ishida asked. Shiba Ishin nodded grimly. "He's the former captain of the 12th Division, the founder of the Technical Development Bureau, Kisuke Urahara." Chapter 307, NZNT, Chapter. After Kisuke Urahara's arrival, he led Shiba Ishin and Ryūjin Ishida, carrying Masaki Kurosaki, to his hidden base in the human world. After Kisuke Urahara's arrival, he led Shiba Ishin and Ryūjin Ishida, carrying Masaki Kurosaki, to his hidden base in the human world. This was a humble shop concealed in a back alley, its surroundings simple and unassuming. A weathered sign above the doorway read, "Urahara Shop." Entering the shop, Shiba Ishin recognized the shopkeeper moving merchandise as Tessai Tsukabashi, the former head of the Kido Corps. Although Shiba Ishin wanted to question Kisuke Urahara about his forbidden experiments, Masaki Kurosaki's critical condition took precedence. He anxiously inquired about how to save her. Looking at the anxious Shiba Ishin and Ryūjin Ishida, Kisuke Urahara said gravely, "Once a Quincy is corrupted by hollow power, hollowification is impossible. They die quickly, like from a fatal poison. You both know this." Ryūjin Ishida nodded. "Correct. After the battle, Masaki showed no abnormalities. I assumed it was a superficial wound. But why is she now exhibiting hollowification symptoms? It's illogical." Kisuke Urahara explained slowly, "This is a long story, but simply put, the hollow that injured this Quincy girl wasn't ordinary. It was created using Shinigami souls. That's why she didn't die immediately but exhibits these strange symptoms." Shiba Ishin was startled. His own injury from the unknown Shinigami's attack had raised suspicions. If this hollow was an experimental subject, who was behind it? Perhaps Kisuke Urahara himself. Despite his distrust, Shiba Ishin knew he had no choice. Masaki Kurosaki's spiritual energy was rapidly depleting, she might die within hours. "Just tell me how to save her," Shiba Ishin demanded. A glint appeared in Kisuke Urahara's eyes. He said slowly, "To save her, we must use Shinigami and human power to balance her spiritual energy, creating a symbiotic cycle. This requires a Shinigami possessing a human body to establish a link with her." Shiba Ishin and Ryūjin Ishida were confused, unsure how to proceed. Exchanging bewildered glances, Shiba Ishin said, "Kisuke Urahara, speak plainly." Kisuke Urahara coughed twice. "I've developed a Jigai, allowing a Shinigami to inhabit it, a body possessing both Shinigami and human characteristics. But that's just the first step. The link and subsequent, ahem." Seeing Kisuke Urahara's evasiveness, the usually calm Ryūjin Ishida lost his patience. "Mr. Urahara, be more explicit. What is this link, and what comes after?" Kisuke Urahara produced his folding fan, partially concealing his face, revealing only his eyes. He said slowly, "The link is a physical union between a man and a woman. Afterward, the man must infuse his, life essence into the woman. Because the man is a Shinigami in a human body, his essence contains Shinigami power and human life force, balancing the hollow poison." He turned to Shiba Ishin. "Here, only you can save her, Captain Shiba." Shiba Ishin and Ryūjin Ishida were stunned by this unexpected solution. Shiba Ishin blushed, scratching his head. "In that case, I won't hesitate." Ryūjin Ishida, furious, his face green with rage, grabbed Shiba Ishin's collar. "Do you know who she is? She's my fiancée. Do you think I'll accept this?" Shiba Ishin then realized the man was his dream girl's fiancée and felt awkward. He couldn't bring himself to create a link with another man's fiancée. "Please, let me finish. First, without this method, she'll die within an hour. Second, my method has drawbacks. After the link, her Quincy bloodline will be tainted, she'll no longer be pure-blooded, Kisuke Urahara explained. Knowing Masaki Kurosaki had less than an hour, Shiba Ishin said to Ryūjin Ishida, "This is a great burden, but if it saves her, I'll let you kill me afterward." Ryūjin Ishida was stunned by Shiba Ishin's unwavering resolve. He doubted he could sacrifice his life to save Masaki Kurosaki. His priority was rebuilding the Quincy forces, led by the Ishida clan. "Captain Shiba, this method will affect you most. But if you're willing to die for her, the aftereffects shouldn't matter," Kisuke Urahara continued. Shiba Ishin frowned. "Affect me most?" Kisuke Urahara explained, "Yes. My Jigai is incomplete. A Shinigami's soul, once inside, cannot leave. They become a human, devoid of Shinigami powers." Shiba Ishin didn't hesitate, laughing. "So what? This girl saved my life. Being a Shinigami or not is irrelevant." Though Shiba Ishin claimed it was to repay her, Ryūjin Ishida and Kisuke Urahara saw his affection for Masaki Kurosaki. Shiba Ishin was sacrificing much. As head of the Shiba clan's branch family and one of the Godai 13's youngest captains, he had a bright future. His potential pointed towards becoming one of the strongest captains, possibly even joining the Central 46 or becoming captain commander. Ryūjin Ishida, unaware of Shiba Ishin's background, knew that losing his powers and becoming a powerless human would be worse than death. He released Shiba Ishin's collar, and then, his expression somber, he began to walk towards the exit. Shiba Ishin asked, as her fiancé, "Shouldn't you kill me and take her back?" Ryūjin Ishida, his back to Shiba Ishin, said calmly, "Afterward, she'll no longer be a pure-blooded Quincy and can't remain in the Ishida family. I'll remember your life. If you fail to make her happy, I'll claim your life then." Ryūjin Ishida left without another word. Chapter 308, NZNT, Chapter. After Ryūjin Ishida's departure, Shiba Ishin, in the location provided by Kisuke Urahara, eagerly established a 2-hour-long link with T. After Ryūjin Ishida's departure, Shiba Ishin, in the location provided by Kisuke Urahara, eagerly established a 2-hour-long link with the woman of his dreams. As Kisuke Urahara had predicted, this method proved effective. During their link, the hollow hole on Masaki Kurosaki's chest slowly disappeared. The hollow's power, as described by Kisuke Urahara, stabilized, held in balance by the combined forces of human, Shinigami, Quincy, and hollow energies. Having saved Masaki Kurosaki from the fatal hollow corruption, Shiba Ishin also unknowingly planted a seed of life, the future Ichigo Kurosaki. Weakened from the significant spiritual energy loss caused by the hollow corruption, Masaki Kurosaki fell into a deep sleep. Shiba Ishin, tidying his clothes, feeling refreshed, entered the main room of the Urahara shop, where Kisuke Urahara was waiting. "Ah, Captain Shiba, truly impressive. It took you quite a while," Kisuke Urahara said with a smile. Shiba Ishin laughed heartily. "I am a true man. A mere 2 hours is nothing. Ha 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 ha. You're human now, unable to return to the Siriidii. What are your plans?" Kisuke Urahara asked. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Shiba Ishin's face, quickly replaced by anticipation. "My plans? To begin a new life as a human, of course." Kisuke Urahara, fanning his mouth with his folding fan, chuckled. "Captain Shiba, I think you were simply captivated by her." Shiba Ishin scratched his head, laughing. "Haha, you figured it out." Although Shiba Ishin appeared outwardly composed, Kisuke Urahara still sensed a hint of sadness in his eyes. After all, he had abandoned his future as a Shinigami. Sitting cross-legged on a cushion opposite Kisuke Urahara, Shiba Ishin's smile faded, his expression becoming serious. "Kisuke Urahara, now tell me everything you know." While Shiba Ishin began his new life in Karakura Town, his lieutenant, Toshiro Hitsugaya, and third seat Ranjika Matsumoto of the 10th Division were growing increasingly irritated. 2 days prior, Shiba Ishin had left a note stating he was patrolling the human world and hadn't contacted them since. Their attempts to reach him had been unsuccessful. Captain Shiba is so inconsiderate, always doing his own thing and making excuses. Ranjika Matsumoto said angrily to Toshiro Hitsugaya. Toshiro Hitsugaya, maintaining his usual calm demeanor, leaned against the wall, his zanpakuto held close, eyes closed. However, a sense of foreboding lingered in his heart. Seeing Toshiro Hitsugaya's silence, Ranjika Matsumoto leaned closer, her ample chest pressing against his shoulder. "Toshiro, when you become captain, you won't treat your subordinates like Captain Shiba, will you?" Ranjika Matsumoto said with a smile. Ranjika Matsumoto always teased the prodigious young vice-captain, finding immense satisfaction in disrupting his calm composure. Knowing Ranjika Matsumoto was teasing him, Toshiro Hitsugaya's temples throbbed slightly. Subtly shifting his position to lessen the pressure, Toshiro Hitsugaya slowly opened his eyes. "With my current experience, becoming captain is highly unlikely. And please, call me Vice Captain Hitsugaya." Ranjika Matsumoto smirked. Toshiro, no need to hide it. I saw you practicing Bankai in the middle of the night. Toshiro Hitsugaya glanced at Ranjika Matsumoto. That sneaky spiritual pressure was you. Why were you following me in the middle of the night? Ranjika Matsumoto chuckled nervously. It was merely a coincidence. At that moment, a Shinigami from the 1st Division arrived at the 10th Division barracks, interrupting their conversation. Vice Captain Hitsugaya, 3rd Seat Matsumoto, the Captain Commander orders your immediate presence in the Captain's meeting hall. All the captains are awaiting you. The messenger Shinigami's words surprised Toshiro Hitsugaya and Ranjika Matsumoto. They wondered why the Captain Commander summoned them, especially with all the other captains present. Exchanging a look, they followed the messenger to the Captain's meeting hall. Seeing all the captains except their own, Shiba Ishin, present, Toshiro Hitsugaya and Ranjika Matsumoto realized something significant had occurred. Upon seeing Toshiro Hitsugaya and Ranjika Matsumoto, Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai said slowly, Vice Captain Hitsugaya, 3rd Seat Matsumoto, do you know Captain Shiba's whereabouts? Toshiro Hitsugaya stepped forward respectfully. 2 days ago, Captain Shiba left a note, stating he was patrolling Karakura town in the human world, and we haven't heard from him since. We attempted to contact him, but without success. Yamamoto Genryusai said slowly, an hour ago, the Technical Development Bureau reported that Captain Shiba's spiritual pressure is undetectable. His spiritual pressure vanished in Karakura town. Toshiro Hitsugaya frowned. I'm unsure what transpired. However, in my opinion, Captain Shiba must have encountered some unforeseen event, otherwise, his disappearance is inexplicable. Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai nodded, then addressed the assembled captains gravely. 10th Division Captain Shiba Ishin is missing. The 10th Division's responsibilities, including locating Kisuke Urahara, are crucial. What are your suggestions? Yusuke observed Toshiro Hitsugaya, sensing his spiritual pressure was on the verge of captain level. Based on Toshiro Hitsugaya's talent and the timing of recent events, he should have mastered Hyarinmaru's Bankai, Daigirin Hyarinmaru. Vice Captain Hitsugaya, have you mastered Bankai? Yusuke asked with a smile. Yusuke's question stunned all the captains present. They had never witnessed a Shinigami master Bankai at Toshiro Hitsugaya's age. Toshiro Hitsugaya paused slightly, then nodded. Captain Uchiha, your perception is indeed keen. I have recently mastered the ability to use Bankai. Chapter 309, NZNT, Chapter. Toshiro Hitsugaya's affirmative answer prompted a flurry of hushed conversations among the captains. If Toshiro Hitsugaya had truly mastered. Toshiro Hitsugaya's affirmative answer prompted a flurry of hushed conversations among the captains. If Toshiro Hitsugaya had truly mastered Bankai, Soul Society had produced another prodigy who could rival, or even surpass, Byakuya Kuchiki and Jin Ichimaru. As expected, Toshiro Hitsugaya's talent is truly formidable, Yusuke mused to himself. Yusuke, while searching Soul Society for exceptionally talented souls to bolster the Espada's ranks, had considered Toshiro Hitsugaya. However, unlike many other potential recruits, Hitsugaya wasn't an orphan soul, he had close friends like Hinamori and Renji. Furthermore, Hitsugaya possessed a remarkably mature mind, surpassing many adult Shinigami, making brainwashing and securing his absolute loyalty to the Espada exceedingly difficult. For these reasons, Yusuke ultimately decided against recruiting him. Turning to Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai, Yusuke said with a smile, while Vice Captain Hitsugaya is young, he is composed and capable, having accomplished much since joining the Godai 13. He has now mastered Bankai. I propose appointing him acting captain of the 10th Division. Although only an acting appointment, if Shiba Ishin remained missing and Hitsugaya performed adequately, everyone understood this acting appointment would likely become permanent, making Toshiro Hitsugaya the youngest captain in Seirei history. Upon hearing Yusuke's recommendation, Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai, his eyes slightly widening, furrowed his brow in thought. Yamamoto Genryusai had always closely observed the prodigious Toshiro Hitsugaya, eagerly awaiting his full potential. Toshiro Hitsugaya had not disappointed, demonstrating exceptional skill in both spiritual pressure cultivation and his duties as a seated officer. Were it not for his age and lack of experience, Yamamoto Genryusai would wholeheartedly endorse Yusuke's suggestion. Noticing Yamamoto Genryusai's hesitation, Aizen smiled. I also support Captain Uchiha's proposal. Vice Captain Hitsugaya's accomplishments would serve as an excellent example for the younger Shinigami of the Godai 13. After careful consideration, Yamamoto Genryusai nodded slowly and addressed Toshiro Hitsugaya. Toshiro Hitsugaya, I, as Captain Commander of the Godai 13, formally appoint you acting captain of the 10th Division. Demonstrate your capabilities, and the 10th Division will be yours to command. Toshiro Hitsugaya was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated becoming a captain of the Godai 13, even in an acting capacity. His age made this unprecedented. Immediately kneeling, he bowed respectfully. I will not disappoint the captain commander or my fellow captains. According to established procedure, Toshiro Hitsugaya would need to demonstrate his Bankai to all Gotei 13 captains and the Central 46 High Command before officially assuming his duties. After appointing Toshiro Hitsugaya, Yamamoto Genryusai turned to Yusuke. Captain Uchiha, with recent events, including a captain's disappearance, I believe the search for Kisukirahara in Karakura town requires a captain whose strength and reliability are unquestionable. This individual should also search for the missing Captain Shiba. The other captains understood Yamamoto Genryusai's intention. He wanted Yusuke, captain of the 5th Support Division, to personally support the 10th Division's efforts and temporarily relocate to the human world. Although Yusuke hadn't been a captain for long, his strength was undeniable. Many veteran captains had disappeared or defected for various reasons, leaving Yusuke as one of the few captains in whom the captain commander had significant confidence. While the newly appointed 10th Division captain, Toshiro Hitsugaya, had mastered Bankai, his age meant his current strength was among the lowest among the captains. Given Shiba Ishin's unexplained disappearance in Karakura town, sending Toshiro Hitsugaya to search for him could prove perilous. Seeing Yamamoto Genryusai's intention to send him to the human world, Yusuke smiled. In that case, I will gladly undertake this task and see if I can uncover any clues. Yusuke already planned a trip to the human world, hoping to find clues about Yawatch, the Quincy King. Yawatch was likely hiding within the Wandenreich, silently regaining his strength, but Yusuke had yet to discover a method to enter the Wandenreich, despite knowing its location to be within the shadow of the Siriidii. However, Yusuke knew that Yawatch would soon initiate the Oswallen, a global event to reclaim the power of all non-pure-blooded Quincy's. This might offer a crucial lead in locating Yawatch. After the captain's meeting concluded, Yusuke immediately returned to Hueco Mundo. With Wizard White in his possession, the time for his holification had finally arrived. Having cultivated his spiritual pressure to the limits attainable by a typical Shinigami, Yusuke had few remaining options for further advancement. Holification was one of the few remaining paths. Within the Grand Hall of Las Noches, Yusuke dismissed all nearby guards and retrieved the spiritual coffin containing Wizard White from his Kemui space. With the seal released, Wizard White's severely damaged body hung suspended in midair. Although heavily wounded, with significant injuries to its head, arms, and chest, its potent life force initiated an astonishingly rapid healing process. Within mere minutes, it was completely restored. As Wizard White's empty eyes flashed with a sudden light, a surge of spiritual pressure erupted from its body, and it attempted to flee Las Noches. However, Yusuke, his attention completely focused on Wizard White, prevented its escape. In an instant, he stood before it, his right hand seizing its head and forcing it down to the ground. Bakudo number 61, Rikujakoran. 6 beams of intense spiritual energy erupted around Wizard White's waist, firmly immobilizing it. Despite its struggles, it remained completely bound by these 6 beams of light. Gazing upon Wizard White, its eyes vacant and seemingly devoid of intelligence, Yusuke spoke slowly. Wizard White, I have been observing you for quite some time. While your creator, Aizen, fails to grasp your true potential, I understand it perfectly. Wizard White appeared unresponsive, its empty eyes remaining fixed, its claws continuously scrabbling at the golden seals around its waist, attempting to break free from the Rikujakoran's hold. Chapter 310, NZNT, Chapter. Yusuke produced a highly advanced-looking syringe, its intricate design showcasing sophisticated engineering. The syringe contained a shim. Yusuke produced a highly advanced-looking syringe, its intricate design showcasing sophisticated engineering. The syringe contained a shimmering, azure liquid, the essential component for perfect Shinigami holification. Gazing at Wizard White, Yusuke said slowly, I know you're intelligent, but silence is fine. Soon, your power will be mine. With those words, Yusuke plunged the syringe into Wizard White's body. The azure liquid quickly flowed within. Under the influence of this liquid, Wizard White's body began to spiritualize. Its form became translucent, revealing its interior. Yusuke could clearly see the azure liquid flowing through its internal network. However, to Yusuke's surprise, Wizard White's interior wasn't pure white, as Aizen had described, but pitch black. Seeming to sense its imminent demise, Wizard White finally spoke. With difficulty, it opened its mouth, its voice strange and fragmented. I'm not Wizard White. Yusuke frowned. Your condition suggests you're not the Wizard White Aizen described. What are you? I am Kurwa. The fully spiritualized Kurwa uttered its final words. It turned out that Aizen's Wizard White contained 2 symbiotic souls, the Wizard White Aizen described, and the Kurwa before him. This explained why Wizard White's exterior was black while its interior was white. After Wizard White secretly slipped into Masaki Kurosaki's body, Kurwa, seeking to escape Aizen's control, had intended to self-destruct, only to be captured by Yusuke. Hearing Kurwa's words, Yusuke's plan to absorb its spiritual energy faltered slightly. He hadn't expected this hollow to be different from his target, Wizard White. He had assumed Wizard White had only sent a portion of its soul into Masaki Kurosaki. Now it was clear this hollow body was composed of two distinct souls. Wizard White was gone, only the entity calling itself Kurwa remained. I know Wizard White's potential, but Kurwa's is uncertain. Time is short, I must take this risk. Yusuke's mind raced. Kurwa was fully spiritualized, if he didn't act quickly, it would dissipate. He had no time to hesitate. Looking at the spiritualized Kurwa, Yusuke extended his right hand, placing it above the spiritual particles. A powerful, attractive spiritual pressure emanated from his palm, enveloping all the black spiritual particles. Drawn by this pressure, Kurwa's black spiritual particles surged into Yusuke's body, turning his skin pitch black. During the fusion, Yusuke's body flickered, accompanied by intense, soul-wrenching pain. Due to the fusion of Kurwa's and Yusuke's spiritual particles, a tangible, powerful black spiritual pressure erupted from Yusuke's body, filling Las Noches. Las Noches radiated a black light. The guards recognized this black light as pure spiritual pressure, but its intensity was like a barrier, preventing them from entering the palace. In the center of the palace, Yusuke let out a low growl. Even with his resilience, the fusion's pain was excruciating. But Yusuke felt more excitement than pain. During the fusion, he sensed Kurwa's immense potential, enough to propel his strength to new heights. Aizen was undoubtedly a once-in-a-millennium genius, but environmental limitations hindered his research, preventing him from achieving perfect holification. His cautious nature prevented him from personally attempting the fusion of Wizard White and Kurwa, this exceptionally gifted symbiotic King Hollow, ultimately costing him a chance at a significant power boost. Approximately 10 minutes after the fusion began, the spiritual pressure emanating from Yusuke intensified, reaching its peak. A black beam of light shot towards the heavens, piercing the palace roof and the sky barrier, connecting with Hueco Mundo's eternal night sky. A fluid substance, imbued with holification energy, flowed from Yusuke's eyes, nose, and mouth. Unlike the white substance released during other Shinigami holifications, Yusuke's was pitch black. This fluid quickly solidified, forming a jet black mask. Unlike the grotesque masks of other hollows, this mask exuded tranquility. Yet, this tranquility concealed a profound mental oppression, making prolonged observation unsettling. The mask's formation signified the successful completion of holification. Yusuke opened his eyes, his previously unleashed black spiritual pressure now contained within his body. Las Noches fell silent once more. Kurwa, thank you for your power. I will show your power to your creator, proving you are his greatest success. Yusuke's voice echoed from beneath the mask. At that moment, Mayuri Kuratsuchi and the Espada, sensing the disturbance in Las Noches, arrived at the Grand Hall. They had sensed the black spiritual pressure when Yusuke began his holification. Hearing footsteps behind him, Yusuke slowly turned, an invisible aura enveloping all the Espada present. Seeing the black mask on Yusuke's face, everyone was startled. Most of Las Noches Shinigami had mastered holification, so it wasn't unusual. But Yusuke's black mask was unlike anything they had seen before, it lacked the grotesque features of typical holification masks. As they gazed at Yusuke's black mask, a strange sense of oppression arose, as if the mask's tranquility concealed immense danger. This oppressive feeling forced everyone to avert their gaze, unable to continue observing the mask. Yusuke-sama, is this your holification? How do you feel? Mayuri Kuratsuchi, his eyes gleaming, was the first to speak. Chapter 311, NZNT, Chapter. Yusuke placed a hand on the mask, and the black mask slowly receded from his face, causing the unsettling oppressive feeling to immediately. Yusuke placed a hand on the mask, and the black mask slowly receded from his face, causing the unsettling oppressive feeling to immediately vanish. Everyone present felt the oppressive aura lift. His gaze swept across the assembled Espada High Command, finally settling on Kuratsuchi Mayuri. Holification. Indeed, quite satisfactory. Yusuke's tone was even, yet all present felt a chilling aura of power emanating from him. The Espada High Command sensed a palpable shift in the power dynamic. They knew his strength had increased to an unprecedented level, his power had undergone a quantum leap. Resuming his gentle smile, Yusuke said, "My apologies for the disruption. Unless you have further business, please depart." Kuratsuchi Mayuri, remain, I have something to discuss. Upon hearing Yusuke's words, the Espada High Command respectfully bowed and departed from the palace, leaving only Kuratsuchi Mayuri behind. Yusuke-sama, you haven't assigned me another task, have you? I completed all your research assignments ahead of schedule and wanted to pursue my own projects, Kuratsuchi Mayuri said with a smirk, a hint of playful annoyance in his tone. As Kuratsuchi Mayuri stated, he had indeed exceeded expectations on all assigned research tasks. He was arguably Las Noches' most indispensable asset, a crucial contributor to Yusuke's operations. Those who can do more, do more. And this task, I believe, will interest you, Yusuke said slowly, his voice calm but carrying an undercurrent of authority. Kuratsuchi Mayuri chuckled, a slightly sardonic sound. Power corrupts. Yusuke-sama, please state your task. Having mastered hollowification, the next step is integrating a perfected Hogyoku. I possess a Hogyoku made from hollow souls, Aizen has one made from Shinigami souls. We need one made from Quincy souls. Yusuke paused for emphasis, allowing the implications of his words to sink in. He continued, my plan is to obtain the soul of history's strongest Quincy within a century. At that time, will you be capable of creating such a Hogyoku using their soul? Hearing Yusuke's question, Kuratsuchi Mayuri's face wrinkled in thought, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. Yusuke-sama, you have a scientific background. You know creating a Hogyoku isn't simple. While we've created a Hogyoku from hollow souls, replacing them with Shinigami or Quincy souls doesn't guarantee success. Many significant challenges remain to be overcome. Yusuke smiled. Then what support do you need? Kuratsuchi Mayuri grinned, a wide, excited expression spreading across his face. Sufficient Quincy subjects for experimentation. This will allow me to adequately prepare for the complexities of this undertaking. Yusuke nodded. Quincy's. When the time is right, I will provide you with the most suitable experimental subjects. That sounds most interesting. Honestly, I've long harbored a desire to research Quincy abilities. Kuratsuchi Mayuri said, his eyes gleaming with unrestrained excitement. After this meeting, Yusuke immediately returned to the Itachi to begin the process of delegating his duties within the 5th Division. With his deployment to the human world, his lieutenant, Yu, would assume full responsibility for the 5th Division's operations. This was already the case for the majority of the division's ongoing work. Yu was already effectively managing the 5th Division's affairs. When the 5th Division members learned that their captain was deploying to the human world, many of them expressed their envy openly, revealing their curiosity about the human world. The human world, to them, represented a strange and wondrous realm, a world vastly different from their own. The vast majority of Shinigami never had the opportunity to experience modern society firsthand. Using a Senkaman gate connected to the human world via the Technical Development Bureau, Yusuke traversed the Dongai and arrived in Karakura town, the gateway opening within an unoccupied residence. This residence contained a secret room equipped with the Senkaman gateway and numerous specialized devices installed by the Technical Development Bureau, giving the impression of a modern military command center. Upon Yusuke's arrival in Karakura town, a Shinigami, clad in a Shinigami uniform and sporting a striking hairstyle, was already waiting for him. This Shinigami, appearing to be approximately 40 years old, possessed notably thick eyebrows, giving him a somewhat comical, middle-aged appearance. Captain Uchiha, I am Zenisuke Kurumadani of the 13th Division, responsible for Karakura town's purification duties. I look forward to working with you in the future. Upon witnessing Yusuke emerge from the Senkaman, Zenisuke Kurumadani immediately bowed respectfully, his greeting loud and clear. Yusuke clapped Zenisuke Kurumadani on the shoulder, smiling warmly. Mr. Zenisuke, you've dedicated many years to guarding Karakura town, your dedication is commendable. In terms of seniority within the Godi 13, you are actually my senior. Even before Yusuke's arrival in the Itachi, Zenisuke Kurumadani had been stationed in Karakura town for an extended period, serving as one of Captain Jushiro Yukate's veteran Shinigami within the 13th Division. Seeing Yusuke's approachable and respectful demeanor, Zenisuke Kurumadani relaxed, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Senior or not, I simply joined the Godi 13 a little earlier. But Captain Uchiha, despite your relatively recent arrival in the Itachi, your accomplishments are legendary. You're one of the captains I most admire. After a brief exchange of mutual compliments, Yusuke casually inquired about any potential sightings of Kisuke Urahara or Shiba Ishin. As Yusuke anticipated, Zenisuke Kurumadani had no leads. Given their cautious nature and clandestine operations, it was highly unlikely that Kisuke Urahara and Shiba Ishin would be easily discovered by members of the Godi 13. Over the subsequent years, Yusuke, while discreetly monitoring the activities of Kisuke Urahara and Shiba Ishin in Karakura town, occasionally intervened to assist Zenisuke Kurumadani in dealing with hollows that preyed upon the souls of innocent humans. By this time, Shiba Ishin had adopted the surname Kurosaki, becoming Kurosaki Ishin. In addition to Ichigo Kurosaki, who was steadily growing up, he and Masaki Kurosaki had subsequently had twin daughters, Karen Kurosaki and Yuzu Kurosaki. During this period, the Kurosaki family enjoyed a life of happiness and harmony. Kurosaki Ishin, a former Shinigami, and Masaki Kurosaki, a former Quincy, had both relinquished their past identities, embracing a tranquil existence as ordinary humans. However, this period of tranquility would not endure indefinitely. As Ichigo Kurosaki, a character destined for a pivotal role, matured, trouble would inevitably seek them out, drawn to their unique circumstances. When Ichigo Kurosaki reached the age of 9, the most significant and devastating event to impact their family was about to transpire. Chapter 312, NZNT, Chapter. Near the beach in Karakura town, a mother and son were leisurely strolling along the sand, the tide having recently receded, leaving behind Near the beach in Karakura town, a mother and son were leisurely strolling along the sand, the tide having recently receded, leaving behind a wide expanse of wet sand. The time was late afternoon, the remaining rays of the setting sun bathed the mother and son in a warm, harmonious light, creating a picturesque scene. This mother and son were Masaki Kurosaki and Ichigo Kurosaki, a seemingly idyllic family moment. Masaki Kurosaki appeared far more mature than 9 years prior. Her vibrant orange hair was neatly braided at the back of her head, her beautiful face lightly made up, and she was dressed in a professional businesswoman's outfit, a stylish and sophisticated ensemble. Ichigo Kurosaki, inheriting his mother's striking hair color, sported a head of bright orange short hair, standing up energetically and neatly styled. Due to his innate possession of exceptionally powerful spiritual energy, Ichigo Kurosaki could perceive various strange and unusual phenomena, some of which were the lingering spirits of the deceased, while others were hollows wandering the human world. This inherent ability, however, also presented a significant danger. Because of his heightened spiritual sensitivity, Ichigo Kurosaki occasionally attracted hollows that utilized consumption as a means of evolution, resulting in frequent attacks by these malevolent creatures. Whenever he found himself in perilous situations alone, a peculiar crow would miraculously appear to assist him, driving off the terrifying monsters and saving him from certain death on numerous occasions. This mysterious crow was a constant, unexpected ally. He affectionately referred to this crow as Mr. Crow, and in his young mind, he considered this crow to be his personal guardian spirit, a benevolent protector against the darkness. At this moment, neither Masaki Kurosaki nor Ichigo Kurosaki were aware that an immense and imminent danger was silently closing in on them, a threat that would forever alter their lives. "Mom, tomorrow's a holiday, let's go on an outing," Ichigo Kurosaki said, looking up at his mother, his voice full of youthful enthusiasm. Masaki Kurosaki smiled gently, her eyes full of love and affection. "That's a wonderful idea, Ichigo. We'll ask Dad to prepare everything tonight." At that very moment, Masaki Kurosaki suddenly detected unusual spiritual pressure emanating from her immediate surroundings, rapidly approaching her and her son. Relying on her innate, highly sensitive Quincy perception abilities, she instantly identified the nature of this approaching spiritual pressure as hollows. Her senses were acutely attuned to the presence of such malevolent entities. "Ichigo, stay right here and don't move. Some monsters are coming, Mom will drive them all away," Masaki Kurosaki softly instructed Ichigo Kurosaki, her voice calm but firm, reassuring her son while preparing for battle. At that instant, a spiritual bow and arrow materialized in her hand, a weapon formed from pure spiritual energy. Her expression turned serious and resolute as she carefully scanned her surroundings, assessing the situation. Suddenly, more than a dozen hollows materialized around them, their eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. These hollows exhibited a wide variety of forms and appearances, none possessed a humanoid form, clearly indicating that they were relatively low-level hollows with correspondingly low intelligence and limited strategic capabilities. They had merely sensed the unusually high levels of spiritual energy emanating from Masaki Kurosaki and Ichigo Kurosaki, failing to recognize the significant disparity in power. Masaki Kurosaki's spiritual energy far surpassed theirs, making their attack a foolish endeavor. However, lurking unseen behind these lesser hollows, concealed within the shadows, was a Jillian, a hollow that had attained a level of intelligence far beyond that of its brethren. This Jillian, a rare exception capable of evolving to this stage in the human world through the consumption of other spiritual entities, was named Grand Fisher. Grand Fisher's form was that of an obese, monstrous creature possessing limbs vaguely resembling those of a human. Its body was covered in thick, gray fur, its feet resembled those of an avian creature, while its hands were similar to human hands, though its skin was a disturbing bright red color. Its head was exceptionally large, bearing an equally enormous, grotesque, and cunning bone mask, and atop its head was a structure that resembled a bird's nest, a curious and unsettling feature. Its ability to evolve from a low-level hollow to a Jillian in the human world, despite its initially inferior capabilities, wasn't due to raw power, but to its intelligence, an intellect far surpassing that of typical hollows. It was a cunning and strategic predator. Grand Fisher was exceptionally cunning, it recognized that Masaki Kurosaki would be a difficult opponent. Therefore, its true target was the boy standing beside her, Ichigo Kurosaki. Although Ichigo Kurosaki's spiritual energy was significantly less potent than his mother's, Grand Fisher had a premonition that consuming this young boy would lead to an unimaginable increase in its own power, a power far exceeding its current capabilities. Grand Fisher possessed an almost preternatural ability to sense potential, an uncanny talent for recognizing those with latent power. If Ichigo Kurosaki were indeed consumed, its abilities would undergo an unimaginable enhancement, potentially even transferring the latent power of Wizard White from Ichigo Kurosaki's body into its own. Masaki Kurosaki had already begun to dispatch the hollows attacking them, her hand swiftly drawing back her spiritual bow, unleashing a volley of high-leg file, sacred arrows of destruction, that flew towards the enemy with incredible speed and precision. Although she was no longer a pure-blooded Quincy, her innate talent remained exceptional. Given her ability to subdue Wizard White, dealing with these weaker hollows presented little difficulty. The only challenge was the sheer number of hollows. It was a matter of time before she could eliminate them all. Seeing that Masaki Kurosaki's attention was fully engaged by her immediate attackers, Grand Fisher revealed a cunning smile, a predatory expression of malicious intent. A green tentacle extended from the bird's nest-like structure atop its head. The tip of the tentacle had transformed into a small, seemingly innocent girl, her eyes filled with tears of sadness. This was a deceptive and manipulative tactic. This was one of Grand Fisher's abilities, the capacity to transform its tentacle-like appendages into the forms of spiritual entities it had previously consumed, thereby luring in unsuspecting victims. It was a master of deception and manipulation. At that moment, Ichigo Kurosaki, patiently awaiting his mother's return, noticed a small girl crying in the shadows. His kind and compassionate nature immediately compelled him to approach her, offering his assistance. He was a naturally empathetic child. However, as he drew closer, he discovered that lurking behind the seemingly innocent girl, concealed within the shadows, was a monstrous, gaping maw, a terrifying hollow face far larger than his own body, its eyes filled with predatory hunger. "Got you!" Grand Fisher roared, its voice a chilling blend of triumph and malice, its large mouth splitting into a grotesque grin. Ichigo Kurosaki attempted to flee, but as a 9-year-old child, escape was impossible at such close proximity. He was trapped. Masaki Kurosaki, noticing her son's absence, immediately looked around anxiously, her eyes darting across the scene. She saw the enormous, humanoid hollow's hand gripping Ichigo Kurosaki within its grasp. "Let him go, or I'll kill you," Masaki Kurosaki said coldly, her voice laced with the steel of unwavering determination. With her son's life hanging in the balance, the gentle tenderness in her beautiful eyes vanished, replaced by the fierce, unwavering resolve of a mother prepared to protect her child at any cost. Her love for her son fueled her determination. Grand Fisher had been preparing to retreat, but it hesitated upon being locked onto by Masaki Kurosaki's spiritual arrows. Although the radiant spiritual arrows hadn't yet struck it, Grand Fisher sensed the immense destructive power contained within them. A direct hit would result in its immediate and complete annihilation. Looking at the captured Ichigo Kurosaki, and then at Masaki Kurosaki, who was glaring intently at it, Grand Fisher found itself caught in a moment of indecision, caught between retreat and the potential rewards of its prey. Just as the situation reached a tense stalemate, a thick layer of clouds in the sky suddenly split open, as if something immense and powerful was about to descend from the heavens. Masaki Kurosaki instinctively sensed an overwhelming aura of mortal danger. A brilliant white light erupted from the opening in the clouds, hurtling downwards towards the beach below. And the target of this descending white light was Masaki Kurosaki herself. She was about to face a threat far greater than any hollow. Chapter 313, NZNT, Chapter. Normally, Masaki Kurosaki possessed the ability to evade such a white light. However, at that moment, her attention was completely captivated. Masaki her attention was completely captivated by her son, Ichigo Kurosaki, who was held captive by Grand Fisher. By the time she perceived the approaching danger, it was too late to react effectively. Her focus on her son's immediate peril left her vulnerable. A direct hit from this white light would instantly incapacitate, or even kill, Masaki Kurosaki, regardless of her exceptional spiritual power. The sheer destructive power of the light was undeniable. This white light was the Oswalin, unleashed by Yhwach, the Quincy King, a devastating and indiscriminate attack. The Oswalin, a unique ability possessed only by Yhwach, the Quincy King, allowed him to disregard spatial limitations and seize the spiritual energy of mixed-blood Quincy's from any distance. The power was absolute and terrifying. In the vast majority of cases, the mixed-blood Quincy's who had their spiritual energy forcibly extracted also perished. The loss of spiritual energy was tantamount to death. At that very same moment, this white light appeared in locations worldwide where mixed-blood Quincy's resided, a simultaneous, global event. Those struck by this white light had their spiritual energy and lives irrevocably reclaimed by Yhwach. The attack was widespread and devastating. Ichigo Kurosaki and Grand Fisher both witnessed the white light descending upon Masaki Kurosaki. Ichigo Kurosaki, his face etched with anxiety, cried out, "Watch out," while Grand Fisher's eyes gleamed with unexpected elation. Although Grand Fisher was unaware of the true nature of this suddenly descending white light, it instantly recognized the opportune moment to escape the impending danger. It sensed a chance for survival. However, at that critical, life-or-death moment, a calm voice suddenly echoed, and a powerful spiritual pressure enveloped Masaki Kurosaki, shielding her from the immediate threat. Susanoo. A colossal, demonic-looking black skeletal warrior materialized instantaneously, raising its arms to directly intercept the descending white light. The white light's spiritual particles and the black skeletal warrior's immense spiritual pressure collided repeatedly, consuming each other in a furious exchange of energy, creating violent winds that ravaged the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. The clash of energies was immense. At the feet of this gigantic black skeletal warrior stood a figure clad in a white haori, Yusuke. He had arrived just in the nick of time. Since arriving in the human world, he had been secretly observing Ichigo Kurosaki and Masaki Kurosaki, even dispatching his Genyaku crow to protect Ichigo Kurosaki on several occasions. His surveillance was strategic and purposeful. He monitored Ichigo Kurosaki to observe the viscered white within him, and he monitored Masaki Kurosaki to identify an opportunity to sense Yawacha's presence via the Oswalin, using the situation to his advantage. At that very moment, far away in Las Noches, Mayuri Kuratsuchi, having received instructions from Yusuke, was utilizing his advanced technology to trace the origin of the white light's power, providing crucial support from a distance. Upon witnessing Yusuke's sudden arrival, those present displayed expressions of astonishment. Masaki Kurosaki was simply shocked. Ichigo Kurosaki felt a surge of relief and hope. Grand Fisher was consumed by terror. As a hollow that had spent millennia evolving to its current formidable state, Grand Fisher was exceptionally knowledgeable and experienced among hollows. It recognized its opponent immediately. The individual who had suddenly appeared was clearly a captain from Soul Society's Goti I-13, a powerful and highly skilled Shinigami. A formidable adversary. Grand Fisher attempted to seize the opportunity to flee, but it discovered that it was completely unable to move, its body immobilized. The captain had somehow rendered it helpless. "I won't let you take this child." A calm, unwavering voice echoed in its ears. Grand Fisher then realized that the Shinigami captain had silently appeared beside it, and the boy with the exceptionally high concentration of spiritual energy, whom it had been holding captive, was now lifted into the air by the captain, held securely by the waistband of his trousers. Knowing it was utterly outmatched by the Shinigami captain and completely immobilized, Grand Fisher made a desperate, last-ditch attempt at self-preservation, resorting to pleading for mercy. "Please, sir, I was momentarily overcome by temptation. I've never consumed human souls before, it was only this boy's exceptionally potent spiritual energy that I couldn't resist. Please, I implore you, forgive me this one transgression." Yusuke, holding Ichigo Kurosaki in one hand and walking towards Masaki Kurosaki, said to Grand Fisher without turning around, "I'm sorry, but you're already dead." His words were delivered with quiet finality. Grand Fisher was stunned, failing to fully grasp the implications of Yusuke's statement, when it suddenly felt an excruciating pain as an extremely thin, black line materialized on its forehead, then sliced vertically through its entire being. Before it could even utter a scream, it disintegrated into spiritual particles, completely vanishing into thin air, its existence abruptly and utterly extinguished. It was a swift and decisive end. Ichigo Kurosaki's mouth gaped open in shock, unsure whether to feel fear or relief at the sudden turn of events. He was overwhelmed by the power he had just witnessed. Due to Yusuke's timely intervention, Masaki Kurosaki, the intended target of the Oswalin, was saved from certain death. The white light of the Oswalin slowly dissipated, and the clouds in the sky gradually closed, returning to their normal state. Masaki Kurosaki, overcome with worry for her son, rushed to embrace Ichigo Kurosaki, anxiously asking, "Ichigo, are you all right?" Ichigo Kurosaki, having been gently placed on the ground by Yusuke, shook his head. "I'm fine, Mom. Are you all right?" Masaki Kurosaki smiled with relief and gratitude, her heart filled with immense relief, then turned to Yusuke, her expression one of profound gratitude. "Shinigami-san, thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, we might have been killed today." Shinigami. Hearing Masaki Kurosaki's words, Ichigo Kurosaki, in his mother's arms, looked puzzled. He didn't yet understand the meaning of the word Shinigami, and the term, to his young ears, sounded ominous and potentially malevolent. However, recalling the massive black skeletal warrior Yusuke had summoned, Ichigo Kurosaki tentatively associated it with the Shinigami of mythology and legend, figures of immense power. Yusuke smiled. "I'm temporarily stationed in Karakura town. I detected a large surge of hollow spiritual pressure and came to investigate. Fortunately, I arrived in time. I didn't expect to encounter a Quincy, especially one of such legendary status." Masaki Kurosaki felt a slight chill at the mention of Shinigami and Quincy, the age-old conflict between the two factions causing her to feel a degree of apprehension. She was wary of this powerful Shinigami. However, seeing Yusuke's continued gentle expression, devoid of any hostile intent towards her, her apprehension subsided. His demeanor was reassuring. Ichigo Kurosaki was utterly bewildered, completely overwhelmed by the events of the day. Shinigami, Quincy, he couldn't understand what his mother and Yusuke were saying. The battle he had just witnessed far exceeded his comprehension and understanding of the world. If he hadn't already developed the ability to see spiritual entities, confirming that the world was far more complex than it appeared on the surface, today's events would have been profoundly traumatic and could have irrevocably altered his worldview. Just before Yusuke prepared to depart, he addressed Masaki Kurosaki. "Miss Quincy, that white light wasn't the Hollow's ability, it was a power specifically targeting Quincy's. You must remain vigilant and cautious." With those words, Yusuke's figure vanished from before Masaki Kurosaki and Ichigo Kurosaki, leaving Masaki Kurosaki to contemplate the significance of his warning. She didn't ponder for long, however, before Ichigo Kurosaki's voice broke her train of thought. Mom, what was all that? Ichigo Kurosaki asked, looking up at Masaki Kurosaki with wide, inquisitive eyes. Masaki Kurosaki stroked Ichigo Kurosaki's head, smiling gently. Let's go home, Ichigo. I'll explain everything to you later, when we're in a safer and more comfortable environment. Chapter 314, NZNT, Chapter. Within an ice palace adorned with a circular, star-cross insignia, a black-robed youth sat upon an empty throne in the vast hall. The youth. Within an ice palace adorned with a circular, star-cross insignia, a black-robed youth sat upon an empty throne in the vast hall. The youth possessed delicate features, dark hair, and piercing crimson eyes. His expression was devoid of emotion. Behind the throne, a star-cross emblem, formed from spiritual particles, emanated a strange spiritual pressure. Countless white orbs continuously flowed into it. As the white orbs poured in, the star-cross's spiritual pressure intensified, growing stronger with each passing moment. This youth was Yawatch, the Quincy King, currently in a period of recuperation, quietly biding his time within the Wandenreich Palace, hidden within the shadows of the Siri. His power was not yet fully restored, hence his youthful appearance. He had just unleashed the Oswallen upon the world, successfully reclaiming the power of almost all mixed-blood Quincy's. His power was growing. However, he noted that the spiritual energy of 2 mixed-blood Quincy's in Karakura town remained unreclaimed. Is this their fate? Then let them continue to exist as Quincy's for now, Yawatch mused to himself, his voice only audible in his own thoughts. For him, the power of 2 mixed-blood Quincy's was insignificant. Having already reclaimed the power of thousands of Quincy's, he saw no need to expend additional effort targeting these 2. His power was already immense. However, one had escaped due to a Shinigami's intervention, while the other possessed an indeterminate power that resisted his Oswallen. That Quincy who resisted Yawatch's Oswallen was Yuryu Ishida, Ichigo Kurosaki's future friend. A powerful and unexpected resistance. Upon returning home, Masaki Kurosaki recounted the day's events to Shiba Ishin. Shiba Ishin, filled with both relief and apprehension, recognized the individual who had saved his family as his former colleague, Uchiha Yusuke. Silently registering his gratitude, Shiba Ishin immediately took Masaki Kurosaki to find Kasukirahara, who was also hidden in the human world. Their purpose was twofold, to ask Kasukirahara for help in creating tools to conceal their family's spiritual pressure and to seek his insight into the mysterious white light that had attacked Masaki Kurosaki. They needed answers and assistance. Yusuke had returned to Las Noches, quietly observing Mayuri Kuratsuchi, who, with astonishing speed, manipulated the control panel before him, analyzing a complex string of data that even Yusuke couldn't fully comprehend. His skills were exceptional. Any progress? Have you found any clues? Yusuke asked Mayuri Kuratsuchi, his voice calm and expectant. He had already provided Mayuri Kuratsuchi with information about the Wandenreika's hidden location within the Siri shadow, hoping that Yawatch's Oswallen would provide an opportunity to locate the Wandenreich. He was hoping for a breakthrough. Mayuri Kuratsuchi replied slowly, tracing the path of those white spiritual particles, I've confirmed that they originated from a different spatial dimension. A significant discovery. Mayuri Kuratsuchi paused, his brow furrowing. However, I haven't yet found any clues regarding the location of this spatial dimension or how to access it. The challenge is significant. This ability remains a threat. If we don't pull him out of that hidden spatial dimension, he'll remain invincible, Yusuke said gravely, his voice expressing concern. The situation was serious. Mayuri Kuratsuchi, for once, admitted the difficulty. He sighed. I'll think of something. Yusuke knew that pressuring Mayuri Kuratsuchi wouldn't yield results. He decided to temporarily abandon the search for Yawatch's hidden location. Patience was required. The most important thing now is to obtain the Hogyoku from Aizen. According to my calculations, it should be about time for him to act, Yusuke thought to himself, formulating his next plan. Back in the human world, Yusuke continued to focus on Kasukirahara. Once Kasukirahara's Hogyoku became a target, Aizen would inevitably act, providing Yusuke with his opportunity to acquire the Hogyoku from Aizen. He was patiently waiting. 7 years later, Siri. Rukia Kachiki, now a full-fledged Shinigami in the 13th Division, was beaming with joy. She had just received a mission from Captain Jushiro Yukitake to deploy to the human world to support Shinigami Zenitsu Kurumadani in purification duties. It was an exciting opportunity. For a rookie Shinigami who had never left Soul Society, this was an incredibly exciting mission. A chance to see the world beyond Soul Society. Although Rukia was Byakuya Kuchiki's sister-in-law and considered his adopted sister, she was still somewhat intimidated by her stern brother. She held him in high regard. After graduating from the Shino Academy, Rukia chose to join the 13th Division under Captain Jushiro Yukitake, known for his kind and gentle nature. She preferred a more supportive environment. She was about to head to the 3rd Division barracks to share the good news with her close friend, Renji Abarai. She then saw Captain Yusuke and Lieutenant Yu emerging from the 3rd Division barracks, walking directly towards her. Approaching Yusuke and Yu, Rukia bowed respectfully. Captain Uchiha, Lieutenant Yu. Yusuke smiled. It's Rukia. I heard you recently became the 4th seat of the 13th Division. Remarkable progress. Rukia blushed slightly at Yusuke's praise. No, everyone's just been very kind. Are you off to see Renji again? Yusuke asked, his tone curious. Rukia's face lit up with excitement. I received orders to be permanently stationed in Karakura town in the human world, assisting Senior Zenisuke. I came to tell Renji. Captain Uchiha, you're mostly stationed in Karakura town, aren't you? I'll need your guidance. Since receiving his permanent assignment to the human world, Yusuke had spent most of his time there, only occasionally returning to the Siri for official duties or to make arrangements within the 5th Division. He maintained a strong presence in both worlds. Yusuke smiled. Rukia is going to Karakura town too. I look forward to your performance. Go find Renji, I won't keep you young people any longer. Rukia nodded and ran towards the 3rd Division barracks, clearly viewing this mission as a welcome change of pace. She was eager for the adventure. Watching Rukia's departing figure, Yusuke said softly, our time here may not be long. Hearing Yusuke's words, Yu felt a profound sense of loss, though her expression remained unchanged. She simply replied with a quiet, Although she was prepared for this eventuality, having spent so long in the Siri, she had grown accustomed to the life of a Shinigami and considered many of the Godai 13's members to be her friends. She valued those relationships. Now, she only hoped that Yusuke wouldn't clash with the Godai 13. She didn't want to turn her blade against former friends. She hoped for peace. Chapter 315, NZNT, Chapter. Rukia Kachiki, shortly thereafter, traversed the Senkamen and arrived in Karakura town, officially commencing her purification duties in Th. Rukia Kachiki, shortly thereafter, traversed the Senkamen and arrived in Karakura town, officially commencing her purification duties in the human world. She found everything in the human world utterly novel and fascinating. Each day, she ventured out alone, searching for stray hollows or spirits, taking the opportunity to explore the diverse landscapes and scenery. As a Shinigami, her body was entirely composed of spiritual particles, rendering her invisible to ordinary humans, granting her unimpeded access to any location. One ordinary day, while casually strolling through Karakura town, Rukia Kachiki suddenly perceived the spiritual pressure fluctuations indicative of hollow activity and immediately proceeded to the source. Upon reaching her destination, Rukia Kachiki witnessed a human boy with orange short hair and a young female spirit with brown twin tails fleeing in the same direction, pursued by a large, insect-like hollow. This must be a coincidence, she mused to herself. Ordinary humans, after all, should be unable to perceive hollows or spirits. Therefore, Rukia Kachiki reasoned that the fleeing boy had likely sensed danger instinctively, coincidentally aligning his escape route with that of the female spirit. Seeing the hollow endangering both a human and a lost spirit, Rukia Kachiki, without hesitation, drew her Zanpakuto and charged forward. With a nimble backflip, she cleared the hollow's massive body, delivering a swift horizontal slash that cleanly severed its head. She landed gracefully before the human boy and the spirit. Sheathing her Zanpakuto, Rukia Kachiki turned her attention to the spirit, preparing to perform a kanso to guide it to Soul Society. Hey, who are you? The orange-haired boy spoke, his voice laced with curiosity and a hint of challenge. Rukia Kachiki ignored the boy, focusing on the spirit. She assumed the boy, who clearly couldn't see her, wasn't addressing her directly. She was focused on her duties. Hey, why aren't you answering me? The orange-haired boy exclaimed, his voice rising in frustration. Is this boy some kind of lunatic, talking to thin air? Rukia Kachiki thought to herself, a slight degree of bewilderment entering her mind. She was confused. The boy was, in fact, Ichigo Kurosaki. His naturally high spiritual energy allowed him to clearly see Rukia Kachiki, a Shinigami, and he was deeply dissatisfied with her dismissive attitude. In a fit of anger, unleashing his signature kicking technique, Ichigo Kurosaki unexpectedly sent Rukia Kachiki flying with a powerful kick. You jerk, why aren't you answering me? Though startled by the unexpected kick, Rukia Kachiki wasn't overly concerned. Pointing at herself, she asked in astonishment, you can see me? Ichigo Kurosaki scoffed. Duh, someone's standing right here. How could I not see you? His tone was dismissive and slightly arrogant. Thus, these two individuals, destined to cross paths, met. Unbeknownst to them, several pairs of eyes were watching their encounter. Their meeting was not accidental. Later, during a hollow attack, Rukia Kachiki suffered an injury. To defeat the hollow, she transferred her Shinigami powers to Ichigo Kurosaki, who possessed considerable latent spiritual power, temporarily losing her own abilities in the process. She had made a significant sacrifice. Kisuke Urahara appeared opportunely, emerging from the shadows. He then approached Ichigo Kurosaki and Rukia Kachiki, offering Rukia Kachiki a modified Jigai, substitute body, of his own creation, allowing her to live as a human. Upon entering the Jigai provided by Kisuke Urahara, the Hogyoku concealed within the Jigai subtly integrated itself into Rukia Kachiki's soul. It was a clandestine act. Unknown to Rukia Kachiki, this Jigai possessed a fatal flaw. It gradually depleted her spiritual energy, weakening her soul until it was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary human. It was a slow, insidious process. Kisuke Urahara's timely appearance was no coincidence. He had chosen Rukia Kachiki as his vessel for the Hogyoku, intending to keep her permanently in the human world. His plan was carefully orchestrated. Rukia Kachiki and Ichigo Kurosaki were completely unaware of Kisuke Urahara's plan. Rukia Kachiki, in fact, found the experience of living as a human quite enjoyable and intriguing. She embraced this new phase of her life. She subsequently moved into Ichigo Kurosaki's home and enrolled in his school, befriending Yuryu Ishida, Orihime Inoue, Yasutora Sato, and others, forging new relationships. Rukia Kachiki's actions in awakening Ichigo Kurosaki's powers and transforming him into a Shinigami were a clear violation of Suriitii law. It was a serious transgression. According to Suriitii law, the punishment for such a violation was the death penalty. It was a serious offense. However, Rukia Kachiki wasn't overly concerned. Firstly, the situation had been critical, leaving her little choice but to act decisively. The urgency of the situation justified her actions. Secondly, this particular law was often overlooked. As long as no one pursued the matter, there would be no consequences. It was a commonly ignored rule. What Rukia Kachiki failed to anticipate, however, was the intense scrutiny she and Ichigo Kurosaki were now under, a scrutiny that would have far-reaching consequences. Among those observing them with the keenest interest was Aizen, who had long coveted the Hogyoku in Kisuke Urahara's possession. He was completely surprised by Kisuke Urahara's decision to conceal the Hogyoku within Rukia Kachiki. However, concealing a foreign object within a soul was an extremely advanced technique, and Aizen currently lacked the means to directly extract the Hogyoku from Rukia Kachiki. He needed a different approach. After considerable research, he discovered the simplest method, utilizing the Suriitii Sokayaku execution to completely dissolve Rukia Kachiki's spiritual body, separating the Hogyoku from her soul. It was a ruthless plan. Coincidentally, the crime of awakening a human's Shinigami powers was punishable by the Suriitii's ultimate punishment, the Sokayaku execution. A cruel twist of fate. To obtain the Hogyoku, Aizen instructed his subordinates to report Rukia Kachiki's actions to Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryosai. Upon learning of the situation, Yamamoto Genryosai immediately convened a meeting of all the captains to discuss Rukia Kachiki's punishment. Within the captains' meeting hall, all the captains except Yusuke, who was still in the human world, were assembled. However, the atmosphere was far less serious than usual captains' meetings. In the captain's view, Rukia Kachiki's actions were indeed a violation of regulations, but the resulting harm was negligible, hardly a significant matter. It was a minor infraction. The issue had simply been escalated to the captain commander, necessitating a formal response. A formality. The Suriitii's original prohibition against arbitrarily awakening human Shinigami powers in the human world was intended to maintain the balance of souls among the three realms, Soul Society, the human world, and Hueco Mundo. The corresponding punishment for this crime was severe, the Sokayaku execution. However, to actually disrupt the balance of the three realms would require the large-scale awakening of humans into Shinigami. Rukia Kachiki's action of awakening only one human had a negligible impact. It was a minor infraction. Byakuya Kachiki, Rukia Kachiki's older brother and a devoted older brother, wore a serious expression, prepared to argue his case forcefully. He was determined to protect his beloved younger sister. All captains are aware of the purpose of this meeting. Fourth seat Rukia Kachiki of the 13th Division violated regulations by awakening a human's Shinigami powers in the human world. What are your thoughts? Yamamoto Genryosai inquired slowly, his tone measured. Chapter 316, NZNT, Chapter. Upon hearing the captain commander's words, the assembled captains remained silent. A palpable tension filled the room. None of them wished. Upon hearing the captain commander's words, the assembled captains remained silent. A palpable tension filled the room. None of them wished to pursue such a minor infraction. The consequences of pursuing this case were far greater than the offense itself. Publicly pursuing this matter would negatively impact their image and reputation within the Godii 13. Their reputations were at stake. As Rukia Kachiki's direct superior, Jushiro Yukitake, captain of the 13th Division, would naturally not allow his subordinate to be executed. He was fiercely loyal to his division. However, his position as captain made his intervention delicate, interceding on his subordinate's behalf might appear biased. He subtly signaled to Kyoraku Shunsui, who stood opposite him. He sought a subtle solution. Kyoraku Shunsui and Jushiro Yukitake were longtime friends and partners. Even without Jushiro Yukitake explicitly stating it, Kyoraku Shunsui understood the desired course of action. Their partnership was strong. Kyoraku Shunsui stepped forward, adopting a light-hearted tone. It's merely the transformation of a human into a Shinigami, the impact is negligible. I believe little Rukia must have encountered some difficulty, prompting her to resort to such a measure. He sought to minimize the severity of the infraction. Yamamoto Genryusai turned to Kyoraku Shunsui. Then, Captain Kyoraku, what is your proposed course of action? Yamamoto Genryusai himself had no intention of pursuing this matter rigorously. Punishment was unavoidable, but execution was entirely unnecessary. He had called this meeting to find a way to resolve the situation without excessive punishment. He had convened this meeting to provide a path forward, hoping for a consensus among the captains to issue a lenient punishment to Rukia Kachiki. A compromise was needed. Kyoraku Shunsui smiled. In my humble opinion, let's recall little Rukia Kachiki to the Siri-Idi and confine her for 3 months as punishment, serving as a cautionary measure. As for that Shinigami in the human world, let's recruit him as a provisional Shinigami. If he refuses, then we'll strip him of his spiritual power. He proposed a measured response. Yamamoto Genryusai nodded, finding Kyoraku Shuensui's proposal suitable. It was a reasonable compromise. Seeing that the captain commander had no intention of executing Rukia Kachiki, Byakuya Kachiki breathed a sigh of relief, nodding towards Kyoraku Shuensui in silent acknowledgement of his assistance. He was grateful for his help. At that moment, however, Tozen Kanemi unexpectedly intervened. I do not concur with this lenient punishment. His expression was exceptionally grave, as if Rukia Kachiki had committed an unforgivable crime. His tone was severe. Laws, once established, should be enforced without compromise. If all laws are treated so casually, with punishments arbitrarily altered, then what meaning do the Siri-Idi's rules hold? Tozen Kanemi declared emphatically, his words resonating with unwavering conviction. While his stance seemed unyielding and inflexible, his argument wasn't entirely unreasonable. His actions were consistent with his character. Even if this matter became public knowledge, the Godai 13 would only perceive him as someone rigidly adhering to legal principles, rather than someone deliberately targeting Rukia Kachiki. His motives would be misconstrued. Byakuya Kachiki said coldly, does Captain Tozen intend to execute a seated officer who, while acting in the Siri-Idi's best interests, made a minor error due to extenuating circumstances? He challenged Tozen Kanemi's position. Tozen Kanemi remained unyielding. Captain Kachiki, please understand. My judgment is impartial, regardless of the offender, the Siri-Idi's regulations must be upheld. Or is it that because the offender is Captain Kachiki's sister, we should disregard justice? He was unwavering in his stance. Tozen Kanemi's persistence brought the discussion to an impasse. Most captains considered execution excessive, but Tozen Kanemi was adamant, even the captain commander couldn't disregard the regulations to exonerate Rukia Kachiki. The situation was at a standstill. As Byakuya Kachiki and Tozen Kanemi stood in opposition, members of the Central 46 unexpectedly arrived in the captain's meeting hall. The individual who arrived had a history of conflict with the Kachiki clan. A deliberate action. Captain Kachiki, I hear your sister has committed an unforgivable crime. I'm quite astonished. Given the Kachiki clan's reputation for upholding justice, I trust you won't shield the culprit, the newcomer said with a sly smile, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He was clearly seeking to exploit the situation. Tozen Kanemi's persistence in the Central 40 SIXS intervention were orchestrated by Aizen. To extract the Hogyoku from Rukia Kachiki, he needed to push for the Sokayaku execution. He was manipulating events. With the Central 46 involved, even Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai couldn't overrule the decision. His power was limited. Seeing Byakuya Kachiki ignore him, the Central 46 representative chuckled, turning to Yamamoto Genryusai. Captain Commander Yamamoto, the Central 46 is aware of the situation regarding Shinigami Rukia Kachiki. Siri-Idi regulations must be enforced without exception, that is the Central 40 SIXS decision. He was unwavering. Byakuya Kachiki immediately rose to object, but Yamamoto Genryusai stopped him. Captain Kachiki, heed your position. No one can change the fact that Rukia Kachiki committed this crime. The Central 46 has made its decision, as a member of the Godai 13, you must abide by and execute it. His tone was firm and final. Byakuya Kachiki stood stunned, while Kyoraku Shuensui shook his head and returned to his place, offering a wry smile to a grim-faced Jushiro Yukitake. Their hopes had been dashed. Yamamoto Genryusai addressed Tozen Kanemi. Captain Tozen, you will apprehend Rukia Kachiki and bring her back to the Siri-Idi, simultaneously stripping the Shinigami in the human world of his spiritual power. Until the Sokayaku execution, she will be under the 9th Division's custody. He assigned the task. the 9th Division was responsible for the Siriidi's prison, guarding prisoners was their duty. As Aizen's subordinate, Tozen Kanemi readily accepted Yamamoto Genryusai's assignment. No one noticed Aizen's subtle smile, events were unfolding precisely as he had planned. He was pleased. After the meeting, Tozen Kanemi, accompanied by his lieutenant, Shuhei Hisagi, went to the Technical Development Bureau to use the Senkaman to travel to the human world. Before their departure, Aizen summoned Tozen Kanemi to his office. Tozen, while in the human world, assess Ichigo Kurosaki's strength, determine if he can utilize Wizard White's power, Aizen instructed Tozen Kanemi, his tone carefully measured. Tozen Kanemi looked puzzled. Lord Aizen, do you still harbor illusions about Wizard White? It's clearly a failure, let me eliminate it and Ichigo Kurosaki. He was impatient. Aizen glanced at Tozen Kanemi, his tone flat. Tozen, simply follow my instructions. Although Aizen's tone was calm, the coldness in his gaze chilled Tozen Kanemi to the bone. A warning. Knowing Aizen disliked being questioned, Tozen Kanemi immediately knelt. I apologize, Lord Aizen. I will carry out your orders. Aizen nodded, satisfied. He helped Tozen Kanemi to his feet, smiling. Good. As for Wizard White's usefulness, I will be the judge of that. He was in control. Chapter 317, NZNT, Chapter. On a typical weekend night, the streets of Karakura town were sparsely populated. The usual hustle and bustle of the day had subsided. On a typical weekend night, the streets of Karakura town were sparsely populated. The usual hustle and bustle of the day had subsided. At a crossroads, several teenagers, their faces beaming with happiness, were exchanging farewells. A group of friends were parting ways. These teenagers were Ichigo Kurosaki, Rukia Kachiki, and their school friends. They had just finished a gathering, and as night fell, they prepared to head home. Rukia Kachiki, currently living as a human, would naturally be returning home with Ichigo Kurosaki. They were close friends. After bidding farewell to their friends, Ichigo Kurosaki and Rukia Kachiki walked along the dimly lit street, illuminated only by the occasional street lamp. Rukia Kachiki walked with her head slightly bowed, seemingly troubled by something. She seemed pensive. What's wrong? You've seemed rather distracted lately, Ichigo Kurosaki asked, noticing her subdued demeanor. He was concerned. Rukia Kachiki's concern stemmed from her true identity as a Shinigami. She knew that she would eventually have to leave her friends and return to Soul Society, a prospect that filled her with profound sadness and reluctance. Forcing a light-hearted smile, Rukia Kachiki retorted, distracted. You're just talking nonsense. Their playful banter, a familiar pattern between them, ensued. This familiar exchange brought a sense of comfort. They were comfortable with each other. At that moment, Rukia Kachiki suddenly sensed a familiar spiritual pressure approaching. Despite being in a jigai, she could still distinguish that the spiritual pressure belonged to a Shinigami from Soul Society. Her senses were still keen. Kicking Ichigo Kurosaki playfully on the backside, Rukia Kachiki said nonchalantly, "Go on ahead. I want to take a little walk by myself." Ichigo Kurosaki was about to retort, but Rukia Kachiki's words caused him to frown. He sensed that she was concealing something from him. He was suspicious. "I'm not comfortable with you going alone." "Wherever you're going, I'll go with you," Ichigo Kurosaki insisted, his concern growing. Ignoring Ichigo Kurosaki, Rukia Kachiki turned and waved her hand dismissively. "Don't worry about it. Go home, I'll be back later." Watching Rukia Kachiki's retreating figure, Ichigo Kurosaki decided to secretly follow her to see what was happening. He felt a sense of foreboding. He had a strong premonition that if he didn't follow her this time, he might never see Rukia Kachiki again. He sensed something was wrong. Once she felt a sufficient distance from Ichigo Kurosaki, Rukia Kachiki broke into a run, heading towards the location from which she had sensed the Shinigami's spiritual pressure. She soon encountered the source of the spiritual pressure, Shuhei Hisagi, the 9th Division's lieutenant. Looking at Rukia Kachiki, dressed in a blue dress and carrying a small bag, Shuhei Hisagi's expression turned serious. He was there to take her back. "Rukia, you've been living as a human. Have you forgotten your duties as a Shinigami?" Shuhei Hisagi said sternly, his voice carrying a weight of authority. Rukia Kachiki immediately began to explain, "Lieutenant Hisagi, please let me explain." She attempted to recount the events leading to her loss of Shinigami powers, but Shuhei Hisagi interrupted her. "I'm here with orders from the Captain Commander. Explain yourself to the Godai 13 captains when you return," Shuhei Hisagi stated firmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. "So, they're taking me back. I guess I won't get to say goodbye," Rukia Kachiki murmured to herself, a sense of resignation settling over her. Despite her mental preparations, the reality of the impending separation filled her with profound sadness. She had committed a serious offense, and returning to Soul Society likely meant she would never again be assigned to the human world. It was a significant loss. The possibility of never seeing her friends again weighed heavily on her. She was filled with regret. Rukia, do you understand the punishment you face upon your return? Shuhei Hisagi said in a low voice, his tone grave. He, too, was reluctant to see Rukia Kachiki face the ultimate punishment, but as the 9th Division's lieutenant, he had a duty to perform. He was conflicted. Rukia Kachiki looked at Shuhei Hisagi anxiously. Lieutenant Hisagi, do you know the Captain Commander's decision? Will I ever return to the human world? She was desperate for answers. Shuhei Hisagi paused for several seconds before slowly replying, the Captain Commander's decision is the Sokayaku execution. What? Rukia Kachiki exclaimed in disbelief, momentarily unable to process the information. She was shocked. Whatever this Sokayaku execution is, I won't let you take Rukia, a young voice declared, interrupting the grim exchange. It was Ichigo Kurosaki, who had been secretly following Rukia Kachiki. He had arrived just in time. Ichigo. Didn't you go home? Rukia Kachiki turned in surprise, seeing Ichigo Kurosaki approaching calmly. She was both surprised and grateful. Upon seeing Ichigo Kurosaki, Shuhei Hisagi said calmly, this is the human whose Shinigami powers you awakened. Convenient, I'm ordered to strip him of his spiritual power. He was about to take action. Rukia Kachiki cried out in alarm. Lieutenant Hisagi, please. Ichigo has been assisting me with purification duties, and besides. Enough. Shuhei Hisagi coldly interrupted Rukia Kachiki, continuing, you're in no position to intervene. This human should never have possessed Shinigami power. He was resolute. With those words, Shuhei Hisagi's spiritual pressure surged, Ichigo Kurosaki immediately sensing a spiritual pressure far exceeding any hollow he had previously encountered. The power was overwhelming. Ichigo Kurosaki knew a battle was unavoidable. His soul immediately separated from his body, his clothes transforming into a black Shinigami uniform. He was ready to fight. Drawing his massive Zanpakuto, Ichigo Kurosaki pointed it at Shuhei Hisagi. If you want Rukia, you'll have to get past me. He was defiant. At this point, Ichigo Kurosaki's Zanpakuto had not yet unlocked its Shirkai, Tensa Zangetsu, it remained in its initial, large, straight blade form. He was still inexperienced. Looking at the defiant Ichigo Kurosaki, Shuhei Hisagi sneered. Your spiritual pressure is impressive, but do you think you, an untrained Shinigami, can defeat an elite Shinigami like me? He underestimated his opponent. Before Shuhei Hisagi could finish his sentence, a powerful slash landed before him, the sharp spiritual pressure slightly stinging his cheek. Ichigo Kurosaki had acted swiftly. Ichigo Kurosaki hadn't aimed the attack at Shuhei Hisagi, he had merely created a large crater in the ground in front of him. A display of power. Save the boasting for after you beat me, nameless one, Ichigo Kurosaki said calmly, his voice steady and confident. Glancing at Ichigo Kurosaki's unusual Zanpakuto, Shuhei Hisagi said gravely, very well. I will personally shatter your Zanpakuto and show you that a Shinigami's combat prowess isn't solely determined by the size of their weapon. He was ready for battle. With those words, Shuhei Hisagi drew his own Zanpakuto, and the battle began. $20. Chapter 318, NZNT, Chapter. After drawing his Zanpakuto, Shuhei Hisagi didn't initiate his Shirkai, opting instead to rely solely on his swordsmanship against Ichigo Kur. After drawing his Zanpakuto, Shuhei Hisagi didn't initiate his Shirkai, opting instead to rely solely on his swordsmanship against Ichigo Kurosaki. He believed this untrained Shinigami would be easily dispatched. However, Shuhei Hisagi was profoundly mistaken, this battle proved far more challenging than anticipated. In the ensuing clash, while Shuhei Hisagi's superior spiritual pressure and skill gave him a clear advantage, Ichigo Kurosaki proved remarkably resilient, relentlessly engaging him in a protracted struggle. He was a tenacious opponent. The street became a whirlwind of flashing blades, the ground and walls bore the marks of their fierce exchange, scarred by their powerful strikes. The battle was intense. Ichigo Kurosaki, wielding his massive Zanpakuto, retreated and parried, carefully maneuvering to avoid fatal blows. He was fighting defensively. Shuhei Hisagi relentlessly sought openings, aiming for a decisive, lethal strike. He was relentless in his pursuit of victory. Ichigo Kurosaki, it turned out, possessed exceptional innate combat talent. He understood that escaping unscathed was impossible against such a formidable opponent. Survival was his priority. Therefore, Ichigo Kurosaki prioritized protecting his vital areas, evading non-critical attacks whenever possible. Minor injuries were acceptable if they allowed him to survive. After a brief but intense exchange, Ichigo Kurosaki, though battered and bruised, showed no reduction in spiritual pressure. Instead, the battle honed his abilities, steadily increasing his power, gradually placing Shuhei Hisagi under increasing pressure. Ichigo Kurosaki was growing stronger. You're Shuhei Hisagi, right? I've got your attack patterns figured out. Ichigo Kurosaki said confidently, a self-assured smile playing on his lips, despite his injuries. He was adapting. Shuhei Hisagi, angered by Ichigo Kurosaki's boastful declaration, sneered. Brat, you're in over your head. He was enraged. Enraged by Ichigo Kurosaki's words, Shuhei Hisagi abruptly heightened his spiritual pressure, seizing what he perceived as an opening, thrusting his sword towards Ichigo Kurosaki's abdomen. He thought he had won. However, Shuhei Hisagi had been deceived, the opening was a deliberate feint. Ichigo Kurosaki subtly shifted, evading Shuhei Hisagi's blade. Though his evasion wasn't perfect, resulting in a shallow wound to his abdomen, it didn't significantly impair his fighting ability. He had anticipated the attack. Simultaneously, Ichigo Kurosaki's massive Zanpakuto accelerated, striking Shuhei Hisagi, who was still recovering his posture, with unprecedented speed. He had been caught off guard. Shuhei Hisagi hadn't anticipated Ichigo Kurosaki's calculated strategy and reserve of power, his surprise attack catching him completely off guard. He unleashed a burst of spiritual pressure, instantly activating Shuinpa, the Shinigami's signature high-speed movement technique, rapidly retreating. However, Ichigo Kurosaki's Zanpakuto was significantly longer than a typical Zanpakuto, possessing a wide range of motion. Even with his lightning-fast reaction and evasion, Shuhei Hisagi sustained a large, deep wound across his chest and abdomen. He had been severely injured. Shuhei Hisagi, bleeding profusely, was now on the defensive, the tide of battle having dramatically shifted against him. He was losing. I told you, I've got your moves down pat. You're strong, but I can beat you. Having landed a decisive blow, Ichigo Kurosaki didn't press his advantage, instead calmly declaring victory. His confidence was unwavering. However, Ichigo Kurosaki's words were a profound insult to Shuhei Hisagi. His pride was wounded. Unbeknownst to Ichigo Kurosaki, Tozen Kanami, Shuhei Hisagi's captain, was observing their fight from the shadows, making Shuhei Hisagi's defeat even more humiliating. He was being watched. Ichigo, run. Lieutenant Hisagi isn't using his full strength. You're no match for him, a voice called out urgently, cutting through the tense atmosphere. Just as Ichigo Kurosaki believed victory was within his grasp, he heard Rukia Kachiki's anxious cry. He was caught off guard. Ichigo Kurosaki looked at Rukia Kachiki in confusion. He didn't understand why he should flee when his opponent was already severely wounded. He was confused. Human, you're not going anywhere. I only intended to strip you of your spiritual power, forcing you to live as a human. But since you forced me to release my Zanpakuto S Shirkai, your survival depends on your luck, Shuhei Hisagi said coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. He was enraged. Zanpakuto release. Ichigo Kurosaki looked puzzled. He had gained Shinigami powers through Rukia Kachiki, but he lacked a full understanding of the Shinigami combat system and the concept of Zanpakuto release. He was inexperienced. Shuhei Hisagi, holding his Zanpakuto horizontally, said slowly, Reap, Kazashini. As Shuhei Hisagi spoke, a powerful spiritual pressure erupted from him, generating violent winds that forced Ichigo Kurosaki and Rukia Kachiki to raise their arms to shield themselves from the sandstorm. The power was immense. After several seconds, the spiritual pressure stabilized, and the wind subsided. Ichigo Kurosaki saw that Shuhei Hisagi no longer held his Zanpakuto, he now wielded a bizarre weapon. This weapon consisted of two scythe-like blades with S-shaped edges, connected at their hilts by a thin chain. It was a unique and dangerous weapon. Rukia Kachiki explained the concept of Zanpakuto release to Ichigo Kurosaki, urging him to flee. She believed Ichigo Kurosaki had no chance against a lieutenant who had released his Shirkai. She was worried. Ignoring Rukia Kachiki's urgent pleas, Ichigo Kurosaki smiled unconcernedly. Rukia, as long as I hold this blade, they won't take you. He was determined. Before Rukia Kachiki could react to Ichigo Kurosaki's words, he charged towards Shuhei Hisagi, his massive blade raised high. He was ready to fight. However, Shuhei Hisagi, having released his Shirkai, experienced a significant increase in spiritual pressure, his strength and speed surpassing his previous state. The weapon's unique attack style also caught Ichigo Kurosaki off guard, inflicting several new wounds on his already battered body. Honestly, I admire your spirit, but this ends now. Observing Ichigo Kurosaki's determined efforts to protect Rukia Kachiki, Shuhei Hisagi expressed a degree of grudging admiration. He respected his opponent's courage. However, due to the Godai 13's orders, he couldn't afford to show mercy. Duty called. Kazashini, Cubicake. With a powerful downward slash, Shuhei Hisagi forced Ichigo Kurosaki back 2 steps. Before Ichigo Kurosaki could regain his balance, Shuhei Hisagi's left side blade flew out, circling Ichigo Kurosaki's neck before the chain firmly secured his neck. Shuhei Hisagi had shown mercy. If he had intended to kill Ichigo Kurosaki, he would have used the blade to sever his head. He had chosen to capture him. Ichigo Kurosaki reacted swiftly, raising his Zanpakuto to sever the chain, but failed. His blade couldn't even leave a scratch on the chain. The chain was exceptionally strong. The side blade, having circled Ichigo Kurosaki's neck, returned to Shuhei Hiseiji's hand. He held both ends of the chain, firmly restraining Ichigo Kurosaki. Slowly approaching Ichigo Kurosaki, who was still struggling, Shuhei Hiseiji said calmly, "I'm taking Rukia. Live your life as a human." He was leaving. $20. Chapter 319, NZNT, Chapter. Seeing Shuhei Hiseiji about to strip Ichigo Kurosaki of his spiritual power, Rukia Kachiki rushed to intervene, only to be sent flying with a. Seeing Shuhei Hiseiji about to strip Ichigo Kurosaki of his spiritual power, Rukia Kachiki rushed to intervene, only to be sent flying with a single, swift kick. Her attempt at intervention was easily thwarted. Shuhei Hiseiji, observing Rukia Kachiki's unexpectedly weak performance, frowned. "Rukia, why is your spiritual pressure so depleted?" He was concerned. Neither Rukia Kachiki nor Shuhei Hiseiji suspected the true cause of Rukia Kachiki's weakened state, the jigai she was currently inhabiting. The subtle nature of the jigai's effect made it undetectable. Given Kasuke Urahara's technological prowess, neither of them could detect any anomalies. The jigai was expertly crafted. "Lieutenant Hiseiji, I'll go back with you, please spare him," Rukia Kachiki pleaded from the ground, her voice filled with desperation. She was begging for mercy. Shuhei Hiseiji ignored her pleas, walking towards Ichigo Kurosaki and slowly raising his curved side blades. He was resolute. Watching Rukia Kachiki fall to the ground, about to be taken away for the Sokayaku execution, Ichigo Kurosaki felt a surge of rage and determination. He couldn't allow his friend to face such a fate. Arg. Ichigo Kurosaki roared, unleashing a spiritual pressure that far surpassed Shuhei Hiseiji's. A sudden and unexpected surge of power. A white flash of blade energy sliced through the air, severing the chain around Ichigo Kurosaki's neck. Ichigo Kurosaki had broken free. Impossible. A human-turned Shinigami possessing spiritual pressure far exceeding my own. Shuhei Hiseiji's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Ichigo Kurosaki, who was now radiating an astonishing level of spiritual pressure. He was shocked. Rukia Kachiki was equally stunned, completely unprepared for the immense potential hidden within Ichigo Kurosaki. She was amazed. Ichigo Kurosaki, his gaze fixed on Shuhei Hiseiji, stated firmly, "I said, as long as I'm here, no one takes Rukia." He was unwavering. Shuhei Hiseiji's expression turned serious. He crossed his curved side blades, preparing for a serious confrontation. "Then let's see if you can truly stop me." Sever, win death. Shuhei Hiseiji swung his crossed side blades, unleashing two gray slashes that hurtled towards Ichigo Kurosaki. These slashes contained all of his spiritual pressure. Ichigo Kurosaki was now a formidable opponent, and he would show no mercy. He was ready for battle. Facing Shuhei Hiseiji's full-powered attack, Ichigo Kurosaki maximized his own spiritual pressure, his entire body radiating a blinding white light. He was prepared to fight. Ichigo Kurosaki swung his massive Zanpakuto, unleashing a colossal white blade of spiritual energy that collided with Shuhei Hiseiji's attack. The impact created a violent shockwave, the blinding light preventing Rukia Kachiki from discerning the outcome. It was a fierce clash. As the light gradually faded, both Ichigo Kurosaki and Shuhei Hiseiji were revealed to be in tatters, their clothes torn by the force of the clash. They were both severely injured. Ichigo Kurosaki, still holding his massive Zanpakuto in a striking pose, its tip firmly planted on the ground, was using it to support his weight. He was exhausted but standing. Shuhei Hiseiji, however, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at his Zanpakuto, Wind Death. A metallic shattering sound echoed as the chains on Wind Death splintered, indicating significant damage. The weapon was broken. "You win. But even defeating me won't save Rukia," Shuhei Hiseiji said weakly before collapsing to the ground. He was defeated. Ichigo Kurosaki, misunderstanding Shuhei Hiseiji's words, believing the immediate danger had passed, attempted to reach Rukia Kachiki, his body heavily strained. At that moment, a figure darted past him, a black man wearing a white haori, sunglasses, and dreadlocks, blocking his path. A new opponent had arrived. This individual's attire reminded Ichigo Kurosaki of Yusuke, who had previously saved him and his mother. A familiar figure. "Who are you? Are you here to take Rukia too?" Ichigo Kurosaki asked, his expression grave, his voice laced with suspicion. He sensed a powerful presence. Despite the additional haori, Ichigo Kurosaki sensed that this individual possessed greater power and authority than the Shinigami he had just defeated. He was facing a superior opponent. Rukia Kachiki quickly revealed the newcomer's identity. She was shocked. Staring in astonishment at the suddenly appearing black Shinigami, her voice trembled as she uttered his name. Captain Tozen. Captain. Ichigo Kurosaki's alertness heightened. He knew the man he had just defeated was a lieutenant. This individual, being a captain, would be even stronger. And his aura was truly formidable. The individual before Ichigo Kurosaki was Tozen Kanami, captain of the 9th Division. He had brought Shuhei Hisagi to test Ichigo Kurosaki's strength. However, Shuhei Hisagi's unexpected defeat had changed his plans. He was displeased. Vizard White was a failed experiment. This must be a coincidence. Tozen Kanami thought to himself, his thoughts revealing his disbelief. Despite his blindness, Tozen Kanami accurately turned towards Ichigo Kurosaki, calmly stating, "Human, Rukia Kachiki has committed an unforgivable crime. I must return her to Soul Society for execution. And the power you gained because of her transgression, I will reclaim." He was there to take them both. Ichigo Kurosaki laughed angrily. Unforgivable crime. I don't believe someone like Rukia would commit such a crime. None of you are taking her back. Ichigo Kurosaki raised his massive Zanpakuto, preparing to fight Tozen Kanami. He was ready to defend his friend. However, upon closer inspection, the black Shinigami had vanished. A sudden, sharp pain pierced Ichigo Kurosaki's back. He had been struck. Even more astonishingly, his massive Zanpakuto had been cleaved in two. He was completely unprepared. With difficulty, Ichigo Kurosaki turned his head, unable to comprehend the speed of the attack. He was completely outmatched. Ichigo. Rukia Kachiki cried out, rushing to his side to assess his injuries. She was horrified. Tozen Kanami didn't intervene. In his eyes, Ichigo Kurosaki and Rukia Kachiki's power was insignificant. The situation was completely under his control. He was confident. "Ichigo, you shouldn't have come," Rukia Kachiki sobbed, her voice choked with emotion. She knew escape was impossible. Ichigo Kurosaki smiled defiantly. "Don't say such foolish things. How could I just watch you face execution for their ridiculous reasons? Don't worry, I can still fight." Ichigo Kurosaki struggled to rise, but he had no remaining spiritual energy or physical strength to continue fighting. He was exhausted. A futile struggle, Tozen Kanami said, approaching Ichigo Kurosaki, preparing to strip him of his spiritual power. Rukia Kachiki stood protectively in front of Ichigo Kurosaki, her arms outstretched. She would defend him. $20. Chapter 320, NZNT, Chapter. As Tozen Kanami approached, Rukia Kachiki stepped in front of Ichigo Kurosaki, gritting her teeth. "Captain Tozen, I am, after all, of the K." As Tozen Kanami approached, Rukia Kachiki stepped in front of Ichigo Kurosaki, gritting her teeth. "Captain Tozen, I am, after all, of the Kachiki clan. If you injure me before the execution, it will be difficult to explain to my brother. If you spare Ichigo Kurosaki, I will cooperate fully and return to Soul Society." She was trying to negotiate. Tozen Kanami remained impassive. "Fourth seat Kachiki, you seem to misunderstand. Even Captain Kachiki has no say in this matter." He was unmoved. With that, a powerful spiritual pressure, characteristic of a captain-level Shinigami, erupted from Tozen Kanami. Ichigo Kurosaki and Rukia Kachiki felt an oppressive weight, struggling to breathe under the immense pressure. The pressure was overwhelming. Fear filled Rukia Kachiki's eyes, while Ichigo Kurosaki was incredulous at the sheer magnitude of the spiritual pressure. He had never felt anything like it. Tozen Kanami slowly extended his right hand, a destructive spiritual energy coalescing at his fingertips, a Kido spell capable of nullifying a lower-level Shinigami's spiritual power. He was preparing to strike. At that moment, soft footsteps echoed, and a tall figure emerged from the end of the street. "Captain Tozen, he's just a child. Grant me this favor and spare him," a gentle voice resonated, cutting through the tension. Everyone present was taken aback, they hadn't expected anyone else to be nearby. Rukia Kachiki, in particular, showed clear relief and surprise. She recognized the voice. "Captain Yusuke." Rukia Kachiki exclaimed, her voice filled with relief and hope. As the figure drew closer, the dim light revealed the newcomer's identity, Captain Uchiha Yusuke of the 3rd Division. He had arrived just in time. "It's him." Ichigo Kurosaki recognized Yusuke as the individual who had saved his life before. He was grateful. However, Tozen Kanami showed no intention of granting Yusuke any leeway. With the Kido spell fully charged, a crimson beam of spiritual energy, like a laser, shot towards Ichigo Kurosaki. The attack was swift. "No." Rukia Kachiki cried out in alarm, her voice filled with terror. From her perspective, at such close range, no one could possibly intercept the spell. She thought it was too late. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Yusuke, who had been at the end of the street, appeared before them, his left hand intercepting Tozen Kanemi's crimson energy beam, completely blocking the spell. His speed was incredible. The Kido, capable of nullifying a lower-level Shinigami spiritual power, merely produced a puff of smoke upon impact with Yusuke's hand, having no effect whatsoever. Yusuke's power was immense. Yusuke's speed astonished not only Ichigo Kurosaki and Rukia Kachiki but also Tozen Kanemi, a captain-level Shinigami. He was both surprised and annoyed. "Captain Uchiha, are you intending to shield a Soul Society criminal?" Tozen Kanemi demanded coldly, his tone laced with accusation. Yusuke smiled. "Oh. I'm usually stationed in the human world, I'm unaware of their crimes. Perhaps Captain Tozen could enlighten me." He was feigning ignorance. Tozen Kanemi coldly recounted Rukia Kachiki's unauthorized awakening of Ichigo Kurosaki's Shinigami powers and Soul Society's planned course of action. He was explaining the situation. Yusuke already knew all this but played along. He was buying time. Yusuke chuckled. Such a minor incident, and Soul Society makes such a fuss. Truly unexpected. However, this boy seems to have been assisting Rukia Kachiki in purification duties. To strip him of his powers because of Rukia Kachiki seems rather ungrateful. He was subtly criticizing Soul Society's actions. Tozen Kanemi said sternly, "This is a joint decision of the Central 46 and the Godai 13. Does Captain Uchiha have an objection?" He was challenging Yusuke. Yusuke adjusted his glasses. "I'll need to confirm the veracity of Captain Tozen's statement upon my return to the Suriitai for my official report." He was delaying any decision. Ichigo Kurosaki possessed not only Vizard White but also the powers of a Shinigami, Hollow, and Quincy. To Yusuke, Ichigo Kurosaki was a valuable test subject, providing a clear direction for his future research, and his spiritual power absolutely could not be extinguished. He was a key element in Yusuke's plans. In the original story, Ichigo Kurosaki's Zanpakuto was merely broken by Byakuya Kachiki, his inherent spiritual power remained unaffected. Tozen Kanemi, however, was attempting to erase Ichigo Kurosaki's spiritual power using Kido. Even if unsure of its effectiveness, Yusuke wouldn't risk it. He needed to protect Ichigo Kurosaki. Seeing Yusuke's unwavering determination to protect Ichigo Kurosaki, Tozen Kanemi placed his hand on his Zanpakuto. There are rumors within the Godai 13 that Captain Uchiha might be the strongest captain besides the captain commander. "Let me verify that rumor," Tozen Kanemi said coldly, his voice laced with challenge. He was eager for a fight. As a former subordinate of Aizen, Tozen Kanemi harbored a natural animosity towards Yusuke. Since Yusuke was obstructing his actions, he welcomed this opportunity to confront him. He wanted to prove his strength. His Zanpakuto flashed from its scabbard, Tozen Kanemi's icy voice echoing. "Bankai, Suzumushi Suishiki, Enma Kurogi." Tozen Kanemi unleashed his Bankai, an oval-shaped black barrier suddenly encompassing them all. It was a powerful and unexpected attack. Ichigo Kurosaki and Rukia Kachiki were plunged into darkness, losing all sight. Even more terrifying, their hearing, sense of smell, and spiritual pressure perception vanished, leaving them in a state of sensory deprivation. They were completely helpless. Tozen Kanemi feared Yusuke's strength, he knew he likely wouldn't win in a direct confrontation. However, his Bankai was a rare, highly effective control-type ability, giving him confidence against any opponent. He was confident of victory. Once trapped within his Enma Kurogi, all opponents were at his mercy. No matter how strong Yusuke's spiritual pressure, he would be a defenseless target. "Uchiha Yusuke, I know your spiritual pressure is immense. But within my Bankai, you'll lose all senses except touch. How will you fight me?" Tozen Kanemi's voice echoed in their minds, seemingly emanating from all directions, making it impossible to pinpoint his location. He had the advantage. Ichigo Kurosaki and Rukia Kachiki, aware of Tozen Kanemi's ability, were shocked. They hadn't expected such a bizarre Zanpakuto ability. It was a truly unconventional technique. They worried about Yusuke, unsure if he could counter this Bankai. As Tozen Kanemi had stated, his ability was indeed rare and powerful, but Yusuke's spiritual pressure was sufficient to shatter his Enma Kurogi. However, such a release of spiritual pressure would be excessive against a captain like Tozen Kanemi. It was overkill. Seeing Yusuke standing motionless in the darkness, Tozen Kanemi, confident of victory, raised his Zanpakuto, aiming for Yusuke's back. $20. Chapter 321, NZNT, Chapter. Even as a captain of the Godai 13, Tozen Kanemi, not yet having fully defected, had no intention of actually killing Yusuke. His goal was SI. Even as a captain of the Godai 13, Tozen Kanemi, not yet having fully defected, had no intention of actually killing Yusuke. His goal was simply to demonstrate his power and assert his dominance. However, to his astonishment, his attack failed to penetrate the spiritual pressure barrier surrounding Yusuke. He was surprised. Although Yusuke had lost his spiritual pressure perception, he could still feel the impact of Tozen Kanami's blade on his back, prompting an immediate reaction. Spinning around, Yusuke used his fingers to grasp Tozen Kanami's Zanpakuto, unleashing a burst of spiritual pressure from his palm to pull the blade back. Tozen Kanami's Zanpakuto flew from his grasp, seized by Yusuke. It was a swift and decisive move. With Tozen Kanami's spiritual energy no longer sustaining it, the Enma Kurogi barrier dissipated, restoring everyone's senses. Ichigo Kurosaki and Rukia Kuchiki's vision returned, revealing Tozen Kanami standing in shock, while Yusuke now held a Zanpakuto. They had witnessed an incredible display of skill. Seeing Tozen Kanami's empty scabbard and Yusuke's unsheathed Zanpakuto, they understood that Yusuke had disarmed Tozen Kanami. It was a humiliating defeat for Tozen Kanami. "Captain Tozen, I believe I've won," Yusuke said with a smile, returning the Zanpakuto as if nothing had happened. His demeanor was calm and composed. Tozen Kanami's face flushed crimson with anger and humiliation. A captain disarmed so easily, it was a profound disgrace. Taking a deep breath, Tozen Kanami managed to regain his composure. "Captain Uchiha's strength is truly remarkable. I will seek further instruction from you in the future. I will spare this boy, but I must take Rukia Kuchiki, the criminal, back to Soul Society. I trust you won't interfere, Captain Uchiha." He was attempting to salvage the situation. Yusuke sighed. "Since Rukia Kuchiki is guilty, I won't stop you from returning her to Soul Society." He was choosing not to intervene. Ichigo Kurosaki and Rukia Kuchiki's expressions changed upon hearing their exchange. Rukia Kuchiki showed relief. Ichigo Kurosaki's safety was her priority. A captain-level Shinigami like Yusuke wouldn't oppose Soul Society for her sake. She was resigned to her fate. Ichigo Kurosaki, however, looked anxious. He knew the so-called extreme punishment wasn't a joke. Rukia Kuchiki's life might be in danger. He was worried. Rukia Kuchiki looked at Yusuke and asked, "Captain Yusuke, do you also believe I deserve the extreme punishment?" She was seeking reassurance. Yusuke approached Rukia Kuchiki, looking into her eyes. "Rukia, the world is full of variables. You must remain strong and move forward. Unexpected opportunities may arise." He was offering words of encouragement. For a moment, Rukia Kuchiki thought she saw the night sky reflected in Yusuke's glasses. But upon blinking, she realized it was likely a trick of the light. Tozen Kanami opened a dimensional portal using equipment provided by the Technical Development Bureau. He picked up the still-fallen Shuhei Hisei with one hand and grabbed Rukia Kuchiki's arm with the other, walking towards the portal. "Ichigo, goodbye," Rukia Kuchiki said, offering a sad smile to Ichigo Kurosaki. She believed this was their last meeting, choosing to part with a smile. Severely injured, Ichigo Kurosaki called out to Rukia Kuchiki, desperately trying to stand and pursue her, but he lacked the strength, watching helplessly as she disappeared. Why? What crime did Rukia commit to deserve execution? Ichigo Kurosaki roared in frustration and anger, filled with resentment towards Soul Society and even a hint of disappointment towards Yusuke, who had saved him. After venting his anger, Ichigo Kurosaki gradually calmed down, ashamed of his earlier resentment towards Yusuke. Regaining some strength, Ichigo Kurosaki used his massive Zanpakuto to support himself and stand. Looking at Yusuke, who hadn't yet left, Ichigo Kurosaki first expressed his sincere gratitude, then asked gravely, "Sir, what is this Sokayaku execution? What will happen to Rukia?" Yusuke's expression froze at being called "Sir." After a moment, Yusuke composed himself. "It's Soul Society's ultimate punishment. If Rukia Kuchiki faces the Sokayaku, death awaits her." Ichigo Kurosaki couldn't accept Soul Society's punishment. His eyes shone with unwavering determination. "No matter what, I'll go to Soul Society and rescue Rukia." After Rukia Kuchiki's transfer to Soul Society, almost everyone around Ichigo Kurosaki lost their memories of her, but those with stronger spiritual power, like Yuryu Ishida and Orihime Inoue, retained their memories. Their memories remained intact. Upon noticing the anomaly, they immediately sought out Ichigo Kurosaki, inquiring about Rukia Kuchiki. Ichigo Kurosaki initially hesitated to involve them, knowing Soul Society held powerful adversaries, making rescuing Rukia Kuchiki incredibly difficult and dangerous. It was a risky endeavor. True friends, however, face adversity together. At Yuryu Ishida's and others' insistence, Ichigo Kurosaki recounted the events surrounding Rukia Kuchiki. They were determined to help. Reaching Soul Society wasn't difficult for Ichigo Kurosaki and his friends. They sought help from the expert, Kisuke Urahara. Kisuke Urahara readily provided them with a Senkaman to Soul Society and assisted them in training their spiritual pressure and enhancing their abilities. He was willing to help. With Kisuke Urahara's assistance, Ichigo Kurosaki learned the name of his Zanpakuto, Zangetsu. Its straight, cleaver-like form changed to a curved blade, and he mastered his signature technique, Getsuga Tensho. He was growing stronger. Kasuke Urahara's eagerness stemmed from his desire to prevent the Hogyoku within Rukia Kachiki from surfacing if she was subjected to the Sokayaku. He needed to prevent that. He was almost certain that Aizen had discovered his concealment of the Hogyoku within Rukia Kachiki, and that Aizen was the driving force behind the attempt to execute her. He was anticipating Aizen's actions. Before Aizen's imprisonment, the Soul Society's conflict was essentially a battle between Aizen and Kasuke Urahara. It was a long-standing conflict. Initially, Kasuke Urahara was in the open, Aizen in the shadows. After Aizen banished Kasuke Urahara from Soul Society, the roles reversed. $20. Chapter 322, NZNT, Chapter. After Rukia Kachiki was brought back to Soul Society, she was immediately imprisoned, her confinement overseen by the 9th Division, Respawn. After Rukia Kachiki was brought back to Soul Society, she was immediately imprisoned, her confinement overseen by the 9th Division, responsible for the Suriiti's prisons. Soon after her imprisonment, Byakuya Kachiki came to visit her, but was stopped by 9th Division members. The confrontation almost escalated into a fight between Byakuya Kachiki and Tozen Kanami. A tense situation. However, Joshiro Yukitake, captain of the 13th Division, arrived just in time to prevent a violent conflict. He diffused the situation. Under pressure from the two captains, Tozen Kanami finally relented, allowing Byakuya Kachiki to see Rukia Kachiki. He was forced to comply. Upon seeing Byakuya Kachiki, Rukia Kachiki's composure crumbled, she threw herself into his arms and wept uncontrollably. Her emotions overwhelmed her. Despite her calm demeanor in front of Ichigo Kurosaki, the prospect of death was a terrifying ordeal. She was facing her mortality. "Brother, am I really going to die?" Rukia Kachiki asked Byakuya Kachiki after a period of intense weeping, her voice trembling. For once, Byakuya Kachiki's usual stoic expression softened, his eyes held a mixture of tenderness and unwavering determination. He was determined to save his sister. After several days of relentless effort, Byakuya Kachiki realized he couldn't persuade the Central 46 to overturn Rukia Kachiki's sentence. He had prepared himself for the worst-case scenario. He was resigned to the possibility of having to resort to drastic measures. Rukia Kachiki felt a measure of reassurance at Byakuya Kachiki's words. Bowing her head, she said, "I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble again, brother." She was filled with regret. Byakuya Kachiki stroked Rukia Kachiki's head. "Just rest. Soon, brother will bring you home to be reunited with Hisana." He was offering comfort and hope. After visiting Rukia Kachiki, Byakuya Kachiki went to the prison tower's exterior, where Koga Kachiki was waiting. He was not alone. Byakuya Kachiki's demeanor had changed, the gentleness he had shown Rukia Kachiki was replaced by coldness and resolve. His aura shifted dramatically. The palpable shift in Byakuya Kachiki's demeanor was evident to Koga Kachiki and Tozen Kanami, who hadn't yet departed. They sensed a change. "Lieutenant Koga, let's go." Byakuya Kachiki didn't look at Tozen Kanami, leaving the prison tower with Koga Kachiki. He was leaving. Once they were alone, Koga Kachiki, who had been following behind, asked, "Byakuya, you're not planning to break Rukia Kachiki out, are you? The Suriiti's security is extremely tight, even as a captain, you couldn't escape with her." He was concerned. Upon seeing Byakuya Kachiki emerge, Koga Kachiki had sensed something was amiss in his demeanor and expression. He had waited for an opportune moment to speak. Byakuya Kachiki didn't directly answer Koga Kachiki's question, instead asking, "What would you do?" He was seeking advice. Koga Kachiki paused, sighing. "Asking me that, I don't know what I'd do. But I have a suggestion, one I hope you'll consider, Byakuya." He was offering a suggestion. "What suggestion?" Byakuya Kachiki inquired. Koga Kachiki's expression turned reflective. He said slowly, "I suggest you consult Captain Yusuke and seek his counsel. I once nearly succumbed to self-destruction, but Captain Yusuke's intervention saved me." He was recommending a course of action. Byakuya Kachiki stopped, his brow furrowed, considering whether to seek Yusuke's advice. He was contemplating the situation. He deeply respected Yusuke, but a prison break was an extremely serious matter. It was a high-risk endeavor. Consulting Yusuke would place him in a difficult position, forcing a choice between his loyalty to Yusuke and his loyalty to the Suriiti. It was a difficult decision. After a night of contemplation, Byakuya Kachiki arrived at the 6th Division barracks, ultimately deciding to meet with Yusuke. He had made his decision. Yusuke was in his office, handling official duties, assisted by Yu. Upon seeing Byakuya Kachiki, Yusuke instructed Yu to guard the office entrance, preventing anyone from approaching. He wanted privacy. "Honestly, I've been expecting you these past 2 days. I also considered that you might not come, given your personality," Yusuke said with a smile, his words revealing his insight into Byakuya Kachiki's character. He had anticipated this meeting. Yusuke had considered visiting Byakuya Kachiki personally, using Rukia Kachiki's impending execution as an opportunity to bring Byakuya Kachiki, and indeed the entire Kachiki clan, under his wing. It was a strategic move. With Jinrei Kachiki's death, Byakuya Kachiki held absolute authority within the Kachiki clan. His decision was paramount. If Byakuya Kachiki joined his cause, there would be no internal resistance within the Kachiki clan. Moreover, Koga Kachiki, the Kachiki clan's second strongest member, already followed Yusuke's lead. He had allies within the clan. The only variable was Byakuya Kachiki himself. In the original story, he was only moved to act decisively after his defeat by Ichigo Kurosaki. Therefore, Yusuke wasn't entirely certain whether Byakuya Kachiki would choose to actively rescue Rukia Kachiki. The outcome was uncertain. However, Byakuya Kachiki's visit confirmed his resolve. Once Byakuya Kachiki made a decision, he would not waver. He was a man of unwavering resolve. Byakuya Kachiki was startled by Yusuke's words, realizing he had been seen through. Sighing deeply, Byakuya Kachiki said slowly, "I didn't want to trouble you, nor involve you in the Kachiki clan's affairs. But your strength far surpasses mine. I feared that if you intervened during my operation, I would have no chance of success." He was seeking Yusuke's cooperation, not his help. "So, you've decided to rescue Rukia Kachiki?" Yusuke asked, his tone confirming his suspicions. Byakuya Kachiki nodded firmly. "As head of the Kachiki clan, I must protect every member of my family. If Rukia Kachiki had truly committed a heinous crime, I would accept her punishment. But this outcome, I cannot accept it." His resolve was unshakable. Byakuya Kachiki looked directly at Yusuke. "I'm not asking for your help, only that you don't interfere if I act." He was seeking his tacit approval. Yusuke said slowly, "What if I must fulfill my duties as a captain of the Godai 13? He was testing Byakuya Kachiki's resolve. Byakuya Kachiki's gaze was resolute. "Even if you, Captain Yusuke, intervene, I will proceed regardless." He was unwavering. Yusuke adjusted his glasses, a glint in his eyes. "Byakuya, it seems you're prepared to burn your bridges. But after rescuing Rukia Kachiki, how will you protect her and the Kachiki clan?" He was considering the practical implications. Byakuya Kachiki replied, "Soul society is vast, the Kachiki clan will find a place to settle." He had a plan. Yusuke stood, placing a hand on Byakuya Kachiki's shoulder. "Rescuing Rukia Kachiki won't be easy, but rest assured, I will assist you." He was offering his support. Byakuya Kachiki looked up at Yusuke in disbelief, seeing a meaningful smile. Yusuke and Byakuya Kachiki spoke for over an hour, their conversation remaining private. Their discussion was confidential. When Byakuya Kachiki left the 3rd Division barracks, his expression was once again stoic and impassive. However, his inner turmoil was far greater than his outward appearance suggested. He was deeply troubled. $20. Chapter 323, NZNT, Chapter. While Byakuya Kachiki plotted to rescue his sister-in-law, Ichigo Kurosaki, and his companions, aided by Kisuke Urahara, arrived in Seoul Sosai. While Byakuya Kachiki plotted to rescue his sister-in-law, Ichigo Kurosaki, and his companions, aided by Kisuke Urahara, arrived in Seoul Society's Rakongai. Their rescue mission was underway. Because Kai and Shiba hadn't perished at Rukia Kachiki's hands, a deviation from the original storyline, the Shiba clan, one of the 5 noble families, remained in the Siriidii. However, due to Kakakashiba's inherent aversion to constraint, she established a fireworks workshop on the outskirts of Rakongai, secretly providing refuge for Yoruichi Shihoin. It was a well-concealed location. Under Yoruichi Shihoin and others' tutelage, Ichigo Kurosaki mastered his first Bankai form, a slender black blade and a black coat. It was a powerful transformation. Unbeknownst to Ichigo Kurosaki, this form's power stemmed not from his Zanpakuto-S Bankai, but from his Quincy heritage. It was a Quincy ability. This newfound power granted Ichigo Kurosaki captain-level combat capabilities. Simultaneously, Orihime Inoue and Yasutora Sato, after rigorous training under Kisuke Urahara, significantly enhanced their abilities, reaching near lieutenant levels of proficiency. They were ready. With preparations complete, Ichigo Kurosaki and his companions stealthily infiltrated the Siriidii, poised to commence Rukia Kachiki's rescue. The mission was about to begin. Shortly after their infiltration, patrolling Shinigami detected the intruders, immediately reporting the incident to Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryosai. The alarm was raised. In the captain's meeting hall, all captains were summoned by Yamamoto Genryosai, including Yusuke, who had returned from Karakura town in the human world to submit his official report. Yusuke's presence was required. Beyond the routine report, the captain commander also summoned Yusuke to witness the impending Sokayaku execution. His attendance was mandated. "Captains, tomorrow, we execute former 4th seat of the 13th Division, Rukia Kachiki. Today's intrusion of Ryoka is undoubtedly connected. Remain vigilant, deploy your subordinates to search for these intruders and apprehend them immediately upon discovery. Yamamoto Genryusai declared with a stern expression. He was deeply concerned. The term Ryoka, outsiders, is unique to Soul Society. Any soul arriving in Soul Society without guidance from a Siriitii Shinigami is classified as a Ryoka. The Siriitii's treatment of Ryoka is far from benevolent, they are typically imprisoned indefinitely. Should a Ryoka resist arrest, the Siriitii permits Shinigami to execute them summarily. They were considered a threat. Following the issuance of the order for Ichigo Kurosaki and his companion's apprehension, Yamamoto Genryusai turned his gaze to Tozen Kanami, standing in formation. Captain Tozen, the prisoner must be transferred from the prison tower to Sokayaku Hill before tomorrow's execution. What is the status of the preparations? Tozen Kanami stepped forward. All preparations are complete, Captain Commander. However, I have a request requiring your assistance. State it, Yamamoto Genryusai instructed. Captain Kachiki of the 6th Division previously breached security to visit the prisoner, and now, we have this Ryoka intrusion. I fear unforeseen complications, therefore, I request that you assign a captain to assist me in transferring the prisoner, Tozen Kanami stated calmly. He was anticipating a rescue attempt. Yamamoto Genryusai nodded in agreement. He, too, harbored concerns about a potential prison break. Among the captains, Tozen Kanami possessed comparatively weaker strength, an unforeseen event could easily overwhelm him. He needed backup. At this juncture, Aizen interjected. With all due respect, Captain Commander, perhaps Captain Uchiha could undertake this task. To the best of our abilities, Captain Uchiha's strength is undeniable, and assisting other divisions falls squarely within the purview of his responsibilities. It was a subtle suggestion. Yusuke, upon hearing Aizen's suggestion, looked at him. Aizen returned a knowing smile. Through Aizen's glasses' obscured eyes, Yusuke perceived the subtle undercurrent of a clandestine scheme. He was suspicious. However, for Yusuke, Aizen's machinations were of secondary importance at this moment. He had other priorities. Unbeknownst to Aizen, tomorrow's events at Sokayaku Hill would not unfold solely according to his design. He was about to be surprised. Yamamoto Genryusai addressed Yusuke. Captain Uchiha, you will assist Captain Tozen in the prisoner's transfer tomorrow. Yusuke was assigned a key role. Following the conclusion of the captains' meeting, the assembled captains returned to their respective divisions, instructing their subordinates to participate in the search for the intruders. The hunt was underway. However, Ichigo Kurosaki and his companions were now attired in Shinigami uniforms, effectively disguised as Siriitii Shinigami. Given the Siriitii's substantial population of Shinigami, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, swiftly apprehending them posed a considerable challenge. They were well hidden. On the eve of Rukia Kachiki's scheduled execution, Aizen, accompanied by his assistant, Mirai, arrived at the Central 46 chambers. Their visit was not officially sanctioned. Within a matter of minutes, they had systematically eliminated every individual within the Central 46 chambers. Subsequently, Aizen, employing the power of Kyoka Suigetsu, imposed a potent illusion, creating the deceptive appearance of normal operations within the chambers. He had eliminated the Central 46. Aizen had initially contemplated feigning his own demise, thereby establishing a covert surveillance network throughout the Siriitii from within the Central 46 chambers. However, his current command over the Technical Development Bureau, capable of providing equivalent surveillance capabilities, coupled with his apprehension regarding Yusuke and Yu's ability to potentially perceive through his Kyoka Suigetsu illusion, dissuaded him from taking such a direct approach. He had other methods. Tomorrow marked the commencement of his decisive action, representing his final day within the Siriitii. Retaining the Central 46 chambers served no further purpose. He had no further use for them. Aizen's actions, however, weren't driven by mere animosity towards the Central 46. Beneath the chambers lay a location of paramount importance, the Soul King's Palace, a repository of knowledge he sought to access. He had a specific goal. The Soul King's Palace is a place of immense mystery, rumored to contain all of Soul Society's accumulated knowledge. The origins of this knowledge within the Soul King's Palace, and indeed the very architects of the palace itself, remain shrouded in enigma. It was a place of mystery. In the original storyline, Aizen utilized the Soul King's Palace to ascertain that extracting the Hogyoku from Rukia Kachiki didn't necessitate the Sokayaku execution, subsequently employing a method discovered within the palace to directly extract the Hogyoku from Rukia Kachiki. He had found a solution. This effectively amounted to a clandestine rescue of Rukia Kachiki. Even had the Sokayaku execution not proceeded, Aizen would have inevitably transported Rukia Kachiki to Hueco Mundo to facilitate his research into Hogyoku extraction. He had other plans. However, unbeknownst to Aizen, before his entry into the Soul King's Palace, an uninvited guest had already visited, leaving behind a fabricated method for extracting the Hogyoku. Someone had been there before him. So, utilizing Hogyoku of disparate properties, in conjunction with spiritual pressure, can draw out the Hogyoku residing within a soul, thereby facilitating its extraction. This appears to be a viable approach, Aizen mused, examining the entirely spirit energy composed golden pages. He had found a solution. $20. Chapter 324, NZNT, Chapter. On this seemingly ordinary yet profoundly unusual day in Soul Society, the Sokayaku execution, a sentence not carried out in nearly several c. On this seemingly ordinary yet profoundly unusual day in Soul Society, the Sokayaku execution, a sentence not carried out in nearly several centuries, was about to be enacted. The condemned prisoner, a member of the Kachiki clan, currently Soul Society's most esteemed noble family, was about to face this ancient punishment. This was an event of paramount significance for every Shinigami. The Sokayaku itself comprises a spear and a crucifixion apparatus. The spear used in the execution is, in fact, a specialized Zanpakuto named Kikoo, Firebird King, said to possess the destructive force equivalent to 1 million ordinary Zanpakuto. Captains and lieutenants from virtually every division had assembled at Sokayaku Hill, the designated execution site, awaiting Tozen Kanami's arrival with the prisoner, Rukia Kachiki. The assembled captains and lieutenants exhibited a wide spectrum of emotions and attitudes toward this impending execution. Some openly voiced their strong opposition, others expressed profound sympathy, while a considerable number displayed utter indifference. Yet, in the eyes of all the captains present, this execution served as a stark demonstration of power by the Central 46, a thinly veiled warning to the Godai 13 to ensure absolute compliance with their edicts. Rukia Kachiki's fate served as a cautionary tale for any Shinigami who dared to defy them. Ahem, the Central 46 are nothing more than power-hungry manipulators. Rukia is merely an innocent casualty, Joshiro Yukitake remarked to his close friend, Kaiaraka Shunsue, from his position at the periphery of the assembled captains, his words punctuated by a fit of coughing. Because Rukia Kachiki was under his command, Joshiro Yukitake had repeatedly petitioned the Central 46 to spare her life, but his efforts had been completely unsuccessful. This explains Joshiro Yukitake's somber expression. His already precarious health had recently deteriorated significantly. His illness was worsening. Kaiaraka Shunsue, shedding his customary light-hearted demeanor, shook his head gravely. Those words are only safe for our ears. If they reached the Central 46, they would undoubtedly seek retribution. He was warning his friend. Joshiro Yukitake responded with a sardonic laugh. Seek retribution. In my current state of ill health, what do I have to fear? Following this statement, Joshiro Yukitake was seized by another violent coughing fit. Kaiaraka Shunsue immediately supported him, gently patting his back to ease his breathing. Do you sense any possibility of unforeseen developments today? Byakuya Kachiki's composure strikes me as unusually placid. Remember, he's been petitioning the Central 46 even more diligently than you, and even nearly engaged in a physical altercation with Captain Tozen, Kaiaraka Shunsue remarked, his brow furrowed as he observed Byakuya Kachiki, who stood nearby with his eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. Joshiro Yukitake nodded, his brow furrowed. I, too, sense the imminence of a significant event, but our positions as captains within the Godai 13 dictate that we cannot act impulsively. However, at this point, Joshiro Yukitake and Kaiaraka Shunsue exchanged a subtle, knowing smile, both discerning the unspoken word leniency mirrored in the other's eyes. They had a plan. At that precise moment, a Shinigami, his body drenched in blood, ran towards them. His armband clearly identified him as a member of the 9th Division's prison detail. Captain Commander. Captain Uchiha has rescued Rukia Kachiki. All the guards are dead, except for me, the Shinigami announced urgently. This announcement sent a shockwave through the assembled captains. Even Byakuya Kachiki, who had been seemingly lost in thought, opened his eyes in astonishment. What's happened? This deviates entirely from the plan Yusuke outlined. Has he decided to act prematurely? Byakuya Kachiki mused internally, his carefully laid plans thrown into disarray. The other captains and lieutenants were equally bewildered. Byakuya Kachiki, Rukia Kachiki's own brother, remained outwardly composed, yet Yusuke, with no direct familial connection, had undertaken the audacious act of a prison break. It was completely unexpected. Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai, his narrowed eyes now fully open, addressed the breathless messenger. Relate the entire sequence of events, from beginning to end, to me and the assembled captains. He demanded a complete account. Simultaneously, Tozen Kanami and Yusuke, charged with transferring Rukia Kachiki to Sokayaku Hill, were traversing the bridge leading to her prison tower. Even before reaching the tower itself, Yusuke detected a faint but unmistakable trace of blood permeating the air. The prisoner appears to be absent from the tower, Yusuke stated calmly, his observation sharp. Tozen Kanami halted his steps, his demeanor composed. Indeed. However, I remain entirely unaware of the motivations behind Captain Uchiha's actions in perpetrating this act of prison breach. He was accusing Yusuke. Yusuke instantly recognized this as a blatant attempt to shift blame. He was being framed. Uncertain of Rukia Kachiki's current whereabouts, Yusuke felt a surge of apprehension, fearing the situation was spiraling beyond his control. Captain Tozen, might Lord Aizen be initiating his plan today? Yusuke inquired calmly, his counter-question revealing his sharp intellect. Tozen Kanami was taken aback. He was aware of Yusuke's ability to see through Aizen's Kyokusui Jetsu, but Yusuke shouldn't know about his subordinate status to Aizen. He had been exposed. At that precise moment, Aizen's form materialized from within the prison tower. However, his physical presence appeared spectral, almost illusory, a clear indication of Kyokusui Jetsu's manipulation. His actual presence was elsewhere. Captain Uchiha, it seems you have been diligently monitoring my actions, Aizen remarked smoothly. Yusuke offered a slight smile. Captain Aizen, wouldn't a peaceful resolution be preferable? Your actions place me in a rather precarious position. He was attempting to de-escalate the situation. Aizen, witnessing Yusuke's continued composure, displayed a flicker of surprise. A self-satisfied smile graced Aizen's lips. A mere 15 minutes ago, Captain Uchiha personally eliminated all the 9th Division personnel guarding Ryūjin Kuchiki. Only Captain Tozen, who risked his life to recover Ryūjin Kuchiki, and a fortunate escapee, managed to alert the Captain Commander. And these transgressions have been meticulously recorded by the Technical Development Bureau's surveillance systems. Having delivered this pronouncement, the illusory Aizen drew his Zanpakuto. Then, both he and Tozen Kanami disintegrated like shattered mirrors, vanishing into thin air. They had disappeared. Captain Uchiha, you should contemplate how you will address the Captain Commander's wrath, Aizen's final words echoed in Yusuke's ears. Aizen's decision to frame Yusuke served a multifaceted purpose, eliminating a potential obstacle, dispersing the Gotei 13's forces, and compelling the Captain Commander to personally engage Yusuke. It was a strategic move. In Aizen's eyes, every member of the Gotei 13, including the Captain Commander himself, was merely a powerful piece in his elaborate game. He was manipulating everyone. Aizen, your scheme is indeed ingenious. However, I had already intended to openly defy the Ryūjin today. This merely accelerates the timeline, Yusuke muttered to himself, shaking his head after Aizen's departure. With that, his form dissolved into a spatial vortex, silently vanishing from the scene. He was leaving. $20. Chapter 325, NZNT, Chapter. As the Shinigami who narrowly escaped with his life relayed the events to the Captain Commander in a state of panic, Tozen Kanami arrived at. As the Shinigami who narrowly escaped with his life relayed the events to the Captain Commander in a state of panic, Tozen Kanami arrived at Sokayaku Hill with Ryūjin Kuchiki in tow. Upon reaching the Captain Commander, Tozen Kanami presented his carefully constructed narrative, asserting that Yusuke, who was originally assigned to assist him in the prisoner's transport, had suddenly launched a prison break, though he, Tozen, had reacted swiftly and managed to secure Ryūjin Kuchiki. Hearing Tozen Kanami's report, which aligned perfectly with the surviving Shinigami's account, Yamamoto Genryusai readily accepted their version of events. Turning to his lieutenant, Yamamoto Genryusai commanded in a deep voice, Chojiro Tadaoki Sasakaibe, order the immediate lockdown of the Ryūjin and initiate a comprehensive search for Uchiha Yusuke. As for the Sokayaku execution, proceed according to the established plan. Ryūjin Kuchiki, held firmly in Tozen Kanami's grasp, wore a blank expression. Initially, when Yusuke had intervened to rescue her, she had been both startled and filled with a renewed sense of hope. However, now that she was standing before the Captain Commander, and the Sokayaku execution was set to continue, she felt certain of her impending demise. While she felt that Byakuya Kuchiki had not acted upon his promise to save her, she harbored no resentment towards him. As the head of the Kuchiki clan, Byakuya Kuchiki bore responsibilities far exceeding her own well-being. I truly wish I could see my sister, Rinji, and Ichigo one last time. Bound to the execution rack, Ryūjin Kuchiki gazed up at the clear blue sky, murmuring her heartfelt wish. Oh my dear lady, who did you say you wish to see? However, placing my name at the very end is rather upsetting, you know. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in Ryūjin Kuchiki's ears. Ryūjin Kuchiki's face registered extreme shock, as, in her understanding, that voice should have been impossible to hear in this location. Following the sound, Ryūjin Kuchiki turned her head and saw a young man with vibrant orange hair, clad in a Shinigami uniform and carrying a massive Zanpakuto, perched atop the execution rack, smiling down at her. Affixed to the young man's back was a contraption resembling a pair of kite wings, suggesting that he had used this device to reach the summit of the execution rack. Ichigo. How is it possible that you're here? Are you throwing your life away? Ryūjin Kuchiki cried out, her voice filled with tears and alarm. Ichigo Kurosaki replied with a grin, I value my life, but I value my friends even more. And I'm not the only one here, Yuryu, Orihime, and Chad have all come too. Everyone is eagerly anticipating a reunion with you. Hearing Ichigo Kurosaki's words, Ryūjin Kuchiki was overwhelmed with emotion and momentarily rendered speechless. However, she knew that with their limited strength, they stood virtually no chance of rescuing her from Soul Society. Simultaneously with Ichigo Kurosaki's dramatic appearance, all the captains and lieutenants present at Sokayaku Hill naturally became aware of his presence. The arrival of Ichigo Kurosaki and his companions introduced unforeseen variables into the carefully laid plans of both Aizen and Yusuke. These Ryoka are Rukia's friends from the human world. I never expected them to be more resolute than I, her own brother. Observing Ichigo Kurosaki, who was bantering with Rukia Kachiki while simultaneously freeing her from the execution rack, Byakuya Kachiki could not help but feel a sense of self-deprecating amusement. He had only recently and with considerable difficulty decided against a direct rescue attempt, yet these friends, whom Rukia Kachiki had known for less than a year, had boldly risked their lives to venture into Soul Society for her sake, clearly demonstrating a level of resolve that surpassed his own. However, their actions have deprived me, her brother, of the opportunity to personally rescue my sister, Byakuya Kachiki thought to himself, slowly drawing his Zanpakuto. He knew that battle had formally commenced at that very moment. Just as Ichigo Kurosaki prepared to depart Sokayaku Hill with Rukia Kachiki, Sui Feng, captain of the 2nd Division, received an order from Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai to intercept Ichigo Kurosaki using her extraordinary Shuinpa skills. However, her advance was immediately blocked by Byakuya Kachiki, who also employed his own superior Shuinpa. Captain Kachiki, what is the meaning of this? Have you betrayed the Siri-Idi? Sui Feng demanded, her voice stern as she faced Byakuya Kachiki's impassive expression. Having fought alongside Byakuya Kachiki in the past, Sui Feng knew all too well how formidable he could be. Beyond his mastery of various Shinigami combat techniques, his calm demeanor and exceptional analytical prowess were qualities she deeply admired. In a direct confrontation, Sui Feng was certain her chances of victory were slim. Captain Sui Feng, before I am a Shinigami of the Siri-Idi, I am the head of the Kachiki clan. To execute a member of my clan for such a frivolous reason would require the approval of my blade, Byakuya Kachiki stated calmly. A testament to his unwavering devotion to his sister, even in this act of defiance, Byakuya Kachiki had found a perfectly legitimate and justifiable reason. The captains present, as well as Rukia Kachiki and Ichigo Kurosaki on the execution rack, all witnessed Byakuya Kachiki's obstruction, further complicating the already intricate situation. Seeing Byakuya Kachiki's intervention, Aizen, fearing Rukia Kachiki's potential escape, instructed his lieutenant, Mirai Saru, who was standing behind him, Mirai, retrieve Rukia Kachiki. Mirai Saru nodded silently, his form blurring as he vanished from sight. Aboard the execution rack, Ichigo Kurosaki asked with curiosity, Rukia, who is this guy who seems so proud and aloof? Is he helping us? Seeing Byakuya Kachiki's intervention, Rukia Kachiki understood that her brother had not abandoned her, and was simply waiting for a suitable opportunity to act. At that moment, she felt that having friends like Ichigo Kurosaki and a brother like Byakuya Kachiki made even dying their worthwhile. Rukia Kachiki smiled happily, and said, he's my brother, Kachiki Byakuya. As Rukia Kachiki was touched by her brother's actions, Ichigo Kurosaki, with a complete disregard for the mood, landed a chop on Rukia Kachiki's head. You look so ugly when you cry and laugh at the same time. Hold on tight, we're getting out of here. Ichigo Kurosaki shouted, and the flying device on his back suddenly unfolded, with a powerful airflow bursting from his wings. It seemed as if he was about to fly directly away with Rukia. However, at that moment, a flash of sword light appeared, and Ichigo Kurosaki's wings were directly cut off. Because of the sudden loss of airflow, Ichigo Kurosaki lost his balance and fell from the top of the execution rack, holding Rukia Kachiki. Ayakak. Ichigo Kurosaki and Rukia Kachiki cried out at the same time, but after landing, they did not feel any pain. It seemed as if there was a soft cushion under their butts. Looking down, they saw a Shinigami wearing a Shinigami uniform. Seeing a big clump of crimson hair next to them, Rukia Kachiki immediately knew who it was. Renji, what are you doing here? Rukia Kachiki exclaimed. Renji Abarai, who was still being squashed under their butts, said weakly, of course I'm here to save you. Did you really think that I, the great Abarai Renji, would let my friend be executed? Also, can you two move your butts? I really can't breathe. $20. Chapter 326, NZNT, Chapter. Ichigo Kurosaki and Rukia Kachiki, hearing this, immediately rose and helped Renji Abarai, who had been pinned beneath them, to his feet. Ho! Ichigo Kurosaki and Rukia Kachiki, hearing this, immediately rose and helped Renji Abarai, who had been pinned beneath them, to his feet. However, before Rukia Kachiki could introduce Ichigo Kurosaki and Renji Abarai, a young man with lifeless eyes and a perpetually sleepy expression blocked their path. Standing before Ichigo Kurosaki and his companions was none other than Mirai Saru, acting on Aizen's orders. Having never displayed any exceptional abilities within the Siri-Idi, and possessing an appearance that suggested a perpetually drowsy and unremarkable youth, Ichigo Kurosaki and his companions dismissed him as a threat. Please hand over Kachiki Rukia, Mirai Saru stated in a monotonous tone. Renji Abarai laughed heartily. Lieutenant Mirai Saru, you're a researcher, don't involve yourself in this mess. It would be unfortunate if you were to be injured. As the lieutenant of the 12th Division, Mirai Saru, who possessed no remarkable combat skills, was widely regarded as a gifted researcher. In reality, he had never conducted any research, simply dozing off beside Aizen during his various experiments. Hearing Rinji Aburai's words, Mirai Saru slowly drew his Zanpakuto. If you refuse to surrender Kachiki Rukia, I will be forced to act. Seeing Mirai Saru's serious demeanor, Rinji Aburai abandoned his playful attitude and drew his own Zanpakuto. Fixing Mirai Saru with a stern gaze, Rinji Aburai stated, Lieutenant Mirai, once a Shinigami draws his Zanpakuto, it becomes a serious battle. Allow me to test your skills. As he spoke, Rinji Aburai charged towards Mirai Saru, but in the blink of an eye, he lost sight of his opponent. Watch out. Ichigo Kurosaki and Rukia Kachiki's voices rang out in warning, but before Rinji Aburai could react, a searing pain erupted in his back, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Mirai Saru stood behind him, the blade of his Zanpakuto dripping with blood. Seeing Rinji Aburai defeated so easily, Rukia Kachiki was shocked. While Rinji Aburai had not yet attained the rank of lieutenant, Rukia Kachiki knew he possessed lieutenant-level combat skills. She never expected him to be defeated so swiftly by this seemingly unremarkable young man. Rinji. Rukia Kachiki cried out, rushing to assess Rinji Aburai's injuries. However, Ichigo Kurosaki firmly restrained her with his left hand, preventing her from falling into the enemy's grasp. Rukia, he's not in immediate danger. Allow me to defeat this opponent first. Ichigo Kurosaki stated firmly. Rukia Kachiki retorted, don't be ridiculous. How could you possibly defeat someone so skilled? Unaware of Ichigo Kurosaki's recent progress, Rukia Kachiki did not believe he could defeat Mirai Saru, who had defeated Rinji Aburai with a single blow, but Ichigo Kurosaki's spiritual pressure swiftly convinced her otherwise. Before Rukia Kachiki could finish her sentence, Ichigo Kurosaki unleashed a spiritual pressure comparable to that of a captain-level Shinigami, the tangible force of his spiritual energy exceeding Rukia Kachiki's comprehension. How can you possess such spiritual pressure? Rukia Kachiki asked in astonishment. Ichigo Kurosaki drew Zangetsu from his back, smiling. Because only with this power can I save you. As Ichigo Kurosaki and Mirai Saru faced off, the battle between Suifeng and Byakuya Kachiki had already commenced. The two captain-level Shinigami, relying on the extraordinary Shuinpa techniques learned from Flash Goddess Yoruchi, engaged in a dazzling display of speed and skill. Even lieutenants, let alone ordinary Shinigami, struggled to keep pace with their movements. As the rapid exchange of blows continued, Suifeng gradually found herself at a disadvantage. Her spiritual pressure and strength were already slightly inferior to Byakuya Kachiki, and lacking expertise in swordsmanship, she was no match for Byakuya Kachiki in unreleased Zanpakuto combat. As Byakuya Kachiki's blade threatened to strike her, she executed a technique she had learned from Yoruchi Shihoin, the Utsasimi, cast-off cicada shell. In a flash of shadow, Byakuya Kachiki's blade only managed to sever Suifeng's captain's Haori, while Suifeng used the opportunity to shed the cumbersome garment and create distance between herself and Byakuya Kachiki. Sting all enemies to death, Suzumabachi. Suifeng, clad in a tight-fitting combat uniform beneath her Haori, released her Zanpakuto, transforming it into a venomous stinger gauntlet. Fixing Byakuya Kachiki with a murderous gaze, Suifeng stated coldly, Captain Kachiki, I am no match for you with a sword. However, with Suzumabachi, this becomes a battle to the death. Byakuya Kachiki held his sword before him, intoning the release command, Scatter, Senbon Sakura. Byakuya Kachiki's actions conveyed his resolve, as his blade dissolved into hundreds of beautiful yet deadly cherry blossom petals. Witnessing the clash between Suifeng and Byakuya Kachiki, Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai commanded the other captains, assist Suifeng in subduing Kachiki Byakuya. Captain Commander, since transferring to the 4th Division, I have sworn off the sword of battle, and now only focus on medical duties. Aizen, attend to any casualties on the battlefield and begin treatment immediately, Retsu Unohana, captain of the 4th Division, stated calmly. Her lieutenant, Aizen Kotetsu, immediately responded, yes, captain. Clearly, the captain and lieutenant of the 4th Division had no interest in Rukia Kachiki's execution. When Retsu Unohana transferred to the 4th Division, Yamamoto Genryusai had agreed to allow her to abstain from combat. Yamamoto Genryusai could not fault her for her stance, and turned his gaze towards Kaiaraku Shuinsue and Jushiro Yukitake. At that moment, Jushiro Yukitake was seized by a violent coughing fit, his already pale face turning an alarming shade of green, as if he were on the verge of death. Seeing this, Kaiaraku Shuinsue, tears welling in his eyes, embraced the staggering Jushiro Yukitake, exclaiming with exaggerated emotion, Jushiro, are you all right? Stay strong. What would the 13th Division do without you? After calling out to the seemingly expiring Jushiro Yukitake several times, Kaiaraku Shuinsue looked up at Yamamoto Genryusai with a panicked expression. Captain Commander, Jushiro's illness seems to have flared up. I must take him back to rest. If I delay, it might be the end. Without waiting for Yamamoto Genryusai's approval, Kayaraka Shunsui scooped up Jushiro Yukitake and fled towards the 13th Division barracks. Their respective lieutenants, Ise Nanao and Kaien Shiba, exchanged glances, then bowed respectfully to Yamamoto Genryusai and followed their captains, departing from Sokaiku Hill. Jushiro, your performance was a bit over the top today, not your usual subtle style, Kayaraka Shunsui said with a chuckle to Jushiro Yukitake, who was resting in his arms as they made their way to the 13th Division barracks. His face still pale, Jushiro Yukitake replied weakly, I wasn't acting. Hurry and get me back. The medicine is on my bedside table. $20. Chapter 327, NZNT, Chapter. After Kayaraka Shunsui carried Jushiro Yukitake away, the remaining captains exchanged astonished glances, they hadn't expected such a unequal. After Kayaraka Shunsui carried Jushiro Yukitake away, the remaining captains exchanged astonished glances, they hadn't expected such a uniquely unconventional method of avoiding their duties. While I, too, believe that 4th Seat Kachiki does not deserve the Sokaiku execution, as a member of the Godai 13, adherence to the law is paramount. Komamura Sajin declared, his head concealed beneath his signature bamboo hat. Komamura Sajin, personally recruited into the Godai 13 by Yamamoto Genryusai, had faced lifelong discrimination due to his cursed heritage as a member of the Wolfman clan. Yamamoto Genryusai's respect was therefore especially meaningful to him. Consequently, he would carry out Yamamoto Genryusai's orders with complete and unwavering dedication. Toshiro Hitsugaya, recently promoted to captain, shook his head, slowly drawing his zanpakuto. He prepared to assist Suifeng alongside Komamura Sajin to subdue the rebellious Byakuya Kachiki. With Komamura Sajin and Toshiro Hitsugaya joining the fray, Byakuya Kachiki's situation immediately worsened, even his exceptional skill could not withstand the combined assault of 3 captains. Koga Kachiki, witnessing his captain under attack, immediately drew his zanpakuto, preparing to release his shurikai to aid Byakuya Kachiki. Koga Kachiki's shurikai release would drastically alter the battlefield's dynamics. Although his spiritual pressure was relatively insignificant compared to the other captains present, his zanpakuto, Muramasa, village just, possessed an unparalleled ability in Shinigami infighting, the power to turn zanpakuto against their wielders. Aizen, observing from the sidelines, instantly understood Koga Kachiki's intentions. A smile played on his lips, yet his voice dripped with lethal intent. Jin, eliminate him. Jin Ichimaru, receiving Aizen's order, immediately launched a surprise attack on the partially released Koga Kachiki, utilizing his Shinso at 500 times the speed of sound. Shoot to kill, Shinso. Sensing the imminent attack, Koga Kachiki attempted to evade it, but Jin Ichimaru's Shinso was too swift. Koga Kachiki managed to avoid a fatal blow to the heart, but his right chest was still pierced by Jin Ichimaru's blade, which had extended several meters. Koga Kachiki groaned, collapsing unconscious, the spiritual pressure emanating from his partially released zanpakuto ceased. Koga. Witnessing Koga Kachiki fall victim to Jin Ichimaru's surprise attack, Byakuya Kachiki was momentarily stunned. This lapse in concentration allowed Suifeng, engaged in close combat, to exploit the opening, her Suzumabachi poised to strike Byakuya Kachiki. At that precise moment, a white bandage shot out, ensnaring Suifeng's wrist, halting her attack mere centimeters from Byakuya Kachiki's chest. Well, Suifeng, long time no see. You've certainly grown stronger, a voice remarked. A slender figure materialized beside Byakuya Kachiki and Suifeng, Yoruchi Shihoin, long presumed missing. She had just rescued Byakuya Kachiki. Seeing Yoruchi Shihoin, whom she had once admired, depended upon, and then been abandoned by, Suifeng's composure shattered. Her reaction was not one of joyful reunion, but of bitter rage. Yoruchi Shihoin. Suifeng roared, her wrist twisting to sever the bandage with her Suzumabachi, then abandoning her attack on Byakuya Kachiki to pursue Yoruchi Shihoin. Yoruchi Shihoin responded with a light laugh, activating Shuinpa to escape towards a distant cliff, with Suifeng in immediate pursuit. Within seconds, both had vanished from sight. With Suifeng distracted by Yoruchi Shihoin, Kisuke Urahara arrived at Sokaiku Hill with Yuryu Ishida, Orihime Inoue, and Yasutora Sado. Kisuke Urahara's appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. Kisuke Urahara, after committing such unforgivable crimes, you dare show your face in Soul Society? Komamura Sajin, ever righteous, shouted in anger. Kisuke Urahara replied calmly, Captain Komamura, did you personally witness me conducting those experiments? Komamura Sajin was rendered speechless. Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai stated gravely, is this your attempt at justifying your actions, Kisuke Urahara? Captain Commander, the true perpetrator of the holification experiments is present, but it is not I. That individual is also the mastermind behind Kachiki Rukia's Sokaiku execution, to extract the Hogyoku. Am I correct, Sosuke Aizen? Kisuke Urahara revealed a shocking truth. Yamamoto Genryusai's expression remained inscrutable, giving no indication of his belief. Aizen smiled. Captain Urahara, I'm quite puzzled by your statement. However, since you've presented yourself in Soul Society, as the new captain of the 12th Division and head of the Technical Development Bureau, it is my duty to maintain order. Aizen began walking towards Kisuke Urahara, whispering to Jin Ichimaru, Jin, stop watching. Aizen then subtly gestured towards Byakuya Kuchiki, indicating that Jin Ichimaru should engage him. Receiving Aizen's order, Jin Ichimaru ceased his apparent idleness, focusing his attention on Byakuya Kuchiki. Byakuya Kuchiki felt as though a venomous serpent had fixed its gaze upon him. He had witnessed Koga Kuchiki's near-fatal injury inflicted by Jin Ichimaru, and, recalling Jin Ikamaru's solo defeat of an Arrancar, he knew this fellow prodigy was a formidable opponent. Byakuya, you handle Captain Ichimaru. I'll take care of the others, a voice stated. Just as Byakuya Kuchiki sensed the situation worsening, the individual he had been awaiting finally arrived. Yusuke, who had been secretly observing the situation, appeared. Seeing Yusuke, Tozen Kanami immediately stepped forward to continue his false accusations. Uchiha Yusuke, you murdered my subordinates, attempted to free the prisoner, and yet you dare appear here. Today, I, Tozen Kanami, will purge this malignancy from Soul Society. Komamura Sajin and Toshiro Hitsugaya also shifted their focus to Yusuke, considering him a far greater threat than Byakuya Kuchiki. With Jin Ichimaru occupied with Byakuya Kuchiki, they planned to subdue Yusuke first. Uchiha Yusuke, even as one of the strongest captains, you cannot escape the combined might of 3 captains. Toshiro Hitsugaya, Komamura Sajin, and Tozen Kanami thought simultaneously. $20. Chapter 328, NZNT, Chapter. Uchiha Yusuke, I had high expectations for you, but you have committed a grave error. Captain Tozen, Captain Komamura, and Captain Hitsugi. Uchiha Yusuke, I had high expectations for you, but you have committed a grave error. Captain Tozen, Captain Komamura, and Captain Hitsugaya, subdue him. I will confine him to the central great underground prison to reflect upon his crimes. Yamamoto Genryusai declared gravely. Upon hearing Yamamoto Genryusai's order, the 3 captains responded in unison, their powerful spiritual pressure erupting simultaneously, locking onto Yusuke. Yusuke did not bother to explain Tozen Kanami's false accusations. Today was the day he intended to leave the Siriidii, and he had indeed planned to assist Byakuya Kuchiki in rescuing Rukia Kuchiki. Smiling faintly as he surveyed the 3 captains, seemingly unperturbed by their spiritual pressure, Yusuke remarked nonchalantly, Captain Commander, do you truly believe these 3 young captains can restrain me? Although Yusuke's time in the Siriidii had been relatively short, these 3 captains were undeniably among the newest in their ranks. Tozen Kanami, while having achieved Bankai prematurely, only attained his captaincy after the soul disappearance incident. Witnessing Yusuke's blatant disregard for them, Tozen Kanami sneered, Uchiha Yusuke, while I may have fallen to you in a single move before, you dare to underestimate the combined strength of 3 captains. Your arrogance knows no bounds. Komamura Sajin and Toshiro Hitsugaya, standing beside Tozen Kanami, mirrored his indignation. No one appreciates being underestimated, especially not captains in the Godii 13, individuals holding significant power within Soul Society. Yusuke smiled subtly. Captain Tozen, it seems your eyes, like your heart, are truly blind. My previous victory was achieved with a single strike, because that's all it required. With those words, spiritual pressure far surpassing that of a captain erupted from Yusuke, a tangible wave of white energy surging skyward, its force sending the 3 captains stumbling backward before they could regain their footing. Upon witnessing Yusuke's terrifying spiritual pressure and imposing aura, everyone at Sokayaku Hill turned their incredulous gazes upon him. No one had ever imagined a Shinigami capable of such an overwhelming display of power. Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai slowly opened his narrowed eyes, while Aizen and Kisuke Urahara's eyes, hidden behind their glasses, gleamed with an unusual light. Only Retsu Unohana remained unaffected, her expression unchanged. Having witnessed Yusuke's spiritual pressure, the 3 captains immediately prepared for a life-or-death struggle, without hesitation unleashing their Bankai. Bankai, Kakujo Tengen Myo-o, Divine Retribution, Black Ropes of Ruination. Bankai, Daigirin Hyarinmaru, Grand Crimson Lotus Ice Ring. Bankai, Suzumushi Sui Shiki, Enma Kurogi, Bell Bug Closing Ceremony, Field Cricket. The captains' intense reactions were not due to mere surprise, it was the first time they had ever sensed such potent spiritual pressure, a force that made them realize, despite their extensive experience, that they would need to fight with everything they had. While Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai's spiritual pressure was undoubtedly comparable to Yusuke's, he had not drawn his sword in nearly a millennium. Few of the current captains had ever truly experienced the Captain Commander's spiritual pressure, thus failing to fully grasp the magnitude of that power. With the release of their Bankai, a colossal, black-armored warrior wielding a massive blade materialized behind Komamura Sajin, dragon-shaped ice crystals enveloped Toshiro Hitsugaya, and Tozen Kanami summoned a black, ellipsoidal barrier, encasing Yusuke. The surrounding Shinigami instinctively halted their battles, focusing their attention on this unprecedented spectacle, 3 captains simultaneously unleashing their Bankai against a single opponent. A blinding light erupted from the surface of Tozen Kanami's black barrier, causing the entire construct to crumble like a cracked eggshell. "Captain Tozen, with all due respect, your Bankai is truly underwhelming," Yusuke remarked with a smile, emerging from the shattered barrier, slowly drawing his own long sword. Susanoo. A black warrior, significantly larger than the Divine Retribution, Black Ropes of Ruination, materialized behind Yusuke. This Susanoo, in both spiritual pressure and aura, far surpassed Komamura Sajin's Bankai. Susanoo immediately swung its massive blade towards Komamura Sajin, who instantly reacted, commanding the Divine Retribution, Black Ropes of Ruination to meet the attack. The 2 colossal warriors' weapons clashed, the immense force generating a powerful gust of wind that swept across Sokayaku Hill. In this initial clash, Susanoo held a clear advantage. With a powerful, downward strike, Susanoo's superior size and strength cleaved the Divine Retribution, Black Ropes of Ruination, sending it crashing into the earth. The immense recoil from the impact, amplified by the disparity in power and spiritual pressure, caused Komamura Sajin, whose spirit was linked to the Divine Retribution, Black Ropes of Ruination, to vomit a torrent of blood, which sprayed through the gaps in his bamboo hat, staining the ground before him crimson. Critically injured, Komamura Sajin lost consciousness, and the formidable Divine Retribution, Black Ropes of Ruination dissipated. Daiguren Hyorinmaru, Hyoryu Senbi, Ice Dragon Swirling Tail. Toshiro Hitsugaya, having prepared his attack, swung Daiguren Hyorinmaru, unleashing an overflowing ice from his blade in the form of a crescent that surged towards Yusuke. The extreme cold of the Ice Dragon Swirling Tail instantly froze the ground in its path, creating a crystalline road. Captain Hitsugaya, while the Ice Dragon Swirling Tail is impressive, such ostentatious techniques are easily countered. Toshiro Hitsugaya was astonished to find that Yusuke had vanished from his sight, only to hear his voice from behind. "Impossible." Toshiro Hitsugaya exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide. The next moment, a bloody gash appeared on his back. Simultaneously, his ice wings and the Ice Dragon Swirling Tail shattered, dissolving into shimmering particles. In less than a minute, the 3 captains' combined Bankai assault had been utterly dismantled. Komamura Sajin, captain of the 7th Division, and Hitsugaya Toshiro, captain of the 10th Division, lay severely injured and unconscious. Tozen Kanami's Bankai had been effortlessly shattered, leaving him completely powerless. A profound silence descended upon Sokayaku Hill, a stark contrast to the intense battle that had just concluded. $20. Chapter 329, NZNT, Chapter. How could this be? They're both captains. Why were Captain Komamura, Captain Hitsugaya, and Captain Tozen are completely helpless against C? How could this be? They're both captains. Why were Captain Komamura, Captain Hitsugaya, and Captain Tozen are completely helpless against Captain Uchiha? Isane Kotetsu, the 4th Division's lieutenant, standing behind Retsu Unohana, asked with a blank expression. Her question mirrored the bewilderment felt by many Shinigami present. The current battle situation was completely beyond her comprehension. In her imagination, all the captains of the Godii 13 stood at the pinnacle of Soul Society's power. Even with differences in strength, they should be on a relatively equal footing. Such a complete and utter rout was simply not supposed to happen. Retsu Unohana replied calmly, "Bankai is merely the threshold for captaincy, it is far from the ultimate expression of a Shinigami's power." As she spoke, Retsu Unohana's mind involuntarily recalled a battle from over a century ago, a clash with a certain young man. That youth, completely ignorant of Zanpakuto release, had nonetheless managed to defeat her, the first Kenpachi. The young man in Retsu Unohana's memory was, of course, Kenpachi Zaraki. To this day, both still maintain that they were the one who lost that battle. Ichigo Kurosaki and Rukia Kachiki, watching from near the Sokayaku execution platform, were equally dumbfounded. Ichigo Kurosaki quickly recovered, laughing loudly, "It's a good thing he's helping us save you, otherwise, we'd really be in trouble." Rukia Kachiki simply nodded blankly. She finally understood why her brother, Byakuya Kachiki, had always treated Yusuke, a fellow captain, with such profound respect. After dealing with Komamura Sajin and Toshiro Hitsugaya, Yusuke calmly approached the terrified Tozen Kanami. "Captain Tozen, I wonder if you now have a sufficient understanding of my previous technique?" Yusuke asked with a faint smile. As Yusuke advanced, Tozen Kanami retreated, unconsciously backing towards Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryosai. "Captain Tozen, your heart is in turmoil." "Withdraw," Yamamoto Genryosai stated gravely. Tozen Kanami immediately retreated behind Yamamoto Genryosai, breathing a sigh of relief. He began praying that Yamamoto Genryosai would fight Yusuke to a standstill, a crucial element of Aizen's plan. So, he's finally about to make his move. "I only intended for this fellow to draw your attention, to temporarily delay you. But it seems his strength may rival your own," Yamamoto Genryosai Shigekuni. Aizen thought to himself. Removing his captain's Heiori, Yamamoto Genryusai revealed an exceptionally muscular physique, comparable to that of a bodybuilder. His powerfully built upper body formed an inverted triangle, a physique completely unexpected for a Shinigami of his age, a fierce scar marring his chest. In all of Soul Society, I never imagined another Shinigami besides myself could cultivate their spiritual pressure to such a degree. Yamamoto Genryusai stated slowly. Yusuke chuckled. Captain Yamamoto, you are mistaken. There is another Shinigami present who possesses spiritual pressure comparable to yours and mine. To whom do you refer? Yamamoto Genryusai asked. Sasuke Aizen, Yusuke replied. Upon hearing Yusuke's words, Yamamoto Genryusai's sharp gaze darted towards Aizen, who was currently confronting Kasukirahara. While uncertain of the veracity of Yusuke's statement, the information revealed by both Yusuke and Kasukirahara hinted at numerous secrets concealed by Aizen. Regardless of Aizen's actions, Yamamoto Genryusai intended to deal with Yusuke first, then investigate Aizen's claims once the situation stabilized. Holding his wooden cane horizontally before his chest, Yamamoto Genryusai slowly released his spiritual pressure from his palm, gradually stripping away the outer wood, revealing the Ryūjin Jakka, Soul Society's strongest fire-type Zanpakuto, hidden within. Upon seeing the Ryūjin Jakka in Yamamoto Genryusai's hand, Aizen felt a chill. He finally understood why the Zanpakuto he had seen Yusuke wield in Hueco Mundo had seemed so familiar. It's the Ryūjin Jakka. That person couldn't be Yamamoto Genryusai, meaning there are now two Ryūjin Jakka in existence. Aizen thought, his mind racing. Yamamoto Genryusai had not drawn his sword in many years. Aizen had only seen the Ryūjin Jakka once, centuries ago, by chance. This explained why he hadn't recognized it when Yusuke had wielded a similar blade during their battle. With the Ryūjin Jakka unsheathed, Yamamoto Genryusai's spiritual pressure erupted, rivaling Yusuke's in intensity. His overwhelming aura even seemed to slightly surpass Yusuke's. The clash of spiritual pressure between Yamamoto Genryusai and Yusuke seemingly split the sky in two, like two opposing tidal waves colliding, creating a heavy, oppressive atmosphere over Sokayaku Hill. Faced with Soul Society's strongest Shinigami, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, Yusuke was forced to fight with everything he had. The calm smile on his face slowly faded as Yusuke focused all his energy on Yamamoto Genryusai. Hitetsum, Nadegiri, the first, killing stroke. In an instant, Yamamoto Genryusai launched the first attack. Few present could even perceive his movements, he was already beside Yusuke. Yusuke responded with Shuinpa, exceeding the speed of an ordinary Shinigami, retreating while holding his long sword vertically before his chest, seemingly to block Yamamoto Genryusai's attack. A resounding clang echoed as Yamamoto Genryusai's blade cleaved Yusuke's sword in two. However, due to Yusuke's timely retreat, he was unharmed. Despite being a single strike, Yamamoto Genryusai had severed Yusuke's Zanpakuto, greatly encouraging many of the Shinigami loyal to the Seirei. His Zanpakuto is broken, yet his released ability persists, a perceptive Shinigami asked, pointing at Susanoo. This question puzzled the other Shinigami. Logically, a broken Zanpakuto should cause the released ability to dissipate. Yusuke's next words answered their question, while the appearance of his new Zanpakuto shocked them further. That blade never felt quite right. I need my own Zanpakuto to fight a peer. Yusuke casually tossed aside the broken hilt, now wielding a Zanpakuto identical to Yamamoto Genryusai's Ryūjin Jakka. With this Ryūjin Jakka in hand, Aizen no longer doubted that Yusuke was the master of Hueco Mundo's Las Noches. Yamamoto Genryusai finally understood who had been steadily siphoning the power of his Ryūjin Jakka. Seeing the familiar shape of the Zanpakuto in Yusuke's hand, Yamamoto Genryusai's killing intent intensified. He stated slowly, it seems that from the very beginning, you and I were destined for a life-or-death struggle. Yusuke looked at Yamamoto Genryusai and said calmly, naturally, the strong survive, and the weak perish. $20. Chapter 330, NZNT, Chapter. As Yusuke and Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai's battle commenced, the others refocused their attention on their respective opponents. As Yusuke and Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai's battle commenced, the others refocused their attention on their respective opponents. Apart from Kasukirahara and Sasuke Aizen, who continued their seemingly casual verbal sparring, Ichigo Kurosaki and Mirai Saru, Suifeng and Yoroichi Shihoin, and Byakuya Kuchiki and Jin Ichimaru were locked in intense and ferocious combat. Of these, the most captivating duel was undoubtedly that between Byakuya Kuchiki and Jin Ichimaru. Both were contemporaries, prodigies among Shinigami, revered as idols by the younger generation of the Seirei, and frequently compared. However, due to Byakuya Kuchiki's lineage from the illustrious Kuchiki clan, he was generally considered superior in strength. Their actual confrontation, however, revealed the terrifying power of Jin Ichimaru, the man with the ever-present, serpentine smile. His Zanpakuto, Shinso, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, extending and retracting at will, was a deadly weapon. It relentlessly attacked Byakuya Kuchiki's vital points from impossible angles. Byakuya Kuchiki's Senbon Sakura, in its Shirkai state, proved too slow to counter Jin Ikamaru's speed. Furthermore, the dispersed Senbon Sakura blades offered no effective defense against Shinso's exceptionally piercing attacks, leaving Byakuya Kuchiki reliant on Shuinpa for evasion. As the saying goes, a prolonged defense inevitably creates openings. Constantly on the defensive, Byakuya Kuchiki was bound to be caught off guard by Jin Ichimaru. His body was already marked with numerous wounds, his captain's haori torn and tattered. Continuing at this pace, Byakuya Kuchiki knew his death at Jin Ikamaru's hands was only a matter of time. Dodging a lightning-fast Shinso strike, Byakuya Kuchiki instantly activated his Bankai. The hundreds of cherry blossom petals previously floating in the air multiplied 100-fold, tens of thousands of Senbon Sakura blades surged towards Jin Ichimaru, shifting Byakuya Kuchiki from defense to a relentless offense. My, Captain Kuchiki's Bankai. Quite a spectacle. Faced with the countless Senbon Sakura blades attempting to encircle him, Jin Ichimaru continuously evaded, while simultaneously delivering sarcastic, taunting remarks. Byakuya Kuchiki, however, remained focused, his right hand constantly in motion, skillfully manipulating the Senbon Sakura blades to create a multi-directional encirclement of Jin Ichimaru. Got you. A glint of determination flashed in Byakuya Kuchiki's eyes. His precise control finally managed to trap Jin Ichimaru, seemingly leaving him no avenue of escape. Yet, Jin Ikamaru's expression remained calm and composed, devoid of any hint of panic. Senten Hakuja. A strange spiritual pressure fluctuation emanated from Jin Ichimaru, his body transforming into a white light that instantly repositioned him beside Byakuya Kuchiki. Senten Hakuja was a unique technique developed by Jin Ichimaru, allowing for spatial displacement using spiritual pressure. This technique was not only useful in combat but could also, under specific circumstances, facilitate long-range teleportation, even carrying others with him. Witnessing Jin Ikamaru's incredibly unpredictable maneuver, Byakuya Kuchiki was startled, immediately using Shuinpa to create distance, but he was still a step too slow. Shoot to kill, Shinso. Jin Ikamaru's Zanpakuto once again extended several meters with impossible speed, its blade piercing Byakuya Kuchiki's shoulder as he attempted a lateral evasion. Blood spurted forth. My, Captain Kuchiki, to react to an attack like that. Impressive, Jin Ichimaru remarked with a smile. Byakuya Kuchiki's expression was grave. His opponent possessed exceptional offensive capabilities, coupled with incredibly deceptive speed and agility, making him an exceptionally difficult opponent. A single lapse in concentration could easily prove fatal. Captain Ichimaru, your strength currently surpasses mine. I never anticipated that even now, you haven't even released your Bankai, Byakuya Kuchiki stated coldly. Jin Ichimaru paused, slightly surprised that the ever-proud Byakuya Kuchiki would openly admit his inferiority. Captain Kuchiki, our spiritual pressure is comparable, but your privileged upbringing has clearly prevented you from truly understanding the nature of combat, Jin Ichimaru said calmly. As he spoke, Jin Ichimaru deftly manipulated his Zanpakuto, attempting to use the blade already piercing Byakuya Kuchiki to sever his body. However, in a move that utterly surprised Jin Ichimaru, Byakuya Kuchiki, instead of retreating, pressed forward, moving along Shinso to close the distance, simultaneously seizing Jin Ikamaru's wrist with both hands. This action came at a significant cost to Byakuya Kuchiki. The already grievous wound on his shoulder was torn even further, becoming mangled and bloody, his collarbone nearly severed by the blade. Despite this, he successfully managed to temporarily restrain Jin Ichimaru, preventing him from evading his attack. You. Jin Ikamaru's usually narrowed eyes widened in surprise. He never expected a noble like Byakuya Kuchiki to exhibit such ruthless determination. Byakuya Kuchiki looked at Jin Ichimaru, who was now within arm's reach, and said calmly, "Does this count as not understanding combat, as you claimed?" Jin Ichimaru grinned. "It seems I underestimated you." At that moment, both Byakuya Kuchiki and Jin Ichimaru unleashed their spiritual pressure, launching their final attacks simultaneously. Senten Hakuja. Heido number 63. Raikoho. Jin Ichimaru raised his left hand, unleashing a sharp white beam of energy at Byakuya Kuchiki's chest. The beam pierced directly through Byakuya Kuchiki's chest, exiting from his back, leaving a massive wound. Byakuya Kuchiki, in turn, unleashed the countless Senbon Sakura blades, engulfing Jin Ichimaru. After the Senbon Sakura dispersed, Jin Ichimaru lay unconscious in a pool of blood, his body riddled with countless wounds. However, Byakuya Kuchiki's injuries were no less severe, blood poured from his wounds. My own strength is truly insignificant. Senior Yusuke, Rukia's fate rests with you. Byakuya Kuchiki's eyes glazed over, and he fell unconscious beside Jin Ichimaru. From a distance, Rukia Kuchiki saw her gravely injured brother fall unconscious. She desperately wanted to rush to his side, but Miraisara still stood between her and Ichigo Kurosaki. Ichigo Kurosaki was also on the defensive, his situation equally dire. $20. Chapter 331, NZNT, Chapter. Beneath the Sokayaku execution platform, the spiritual pressure fluctuations from Ichigo Kurosaki and Mirai Saru's battle were no less intense. Beneath the Sokayaku execution platform, the spiritual pressure fluctuations from Ichigo Kurosaki and Mirai Saru's battle were no less intense than Byakuya Kuchiki and Jin Ikamaru's. Two dark figures clashed at incredible speed, their positions constantly shifting, their Zanpakuto colliding with powerful bursts of spiritual pressure. Rukia Kuchiki watched, dumbfounded, at Ichigo Kurosaki's unexpected strength. It wasn't just a simple increase in spiritual pressure, he could also maintain such a fast-paced, high-intensity battle. Getsuga Tensho. Ichigo Kurosaki swung his massive Zanpakuto, unleashing a white crescent-shaped blade of energy towards Mirai Saru. Mirai Saru, however, did not evade, instead thrusting his sword forward, its tip meeting the Getsuga Tensho. To Mirai Saru's surprise, the spiritual pressure contained within the white blade was incredibly powerful and resilient, pushing him backward with unstoppable force. He was unable to maintain his footing. As Ichigo Kurosaki's most powerful technique, the Getsuga Tensho, while appearing simple, was a perfect expression of raw power. In terms of spiritual pressure, speed, and destructive power, the Getsuga Tensho unleashed the user's maximum potential. This is precisely why Ichigo Kurosaki could use the Getsuga Tensho to defeat countless powerful opponents. As Mirai Saru's Zanpakuto met the Getsuga Tensho, Ichigo Kurosaki swiftly closed the distance, attacking from the side. Mirai Saru hadn't anticipated that directly confronting the Getsuga Tensho would put him in such a precarious situation. He was unable to sheath his sword and evade, the Getsuga Tensho would bisect him before he could react. A chilling glint flashed in Mirai Saru's deadpan eyes as he finally released his Zanpakuto. Slaughter, Jigakushura. Mirai Saru's form blurred, his once refined features contorting into a grotesque grin. Ichigo Kurosaki, startled by this transformation, didn't halt his attack, striking at Mirai Saru, who was still retreating while blocking the Getsuga Tensho. However, Mirai Saru's speed after releasing his Shurikai was vastly superior to before. He retreated at a speed exceeding the Getsuga Tensho's trajectory, evading Ichigo Kurosaki's attack and escaping the Getsuga Tensho's pursuit. Jigakuzang, 4th style, death by 1,000 cuts. Several indistinct dark figures suddenly surrounded Ichigo Kurosaki, moving with impossible speed. Before Ichigo Kurosaki could react, these figures relentlessly attacked. Although Ichigo Kurosaki's speed was exceptional, rivaling that of a captain-level Shinigami, he couldn't track these figures. Each attack inflicted a minor wound. While the individual wounds were small, the sheer speed and density of the attacks quickly accumulated. Within seconds, Ichigo Kurosaki was covered in dozens of wounds, his body drenched in blood. Rukia Kuchiki, watching from the sidelines, grew increasingly anxious as she observed Ichigo Kurosaki's deteriorating condition. However, due to her prolonged use of Kasuki Urahara's problematic prosthetic body, her own power hadn't fully recovered, leaving her unable to intervene. Ichigo Kurosaki also realized he couldn't continue to be on the defensive, prolonged combat would lead to his demise. With no other choice, Ichigo Kurosaki unleashed his Bankai, his final trump card, though it was not a technique he could sustain for long. Bankai, Tensa Zangetsu. Ichigo Kurosaki roared, a surge of black spiritual pressure erupting from his body, repelling the surrounding figures. When the black spiritual pressure subsided, his massive Zanpakuto had transformed into a slender, black blade with a shaped hilt. Besides his weapon, Ichigo Kurosaki's clothing had also undergone a significant change. His Shinigami uniform had vanished, replaced by a long-tailed black coat resembling a formal dress. Ichigo Kurosaki's Bankai, like his techniques, was simple and brutal. It didn't grant him any special abilities but provided a comprehensive enhancement to his spiritual pressure, speed, and strength. This simple power amplification, however, proved to be incredibly effective in combat. Parrying Mirai Saru's attack with his black blade, Ichigo Kurosaki smiled. I can clearly see your movements now. But honestly, that face of yours is quite ugly. With that, Ichigo Kurosaki, possessing speed now on par with Mirai Saru's, engaged in another high-intensity exchange, this time holding the upper hand due to his Bankai's enhancement of his spiritual pressure and strength. At the edge of the battlefield, Retsu Unohana was examining Byakuya Kuchiki and Jin Ikamaru's injuries. While using her spiritual pressure to assess Jin Ikamaru's condition, Retsu Unohana made an unexpected discovery. She detected that Jin Ichimaru still retained consciousness, indicating that he was merely feigning unconsciousness. However, Retsu Unohana simply made a soft sound, saying nothing further, continuing to treat their wounds. Appear, Minazuki. After treating them, Retsu Unohana realized that Byakuya Kuchiki and Jin Ichimaru had inflicted severe injuries on each other, wounds that wouldn't heal easily. She released her Zanpakuto, summoning a large, seemingly gentle devilfish named Minazuki. Minazuki nuzzled against Retsu Unohana's arm, then spat a large quantity of viscous saliva onto Byakuya Kuchiki and Jin Ichimaru. While the saliva appeared disgusting, it contained potent healing properties. Under the saliva's influence, steam rose from Byakuya Kuchiki and Jin Ichimaru's wounds, which rapidly began to heal. Within minutes, most of their external wounds had nearly healed. While the internal injuries would require more time to fully recover, their lives were no longer in danger, and they regained basic motor function. After the initial treatment, Retsu Unohana addressed Isane Kotetsu, who looked on in admiration. Isane, please attend to the remaining wounds for both captains. Isane Kotetsu nodded, taking out her medical kit and bandages to begin treating Byakuya Kuchiki and Jin Ichimaru. Retsu Unohana then handed Isane Kotetsu a small vial of medicine. Isane, use this healing agent while bandaging them, it will accelerate their recovery. Isane Kotetsu took the vial, frowning. Captain Unohana, while the healing agent is highly effective, it causes intense pain. I heard that the last Shinigami who used it nearly had their soul shattered from the pain. Their injuries are now stable, the healing agent shouldn't be necessary. Retsu Unohana smiled faintly. Both captains are unconscious, they won't feel a thing. Use it without worry. Isane Kotetsu nodded, about to begin treating Jin Ichimaru, when Jin Ichimaru, who had been lying motionless, suddenly sat up. My, that was a rather dangerous battle. I seem to have fainted. Lieutenant Isane, please just bandage my wounds. No need to waste that precious medicine on me. $20. Chapter 332, NZNT, Chapter. Captain Unohana, your healing agent isn't something just anyone can withstand. Save it for Captain Kuchiki, whose injuries are far more severe. Captain Unohana, your healing agent isn't something just anyone can withstand. Save it for Captain Kuchiki, whose injuries are far more severe. Jin Ichimaru remarked to Retsu Unohana as Isane Kotetsu tended to his wounds. Retsu Unohana, her gaze fixed on the battlefield where Yusuke and Yamamoto Genryusai were locked in combat, slowly asked, Captain Ichimaru, in your estimation, who will emerge victorious from the Captain Commander's battle with Captain Uchiha? Jin Ichimaru smiled. A clash of that caliber is beyond my capacity to predict. Let us simply await the outcome. Yamamoto Genryusai and Yusuke were now locked in a fierce exchange, neither having released their Ryūjin Jakka, their battle a purely swordsmanship-based confrontation. Unlike the speed-based duel between Ichigo Kurosaki and Mirai Saru, or the tactical and strategic battle between Byakuya Kuchiki and Jin Ichimaru, Yusuke and Yamamoto Genryusai's clash was a direct confrontation of spiritual pressure. Each strike, seemingly ordinary, was imbued with immense spiritual pressure. Within this pressure-based domain, even superior speed offered little advantage, only sufficient spiritual pressure could break free from this oppressive force. Each clash of their Ryūjin Jakka generated a massive spiritual pressure storm, radiating outwards from Yusuke and Yamamoto Genryusai. The force of these spiritual pressure waves forced lieutenants with weaker spiritual pressure to retreat over 100 meters, even captains finding it difficult to approach too closely. However, after a short time, Yamamoto Genryusai began to gain the upper hand. His strikes, imbued with overwhelming power, drove him steadily forward, forcing Yusuke to retreat. Through their exchange, Yusuke confirmed that Yamamoto Genryusai's spiritual pressure surpassed both his own and Aizen's, making him the strongest in a direct confrontation. Yusuke, having sacrificed 1/5 of his soul, currently possessed the weakest spiritual pressure among the three. The experienced Yamamoto Genryusai had also recognized his advantage in spiritual pressure, and, adept at exploiting such advantages, immediately intensified his offensive. Hitetsum, Nadegiri, the first, killing stroke. As Yusuke focused on defense, Yamamoto Genryusai's spiritual pressure surged, a razor-sharp strike piercing Yusuke's defenses and aimed directly at his forehead. Yusuke, startled, instantly utilized his Kemui-based intangible ability to evade the deadly blow. However, due to Yamamoto Genryusai's incredible speed, the impact of the spiritual pressure shattered Yusuke's glasses. Indeed, the founder of the Genryu swordsmanship. One cannot afford even a moment of carelessness, Yusuke remarked with a smile. Despite gaining the upper hand, Yamamoto Genryusai's expression grew even more serious. Looking at Yusuke's unusual eyes, which resembled the night sky, he slowly stated, spatial abilities. I never imagined you possessed such unorthodox fighting styles. Besides the unknown abilities of Susanoo, the Kamui-based intangibility Yusuke had just used also filled Yamamoto Genryusai with apprehension. Coupled with Yusuke's unusual eyes, Yamamoto Genryusai sensed that this opponent would not be easily defeated. Yusuke smiled. A Shinigami's battle is a battle of spiritual pressure, but when two Shinigami of comparable spiritual pressure clash, victory isn't solely determined by spiritual pressure alone. Yamamoto Genryusai coldly snorted. You mean to say that you, with your superior versatility, can defeat me? A glint flashed in Yusuke's eyes. Precisely. Hearing Yusuke's words, Yamamoto Genryusai, who had stood at the pinnacle of Shinigami power for a millennium, further intensified his spiritual pressure. A towering pillar of flame erupted from his body, the intense heat threatening to evaporate all moisture from Sokayaku Hill. Boy, let this old man show you what true combat entails. Yamamoto Genryusai declared gravely. Undeterred by Yamamoto Genryusai's display of power, Yusuke responded in kind, unleashing an almost equally powerful pillar of flame, intensifying the already scorching heat. The intense heat from their clash of fiery spiritual pressure even roused Toshiro Hitsugaya, who had been unconscious but highly sensitive to temperature changes. Spiritual pressure can be used to this extent. Toshiro Hitsugaya, having awakened, stared blankly at the two figures engulfed in flames, realizing just how much further he had to go as a newly appointed captain. Yusuke and Yamamoto Genryusai's intense gazes met across the distance, both simultaneously shouting the same release command. All things in the universe, turn to ashes. With the release of the Ryūjin Jakka, the fiery spiritual pressure they had unleashed began to contract, the flames coalescing around the blades of their Ryūjin Jakka, the trailing flames forming a sun-like ring behind them. Although the flames appeared smaller, the temperature hadn't decreased. The captains present understood that Yamamoto Genryusai and Yusuke had compressed their fiery spiritual pressure into their Zanpakuto, making their attacks far more potent than a raw release of spiritual pressure. However, the more perceptive captains could sense that the flames engulfing Yamamoto Genryusai's Ryūjin Jakka were significantly stronger than Yusuke's. This was partly due to Yamamoto Genryusai's superior spiritual pressure, but also because of his millennia of focused training in fire-based abilities and his profound understanding of the Ryūjin Jakka, surpassing even Yusuke's. Boy, if that's the extent of your power, you'll leave your life here on Sokayaku Hill today. Yamamoto Genryusai stated calmly. Yusuke, fully aware that he couldn't defeat Yamamoto Genryusai with only the Ryūjin Jakka, activated his Sharingan, and the Susanoo he had previously used against Komamura Sajin reappeared behind him. Dragon Flame Susanoo. Crimson runes etched onto the Susanoo's black armor ignited with flames, and Yusuke's Ryūjin Jakka materialized in the Susanoo's hand. The colossal black warrior, engulfed in raging flames, resembled a demon god emerging from a sea of fire, its imposing presence even overshadowing Yamamoto Genryusai's formidable aura. With the Susanoo's power enhancing him, Yusuke could now control even greater spiritual pressure than his opponent. Wielding the massive Ryūjin Jakka, the Susanoo moved with astonishing speed, surpassing even Shuinpa, appearing before Yamamoto Genryusai in an instant, delivering a devastating downward strike. Faced with this awe-inspiring attack, Yamamoto Genryusai didn't flinch, leaping high into the air to counter with a fiery strike of his own. The onlookers gasped at Yamamoto Genryusai's response, a reaction that even Yusuke hadn't anticipated. However, instead of the expected scene of Yamamoto Genryusai being blown away by the Susanoo's attack, the powerful old man, his body engulfed in flames, his muscles bulging, managed to withstand the Susanoo's attack purely through sheer strength. $20. Chapter 333, NZNT, Chapter. The two Ryūjin Jakka, one large and one small, both blazing with intense, high-temperature flames, collided with a thunderous crash. A tower. The two Ryūjin Jakka, one large and one small, both blazing with intense, high-temperature flames, collided with a thunderous crash. A towering explosion of fire erupted, spreading outwards towards the surrounding area. The nearby Shinigami immediately retreated, while Toshiro Hitsugaya, already awakened by the intense heat, displayed remarkable loyalty, shouldering the unconscious Komamura Sajin, several times his size, before escaping the flames. The explosion of fire melted the surrounding stone for hundreds of meters, transforming the area into a sea of churning magma. Yusuke, controlling Susanoo, continued his intense exchange with Yamamoto Genryusai amidst the fiery landscape. Meanwhile, Ichigo Kurosaki and Mirai Saru's battle reached a fever pitch, two dark figures constantly clashing, the clang of steel echoing through the air. Their strengths were nearly evenly matched. Mirai Saru possessed slightly superior speed, but Ichigo Kurosaki held a greater spiritual pressure. However, under the strain of this high-intensity battle, Ichigo Kurosaki began to feel the pressure. He was currently using his Bankai, a power he couldn't sustain for long. Mirai Saru, on the other hand, was only using his Shurikai, showing no signs of fatigue. It was clear that a prolonged battle would inevitably result in Ichigo Kurosaki's defeat. Realizing he could maintain his current state for only about a minute, Ichigo Kurosaki decided on a mutually destructive strategy, to act as bait, drawing Mirai Saru's attacks, and seizing an opportunity for a decisive counterstrike. With his plan set, Ichigo Kurosaki ceased his evasive maneuvers. Instead of dodging Mirai Saru's attacks, he directly countered, aiming for Mirai Saru's vital points, adopting a reckless, all-or-nothing approach. Mirai Saru noticed the shift in Ichigo Kurosaki's fighting style. However, holding back his full power, Mirai Saru had no intention of a mutually destructive outcome, showing considerable restraint in his attacks. Then, Mirai Saru spotted an opportunity. Ichigo Kurosaki's speed had slowed, a consequence of his waning Bankai and a deliberate opening left by Ichigo Kurosaki. Seizing the chance, Mirai Saru instantly struck at Ichigo Kurosaki's undefended chest, a spray of crimson blood arcing through the air. Ichigo Kurosaki, suppressing the intense pain, grabbed Mirai Saru's blade with his left hand. To Mirai Saru's astonishment, Ichigo Kurosaki unleashed his ultimate technique. Getsuga Tensho. In this state, Ichigo Kurosaki's Getsuga Tensho was a black crescent, significantly more powerful than the usual white version. If Mirai Saru, whose defenses weren't particularly strong, were struck by this attack, he would be severely injured, if not killed outright. At this critical juncture, Mirai Saru could no longer hold back, unleashing his Bankai. Bankai, Maan Hanya. Mirai Saru's already grotesque grin deepened, tears of blood welling in his upturned eyes, an ancient-style crown appearing atop his head, his already blurred form becoming even more elusive. With his Bankai activated, a powerful surge of black spiritual pressure erupted from him, and his speed increased dramatically. Moving like a phantom, Mirai Saru seemingly vanished in place, effortlessly evading Ichigo Kurosaki's deadly Getsuga Tensho. To onlookers, it appeared as though Ichigo Kurosaki's black crescent blade had passed directly through Mirai Saru. The expected spiritual pressure fluctuation from a successful Getsuga Tensho was absent. Ichigo Kurosaki realized his plan had failed, the triumphant smile freezing on his face. The Getsuga Tensho had depleted Ichigo Kurosaki's remaining spiritual energy, causing his Bankai to collapse. His black coat vanished, reverting to his standard Shinigami uniform. Mirai Saru, however, showed no intention of ceasing his attack, his form vanished from Ichigo Kurosaki's sight, his unsettling eyes flashing with lethal intent. Jigakuzang, second style, Heart Extraction. His black sword, wreathed in a chilling dark energy, pierced towards Ichigo Kurosaki's heart, aiming to rip it out. In this life-or-death moment, Ichigo Kurosaki's consciousness plunged into his inner world. Through some unknown method employed by Zangetsu and White, the time flow within Ichigo Kurosaki's inner world differed significantly from the outside world. To Ichigo Kurosaki, time outside appeared to have stopped. Amidst countless skyscrapers suspended in the void, the abhorrent White appeared before him. Looking at White, a perfect mirror image of himself but with an unsettling white hue, Ichigo Kurosaki stated coldly, "You again. What do you want?" White grinned, a disturbing sight. "Ichigo, do you know that your death is imminent?" Ichigo Kurosaki paused, remembering Mirai Saru's disappearance after evading his attack. If White was correct, Mirai Saru was likely launching a fatal attack. "Lend me your power. If I'm not mistaken, if I die, you'll likely perish as well," Ichigo Kurosaki said to White. The situation was dire, and despite his aversion to White, he couldn't refuse his power. Hearing Ichigo Kurosaki's words, White laughed. "Ichigo, a weakling like you, even with my power, cannot defeat your opponent. You have only one choice, release me, and I will deal with him." Ichigo Kurosaki replied coldly, "I don't trust you." White instantly appeared before Ichigo Kurosaki, his pale, unsettling face almost touching Ichigo Kurosaki's. His eyes radiated a dangerous light as he slowly spoke, "Ichigo, while time flows slower here, the outside world isn't completely frozen. Consider your options." With that, White vanished. White knew Ichigo Kurosaki bore the responsibility of saving his companions. He wouldn't risk his life in a gamble. True to White's assessment, Ichigo Kurosaki didn't hesitate long. With no other choice, he relaxed his mind, surrendering control of his body to White. Just as Mirai Saru's sword was about to touch Ichigo Kurosaki's back, Ichigo Kurosaki unleashed the same spiritual pressure as when he'd activated his Bankai. However, this time, the black spiritual pressure was infused with the crimson energy. The surge of spiritual pressure prevented Mirai Saru from striking Ichigo Kurosaki, forcing him to retreat and create distance. Impossible. He should have exhausted his spiritual energy. Looking at the figure enveloped in black and crimson spiritual pressure, Mirai Saru was filled with doubt. $20. Chapter 334, NZNT, Chapter. Ha 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 ha. Magnificent. This is magnificent. As Mirai Saru pondered this, a burst of maniacal laughter echoed from the swirly. Ha 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 ha. Magnificent. This is magnificent. As Mirai Saru pondered this, a burst of maniacal laughter echoed from the swirling black spiritual pressure. However, this voice was drastically different from Ichigo Kurosaki's earlier voice, it was exceptionally high-pitched, with an unsettling tremor. Before Mirai Saru could react, a black figure burst from the spiritual pressure, appearing before him. The figure was identical to Ichigo Kurosaki, but now wore a grotesque, bone-like mask. Holification. Mirai Saru's heart leaped into his throat. He deflected the attack, the collision of their powerful spiritual pressures creating a powerful gust of wind. White, looking at his equally unsettling opponent, grinned cruelly. Ha 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 ha. To thank you for giving me this opportunity to stretch my legs, let me send you straight to hell, shall we? Mirai Saru, hearing White's words, scoffed inwardly, but he wasn't one for idle chatter. He swung his black blade, engaging in a direct confrontation. Jigakuzang, first style, dismemberment. A black slash, teeming with countless spectral entities, surged towards White, who responded with laughter and a Getsuga Tensho. His Getsuga Tensho was a black crescent, glowing with crimson energy, radiating a palpable aura of death. The two attacks collided to a standstill, but White fought with even greater ferocity, unleashing a barrage of Getsuga Tensho, as if they were inexhaustible. Ha 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 ha. One Getsuga Tensho isn't enough. How about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? White laughed maniacally, constantly shifting position, launching Getsuga Tensho from every direction. Mirai Saru was completely overwhelmed by this relentless assault, given almost no opportunity to counterattack. The battle between White and Mirai Saru also drew the attention of many Shinigami. The skill displayed far surpassed that of an ordinary captain. No one expected that Ichigo Kurosaki, a Ryoka, traveling evil, and Mirai Saru, the 12th Division's lieutenant, possessed such hidden strength. Aizen, still engaged in verbal sparring with Kasukirahara, noticed Ichigo Kurosaki's performance, observing White's combat abilities from the corner of his eye. White, there is potential there, after all, Aizen mused, adjusting his glasses. As White continued his relentless pursuit of Mirai Saru, he failed to account for a crucial factor, his incomplete fusion with Ichigo Kurosaki's body. This unrestrained expenditure of spiritual energy caused a disruption in his control over Ichigo Kurosaki's body. A black crescent, glowing crimson, unexpectedly dissipated at the tip of his blade, and White discovered a sudden and alarming disruption in his spiritual pressure. Impossible. White's heart pounded in his chest. He retreated to regain control of his spiritual energy, but this momentary lapse was immediately seized upon by Mirai Saru. Mirai Saru, who had been on the defensive, instantly accelerated, transforming into a blur of motion, closing the distance to the spiritually unstable White. Jigaku Zang, 5th style, Netherfire Cauterization. A ghostly blue flame erupted from Mirai Saru's Zanpakuto. With a single strike, the blue flame coalesced into a massive, terrifying skull, screaming as it lunged towards White. White's body was engulfed in the blue flame, burning both his body and spiritual energy. Already suffering from spiritual pressure instability, White was powerless against the Netherfire. His white hollow mask began to crumble, and he lost control of Ichigo Kurosaki's body. The moment Ichigo Kurosaki regained control, he was overwhelmed by searing pain as the Netherfire burned his body, the excruciating agony causing him to roar uncontrollably. Ichigo! Rukia Kachiki cried out in alarm. Witnessing Ichigo Kurosaki's suffering and sensing his rapidly fading spiritual pressure, she yearned for the power to intervene. This desire perfectly aligned with the Hogyoku's ability to grant its wielder their deepest desires. Under the Hogyoku's influence, Rukia Kachiki was astonished to discover her previously weakened spiritual pressure rapidly recovering, exceeding her previous strength. Dance, Sodi no Shirayuki. A snow-white Zanpakuto appeared in Rukia Kachiki's hand, the Sodi no Shirayuki, known as Soul Society's most beautiful Zanpakuto. The blade was exquisitely crafted, almost an art piece, with a white chain trailing from the hilt, dancing gracefully with each movement, truly deserving of the title of Most Beautiful. Tsugi no Mai, Hakuren, Second Dance, White Ripple. Rukia Kachiki aimed her Zanpakuto at Ichigo Kurosaki, whose body was still consumed by the Netherfire. A brilliant white spiritual energy pulsed from Sodi no Shirayuki, unleashing a wave of intense cold. This frigid wave was capable of instantly freezing an opponent, but Rukia Kachiki used it to extinguish the flames consuming Ichigo Kurosaki. Under the influence of the frigid wave, the Netherfire engulfing Ichigo Kurosaki began to weaken, but the spiritual pressure and intense heat within the flames were too powerful to completely eliminate quickly. Mirai Saru, naturally, wouldn't give Rukia Kachiki this opportunity, appearing before her, ready to interrupt. You're going to capture me, right? If you let me extinguish the flames, I'll go with you, Rukia Kachiki said to Mirai Saru. Hearing Rukia Kachiki's words, Mirai Saru paused, his raised Zanpakuto halting midair. Looking into Rukia Kachiki's clear eyes, Mirai Saru nodded, sheathing his Zanpakuto. Soon, Rukia Kachiki had extinguished the Netherfire engulfing Ichigo Kurosaki. Overcome by the pain of the burns, Ichigo Kurosaki fainted. Deactivating Sodi no Shirayuki Shirkai, Rukia Kachiki sheathed her Zanpakuto. True to her word, she offered no resistance as Mirai Saru placed a Kido restraint upon her. Grasping Rukia Kachiki's arm, Mirai Saru led her to Aizen. Mirai Saru, you never disappoint. Withdraw. Leave her to me. Aizen said with a smile. Mirai Saru remained silent, retreating behind Aizen. Jin Ichimaru also joined Aizen's side. Seeing Rukia Kachiki, possessor of the Hogyoku, fall into Aizen's hands, Kasukirahara could contain himself no longer. He swung his Zanpakuto, resembling a woodcutter's axe, at Aizen, but Jin Ichimaru, having just rejoined Aizen, smoothly blocked the attack. $20. Chapter 335, NZNT, Chapter. Captain Commander Yamamoto, now that Aizen has Rukia, do you think he'll hand her over and proceed with the Sokayaku execution? Yusuke asked. Captain Commander Yamamoto, now that Aizen has Rukia, do you think he'll hand her over and proceed with the Sokayaku execution? Yusuke asked Yamamoto Genryusai with a smile. Aizen was an exceedingly arrogant man. It was this arrogance that led him to choose the Sokayaku execution over the method he'd learned in the Dangai, to extract the Hogyoku from Rukia Kachiki. Besides obtaining the Hogyoku, he aimed to taunt the Shinigami he manipulated. However, his arrogance stemmed from his control over the situation. Kisuke Urahara and Yusuke had exposed him as the mastermind behind the holification experiments. Even without concrete evidence, Yamamoto Genryusai had lost trust in him. Under these circumstances, Aizen wouldn't hand Rukia Kachiki over to the Godai 13, he intended to extract the Hogyoku directly. Hearing Yusuke's words, Yamamoto Genryusai temporarily ceased his attack, turning his gaze towards Aizen. Aizen still wore a gentle smile, his eyes fixed on Rukia Kachiki. Kachiki Rukia, do you know why you suddenly regained your spiritual power? Aizen asked slowly. Rukia Kachiki paused, uncertain of the answer herself. Aizen placed his right hand on Rukia Kachiki's shoulder, his left hand producing a gem emitting a faint blue light. This gem was, of course, the Hogyoku, but not the one from Rukia Kachiki, it was one he had created using Shinigami souls. Because Yusuke had replaced the correct method for extracting the Hogyoku from souls in the Dangai, Aizen mistakenly believed he could use his own Hogyoku to draw out Rukia Kachiki's. Looking at the stunned Rukia Kachiki, Aizen said slowly, hidden within your soul is a similar artifact to the one in my hand, it's called a Hogyoku. Its power facilitated your evolution. You didn't regain your spiritual power, you experienced a significant increase. Hearing Aizen's explanation and seeing the avarice in his eyes, Rukia Kachiki guessed that Aizen didn't intend to hand her over to the Godai 13 but sought the Hogyoku within her. So, you want to extract the Hogyoku from me? Rukia Kachiki said coldly. Aizen nodded. Correct. I intended to use the Sokayaku to extract the Hogyoku from your soul, but it seems that opportunity has passed. Fortunately, I have another method, and the key is this Hogyoku in my hand. Captains, the Hogyoku Aizen holds was created using countless souls. Some came from the Rakangai, while many were Shinigami from the Siriidai. The soul disappearance incident of 110 years ago, Aizen was the true mastermind. Kisuke Urahara shouted, his voice carrying over the sound of Jin Ikamaru's interference. Toshiro Hitsugaya turned to Kisuke Urahara. If what you say is true, then why does Kachiki Rukia also possess a Hogyoku? Kisuke Urahara continued his explanation. The Hogyoku within Rukia Kachiki was my creation. However, I didn't use Shinigami souls, I used hollows that exist between soul society and the human world. Kisuke Urahara then explained why he'd hidden the Hogyoku within Rukia Kachiki and the reason for her weakened spiritual pressure. Rukia, I apologize. The calamities you faced are all because of this Hogyoku. Otherwise, Aizen wouldn't have secretly manipulated the Central 46 into ordering your execution. Kisuke Urahara apologized to Rukia Kachiki. So it was all you're doing, you bastard. Byakuya Kachiki, having regained consciousness, his body heavily bandaged, glared at Kisuke Urahara with murderous intent. Aizen didn't refute Kisuke Urahara's words, seemingly accepting them. The truth revealed that Aizen was the deepest hidden player. A slight smile played on Aizen's lips. While events hadn't unfolded as initially planned, his objective was within his grasp. Slowly removing his glasses, Aizen slicked back his hair, his demeanor undergoing a dramatic transformation. The previous Aizen was mild-mannered and unremarkable among the captains. Now, he exuded an aura of commanding authority, as if he were the center of the universe, drawing everyone's gaze. Kachiki Rukia, your purpose is to bring the Hogyoku to me, to witness the birth of a being who transcends this world. Aizen then turned to Yusuke. Uchiha Yusuke, I owe you a debt of gratitude for facilitating my acquisition of the Hogyoku. Without you holding off Captain Commander Yamamoto, I would have needed to exert considerably more effort. Aizen said with a smile. Aizen appeared calm and collected, as if everything were under his control. Yusuke smiled faintly. Perhaps I should be thanking you. Aizen dismissed Yusuke's words as mere posturing, paying them little mind. Aizen pointed the Hogyoku at Rukia Kachiki's chest, channeling his spiritual pressure to activate the Hogyoku's power, aiming to draw out the Hogyoku within Rukia Kachiki's soul. Besides Yusuke and Aizen, only Kisuke Urahara, fully aware of the Hogyoku's danger, felt a surge of panic. However, Jin Ichimaru stood firmly in his way, preventing him from interfering. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds passed, and the Hogyoku failed to materialize. Aizen. Just as Aizen was puzzled, a crow suddenly appeared, its beak aimed at the Hogyoku in Aizen's hand. Aizen was startled but reacted instantly, retracting his arm to avoid the crow's attack. Uchiha Yusuke. Aizen recognized the unusual eyes of the crow, identical to Yusuke's, and, with his exceptional perception, realized he was under some form of genjutsu. In a flash of insight, Aizen realized his mental focus was completely captivated by the crow. Realizing the danger, Aizen desperately tried to regain control of his attention, but it was too late. A searing pain shot through his arm. His arm, holding the Hogyoku, flew through the air. Mirai Saru, having returned to Aizen's side, swiftly snatching the Hogyoku from the severed limb. $20. Chapter 336, NZNT, Chapter. After Mirai Saru's surprise attack, which resulted in Aizen's arm being severed and the Hogyoku being seized, he immediately utilized his Ma. After Mirai Saru's surprise attack, which resulted in Aizen's arm being severed and the Hogyoku being seized, he immediately utilized his maximum speed to reach Yusuke's side, entrusting the Hogyoku into Yusuke's possession. Simultaneously, a swirling vortex of peculiar spiritual energy abruptly manifested in Rukia Kachiki's eyes, causing her and her body to vanish from everyone's sight. The swiftness of these events was such that almost no one present had time to react. Even the ever-calculating Aizen was momentarily left in a state of utter bewilderment. The entity responsible for diverting Aizen's attention was Yusuke's Crow Shadow clone, employing the newly acquired Shikenjo, disorientation, dojutsu, pupil technique, a technique gained following the evolution of Yusuke's eyes. By utilizing the Shikenjo's ability to forcibly redirect a target's focus, the ever-cautious Aizen experienced a momentary lapse in his vigilance, inadvertently creating the opening for Mirai Saru's successful surprise attack. To ensure Mirai Saru's swift and decisive success, Yusuke had specifically instructed him to refrain from aiming to kill Aizen, focusing solely on securing the Hogyoku as the primary objective. This was because, for exceptionally skilled combatants, the intent to kill is a powerfully perceptible aura. If the objective had been Aizen's assassination, even the Shikenjo's ability might not have been sufficient to guarantee the success of the surprise attack, potentially resulting in the loss of this incredibly rare opportunity to acquire the Hogyoku from Aizen. As for Rukia Kachiki's sudden disappearance, this was due to a dojutsu that Yusuke had previously implanted in her eyes while in the human world. This technique involved the transfer of Kamui's spatial jump ability, achieved through the application of dojutsu techniques, directly into Rukia Kachiki's eyes. Uchiha Yusuke. Aizen, previously exuding an air of calm confidence, lost his composure. His gaze fixated intensely on Yusuke, his voice low and menacing as he uttered Yusuke's name. A spatial vortex slowly materialized in Yusuke's hand, and he carefully placed the acquired Hogyoku within the Kamui dimension. Maintaining a faint smile as he looked at Aizen, Yusuke calmly stated, "It seems I should be the one expressing gratitude, Captain Aizen." Upon witnessing the spatial vortex employed by Yusuke, Kisukirahara coldly remarked, "So, you were the one behind the infiltration of the Siriidii. I never imagined that the Godii 13 harbored two individuals with such insidious and treacherous intentions, yourself and Aizen." Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai was consumed by unbridled fury. The very existence of Aizen and Yusuke felt like an unbearable insult. He had always believed that the Godii 13's strength was sufficient to maintain the stability of Soul Society, only to now realize that this was nothing more than a deceptive illusion. A powerful surge of spiritual pressure, fueled by his rage, erupted from Yamamoto Genryusai. He bellowed, "Both of you will not escape Soul Society today. All captains, I order you to capture Aizen with all your might. As for Uchiha Yusuke, I will personally deal with him." At that moment, Kaiaraka Shunsue, having sensed the unusual commotion at Sokayaku Hill, had returned, overhearing Yamamoto Genryusai's command. After observing the current situation, he was able to deduce a general understanding of the events that had transpired. Neither Yusuke nor Aizen dared to provoke the now furious Captain Commander. Having realized that the opportunity to obtain the Hogyoku had been lost, and that even his own Hogyoku had been stolen, Aizen unexpectedly broke into laughter. He turned to Yamamoto Genryusai and said slowly, "Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, the individual possessing the greatest power here is neither you nor I, but Uchiha Yusuke. Above the heavens, which you believed had been suppressed by Soul Society for a millennium, there exists a power beyond your wildest imagination." As Aizen spoke, Tozen Kanami and Jin Ichimaru simultaneously retreated to Aizen's side, and a colossal stone gate, radiating a strange and unsettling spiritual pressure, materialized seemingly out of thin air behind them. This gate was stained with blood, and two enormous skeletons, bound by heavy shackles, were struggling desperately on either side of the gate. Upon the gate's appearance, these two skeletons used their arms to pull open the massive doors, unleashing a chilling aura emanating from the depths of hell. The Hell Gate. The captains who possessed knowledge of hell instantly recognized this gate as the passage connecting to the Hell Realm. The shock and astonishment were not limited to Yusuke and the members of the Godii 13, even Jin Ichimaru and Tozen Kanami, standing beside Aizen, displayed clear signs of surprise. It appeared that even they had not anticipated that the escape route Aizen had previously mentioned was, in fact, hell itself. At this juncture, Jin Ichimaru, positioned behind Aizen, began to rapidly weigh his options, contemplating whether to continue his allegiance to Aizen. His original plan had prioritized the assassination of Aizen as a secondary objective. His primary goal had been to recover the Hogyoku from Aizen's possession, as that Hogyoku contained a fragment of Ranjika Matsumoto's soul. It was precisely because Ranjika Matsumoto's soul fragment had been taken by Aizen that the exceptionally talented Ranjika Matsumoto would forever be unable to achieve Bankai. However, now that Yusuke had obtained Aizen's Hogyoku, continuing to follow Aizen might offer the opportunity to assassinate him, but the chance to recover Ranjika Matsumoto's soul fragment would likely be lost forever. As Jin Ikamaru's mind raced with indecision, his gaze fell upon the figure of Yusuke standing in the distance, and a new plan suddenly formed in his mind. Perhaps, in my role as Aizen's undercover operative, I could forge an alliance with Uchiha Yusuke. With this new strategy in mind, Jin Ichimaru formulated his future actions, resolving to continue his covert operation within Aizen's ranks. As for the Suriitii and the Godii 13, they held no significance in Jin Ikamaru's calculations. His initial decision to join the Godii 13 had been solely motivated by his desire to protect his childhood friend, Ranjika Matsumoto. Unaware of the thoughts swirling within his subordinate's mind, Aizen turned his attention to Yusuke, the opponent who had inflicted upon him his first taste of defeat, and slowly declared, "Uchiha Yusuke, this time you have emerged victorious, but our confrontation has only just begun." As Aizen spoke, the Hell Gate began to slowly close, leaving no doubt in anyone's mind that Aizen's escape from Soul Society was now inevitable. Let us all bear witness to which will ultimately triumph, the heavens above or the infernal depths of hell. With Aizen's final words, the Hell Gate completely sealed shut, disappearing from view. Following Aizen's departure, all eyes converged upon Yusuke, Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai's immense and unwavering killing intent locked firmly onto him. At that moment, Byakuya Kachiki, supporting Koga Kachiki, approached Yusuke, clearly demonstrating his unwavering allegiance. While he was aware that Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai would likely no longer pursue Rukia Kachiki's crime, and that his act of rebellion might therefore go unpunished, Byakuya Kachiki remained steadfast in his decision. Having already pledged his loyalty to Yusuke, and with the entire Kachiki clan, including Rukia Kachiki and his Ana Kachiki, having been safely relocated to Hueco Mundo, there was no turning back. The arrow had been loosed, there was no possibility of retraction. $20. Chapter 337, NZNT, Chapter. Witnessing Byakuya Kachiki's actions, Yamamoto Genryusai's expression grew grave. He said in a deep voice, "Kachiki Byakuya, do you understand?" Witnessing Byakuya Kachiki's actions, Yamamoto Genryusai's expression grew grave. He said in a deep voice, "Kachiki Byakuya, do you understand the implications of your choice? Once you cross this line, the Kachiki clan, one of the 5 great noble houses, will be erased from Soul Society forever." "Having made my decision, I will not regret it," Byakuya Kachiki replied calmly. Killing intent flared in Yamamoto Genryusai's eyes, the flames surrounding him intensifying. The moisture in the air seemed to evaporate, and the air shimmered due to the intense heat. "In that case, you will all perish here." Yamamoto Genryusai's Zanpakuto glowed with a crimson gold light as he swung it forward with tremendous force. Bankai, Zanka no Tachi. Yamamoto Genryusai's strike lived up to its name, capable of changing the very heavens and earth. Though merely a single slash, it seemed to bathe the entire sky in crimson. Zanka no Tachi, Kita, Tenchi Kaijin. Faced with this earth-shattering attack, even the prepared Yusuke couldn't help but marvel. Yamamoto Genryusai's Tenchi Kaijin was only at about half its potential power, as Yusuke had taken half of Ryūjin Jakka's power. If Yamamoto Genryusai were at his peak, fully mastering Ryūjin Jakka, the power of this strike would be more than twice as great. Yusuke extended his right hand, spiritual pressure surging forth, its intensity forcing Byakuya Kachiki and Mirai Sara to stumble backward. Shindo, first form, Koten Nishibe, classical pathway. A crystalline, towering, ancient monolith materialized before Yusuke and his companions. Even without thinking, the spiritual pressure emanating from the monolith and its immense size indicated that its defensive capabilities were extraordinary. It was as if the strongest spear had met the strongest shield. No one knew if Yamamoto Genryusai's Tenchi Kaijin could break through this seemingly impenetrable defense. As everyone pondered the outcome, the crimson gold blade struck the crystalline monolith. A deafening roar erupted as the initially small blade of crimson gold light extended hundreds of feet, as if the blade had suddenly grown to that length. Countless crystals on the monolith shattered and melted, and a 100-foot-long gash appeared on its surface, but it appeared to have withstood Yamamoto Genryusai's attack. However, in the next moment, flames erupted from the gash, engulfing the entire monolith, transforming it into a pillar of fire connecting the heavens and earth. The crystalline monolith completely melted under the intense heat, and the flames caused the temperature in the Suriitii to skyrocket, igniting fires in some areas. As expected of Captain Commander Yamamoto. "If Ryūjin Jakka hadn't been halved, I wouldn't have been able to block that attack," Yusuke said with a smile. Yamamoto Genryusai scoffed, swinging Ryūjin Jakka, absorbing the massive pillar of fire, causing the temperature in the surrounding area to drop. At that moment, a dark figure emerged from the shadows beneath Yusuke's feet, a long sword with a wide blade piercing towards Yusuke's heart. The attack was lightning fast and perfectly angled, making it almost impossible to evade. However, as if prepared, Yusuke's Zanpakuto easily blocked the attacker's blade. Looking down at the shadowy figure gradually solidifying into a familiar form, Yusuke said with a smile, "Captain Kairaku, you either slack off or strike with incredible force." Kairaku Shunsui, seemingly unconcerned that his attack had been blocked, smiled in response. My, when it comes to slacking off, I'm no match for Captain Uchiha, who's been hiding in the Suriitii for nearly 200 years. Yusuke looked up at the sky and said calmly, "It's almost time. Captain Kairaku, if you don't intend to join me, you should step back." At that moment, the azure sky suddenly cracked open, revealing a massive garganta, a space-time portal, from which a powerful spiritual pressure from Hueco Mundo emanated. As the garganta opened, several semi-transparent, rectangular golden pillars of light descended from the sky, enveloping Uchiha Yusuke, Byakuya Kuchiki, and Mirai Saru. Kairaku Shunsui, sensing the danger, quickly retreated, avoiding the golden pillars. These golden pillars were called negation, a technique used by powerful hollows in Hueco Mundo to rescue their comrades. Once the protected target was enveloped by negation, their space was shifted to Hueco Mundo, making it impossible for anyone to attack. Yusuke-sama, it seems this operation was also a success. A bizarrely painted face popped out of the garganta, Mayuri Kuratsuchi. Next to Mayuri Kuratsuchi appeared a cute girl with long, turquoise hair, wearing a hollow mask on her head. This is Soul Society. What an interesting place. Nell wants to play, too. The girl was Neliel Tu Odelschwank, looking around with excitement and curiosity. Then, a series of powerful spiritual pressures emanated from the garganta, each rivaling or even surpassing those of the Godai 13 captains. The combined force of these spiritual pressures created an overwhelming sense of dread among the Shinigami. Due to the dim light within the garganta, the owners of these spiritual pressures didn't show themselves as clearly as Neliel Tu Odelschwank and Mayuri Kuratsuchi, leaving the Shinigami with only glimpses of shadowy figures. Kairaku Shunsui, having retreated, approached Yamamoto Genryusai, his expression grave. "Old man, there are over a dozen beings up there, each at least as powerful as, if not more powerful than, the Godai 13 captains. This must be the power Aizen spoke of, hidden above the heavens." Yamamoto Genryusai had narrowed his eyes. From the moment the negation had appeared, he knew he could no longer stop Yusuke. "Whether it's him or Aizen, I will personally eliminate them," Yamamoto Genryusai said in a deep voice. Kairaku Shunsui frowned. "Old man, the current Godai may 13th not be a match for Hueco Mundo. If a war breaks out, the entire Soul Society could be consumed." Yamamoto Genryusai replied coldly, "War is about piling up countless corpses to achieve victory." At that moment, Kairaku Shunsui sensed a killing intent in Yamamoto Genryusai's voice unlike anything he had ever heard before. It was like a raging inferno, reminding him of the painting in Yamamoto Genryusai's room, a lone figure standing amidst the flames. As Yusuke and his companions were about to disappear into the negation's ascending tunnel, Kairaku Shunsui shouted, "Captain Uchiha, perhaps this is the last time I'll call you that. You've built such a powerful force in Hueco Mundo, what is your ultimate goal?" Yusuke looked at Kairaku Shunsui, his voice calm as he replied, "My goal? To create new rules, of course. $20. Chapter 338, NZNT, Chapter. Following Yusuke and Aizen's departure from Soul Society with their respective forces, news of the events at Sokayaku Hill quickly spread Following Yusuke and Aizen's departure from Soul Society with their respective forces, news of the events at Sokayaku Hill quickly spread throughout Soul Society, causing widespread shock and turmoil. This earth-shattering event, destined to be recorded in history, became known as the Battle of Sokayaku Hill. As a result of this incident, the power of the Godai 13 plummeted to an all-time low. Captain Uchiha Yusuke of the 3rd Division, Captain Ichimaru Jin of the 5th Division, Captain Kuchiki Byakuya of the 6th Division, Captain Tozen Kanemi of the 9th Division, and Captain Aizen Sasuke of the 12th Division and head of the Research and Development Department all defected. The loss of 5 captains alone was staggering, not to mention the many lieutenants and seated officers who followed them. In addition to the loss of captains and lieutenants, the entire Kuchiki clan abandoned Soul Society, reducing the 5 great noble houses to just 4, a more complete loss than the near extinction of the Tsuneyashiro family, whose leadership could only be inherited by a distant relative. However, beyond the defection of several captains, what troubled the Shinigami of the Suriitii most were the implications of the information revealed during Yusuke and Aizen's departure. Everyone realized that these defections were just the beginning. Soul Society might face even more brutal wars in the future. However, this incident wasn't entirely negative for Soul Society. It presented an opportunity for the Godai 13 to reorganize and potentially challenge the authority of the Central 46. Because Kasuke Urahara revealed the truth about the soul disappearance incident 110 years prior and Aizen tacitly admitted his guilt, the charges against Urahara, Yoruichi Shihoin, and Tasai Tsukabashi were dropped. If the Godai 13 were at full strength, it might not have been so forgiving of these unauthorized departures. But with the Godai 13 at its weakest, Yamamoto Genryusai wouldn't pursue them, instead seeking to reintegrate them. Tesai Tsukabashi, who wasn't a member of the Godai 13, could return to the Kido Corps. Unfortunately, Yoruichi Shihoin had no interest in rejoining the Godai 13, declining Yamamoto Genryusai's invitation. Tesai Tsukabashi also declined to return to the Kido Corps, choosing to remain in the human world. Only Kisuke Urahara, after a long discussion with Yamamoto Genryusai, decided to reassume his position as captain of the 12th Division and head of the Research and Development Department. This time, Kisuke Urahara intended to act as a player, facing Yusuke and Aizen once more. And the pieces at his disposal would be the entire Godai 13. The Godai 13 had lost nearly half its leadership, and the Central 46 had been completely wiped out by Aizen. The Central 46 had always limited the power of the Godai 13, a check and balance that was also a double-edged sword. For the Godai 13, which had been in decline for centuries, the reorganization of the Central 46 was a golden opportunity to demand a full redistribution of power from the Siriaidi's nobles. Faced with Yusuke and Aizen, enemies whose strength was still unclear, the Siriaidi's nobles needed to consider granting the Godai 13 more autonomy to prepare for the inevitable war. As power dynamics within the Siriaidii underwent a dramatic shift, Yusuke's forces in Hueco Mundo were also significantly strengthened. In addition to Nagato-yu and Mirai Saru returning to Las Noches, the entire Kachiki clan, led by Kachiki Byakuya, had settled in Hueco Mundo. The strength of clan head Kachiki Byakuya was undeniable, and Rukia Kachiki and Koga Kachiki also possessed great talent, with the potential to become captains. Furthermore, Uchiha Yusuke didn't intend to extract the Hogyoku hidden within Rukia Kachiki's soul, but instead planned to guide her in harnessing its power. In the near future, Rukia Kachiki might even surpass her brother, Kachiki Byakuya. Las Noches was brightly illuminated, hosting a grand banquet. One reason was to celebrate Yusuke's permanent residence in Hueco Mundo, ending his trips to Soul Society. The second was to welcome the Kachiki clan, demonstrating Las Noches' hospitality and reassuring the somewhat apprehensive members of the clan. In the banquet hall, Yusuke sat on his throne, with his adjutants, Nagato-yu and Mirai Saru, seated slightly below him. To the left of the throne, the Espada were seated in order of their rank, with higher-ranked Espada closer to Yusuke. To the right of the throne were the high-ranking Shinigami, with Mayuri Kuratsuchi and Kachiki Byakuya seated closest, followed by the members of the Las Noches Women's Association, led by Ichiro Kusajishi. Kenpachi Zaraki, as the vice president of the Women's Association, naturally sat with them. In addition to the official members of Las Noches, the Visored were also invited, their seats next to the Women's Association. Now that Yusuke had left the Siriaidii, he planned to release the Visored into Hueco Mundo, tasking them with harassing Aizen. However, certain preconditions would be put in place to prevent them from allying with the Siriaidii against him. I never imagined that the Hollows here would be humanoid. It seems like getting along with them won't be as difficult as I thought, Koga Kachiki said to Rukia Kachiki, who was seated behind Byakuya Kachiki. Rukia Kachiki nodded silently, still thinking of Ichigo Kurosaki and the others who had saved her in Soul Society, worried that they would be branded as Ryoka and imprisoned. However, her concerns were unfounded. With the Siriaidii facing a severe shortage of personnel, all Shinigami were too busy to care about Ichigo Kurosaki and his friends. Furthermore, with Kisuke Urahara, who had rejoined the Godai 13, watching over him, Ichigo Kurosaki had agreed to act as a substitute Shinigami, protecting Karakura Town, making him an unofficial member of the Godai 13. As Rukia Kachiki frowned, lost in thought, a questionnaire was suddenly thrust in front of her. Looking up in surprise, Rukia Kachiki saw a cute girl with short, pink hair standing before her. You must be the new Shinigami. Welcome to the Las Noches Women's Association. I'm the president, Ichiro Kusajishi, the girl said with a cheerful smile. Hearing the words, Women's Association, Rukia Kachiki was reminded of the Female Shinigami Association in the Siriaidii. She never imagined that Las Noches would have a similar organization. $20. Chapter 339, NZNT, Chapter. Seeing Rukia Kachiki staring blankly at the questionnaire, Ichiro Kusajishi assumed she didn't understand what the Women's Association was. Seeing Rukia Kachiki staring blankly at the questionnaire, Ichiro Kusajishi assumed she didn't understand what the Women's Association was and enthusiastically began to explain it in detail to Rukia Kachiki. These are the guarantees that our Women's Association provides. As long as you fill in your information on this questionnaire, you will officially become a member of our association. If you are interested, you can also become an executive of the association and seek reasonable rights for our female comrades. After finishing her explanation, Ichiro Kusajishi suddenly brought her face close to Rukia Kachiki's, mysteriously pointing in the direction of the Espada seats. Look, that eighth one sitting over there, the guy who looks like a thin bamboo pole with an eye patch on his face, used to often cause trouble for the female comrades in our Las Noches. But after our association's Nel-chan taught him a lesson, he became much more well-behaved. However, if you are not a member of our association, that bastard might still cause trouble for you. Yachiru Kusajishi was naturally referring to Neutra Gilga, the current Octava Espada. When Rukia Kachiki looked over, Neutra Gilga seemed to sense it and immediately glared back fiercely at Rukia Kachiki, startling her. Feeling deeply that she was unfamiliar with the place, Rukia Kachiki didn't think much about it and decided to join this organization that seemed capable of protecting her. While filling out the questionnaire in her hand, Rukia Kachiki asked curiously, "President Yachiru, who is this Nelchan you mentioned?" Yachiru Kusajishi smiled triumphantly. Nelchan is a senior executive in our association and also one of only 2 women among Yusuke-sama's Espada. Look, that's her sitting in the 5th seat. Rukia Kachiki followed the direction of Yachiru Kusajishi's finger and saw a girl with long, late green hair smiling and looking at her, while also shaking her right hand in greeting. Neliel Tu Odelshwang's smile was very infectious, instantly making Rukia Kachiki, who was originally a little restrained, feel that this place called Las Noches didn't seem so scary after all. With her usual bright smile on her face, Rukia Kachiki also smiled and waved her hand at Neliel Tu Odelshwang. After successfully pulling Rukia Kachiki into the Women's Association, Yachiru Kusajishi happily returned to her seat, holding the questionnaire filled with Rukia Kachiki's personal information. Not far from her, the Shinigami of the Visored were not infected by the joyful and lively emotions of the Las Noches members. The moment they saw Kachiki Byakuya and the members of the Kachiki clan appear in the banquet hall, they knew that the power of the men on the throne had increased again. Rojuro Odoribashi, looking from afar at Kachiki Byakuya, who was sitting next to Mayuri Kuratsuchi with an expression that kept strangers away, said to the people around him, "Kachiki Byakuya. Isn't he the kid from the Kachiki clan who was called a genius back then?" Shinji Hirako nodded and said, "That's right. Senior Kachiki Jinrei once told me that with Kachiki Byakuya's talent, it was very likely that he would lead the Kachiki clan to glory again. But I'm afraid Senior didn't expect that in the end, he would actually lead the entire Kachiki clan out of Soul Society." Hayori Saragaki, frowning and pinching her chin, said, "This Kachiki clan is one of the 5 great noble houses of Soul Society, why would they be so foolish as to come to Hueco Could it be that Uchiha Yusuke uses some kind of magic to control other people's minds?" Shinji Hirako suddenly stood up and said slowly, looking at his eyes, "You can tell that he is a person with a firm mind, he doesn't look like he has been controlled in any way. But since he's here, I can ask him whether the order that Uchiha Yusuke spoke of, the one where the Siriitii ordered our execution, was actually true or not." However, before Shinji Hirako could step forward, someone had already approached Kachiki Byakuya first. The person standing in front of Kachiki Byakuya at this moment was the Sexta Espada, Grimjao Jaeger Jacques, who had drunk too much. "Hey, you look pretty cocky, you actually sat next to Chief Director Mayuri as soon as you arrived, I wonder what abilities you have." At this moment, Grimjao Jaeger Jack's face was full of alcohol, and he brought his face close to Kachiki Byakuya's, looking like he wanted to provoke him. Kachiki Byakuya still maintained his composure, and said indifferently with an expressionless face, "Does your excellency want to cause trouble?" Hearing Kachiki Byakuya's words, Grimjao Jaeger Jacques laughed loudly. "I didn't expect you to be so direct, I like your personality. How about we spar a little? Don't worry, I won't kill you, after all, the king is still sitting up there." After Grimjao Jaeger Jacques began to provoke Kachiki Byakuya, the people who were originally talking at the banquet stopped talking and turned their attention to the 2 of them. Although the Kachiki clan had a great reputation in Soul Society, this was Hueco, and most people didn't have much of a feeling about the Kachiki clan's name. However, as soon as Kachiki Byakuya joined Las Noches, he was directly arranged by Yusuke to sit below Mayuri Kuratsuchi, which obviously meant that he was highly valued by Yusuke, and the others present were also very curious about Kachiki Byakuya. Among these curious people, there were also some who felt very unhappy, and Grimjao Jaeger Jacques was one of them. If Yusuke had been present under normal circumstances, Grimjao Jaeger Jacques would naturally not have dared to cause trouble. However, as the saying goes, alcohol emboldens the timid, and after drinking a few glasses of wine at the banquet, Grimjao Jaeger Jack's courage grew. Mayuri Kuratsuchi, who was sitting next to Kachiki Byakuya, chuckled strangely twice and said to Kachiki Byakuya, "Clan head Kachiki, Grimjao Jaeger Jacques has had too much to drink, please don't take him seriously." Grimjao Jaeger Jacques didn't dare to provoke Mayuri Kuratsuchi too much. As the person in charge of the research and development department, Mayuri Kuratsuchi held many strange and bizarre technologies in his hands, and he had a whole set of methods for toying with people, so he could be regarded as the most awe-inspiring existence in Las Noches besides Yusuke. Ignoring Mayuri Kuratsuchi's words, Grimjao Jaeger Jacques stared directly at Kachiki Byakuya, with a mocking smile on his face. "What's wrong, are you afraid?" Before Kachiki Byakuya could answer, Kachiki Koga, who was behind him, said angrily, "You bastard, how could the people of our Kachiki clan be afraid? There's no need for the clan head to take action, just let me teach you a lesson." However, Kachiki Byakuya pressed his left hand on Kachiki Koga, who wanted to stand up, and he looked at Grimmjow Jaeger and said, "Since your excellency wants to spar, then I will learn from your excellency's skills." After saying that, Kachiki Byakuya directly stood up and walked to the center of the banquet hall, and Grimmjow Jaeger also laughed twice and came to the opposite side of Kachiki Byakuya. Yusuke naturally saw the process of Grimmjow Jaeger provoking Kachiki Byakuya. The reason why he didn't step in to stop it was because he wanted to use Grimmjow Jaeger's strength to make Kachiki Byakuya realize his level of strength in Las Noches, so as to stimulate Kachiki Byakuya's potential for improvement. $20. Chapter 340, NZNT, Chapter. Captain-sama, aren't you going to do something about this? Nagato asked Yusuke, who was sitting next to her. Because Nagato had Spen. Captain-sama, aren't you going to do something about this? Nagato asked Yusuke, who was sitting next to her. Because Nagato had spent most of her time in the Serie, she was used to calling Yusuke Captain. Even after returning to Las Noches, she hadn't broken the habit. For Nagato, she had no intention of changing this habit, as it was a way to remember her years living in the Serie. Hearing Nagato's words, Yusuke smiled and shook his head. Let's watch for now. I'll step in when the time is right. Because they were in the banquet hall, both Kachiki Byakuya and Grimmjow Jaeger consciously controlled their spiritual pressure, keeping it contained within their bodies. While this prevented them from exerting pressure on their opponent, it wouldn't affect their individual strength. Seeing Grimmjow Jaeger arrogantly put his hands in his pockets, a cold glint flashed in Kachiki Byakuya's eyes. He activated his signature high-speed Shuinpa and quickly drew his Zanpakuto. The speed and power displayed by Kachiki Byakuya surprised the Espada watching the fight. They could tell that Kachiki Byakuya was indeed a skilled fighter. However, for the Espada who had merged with the Hogyoku, such speed and spiritual pressure were nothing to fear. Especially for Grimmjow Jaeger whose strength was above average among the Espada, it posed no threat at all. A sound like clashing metal echoed through the air as Grimmjow Jaeger blocked Kachiki Byakuya's Zanpakuto with his chest. The sharp blade tore through Grimmjow Jaeger's clothes, but didn't even scratch his skin. Although his expression remained unchanged, Kachiki Byakuya's pupils contracted in surprise, betraying his inner turmoil. He hadn't expected that his full-force attack wouldn't even break the opponent's skin. Grimmjow Jaeger laughed loudly. Is this the swordsmanship that Shinigami and Soul Society use? It's certainly terrifyingly powerful. Seeing Grimmjow Jaeger shamelessly humiliate their clan head, the members of the Kachiki clan seated at the table all glared angrily at Grimmjow Jaeger. Knowing that his opponent's spiritual pressure far surpassed his own, Kachiki Byakuya didn't give up. Instead, he quickly retreated, creating distance between himself and Grimmjow Jaeger. He held his Zanpakuto vertically in front of his chest, channeling his spiritual pressure into the blade. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. As Kachiki Byakuya spoke, the slender blade of his Zanpakuto shattered, transforming into countless petal-like blades that surged towards Grimmjow Jaeger. Is this even considered fighting? Let me, Grimmjow-sama, show you what real combat is. Grimmjow Jaeger grinned cruelly, pulling his right hand from his pocket and swinging it forward. The force of his spiritual pressure scattered Kachiki Byakuya's Senbon Sakura blades. Then, Grimmjow Jaeger slammed his foot into the ground, using Sonido to propel himself forward, maximizing his speed. He appeared before Kachiki Byakuya in an instant, raising his fist to strike his chest. He had reached his maximum speed before Resurrection, and with his overwhelming spiritual pressure, Kachiki Byakuya couldn't react in time. Just as the spiritual pressure from Grimmjow Jaeger's fist touched his chest, Kachiki Byakuya realized his opponent's attack was upon him. At that moment, a hand suddenly reached out from the side, firmly grasping Grimmjow Jaeger's wrist. This seemingly simple grip brought Grimmjow Jaeger's incredibly powerful and fast fist to a standstill, as if it had been frozen in time. The momentum of any moving object generates inertia, let alone Grimmjow Jaeger's full-force punch. To stop Grimmjow Jaeger's punch, the person's spiritual pressure had to be at least 3 times greater. The one who had stopped Grimmjow Jaeger was naturally Yusuke. He only wanted to make Kachiki Byakuya aware of his shortcomings, to keep him from being complacent with the power of a Godai 13 captain, rather than use Grimmjow Jaeger to humiliate him. Grimmjow, that's enough. Your opponent is still recovering from serious injury sustained on the battlefield not long ago. I'm sure you're not the kind of person who takes advantage of the weak, are you? Yusuke said with a smile. Although the battle at Sokayaku Hill had only ended recently, Kachiki Byakuya had received personal treatment from Retsu Unohana and had used her potent healing agent, Kaido, and had recovered about 80% of his strength. In a full-force battle, that 20% could have a significant impact. But for a spar at the Shirkai level, it was enough for Kachiki Byakuya to display his abilities. Yusuke said this to give Kachiki Byakuya a way out, so that it wouldn't seem like he had been utterly defeated by Grimmjow Jaeger. As expected, after Yusuke mentioned Kuchiki Byakuya's injuries, the audience assumed that Kuchiki Byakuya couldn't display his full power due to his injuries, and even Grimmjow Jägerjacques looked disappointed. What a drag. You should have said so earlier. You're wasting my time, Grimmjow Jägerjacques said with a disgruntled expression. Then, Grimmjow Jägerjacques looked respectfully at Yusuke, smiling sheepishly. Yusuke-sama, I was just welcoming our new friend, nothing more. You said at the Las Noches sword art discussions that we should have a spirit of martial arts, so friendly sparring is normal. Yusuke didn't intend to punish Grimmjow Jägerjacques, gently releasing his grip on his wrist. Grimmjow Jägerjacques bowed respectfully to Yusuke and then returned to his seat. Over the years, Yusuke had used the Hogyoku to help the Espada complete their Erincar transformations and then used the Kaido to greatly enhance their power, earning their complete loyalty. After all, ingratitude was rare. Most people knew how to be grateful. Of course, what allowed Yusuke to maintain absolute authority over them wasn't gratitude, but his absolute strength. Under Yusuke's carrot-and-stick management approach, even the rebellious Grimmjow Jägerjacques and Neutra Gilga were obedient. $20. Chapter 341, NZNT, Chapter. In reality, Kuchiki Byakuya was utterly defeated, and a sense of frustration was hidden in his eyes. Although his face didn't show it, Yusuke. In reality, Kuchiki Byakuya was utterly defeated, and a sense of frustration was hidden in his eyes. Although his face didn't show it, Yusuke knew he had realized that he was far from being a match for that Erincar. If Grimmjow Jägerjacques hadn't merged with the Hogyoku, their strength would have been evenly matched. Even if he was stronger than Kuchiki Byakuya, it wouldn't have been overwhelming, and the outcome of a life-or-death battle would be uncertain. But after merging with the Hogyoku, his spiritual pressure had increased to a higher level, completely surpassing that of an ordinary captain. After his defeat, Kuchiki Byakuya silently returned to his seat. Looking at the row of Espada members sitting across from him, he realized that Grimmjow Jägerjacques, who had crushed him, was only the 6th ranked. Have I been living in a well, looking at the sky from below? Since mastering Bankai and becoming a captain of the Gotei 13, Kuchiki Byakuya was doubting his own strength for the first time. After the banquet ended, Kuchiki Byakuya led the members of the Kuchiki clan back to the palace that Yusuke had arranged for them. At that moment, Shinji Hirako and the Visored called out to him. Captain Kuchiki, my name is Shinji Hirako. You might still recognize me, Shinji Hirako said slowly. Kuchiki Byakuya and the members of the Kuchiki clan turned around. Many of them recognized the captains and lieutenants of the Visored, who had also been famous in the Gotei 13. Of course, Kuchiki Byakuya was well aware of their identities. So it's you captains and lieutenants. What can I do for you? Kuchiki Byakuya said calmly. Shinji Hirako looked at Kuchiki Byakuya and asked in a deep voice, the Kuchiki clan is renowned and holds a pivotal position in the Seirei. As the clan head, why did you betray Soul Society and come here? Kuchiki Byakuya couldn't explain it clearly in a short time, as the cause-and-effect relationship was too complicated. However, Kuchiki Byakuya wasn't one to explain things. He simply said indifferently, consider it an arrangement of fate. If there are no further questions, please excuse me. After saying that, Kuchiki Byakuya didn't wait for Shinji Hirako and the others to reply and turned to leave. Wait, after we holified and disappeared, what were the Seirei's orders regarding us? Did they order our execution? Hayori Saragaki, who was always impatient, blurted out. Hearing this, Kuchiki Byakuya didn't stop, but said to them with his back turned, the Seirei's orders were to execute all holified Shinigami without exception. Hearing Kuchiki Byakuya's words, the Visored had different expressions on their faces. Shinji Hirako and Lisa Yadamara seemed to have expected it, and their expressions didn't change much. Hayori Saragaki and Hachigen Ashoda looked very agitated and angry. Kensei Maguruma and Rojuro Odoribashi frowned, seemingly unwilling to believe what Kuchiki Byakuya said. Love Ikawa and Mashiro Kuna revealed disappointed expressions, seemingly saddened by the fact that the Seirei had abandoned them. Then, Kuchiki Byakuya added, however, now that Urahara Kasuke and the others, who were originally framed by Aizen and defected, have been cleared of their crimes, perhaps the orders regarding you will change as well. Watching the Kuchiki clan leave, the Visored stood there blankly, wondering what they were thinking. Regardless of whether the Seirei changes its orders regarding me, I will no longer fight for the Seirei. I will only fight against Aizen for our own justice. I will negotiate with Uchiha Yusuke tomorrow. As long as he's willing to let me leave, I will promise not to oppose him, Shinji Hirako said in a deep voice. Kensei Maguruma shouted, do you believe what he said? He's just a subordinate of Uchiha Yusuke. These words are just to deceive us. Lisa Yadamara pushed up her glasses. Captain Kensei, are you still deceiving yourself at this point? They don't need to lie. If Uchiha Yusuke is really willing to let us leave, we can easily verify it in Soul Society. Lisa Yatamaru's words silenced the visored. Many of them were still unwilling to believe that the Siriidii would abandon them, as it would be a devastating blow to their beliefs. However, as Lisa Yatamaru said, self-deception was meaningless at this point. Not long after Kachiki Byakuya left Las Noches, a guard of Las Noches found him. The guard was sent by Yusuke with the intention of inviting Kachiki Byakuya, Rukia Kachiki, and Koga Kachiki to return to Las Noches. After receiving the order, Kachiki Byakuya had his clan members return first, and he led Rukia Kachiki and Koga Kachiki back to the Las Noches palace. The palace hall was now deserted. Besides the two guards standing outside the hall, only Yusuke was standing in the center, waiting for them. Byakuya, today's battle should have been very enlightening for you, right? Seeing Kachiki Byakuya and the others enter the palace, Yusuke said with a smile. Kachiki Byakuya didn't try to justify his defeat, honestly saying, I am far from being a match for him. Hearing this, Koga Kachiki said with disbelief, Byakuya, that guy was indeed strong, but with your strength, it's impossible for you to be so far from being a match for him, right? If you weren't injured, you wouldn't have been so easily defeated. Kachiki Byakuya shook his head. That's not the case. Although I wasn't at my best during the fight, I am very clear about the gap between us. Kachiki Byakuya's words made Kachiki Koga and Rukia Kachiki feel incredulous, unable to believe that the usually proud Kachiki Byakuya would say such a thing, and also unable to believe that the strength of that person named Grimchao Jaeger Jacques would be so great. Yusuke was very pleased with Kachiki Byakuya's ability to frankly admit his shortcomings. Looking at Kachiki Byakuya with a gratified expression, Yusuke said slowly, Byakuya, you haven't disappointed me. If a person cannot face and acknowledge their failures, then in my opinion, they are not worth developing. Saying that, Yusuke's gaze swept over the three of them, immediately making them feel a great pressure. This is Las Noches, a place where the level of power surpasses that of the Siriidii, and it will be the place where new rules for the world are created. Hearing Yusuke's words, shock appeared on the faces of Kachiki Byakuya, Rukia Kachiki, and Kachiki Koga. They hadn't expected that Yusuke, who had always seemed so gentle and low-key in the Siriidii, was hiding such great ambitions. Yusuke didn't notice the aura he had unintentionally emitted. He smiled slightly and said, all three of you are people that I value. The reason I called you here is to allow you to gain a place in Las Noches. Chapter 342, NZNT, Chapter. Hearing Yusuke's words, Kachiki Byakuya, Rukia Kachiki, and Koga Kachiki exchanged glances, unsure of what Yusuke meant by gaining a place. Hearing Yusuke's words, Kachiki Byakuya, Rukia Kachiki, and Koga Kachiki exchanged glances, unsure of what Yusuke meant by gaining a place in Las Noches. Then, Yusuke briefly explained to them some relevant information about the Hogyoku, the Kaido, holification, Aaron transformation, and other methods of enhancing the abilities of Shinigami or Hollows. In Las Noches, high-ranking Shinigami have already learned the ability of perfect holification, using it to further increase their spiritual pressure. And all the Espada members have not only completed their Aaron transformation but have also merged with the power of the Kaido. Therefore, the reason why you are not their match is not your fault, but because you were never on the same starting line. Yusuke said slowly. After Yusuke's explanation, the expressions of Kachiki Byakuya, Rukia Kachiki, and Koga Kachiki improved significantly. They now understood that Kachiki Byakuya's crushing defeat wasn't due to his individual skill, but due to the influence of many external factors. Yusuke-sama, does that mean you intend to teach us the method of Shinigami holification? Koga Kachiki asked with anticipation. In a world where personal value is measured by combat power, few can resist the temptation of power. Not only Koga Kachiki, but Kachiki Byakuya and Rukia Kachiki also had a glimmer of anticipation in their eyes. Yusuke smiled and nodded. That's right, but there are some differences for each of you. Byakuya and Koga, you two will use the normal method to complete holification, while I will use another method to enhance Rukia's power. Hearing this, Rukia Kachiki revealed a puzzled expression, while Kachiki Byakuya seemed to have thought of something, asking Yusuke, is it because of the Hogyoku inside Rukia? Yusuke smiled. That's right. That Hogyoku is the result of Urahara Kisuke's years of research, containing unimaginable power, which even Aizen coveted. I valued Rukia greatly in the Siriidii, so I won't extract the Hogyoku, but will teach Rukia how to use it. Since Yusuke already had a Hogyoku made from hollow souls, the Hogyoku inside Rukia Kachiki wasn't very useful to him. It was a perfect opportunity to do a good deed and earn some goodwill. As Yusuke expected, Kachiki Byakuya and Rukia Kachiki both revealed very grateful expressions, while Koga Kachiki was filled with envy. Although they didn't know what kind of power the Hogyoku could bring to Rukia Kachiki, the fact that both Yusuke and Aizen, who seemed to be on the same level, greatly desired the Hogyoku showed that it was definitely a treasure. In the Siriidii, Kisuke Urahara could be said to have lost both face and substance. With impure motives, he had hidden the Hogyoku inside Rukia Kachiki, effectively gifting it to her. But now, Kuchiki Byakuya and Rukia Kuchiki saw Urahara Kasuke as someone who had plotted against Rukia Kuchiki. Although they didn't consider him a mortal enemy, they didn't have any good feelings towards him, and Kuchiki Byakuya even wanted to find an opportunity to teach Urahara Kasuke a lesson. By the time Kuchiki Byakuya and his companions left Las Noches, the expressions on their faces were much more relaxed. From Yusuke's actions, it was clear that he valued them greatly. For members of a newly integrated faction, this could relieve their unease and anxiety. Byakuya, if Las Noches and the Siriidii go to war in the future, what will you do? Koga Kuchiki asked Kuchiki Byakuya. Hearing Koga Kuchiki's question, Rukia Kuchiki's heart skipped a beat, and she looked at her brother with a worried expression. Kuchiki Byakuya said calmly, the Kuchiki clan is no longer one of the 5 great noble houses of Soul Society. Although Kuchiki Byakuya didn't say it explicitly, Kuchiki Koga and Rukia Kuchiki knew the meaning of his words, which clearly indicated that he had completely sided with Las Noches. Kuchiki Koga had no objections to this and was even very satisfied. Having been framed by the Central 46 nobles many years ago, he had already been on the verge of defecting and had no good feelings towards the Siriidii. Rukia Kuchiki, on the other hand, still had many doubts in her heart. After all, she had many good friends in the Godii 13, and she couldn't easily let them go. The ability of Shinigami holification was a well-established technology in Las Noches. The day after the banquet, the Shinigami of the Kuchiki clan, with the help of Mayuri Kuratsuchi, head of the Research and Development Department, had initially mastered the ability of perfect holification. After obtaining the holification ability, Kuchiki Byakuya and Kuchiki Koga's strength had greatly increased. Yusuke also told them that holification was just a seed of power, greatly increasing the upper limit of their spiritual pressure development. But if they wanted to turn this upper limit into their actual strength, they still needed to undergo arduous training. As for Rukia Kuchiki, she was temporarily residing in Las Noches, with Yusuke and Mayuri Kuratsuchi helping her to sense and master the power of the Hogyoku within her soul. The way that Kasuke Urahara had hidden the Hogyoku was very ingenious, allowing Rukia Kuchiki, as the host, to not be able to sense the Hogyoku's aura under normal circumstances. It was necessary to use some means to guide out the Hogyoku's power. However, in front of the technical expert Mayuri Kuratsuchi, this wasn't a difficult task. After a short period of research, Rukia Kuchiki was already able to use the Hogyoku's spiritual power to increase her own spiritual pressure. The Hogyoku's power was to gradually turn the user's desire for evolution into reality. Therefore, the process of Rukia Kuchiki's spiritual pressure increasing was a process of her yearning to become stronger from the bottom of her heart. The stronger Rukia Kuchiki's desire for power, the more she could unleash the power of the Hogyoku. With Aizen's Hogyoku in hand, Yusuke's plan to merge and create the ultimate Hogyoku was 2/3 complete. The remaining third required a Hogyoku made from the souls of Quincy's. For this plan, it was still necessary to defeat Yhwach. Although it couldn't be realized in the short term, Yusuke had already begun to make preparations for the early stages. And the preparation for the early stages involved a very key figure, the Quincy Yuryu Ishida. Although Yuryu Ishida's current strength was insignificant, he was the only Quincy who could resist Yhwach's Ashwalan power, and even possessed a Quincy power that could threaten Yhwach. Yhwach also valued Yuryu Ishida's potential, bestowing upon him the most powerful among the Sternritter and positioning him as the heir to the Wandenreich. Although it was unknown why Yuryu Ishida possessed such a strange power, this power must have an unknown relationship with Yhwach. There weren't many Quincy's that could be found in the world at this moment, and Yuryu Ishida was the most worthy of research. Chapter 343, NZNT, Chapter. During the battle to rescue Rukia Kuchiki, Yuryu Ishida didn't use Volstandig as he did in the original story, and thus didn't lose his Chu. During the battle to rescue Rukia Kuchiki, Yuryu Ishida didn't use Volstandig as he did in the original story, and thus didn't lose his Quincy powers. Therefore, he didn't enter a period of depression and isolate himself, and he still got along well with Ichigo Kurosaki and the others. Under a large tree at school, Ichigo Kurosaki, Yuryu Ishida, Orihime Inoue, and Yasutora Sato were sitting together, discussing Rukia Kuchiki. Ichigo, what do you think will happen to Rukia after that person took her away? Although he seems to want to protect Rukia just like her brother, they are now in Hueco Mundo, and I still feel a little uneasy, Yuryu Ishida said. Hearing Yuryu Ishida's words, Orihime Inoue and Yasutora Sato both revealed worried expressions. Ichigo Kurosaki also frowned, looking equally concerned about Rukia Kuchiki being in Hueco Mundo. Yuryu is right. Unless I see Rukia standing before us unharmed with my own eyes, I can't believe she's safe, Ichigo Kurosaki said in a deep voice. Let's go to Hueco Mundo. Yasutora Sato, who had been silent until then, suddenly declared. The other three weren't surprised, as if they had been mentally prepared for this, and revealed expressions of determination. Orihime Inoue clenched her fists and said loudly with a determined look, yeah. After a brief silence, Yuryu Ishida pushed up his glasses and slowly said, to go to Hueco Mundo, which path should we take? After racking their brains, they naturally had no idea with their limited knowledge. However, Ichigo Kurosaki's mind was relatively clear, and he quickly thought of the seemingly omnipotent Kisuke Urahara. Now that I'm a substitute Shinigami, I can contact the people in Soul Society. I'll try to find the shopkeeper and ask him to provide a way to enter Hueco Mundo, Ichigo Kurosaki said. The others nodded in agreement. They also believed that Kisuke Urahara, who seemed to have all sorts of strange inventions, should be able to help them enter Hueco Mundo. At that moment, they sensed a strange spiritual pressure coming from not far away. This spiritual pressure was similar to that of Hollow's, but it was 100 or 1,000 times stronger. Ichigo Kurosaki knew that something must have happened and immediately rushed towards the source of the unusual spiritual pressure. The other three were also very worried and followed Ichigo Kurosaki to the location where the spiritual pressure was coming from. In an open space not far from Ichigo Kurosaki's school in Karakura town, two figures wearing Las Noches uniforms were standing. Among these two figures, the one standing in front was very thin, looking even weaker than a normal person. The other was exceptionally strong and tall, with a height and muscular build far exceeding that of normal humans. These two were Okuiora Cypher and Yami Largo, who had been ordered by Yusuke to come to the human world to capture Yuryu Ishida. The place where they were standing was also the place where Ichigo Kurosaki and the others had sensed the unusual spiritual pressure. Although Yami Largo wasn't a member of the Espada and was currently only serving as Okuiora Cypher's adjutant, he had still been granted the Kaido by Yusuke, possessing power far exceeding that of ordinary Arrancar. Okuiora, is this the human world? These guys around here are all terribly weak. Look, I only released a little bit of my spiritual pressure, and they all fainted. If I were to get serious, wouldn't I completely shatter their souls? Yami Largo said with a loud laugh. Okuiora Cypher emotionlessly glanced at the humans who had fainted due to Yami Largo's spiritual pressure and said calmly, Yami, suppress your spiritual pressure. You should know that the king isn't one to enjoy slaughtering the weak. Hearing this, Yami Largo shouted, I didn't release my spiritual pressure to slaughter the weak. Otherwise, with my spiritual pressure, these guys would have been scattered to the winds long ago. I did this to attract the target. The intelligence said that the guy we need to capture is a Quincy, and his spiritual pressure is also very good. If he senses us, he might walk right into our trap. I didn't expect you to use your brain for once. It seems your method is indeed effective. I've already sensed some guys with good spiritual power approaching us, Okuiora Cypher said. Yami Largo's eyes lit up. Okuiora, leave these guys to me. I'm so bored in Las Noches. Not long after, Ichigo Kurosaki and his companions arrived before Okuiora Cypher and Yami Largo. Looking at the ordinary people who had fallen to the ground, Ichigo Kurosaki immediately took out his Zanpakuto from his back and asked with an angry expression, Who are you people, and why are you attacking these ordinary people? Besides Ichigo Kurosaki, Yuryu Ishida, Orihime Inoue, and Yasutora Sato also took a fighting stance, looking at Okuiora Cypher and Yami Largo with wary expressions. Yami Largo ignored Ichigo Kurosaki and tilted his head to ask Okuiora Cypher, Okuiora, is this guy in front of us the Quincy we're looking for? Okuiora Cypher said, your spiritual pressure sensing ability needs to be trained properly. You can't even distinguish between a Shinigami and a Quincy. Yami Largo said indifferently, isn't that what you're here for? He's not the Quincy, huh? Then can I kill him? Okuiora Cypher calmly looked at Ichigo Kurosaki for a few seconds before slowly saying, he cannot be killed. Okuiora Cypher recognized that Ichigo Kurosaki was the target that Yusuke had been following. Although he didn't know why this Shinigami, who seemed to have ordinary spiritual pressure, was worth the king's personal attention, he wouldn't do anything that would hinder the king's plans. Yami Largo said with dissatisfaction, what's with that? That one has to be captured alive, and this guy can't be killed. Is our Las Noches a charity? Hearing Okuiora Cypher and Yami Largo's conversation, Ichigo Kurosaki and his companions were shocked. From their words, they knew that the two were looking for a Quincy and that they were from a faction called Las Noches. Ichigo Kurosaki shouted, you still haven't answered my question. Who are you, and why are you looking for a Quincy? Yuryu Ishida, who was on the side, finished gathering spiritual energy into his spirit bow, aiming it at the huge Yami Largo. I am a Quincy. What do you want from me? Yuryu Ishida said coldly. Seeing Yuryu Ishida, Okuiora Cypher said calmly, he is the target. Bring him back. Mission received. Leave the rest to me, Yami-sama. Yami Largo laughed loudly and charged towards Yuryu Ishida. The powerful spiritual pressure emanating from Yami Largo made Yuryu Ishida, who was locked on by this spiritual pressure, feel like he couldn't move. Orihime, help evacuate the civilians to a safe distance first. Leave these two to us. Ichigo Kurosaki shouted loudly to Orihime Inoue while rushing towards Yami Largo, who had already gotten close. Chapter 344, NZNT, Chapter. Faced with Yami Largo, whose imposing presence and terrifying spiritual pressure resembled that of a ferocious beast, both Yuryu Ishida and faced with Yami Largo, whose imposing presence and terrifying spiritual pressure resembled that of a ferocious beast, both Yuryu Ishida and Ichigo Kurosaki unconsciously felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down their foreheads. Yuryu Ishida released the string of his spirit bow, and the sacred arrow formed from spirit particles transformed into a stream of light blue energy, rapidly hurtling toward Yami Largo's forehead. Ichigo Kurosaki directly used his signature finishing move, Getsuga Tensho, swinging his Zanpakuto in a curved arc, unleashing a crescent-shaped blade of white energy towards Yami Largo's chest. Yami Largo, however, completely disregarded Ichigo Kurosaki and Yuryu Ishida's attacks, continuing to charge towards Yuryu Ishida with unabated momentum. Just as Ichigo Kurosaki and the others thought that their attacks had hit their target and that they could defeat their opponent, something incredible happened. Yami Largo simply waved his right hand, directly shattering Ichigo Kurosaki's Getsuga Tensho. As for Yuryu Ishida's Heilig File, Yami Largo ignored it completely, allowing it to strike his head. However, the Heilig File didn't penetrate Yami Largo's skull. It merely released a burst of spirit particle energy and then disappeared, without even leaving a single scratch on Yami Largo's head. Impossible. Yuryu Ishida exclaimed in shock, but because he had assumed his attack had been successful, he hadn't taken any evasive action. Furthermore, he was already locked on by Yami Largo's powerful spiritual pressure, and his movements weren't as agile as usual. It was now impossible to avoid Yami Largo, who was about to reach him. At that moment, Ichigo Kurosaki and Yasutora Sato rushed towards Yami Largo from the left and right sides. Ichigo Kurosaki swung his Zanpakuto towards Yami Largo's ribs, while Yasutora Sato used his Brazo Derichada Gigante to block in front of him, trying to use his body as a shield to stop the opponent. However, due to the difference in spiritual pressure, Ichigo Kurosaki and Yasutora Sato's efforts were completely in vain. Two loud bangs echoed as Yami Largo directly sent Ichigo Kurosaki flying with his arm. Yasutora Sato, who had tried to block Yami Largo's frontal assault with his body, had his arm bones shattered and was sent flying backward, coughing up blood due to the impact. Although Yami Largo had gained the upper hand, Okiura Cypher, who was watching the fight, frowned slightly. Under his training, Yami Largo's fighting style still hadn't changed. He still relied on his own spiritual pressure to block the enemy's attacks, without making any judgment on the power of the enemy's spiritual pressure. Yami Largo had always neglected his ability to sense the power of spiritual pressure. Regardless of the strength of the enemy's attack, he would only use his body to withstand it. These weak opponents were nothing, but if he encountered an opponent with comparable spiritual pressure, Yami Largo would inevitably be defeated due to his carelessness. Yami Largo laughed loudly. After sending Ichigo Kurosaki and Yasutora Sato flying, he reached out his large hand towards Yuryu Ishida, wanting to capture him directly. However, because of the time Ichigo Kurosaki and Yasutora Sato had bought him, Yuryu Ishida had a chance to evade and immediately activated Hirenkyaku, retreating backward. At the same time, Yuryu Ishida continuously fired his spirit energy bow, sending dozens of Heilig File densely covering the area in front of Yami Largo. A series of Heilig File struck Yami Largo's body, and the explosions of spirit energy continuously erupted on Yami Largo's body. For a moment, Yami Largo's body was surrounded by white light, and no one could see whether Yami Largo had been injured by these Heilig File. On the other side, Orihime Inoue, who was evacuating the civilians, saw Yasutora Sato being sent flying by Yami Largo and coughing up a large amount of blood in the air. She couldn't care about anything else and immediately came to Yasutora Sato's side to use her healing ability. Orihime Inoue's healing ability is called Soten Kishin, which can return the protected object to its original state, eliminating all negative effects that have occurred. Strictly speaking, this ability can't be considered healing. It's just that when used on living beings and spirit bodies, its form of expression has the characteristics of healing. As Orihime Inoue was healing Yasutora Sato, Okiura Cypher also noticed the uniqueness of Orihime Inoue's ability, watching the entire process of Orihime Inoue healing Yasutora Sato with rapt attention. This isn't healing, could it be time or space reversion? No, it seems to be an even more unique ability, Okiura Cypher analyzed in his mind. At that moment, the spiritual energy fluctuations caused by Yuryu Ishida's continuous barrage of Heilig File had dissipated, and Yami Largo walked out of it unharmed. Under the protection of his spiritual pressure, even his clothes hadn't been damaged. Ha 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 ha, is this the power of Shinigami and Quincy's? It's really not worth mentioning. Your attacks are nothing more than tickles to me. Yami Largo said to Yuryu Ishida and Ichigo Kurosaki, who had been sent flying and returned to the battlefield, with a crazy laugh. Ichigo Kurosaki looked at Yami Largo with a grave expression and slowly said to Orihime Inoue, who was on the side, Orihime, take care of Chad for now. It seems only my Bankai can deal with this guy. Orihime Inoue responded and immediately increased her spiritual power output, and Yasutora Sato's injuries were recovering at an astonishing rate. Yami Largo revealed a puzzled expression, scratching his head with his thick fingers. Bankai. What's Bankai? It sounds kinda familiar. Bankai is the ability of a Shinigami to fully release their Zanpakuto, Okuiora Cipher explained. Hearing this, Yami Largo revealed a realization. Oh, right, I remember. Those damn Shinigami seem to be pretty strong after they use Bankai. Seeing his side being looked down upon so much by the opponent, Ichigo Kurosaki was also very angry. He raised his Zangetsu, pointing the blade at Yami Largo, who wasn't far away. Bankai, Tensa Zangetsu. Ichigo Kurosaki shouted softly, and black spiritual pressure suddenly erupted from his body. The huge Zanpakuto in his hand transformed into a jet-black, slender katana, and the black shihakusho he wore transformed into a long-tailed black coat. After using Bankai, Ichigo Kurosaki slammed his right leg into the ground, and in the next moment, he appeared beside Yami Largo, his Zanpakuto directly slashing at Yami Largo. Ichigo Kurosaki's speed was very fast, and Yami Largo almost didn't react before being hit on the arm. However, Yami Largo's He arrow, which had been enhanced by the Kaido, and the spiritual pressure outside his body were even stronger. Ichigo Kurosaki's Zanpakuto only tore Yami Largo's clothes on his arm, but it still couldn't injure Yami Largo. Yami Largo, having been attacked on the arm by Ichigo Kurosaki, reacted and immediately raised his other arm to counterattack. However, just as his arm was raised, Ichigo Kurosaki had already activated Shuinpa and appeared on the other side of Yami Largo's body. Getsuga Tensho. Knowing that his ordinary attack seemed to be completely ineffective against the opponent, Ichigo Kurosaki directly used his finishing move to attack the opponent. Ichigo Kurosaki was very confident in the power of Getsuga Tensho. A black Getsuga Tensho, accompanied by a powerful spiritual pressure, directly hit Yami Largo's body from the side, and the powerful force pushed Yami Largo back a few steps. However, to Ichigo Kurosaki's disbelief, his black Getsuga Tensho still couldn't injure the opponent, only tearing a large hole in his clothes. This is impossible, how can a body have such defense? Ichigo Kurosaki muttered in shock. Chapter 345, NZNT, Chapter. Not only Ichigo Kurosaki, but Yuryu Ishida, Orihime Inoue, and the others on the side were also very shocked. Ichigo Kurosaki had displayed V. Not only Ichigo Kurosaki, but Yuryu Ishida, Orihime Inoue, and the others on the side were also very shocked. Ichigo Kurosaki had displayed very powerful strength, no less than that of a Shinigami captain, in the battle at Sokayaku Hill. However, even with such strength, Ichigo Kurosaki seemed to be helpless against this enemy. In reality, Ichigo Kurosaki's power and spiritual pressure weren't stable. Although his strength was good after using Bankai, at Sokayaku Hill, because he was eager to save Rukia Kachiki, Ichigo Kurosaki had unleashed spiritual pressure far exceeding his normal level. This was why Ichigo Kurosaki, who had defeated Kenpachi Zaraki and Kachiki Byakuya in Soul Society in the original story, suffered a crushing defeat when he first encountered Yami Largo back in the human world. And now, because Yami Largo had merged with the Kaido, his spiritual pressure was much stronger than in the original story, making it even more difficult for Ichigo Kurosaki to injure Yami Largo. Having been hit twice by Ichigo Kurosaki, Yami Largo roared angrily, "Ah, you bastard, do you know how expensive this uniform is? It's my salary for a whole month." In his anger, Yami Largo's spiritual pressure suddenly erupted, and the violent air currents made it difficult for Ichigo Kurosaki, who was nearby, to open his eyes. Yasutora Sato, who was injured and lying on the ground, and Orihime Inoue, who was healing him, were even sent flying. After the spiritual pressure erupted, Yami Largo's speed also increased, and he directly punched Ichigo Kurosaki. In his anger, Yami Largo didn't care about Okuiora Cipher's order not to kill Ichigo Kurosaki. The sudden outburst of speed from Yami Largo, who had been moving slowly, caught Ichigo Kurosaki off guard. He raised his Zanpakuto to block in front of him, and the Zanpakuto was directly hit by the fist containing immense spiritual pressure. With a loud bang, Ichigo Kurosaki was sent flying hundreds of meters away, his body crashing into a wall. After the surrounding smoke cleared, Ichigo Kurosaki, who was lightly injured and had blood on the corner of his mouth, crawled out of the destroyed wall. Ichigo. Seeing that Ichigo Kurosaki had also been seriously injured, Orihime Inoue immediately ran towards Ichigo Kurosaki, wanting to heal him. However, as she ran past Yami Largo grinned cruelly and mercilessly swung his arm, sending Orihime Inoue flying. Orihime. Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes widened, and he used Shuinpa at his fastest speed to reach Orihime Inoue, finally catching her just before she crashed into the ground. Due to the force of the impact and Ichigo Kurosaki's relentless momentum, Ichigo Kurosaki rolled on the ground for dozens of meters after catching Orihime Inoue, adding many new injuries to his already injured body. Orihime, how are you?" Ichigo Kurosaki asked, anxiously holding Orihime Inoue's head. At this moment, he didn't care about his own injuries, only fearing that something would happen to Orihime Inoue. Fortunately, although Orihime Inoue was unconscious, she seemed to be fine. Her breathing was relatively stable, and there were no wounds on her body. This woman really doesn't know death, actually running into a man's battlefield like that. But don't worry, Yami-sama is much gentler now, and I didn't use much force just now. Yami Largo said with a proud laugh. Hearing this, Ichigo Kurosaki was even more angry. He gently placed Orihime Inoue in a relatively safe place at the edge of the battlefield, staring at Yami Largo with a murderous gaze. You bastard, I'm going to kill you today. Ichigo Kurosaki said coldly. Yami Largo clicked his tongue and turned to Ulquiorra Cipher. Hey, Ulquiorra, did you hear that? He said he's going to kill me, so does that mean I can kill him? Ulquiorra Cipher said calmly, he is the one the king has been watching. Even if you die by his sword, you cannot kill him. Yami Largo hearing this said with dissatisfaction, damn it. All that stuff about the employee's manual and hollow equality is all bullshit. Forget it, anyway, this guy can't even hurt a hair on my body, so I won't bother with him. Hearing Ulquiorra Cipher and Yami Largo's words, Ichigo Kurosaki was a little confused, not knowing what it meant to be someone the king was watching. Hey, you skinny guy over there. Who is this king you're talking about? Why is he watching me? Ichigo Kurosaki asked. Ulquiorra Cipher didn't directly answer Ichigo Kurosaki, but said calmly, you are not qualified to know that. Although Ichigo Kurosaki was angry at Ulquiorra Cipher's contempt, he knew that the first thing he needed to do was to defeat this big guy in front of him. This skinny guy called Ulquiorra clearly had a higher status than the big guy. If he couldn't even defeat this big guy, he wasn't qualified to talk to the other one. Ichigo Kurosaki turned his gaze to Yami Largo, preparing to continue fighting him. At that moment, a strange spiritual pressure appeared around them, and blue spirit energy surrounded them. Ichigo, leave this guy to me. I've already prepared the Quincy, let's still, I believe that even this guy won't be able to defend against one of our Quincy clan's strongest techniques. Yuryu Ishida, at some point, had stood on the rooftop of a nearby building, holding his spirit energy bow and aiming it at Yami Largo, who was standing in the center of the blue spirit energy. At this moment, if others were standing in Yuryu Ishida's position, they would find that the shape formed by the surrounding blue spirit energy was a giant pentagram. At the 5 corners of the pentagram, there were daggers emitting a powerful spiritual pressure. Quincy, let's still, can be said to be the strongest technique that Yuryu Ishida could currently use, using 5 objects infused with his soul power to form a pentagram formation. If an enemy within this formation is struck by the power of a Quincy, the damage they receive will be increased dozens of times. Just as Yuryu Ishida's words fell, he unleashed all of his spiritual pressure, lightly releasing the bowstring in his right hand. An arrow of blue spirit energy, wrapped in dazzling white light, shot directly towards Yami Largo's heart, so fast that it hit Yami Largo's body in the blink of an eye. After the spirit energy arrow struck Yami Largo, the spiritual pressure contained within the arrow immediately exploded, connecting with the 5 corners of the pentagram formation, creating a pillar of light that shot into the sky. Ah! Yami Largo's scream echoed from within the light, indicating that Yuryu Ishida's attack had indeed caused some serious damage to Yami Largo. Because the full force attack had exhausted all of his spiritual power, Yuryu Ishida, exhausted, knelt on one knee, supporting his body with his hand and breathing heavily. Although he had temporarily lost his fighting ability, his face was full of confidence. Yuryu Ishida slowly explained, this technique is a secret move passed down through the generations of our Ishida family. So far, no matter how powerful the enemy, they have all been reduced to ashes under this move. Chapter 346, NZNT, Chapter. Bastard, do you think an attack like that can defeat me, Yami-sama? Just as Yuryu Ishida, Ichigo Kurosaki, and the others thought that the Bastard, do you think an attack like that can defeat me, Yami-sama? Just as Yuryu Ishida, Ichigo Kurosaki, and the others thought that their attack had defeated Yami Largo, Yami Largo's angry roar came from within the still dissipating spiritual energy blast. Although the smoke and dust made it impossible to see Yami Largo's condition clearly, his strong voice made it clear that the previous attack wasn't fatal to him. As Yami Largo's roar faded, his massive figure charged out of the smoke and dust. His body was now covered in fine cuts, and there was a large, sunken wound on his chest, which should have been the damage caused by Yuryu Ishida's concentrated high-lig file. However, although Yami Largo seemed to have suffered considerable damage, his spiritual pressure hadn't weakened at all, and these wounds were healing at a visible rate. How can there be such defense and recovery power in the world? Yuryu Ishida and Ichigo Kurosaki had the same thought in their minds. However, Yami Largo wouldn't give them time to think. Like an armored vehicle accelerating at full speed, Yami Largo's massive body quickly charged towards Yuryu Ishida. At this moment, Yuryu Ishida had almost lost his fighting ability and could only watch Yami Largo reach out his hand with a cruel grin. At this critical moment, Ichigo Kurosaki couldn't bother with remaining rational and immediately activated his hollow powers, allowing White to take over his body. Ah ha ha ha. After White appeared, Ichigo Kurosaki's face gained a hollow mask, and his voice transformed into White's high-pitched, strange voice. White's speed was very fast, and his fighting style was very aggressive. He didn't choose to block Yami Largo but directly unleashed a Getsuga Tensho, attacking Yami Largo's head. Yami Largo's perception of spiritual pressure was extremely weak, making it almost impossible for him to discern how much damage an enemy's attack would cause him. He disregarded White's attack, assuming that the opponent still couldn't break through his defense. A black Getsuga Tensho, wrapped in dark red spiritual pressure, directly slashed a huge wound on Yami Largo's head, and even one of Yami Largo's ears was cut off. Yami Largo hadn't expected that Ichigo Kurosaki, after being possessed by White, would have such destructive power. The Getsuga Tensho not only seriously injured his head but also sent his body flying sideways due to the immense spiritual pressure. Yuryu Ishida, who had almost been grabbed by Yami Largo, breathed a sigh of relief. Having temporarily lost his fighting ability, he immediately retreated out of the battle, to prevent affecting Ichigo Kurosaki's fight. On the other side, Okuiora Cypher had shifted his gaze from Yami Largo to Ichigo Kurosaki after holofying. White's power surprised him. Is this the power that the king has been watching? Although his power isn't weak, from the level that the king has reached, this power seems insignificant, Okuiora Cypher thought to himself. When White used Getsuga Tensho to attack Yami Largo, Okuiora Cypher knew that White's attack exceeded the upper limit of Yami Largo's body's defense and was enough to injure Yami Largo. However, because he judged that such an attack wouldn't be fatal to Yami Largo, he didn't stop it or offer a reminder. This was also to make Yami Largo remember the lesson so that he wouldn't always rely on his body to withstand any kind of attack. Seeing that Yami Largo's head directly hit his Getsuga Tensho and wasn't cut off, White was also very surprised. "You big guy, you're pretty resistant to being cut." While laughing, White continued to chase after Yami Largo, who had been sent flying, continuously attacking Yami Largo's body with his Zanpakuto. Because White's speed was too fast, and Yami Largo's size was very large, it was almost impossible for Yami Largo to dodge White's attacks. Every time White attacked, he would leave a deep wound on Yami Largo's body. From this, it could be seen that White's normal attacks had surpassed the power of Ichigo Kurosaki's Getsuga Tensho. Faced with White's attacks, Yami Largo's counterattacks were completely ineffective, all of them being agilely dodged by White. Finally, after a series of entanglements, Yami Largo, whose body was covered in sword wounds, couldn't bear White's teasing and roared, unleashing his Resurrection. "Damn brat, I'm going to let you know how powerful I, Yami-sama, am. Vent them all, Ira." As Yami Largo's Resurrection was completed, his body also underwent a huge transformation. His already tall and muscular body not only increased in size several times over, but also transformed into a multi-legged beastman form. At this time, Yami Largo's upper body didn't change much, but his lower body became very long, covered with thick legs, about a dozen pairs of feet, and his body was dragging a huge tail. Compared with the Resurrection before merging with the Hogyoku, Yami Largo now had a blue gemstone on his chest, and around this gemstone were many blue veins radiating outwards, connecting to Yami Largo's body. After Resurrection, Yami Largo's body emitted an extremely strong spiritual pressure, and the resulting air pressure alone made White, who was standing in front of him, feel an unprecedented pressure. Although Yami Largo's speed was at the bottom among the Espada-level Arrancar, his spiritual pressure had reached the level of a Vastalord Arrancar. Even Neliel II Odelschwank, who was ranked 5th among the Espada, was slightly inferior to Yami Largo in terms of spiritual pressure. After Yami Largo's Resurrection, White's attacks seemed to have no threat to him. Although Yami Largo still couldn't attack White, White couldn't break through Yami Largo's current defense, whether it was ordinary slashes or the ultimate move Getsuga Tensho. "Yami, ignore him. Take the target and let's go back," Okuiora Cypher ordered. Hearing this, Yami Largo shouted loudly at White, "I'll let you off the hook today, you little bug. I'll settle the score with you later, Yami-sama." After saying that, Yami Largo's 2 rows of legs moved together, quickly moving towards Yuryu Ishida. Although Yami Largo's attack speed wasn't fast, his speed of directional movement relying on the spiritual pressure was still very fast. In the blink of an eye, his huge body had reached Yuryu Ishida. At this time, White was still constantly attacking Yami Largo from behind, but all the attacks that landed on Yami Largo were like hitting a steel plate, with no effect. Just as Yami Largo's hand was about to touch Yuryu Ishida, a stream of ice came from the side, directly turning Yami Largo's entire arm into an ice sculpture. Yami Largo's body shook with spiritual pressure, shattering all the ice crystals on his arm. He looked up and saw 3 figures floating in the air, looking at him with cold eyes. Among these 3 figures, the one in the middle was a dark-skinned woman wearing a tight-fitting suit, on the left was a bald Shinigami wearing a white Haori, and on the right was a white-haired youth. At this time, the white-haired youth's Zanpakuto had already been drawn, emitting a chilling aura. It seemed that the move that had just frozen his arm was released by this white-haired youth. "Okuiora, who are these 3 guys?" Yami Largo turned to ask Okuiora Cypher. Chapter 347, NZNT, Chapter. At the time Okuiora Cipher brought Yami Largo to Karakura town in the human world in search of Yuryu Ishida, the powerful spiritual Presu. At the time Okuiora Cipher brought Yami Largo to Karakura town in the human world in search of Yuryu Ishida, the powerful spiritual pressure that Yami Largo intentionally released was detected by the Research and Development Department of the Iti. As a spiritually significant location, Karakura town had always been a priority for the Iti. The appearance of such an unusually powerful spiritual pressure wave from Yami Largo immediately drew the attention of the Research and Development Department. After Kisuke Urahara analyzed Yami Largo's spiritual pressure, he confirmed that the opponent was an Arankar whose spiritual pressure had surpassed that of a captain-level Shinigami. Although the purpose of this Arankar's visit to Karakura town in the human world was unclear, Kisuke Urahara still requested Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai to arrange for captain-level Shinigami to go to Karakura town to investigate. Yamamoto Genryusai immediately approved Kisuke Urahara's request, dispatching Toshiro Hitsugaya, captain of the 10th Division, and Ikaku Madarame, the newly appointed captain of the 11th Division. From Yamamoto Genryusai's arrangement, it was clear that the Gotei 13's captain-level combat power was stretched thin. To prevent any accidents, Kisuke Urahara also privately requested Yoruichi Shihoin's help. Unable to resist Kisuke Urahara's pleas, Yoruichi Shihoin agreed to go to the human world to see what was happening. And the one who had just stepped in to prevent Yami Largo from grabbing Yuryu Ishida was Toshiro Hitsugaya, using Hyarin Maru. Okuiora, who are these three guys? Can we kill them all? Seeing three people who seemed to be Shinigami suddenly appear, Yami Largo turned to ask Okuiora Cipher. Okuiora Cipher said calmly, they are three Shinigami. They are not key figures and can be killed. Hearing Okuiora Cipher's words, Yoruichi Shihoin raised an eyebrow and said, it seems we're being looked down upon. You two Arankar are from Wako Mundo, right? Did Uchiha Yusuke send you? When Yoruichi Shihoin spoke, she looked at Okuiora Cipher. She could tell that the one who was really in charge of the two was the skinny, small guy. Yoruichi-san, they came to capture Yuryu, but I don't know what their purpose is. At this time, Ichigo Kurosaki had released his holification. With his current spiritual pressure, he couldn't maintain holification for a long time. If he continued to let White occupy his body, there was a possibility of being permanently devoured by White. Yoruichi Shihoin nodded and said, even you can't handle the opponent after holifying, it seems they are indeed quite tricky. Toshiro, Ikaku, don't hold back, use Bankai directly. Hearing Yoruichi Shihoin's words, Toshiro Hitsugaya and Ikaku Madarame immediately unleashed their powerful spiritual pressure, simultaneously activating their Bankai abilities. Bankai, Daigurin Hyarin Maru. Bankai, Ryūjin Hozukimaru. After using Bankai, Toshiro Hitsugaya's body was surrounded by chilling frost, a pair of ice crystal wings on his shoulders, and a flower of ice made of 4 ice crystals floating above his head. Because Toshiro Hitsugaya's own spiritual pressure was limited by his age, his Bankai wasn't as stable as other captains and could only be maintained for a certain amount of time. Depending on the intensity and duration of the Bankai battle, the ice crystal petals of the cross-shaped ice flower on his head would gradually disappear. When the cross-shaped ice flower completely disappeared, Toshiro Hitsugaya would be forced to release his Bankai. Therefore, among the current captain-level Shinigami, Toshiro Hitsugaya was the least suited for prolonged battles. As for Ikaku Madarame, his Bankai was far less elegant and stylish than Toshiro Hitsugaya's. He carried a huge axe blade on his back, completely tearing apart his captain's Heiori and Shihakusho, leaving him completely naked from the waist up. His hands also held 2 huge weapons, a large sword in his left hand and an axe blade in his right hand, which was smaller than the axe blade on his back. Seeing Toshiro Hitsugaya and Ikaku Madarame's Bankai, Okuiora Cipher frowned slightly. Dealing with 2 captain-level Shinigami who seemed to be highly offensive, Yami Largo might really have some trouble. It seems I need to take action myself, Okuiora Cipher thought to himself. Activating Sonido, Okuiora Cipher transformed into a black shadow and disappeared from the spot. However, to his surprise, his high-speed Sonido was blocked. The one blocking him was Flash Goddess Yoruichi Shihoin. You little guy is pretty fast. Yoruichi Shihoin said with a smile. You are Flash Goddess Yoruichi? Okuiora Cipher asked. Yoruichi Shihoin asked strangely, you actually know me? Okuiora Cipher said calmly, the king said that your speed is not bad. A glint flashed in Yoruichi Shihoin's eyes. Just not bad. It seems Uchiha Yusuke has very high standards. As Yoruichi Shihoin's voice fell, she directly transformed into a black shadow, launching a flying kick from behind towards Okuiora Cipher's head. Okuiora Cipher didn't turn his head, simply took out his right hand from his pocket, using his arm to block Yoruichi Shihoin's attack. In the next instant, Yoruichi Shihoin and Okuiora Cipher's figures simultaneously disappeared from the spot, leaving only after images flashing in the air, making it impossible for others to see their movements clearly. If it weren't for the continuous spiritual pressure waves and the sounds of their attacks colliding, no one would have realized that there were two people fighting here. Toshiro Hitsugaya glanced at the direction of Yoruichi Shihoin and Okuiora Cypher's battle, saying with an admiring tone, as expected of Flash Goddess Yoruichi. As a rookie among the captains, it seems I still need to work hard for a long time to reach the level of my seniors. Ikikamadaraim, who was beside him, also smiled. I believe that with your talent, Captain Hitsugaya, as long as you continue to develop diligently, your achievements will definitely not be lower than anyone else. Saying that, Ikikamadaraim turned his gaze to Yami Largo below. Anyway, let's deal with this big guy in front of us first. Just as Toshiro Hitsugaya and Ikikamadaraim locked their spiritual pressure on Yami Largo was also staring at them. Do you think you can defeat me, Yami-sama, with just a bald guy and a kid whose hair hasn't even grown in yet? Yami Largo said mockingly. Hearing Yami Largo's words, blue veins popped out on the foreheads of both Ikikamadaraim and Toshiro Hitsugaya. They exchanged a glance and decided to simultaneously attack and teach this foul-mouthed enemy a lesson. Ikikamadaraim raised the two giant blades in his hands and slashed down fiercely at Yami Largo, while Toshiro Hitsugaya agilely attacked from the side using ice-based techniques. Yami Largo raised his hand and used his palm to block Ikikamadaraim's attack, and the huge blade actually managed to break through his defense. Although it didn't manage to split open Yami Largo's palm, it left a deep gash in his palm. Yami Largo, whose palm was injured, cried out in pain, but at this time, the most dangerous thing for him wasn't the sword wound on his hand, but the attack coming from the side. Daiguren Hyarinmaru, Ryūsenka, Dragon Hail Cross. A chilling aura surged out from Toshiro Hitsugaya's Zanpakuto, instantly passing through Yami Largo's huge body. Chapter 348, NZNT, Chapter. After the chilling air passed through Yami Largo's body, a crystalline ice pillar formed instantly, completely encasing Yami Largo's moss. After the chilling air passed through Yami Largo's body, a crystalline ice pillar formed instantly, completely encasing Yami Largo's massive body within it. Although he had temporarily restrained Yami Largo, Toshiro Hitsugaya could clearly sense that the enemy's spiritual pressure within the ice seal was still very stable, and he had not suffered any damage. Captain Madaraim, take this opportunity to unleash your strongest attack and give the enemy a fatal blow. Toshiro Hitsugaya said to Ikikamadaraim on the side. From the form of Ikikamadaraim's Bankai, it was clear that his Bankai must be a highly offensive ability, and the huge axe blade would definitely cause unparalleled destruction to the enemy. He would use his ice ability to restrain the enemy, and then use Ikikamadaraim's powerful attack to kill the enemy with one blow. This was the strategy that Toshiro Hitsugaya had come up with on the spot. However, Toshiro Hitsugaya never expected that his prediction was only half correct. Although Ikikamadaraim's Bankai could unleash extremely powerful destructive power, it required a considerable amount of accumulation time. On the huge axe blade on Ikikamadaraim's back, there was a dragon-shaped rage meter. Only when the rage meter was full could his Bankai unleash its full power. However, Ikikamadaraim had only attacked Yami Largo once so far, and the rage meter's rage value hadn't even reached 1/10. Captain Hitsugaya, my ability is a charging type, and I can't use my ultimate move yet. I'll have to trouble you for now, Ikikamadaraim said with an embarrassed expression. In the midst of battle, he didn't have time to explain his ability to Toshiro Hitsugaya and could only simply state that his attack required charging. Hearing this, Toshiro Hitsugaya didn't say anything more and immediately increased his spiritual pressure to the maximum. A shocking chill emanated from his body, lowering the temperature within a radius of several hundred meters. Aiming Hyarinmaru at the ice-sealed Yami Largo, the two ice crystal wings on Toshiro Hitsugaya's back suddenly shattered, transforming into countless fluorescent snowflakes that floated into the sky above. Daiguren Hyarinmaru, Hayaten Hayakaso, Frozen Heaven 100-Flower Funeral. With Yami Largo's body as the center, an ice pillar connecting heaven and earth suddenly formed. On this ice pillar, the spiritual pressure of the chilling air erupted in bursts, blooming exquisite and beautiful but also extremely dangerous ice flowers. The petals of these ice flowers were extremely hard and extremely cold ice cones. When the ice flowers bloomed, they would penetrate the ice pillar, causing both physical and freezing damage from the inside out to the enemy sealed in the ice pillar. After releasing the most powerful, Hayaten Hayakaso, the four-sided ice flower floating above Toshiro Hitsugaya's head completely transformed into scattered ice crystals, dissipating into the air. Under my full force, Hayaten Hayakaso, even with the big guy's spiritual pressure and defensive power, he will inevitably be unable to escape unscathed. Toshiro Hitsugaya said, panting. Ikikamadaraim just nodded blankly, clearly shocked by the power of Toshiro Hitsugaya's move. As expected of Soul Society, even elementary school students are so powerful. At this time, Ichigo Kurosaki walked over with an admiring expression, smiling at Toshiro Hitsugaya. At first, Ichigo Kurosaki thought that Toshiro Hitsugaya was just a cool-looking elementary school student, but he didn't expect him to possess such powerful power. Hearing Ichigo Kurosaki's words, Toshiro Hitsugaya said with dissatisfaction, "Please call me Captain Hitsugaya." Ichigo Kurosaki was shocked. You're really a captain? How can the Gotei 13 even have elementary school students as captains? Blue veins popped out on Toshiro Hitsugaya's forehead. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly sensed an unusually powerful spiritual pressure coming from within the ice pillar of Hyutin Hayakaso. This spiritual pressure was almost as powerful as the spiritual pressure of Yusuke and Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryosai during the battle at Sokayako Hill. Not good, everyone retreat quickly. Toshiro Hitsugaya shouted loudly. Hearing Toshiro Hitsugaya's reminder, Ikako Madarame, Ichigo Kurosaki, and the others immediately flew backward. Just as they retreated, the surface of the ice pillar filled with ice flowers suddenly cracked, and then the cracks instantly spread across the entire surface of the ice pillar. With a loud bang, the ice pillar suddenly exploded. Due to the air currents generated by the explosion, countless ice cones rapidly shot out in all directions. Roar! At this time, a earth-shattering roar came from the bottom of the ice pillar, causing everyone present to have their eardrums buzzing, and even Yasutora Sato and Orihime Inoue, who had fainted, were awakened by this roar. Then, a huge red figure burst out, directly charging towards the direction where Toshiro Hitsugaya was. At this time, Toshiro Hitsugaya no longer had the power of Bankai and could only retreat quickly. Ichigo Kurosaki and Ikako Madarame also immediately stepped forward to assist Toshiro Hitsugaya, raising their weapons and slashing at the huge red figure that had already arrived. 3 loud bangs echoed as Ichigo Kurosaki, Ikako Madarame, and Toshiro Hitsugaya, who wanted to assist, were all sent flying by this huge red figure. The powerful force caused the 3 to be slammed into the ground at an extremely high speed, and 3 large pits suddenly appeared on the ground. Ah, you actually forced me to release my final resurrection form, I will kill you all. At this time, everyone could finally see the appearance of this red figure. The fierce and violent appearance and the powerful spiritual pressure it emitted filled everyone's hearts with fear. This red figure was Yami Largo after his segunda etapa. His appearance hadn't changed much, but his body had returned to a bipedal humanoid form. The skin on his body had completely turned dark red, with lava-like patterns floating on it, and dark red flames were burning on his head. The bone armor on his body had turned gray, his hands and feet had completely transformed into thick claws, and there was a huge tail covered in dark red spiritual pressure behind him. Seeing the appearance of Yami Largo's segunda etapa, not only Ichigo Kurosaki and the others, but even Yuruchi Shihoin, who was fighting with Ulquiorra Cipher, was shocked, secretly worrying about Toshiro Hitsugaya and the others. You still have the mind to mess around with me. If you let Yami run wild, no one here except you might survive, Ulquiorra Cipher said calmly. Although Yuruchi Shihoin was secretly anxious, she didn't reveal the slightest flaw on her face, only smiling and saying, underestimating the captains of the Gotei 13 will lead to suffering. At this time, Toshiro Hitsugaya, Ikako Madarame, and Ichigo Kurosaki, who had been knocked to the ground by Yami Largo, almost simultaneously climbed up, but at this time they all looked very disheveled, covered in wounds, and with blood overflowing from the corners of their mouths. Damn it, how can this guy have such powerful spiritual pressure? Toshiro Hitsugaya spat out another mouthful of blood, barely supporting his body with his Zanpakuto. Chapter 349, NZNT, Chapter. Just as Toshiro Hitsugaya barely managed to stand up, Yami Largo immediately locked onto him with his spiritual pressure. The Hyutin Hayak. Just as Toshiro Hitsugaya barely managed to stand up, Yami Largo immediately locked onto him with his spiritual pressure. The Hyutin Hayakaso had made Yami Largo suffer greatly. If it weren't for the power of the Hogyoku, he would have been killed by Toshiro Hitsugaya. Holding a grudge, Yami Largo even forgot his mission and directly charged towards Toshiro Hitsugaya. At this time, Ichigo Kurosaki and Ikako Madarame had also suffered considerable injuries, and Toshiro Hitsugaya had exhausted his spiritual power from using his ultimate move. If Yami Largo really hit Toshiro Hitsugaya head-on, then this young, genius Shinigami would really be finished here. At this moment, Yuruchi Shihoin, who was fighting Ulquiorra Cipher, couldn't care about her opponent and immediately used her fastest speed to reach Toshiro Hitsugaya, picking him up and dodging Yami Largo's earth-shattering punch. In the next moment after Yuruchi Shihoin saved Toshiro Hitsugaya, an explosion erupted behind them, as if hundreds of tons of explosives had detonated simultaneously. The powerful air currents and countless rubble, propelled by the air currents like bullets, spread outwards. The loud bang and violent impact were the effects of Yami Largo's punch hitting the ground. If it weren't for Yuruchi Shihoin, Toshiro Hitsugaya would have been reduced to ashes. However, in order to save Toshiro Hitsugaya, Yuruchi Shihoin had given Ulquiorra Cipher an opportunity to act. With the mission objective as his priority, Ulquiorra Cipher had no intention of fighting and directly came to Yuryu Ishida, who had been paying attention to the battlefield from outside the battle, and grabbed him with a speed that Yuryu Ishida couldn't react to. Yuryu. Seeing Yuryu Ishida being grabbed by Ulquiorra Cipher, Ichigo Kurosaki exclaimed and quickly rushed forward. However, Ulquiorra Cipher waved his hand lightly, and in the next second, Ichigo Kurosaki was sent flying backward even faster. At this time, Yami Largo had fallen into a frenzy, with air currents created by the powerful spiritual pressure swirling around him, and his entire body was charging wildly after Uchiha. Uchiha, in order to protect Toshiro Hitsugaya, couldn't attack and could only rely on her speed to constantly change positions, dodging Yami Largo's attacks. Yami, stop. At this moment, Okuiora Cypher suddenly appeared in front of Yami Largo, facing away from Yami Largo and attacking Yami Largo's stomach with his elbow. Yami Largo, whose defensive power and spiritual pressure were very amazing, was actually knocked to the ground by his elbow strike. This attack by Okuiora Cypher, although seemingly unremarkable, had actually used the power of the Hogyoku. Otherwise, even with his own spiritual pressure, it wouldn't be enough to confront Yami Largo in Segunda Etapa on the spiritual pressure level. After Yami Largo knelt down, Okuiora Cypher stretched out his left hand and pressed it on the Hogyoku on Yami Largo's chest, saying calmly, "Hogyoku resonance, release." As his voice fell, Yami Largo's resurrection state began to recede. A few seconds later, Yami Largo returned to his original form, but his clothes were already tattered, and he could only use his hands to cover his sensitive areas to prevent exposure. "Okuiora, why did you stop me? I want to kill all these bastards. Look at how damaged my uniform is. After deducting the cost of the new uniform from my salary, I'll have to freeload off your meals for 2 more months." Yami Largo said loudly, his voice even faintly carrying a hint of crying. Okuiora Cypher created a garganta beside him with his left hand, and said slowly, "The cost of uniforms damaged due to missions can be reimbursed." Yami Largo was overjoyed upon hearing this. "Really? It can be reimbursed? By the way, Okuiora, what does reimburse mean?" "Okuiora Cypher, forget it, you should just come to my place for dinner." After saying that, Okuiora Cypher and Yami Largo were about to step into the garganta, preparing to return to Hueco Mundo. "You two bastards, wait for me, the battle isn't over yet, quickly leave Yuryu behind." Ichigo Kurosaki, who had been sent flying by Okuiora Cypher, supported his injured body and ran back, shouting loudly at Okuiora Cypher and Yami Largo. Hearing Ichigo Kurosaki's words, Yami Largo laughed loudly, mocking, "You guys should be glad that you were able to save your lives, especially you, ha 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 ha." After saying that, Yami Largo followed Okuiora Cypher into the garganta. Then, the garganta closed, and the two of them had successfully completed the task entrusted to them by Yusuke, successfully bringing Yuryu Ishida back to Hueco Mundo. Ichigo Kurosaki roared angrily, slamming his fist into the ground. "I will definitely rescue Yuryu," Ichigo Kurosaki said firmly. Orihime Inoue and Yasutora Sato, dragging their injured bodies, also walked over. Hearing Ichigo Kurosaki's words, they also said that no matter what, they would accompany Ichigo Kurosaki to rescue Yuryu Ishida. "You are too naive. With your strength, not only will you not be able to rescue Yuryu Ishida from the hands of the enemy, but you will also lose your lives," Uchiha walked forward and said. Behind Uchiha were Toshiro Hitsugaya and Ikikamateraim. Ichigo Kurosaki turned to look at Uchiha, anxiously shouting, "If I don't save him, are you telling me to just watch my friend fall into the hands of the enemy? Although I don't know who these guys are, there must be a purpose for them taking Yuryu away, and it might even endanger Yuryu's life." Uchiha said slowly, "They are all subordinates of Uchiha Yusuke, and do you know how many subordinates Uchiha Yusuke has in Hueco Mundo who have reached that level of strength?" Hearing the name, Uchiha Yusuke, the scene of Yusuke using Susanoo to block Oshwalin for his mother immediately flashed in Ichigo Kurosaki's mind. Regarding Yusuke, who had saved him and his mother, defected from the Siriitii, saved Rukia, and kidnapped Yuryu Ishida, Ichigo Kurosaki didn't know whether to view him as an enemy or a friend. Seeing Ichigo Kurosaki remaining silent, Toshiro Hitsugaya frowned and said, "There shouldn't be too many subordinates with that level of strength, right? And their power doesn't seem to be weaker than Uchiha Yusuke, why would they be his subordinates?" In Toshiro Hitsugaya's view, the spiritual pressure that Yami Largo had unleashed was no weaker than Yusuke's spiritual pressure at Sokaiku Hill, and he couldn't understand why an Arankar evolved from a hollow would work for Uchiha Yusuke, who was a Shinigami. Uchiha shook her head with a solemn expression. "That's why you don't understand how terrifying that man is, nor do you know what kind of power is currently hidden in Hueco Mundo. To tell you the truth, there are at least 10 guys with that level of strength in Hueco Mundo, and each of them possesses power surpassing that of the captains of the Godii 13. Uchiha said with shocking words. Hearing Uchiha's words, everyone present had shocked expressions on their faces, looking incredulous. Ikikamateraim said with a grave expression, "Uchi-san, are you saying that there are as many as 10 guys with the same strength as the big guy we were fighting?" A strange light flashed in Uchiha's eyes, and she said slowly, "Who told you I was talking about that big guy?" Chapter 350, NZNT, Chapter. Hearing this, Toshiro Hitsugaya seemed to understand what Uchiha meant, frowning and asking, "Uchi-san, do you mean that the S?" Hearing this, Toshiro Hitsugaya seemed to understand what Yoruichi Shihoin meant, frowning and asking, "Yoruichi-san, do you mean that the skinny guy was the real deal?" Yoruichi Shihoin nodded and said, "That's right. The big guy called Yami is his adjutant, and the skinny guy is named Ulquiorra, ranked 4th among Uchiha Yusuke's espada." Hearing Yoruichi Shihoin's words, everyone was immediately shocked speechless, not expecting that the enemy who had completely stumped them was just someone else's adjutant. Of course, Ichigo Kurosaki and the others didn't know that Ulquiorra Cypher's adjutant was special. Although Yami Largo's combat power was at the bottom of the espada, he himself was considered to be at the espada level. The adjutants of the other espada members didn't have Yami Largo's powerful combat power. No wonder the big guy seemed to respect the skinny guy more. "But how did you know all this information, Yoruichi-san?" Toshiro Hitsugaya asked with doubt. Hearing this, Yoruichi Shihoin smiled and said, "I also got this information from a friend not long ago, and I haven't had time to provide it to the Godai 13. The friend that Yoruichi Shihoin mentioned was actually the Vizard, who had been trapped in Las Noches before. After Yusuke completely left Soul Society, Shinji Hirako, on behalf of the Vizard, negotiated with Yusuke, hoping that Yusuke could let them leave to deal with Aizen. However, in exchange, the Vizard members would no longer join the Siriidii, nor would they oppose Las Noches. Although Yusuke felt a little regretful that he couldn't recruit the Vizard, for Yusuke, the power of the Vizard was just icing on the cake and not a power that he had to obtain. Therefore, Yusuke agreed to Shinji Hirako and the others' request, allowing them to leave Las Noches. However, before Shinji Hirako and the others left, Yusuke also gave them information about Aizen hiding in hell. As for whether they would go to trouble Aizen, Yusuke didn't care much. After Shinji Hirako and the others left Hueco Mundo, the first thing they did was to find Kasukirahara. The last person Shinji Hirako saw before he fainted in the soul disappearance incident was Kasukirahara, who had arrived in the Rakongai at the time. At Kasukirahara's place, Shinji Hirako confirmed that Soul Society had indeed decided to execute them all, and also learned about a series of events that had occurred in the Siriidii after their holification. Knowing that they had been completely abandoned by the Siriidii, the Vizard had completely given up on the Siriidii. However, it was precisely because of this that they were able to settle this knot that had been buried in their hearts for many years, and they could truly live for themselves and fight for themselves in the future. From that moment on, the organization Vizard was officially established, and their goal was to find Aizen and avenge themselves. Before Shinji Hirako and the others left, Kasukirahara sincerely invited everyone to return to the Siriidii, also stating that the power of the Siriidii was far from what it used to be, and they were in great need of their participation. However, Shinji Hirako and the other Vizard members all resolutely rejected Kasukirahara's invitation. They knew that the Siriidii needed them not because they were them, but because they possessed the power that the Siriidii desperately wanted to obtain at the moment. Before leaving, out of gratitude for Kasukirahara's help in saving them 110 years ago, Shinji Hirako revealed some information about Las Noches to Kasukirahara, which could be considered a loophole in their promise. Kasukirahara also told Yoruichi Shihoin this information, discussing finding an opportunity to provide it to the Godai 13. However, before they had time to provide the information to Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryosai, the incident of Ulquiorra Cypher bringing Yami Largo to Karakura town occurred. It was precisely because he knew that the combat power of Las Noches was very strong that Kasukirahara was worried that something might happen and specially asked Yoruichi Shihoin to make a trip, and now it proved that his judgment was completely correct. Yoruichi Shihoin naturally wouldn't reveal the source of the information about Las Noches. Since Shinji Hirako and the others had chosen to sever ties with the Siriidii, Yoruichi Shihoin and Kasukirahara also respected their choice. Unless the Vizard members themselves appeared, Yoruichi Shihoin and Kasukirahara wouldn't tell anyone about their existence. Looking at everyone's curious gazes, Yoruichi Shihoin laughed and said perfunctorily, "I am the Flash Goddess Shihoin Yoruichi, and I have friends all over the world. But they are not people of the Siriidii, so I can't reveal their identities." After speaking, Yoruichi Shihoin looked at Ichigo Kurosaki with a serious gaze and said, "Ichigo, now that you know the enemy's strength, will you still insist on going to Hueco Mundo to throw your life away?" Being named by Yoruichi Shihoin, Ichigo Kurosaki frowned tightly and remained silent. Everyone also turned their gazes to him, waiting for his answer. After a long time, Ichigo Kurosaki smiled and raised his head, laughing, "No matter what, as long as I have a breath left, I won't abandon my friends." Hearing Ichigo Kurosaki's words, Yasutora Sado and Orihime Inoue smiled and exchanged glances. They knew that Ichigo Kurosaki was still the Ichigo Kurosaki they admired, and he wouldn't give up his beliefs because of the enemy's strength. They had also made up their minds that no matter how many enemies there were ahead, they would accompany Ichigo Kurosaki to fight together. Yoruichi Shihoin sighed, but a smile appeared on her face. "As expected, that's you. Come with me to Soul Society, and Urahara, and I will help you master your power. Of course, Orihime-chan and Chad are welcome to come along too." "Yeah." Ichigo Kurosaki, Orihime Inoue, and Yasutora Sado replied with joyful expressions. After everyone eliminated the impact caused by the battle in the human world, Ichigo Kurosaki, Orihime Inoue, and Yasutora Sato temporarily stayed in the human world to make some arrangements in advance for their upcoming trip to Soul Society. Yoruichi Shihoin, along with Toshiro Hitsugaya and Ikika Madarame, returned to the Godi I-13, preparing to report the battle that had occurred in the human world and the specific situation to all the captains. Siri-Iti, Godi I-13, 1st Division Headquarters Hall. All the captains had arrived. Including the captain commander, there were currently only 9 captains in the Godi I-13. The captain positions of the 3rd Division, 5th Division, 6th Division, and 9th Division were still vacant. Standing in the center of the hall were Toshiro Hitsugaya and Ikika Madarame, who had just returned from Karakura town. Toshiro Hitsugaya was reporting the situation of this operation to all the captains. The above is the entire process of the battle in Karakura town. Captain Madarame and the outside helper Yoruichi-san are both witnesses. After Toshiro Hitsugaya finished speaking, the entire 1st Division headquarters hall was silent, and all the captains had solemn expressions on their faces. If what Toshiro Hitsugaya said was true, most of the captains here might not be a match for even one of Yusuke's adjutants. Chapter 351, NZNT, Chapter. Amidst the silence, Kisuke Urahara gave Yoruichi Shihoin a look, signaling her to reveal the known information about Las Noches to the capta. Amidst the silence, Kisuke Urahara gave Yoruichi Shihoin a look, signaling her to reveal the known information about Las Noches to the captains present. Since Yoruichi Shihoin was no longer a member of the Godi I-13, it was more convenient for her, as an outside helper, to say this information. Subsequently, Yoruichi Shihoin revealed all the information she knew about Las Noches, including the combat personnel structure centered on the Espada and information about some of its members. Yoruichi-san, what level of strength do you think Ulquiorra, who you fought, possesses? Since he is ranked 4th among the so-called Espada, we might as well use his strength as a benchmark for assessing the strength of other members of the enemy, Shunsui Kairaku asked. He, who had always maintained a lazy attitude, no longer had his usual relaxed smile on his face. Yoruichi Shihoin shook her head and said, I can't judge his strength, because he didn't use his real power when fighting me. But there is no doubt that his power is definitely above mine, or rather, above all the captains present except for the captain commander. Saying that, Yoruichi Shihoin glanced at Retsu Unohana, the captain of the 4th Division. As one of the few who knew Retsu Unohana's true identity and strength, she couldn't really fathom Retsu Unohana's strength either. However, since the other party had already identified herself as a medical personnel, she wouldn't care about her comparison of combat power. If that's the case, then we are completely no match for Hueco Mundo. Shunsui Kairaku shook his head and said. He knew that his teacher, Yamamoto Genryusai, had plans to attack Hueco Mundo, but it seemed that the strength of the two sides was completely unequal, and there was no chance of winning if they attacked Hueco Mundo at this time. He said this precisely in the hope of dispelling Yamamoto Genryusai's idea of attacking Hueco Mundo. Yamamoto Genryusai was naturally aware of Shunsui Kairaku's intentions. He turned to look at Kisuke Urahara and asked in a deep voice, Captain Urahara, I have the idea of sweeping Hueco Mundo. I wonder what suggestions you have on this. The sweeping that Yamamoto Genryusai spoke of was not to eliminate all the hollows in Hueco Mundo, but to completely destroy the power of Las Noches, led by Yusuke. Eliminating Uchiha Yusuke was not only to recover the losses and face of the Siri-Iti, or to weaken the power of Hueco Mundo, allowing the Siri-Iti to regain its dominance over the entire world. A large part of the reason was due to Yamamoto Genryusai's personal reasons, which was that he and Yusuke were now sharing the power of Ryūjin Jakka. When Yusuke's spiritual pressure was weak, this influence was negligible for him. But with Yusuke's current spiritual pressure, he had taken almost half of Ryūjin Jakka's power, which was equivalent to a direct decrease of almost half of his strength, who was focused on developing Ryūjin Jakka's abilities. For the domineering Yamamoto Genryusai, Yusuke was a target that he had to solve immediately. Hearing Yamamoto Genryusai's words, Kisuke Urahara wasn't surprised. From the moment he saw Yusuke use Ryūjin Jakka, he knew that the captain commander would definitely actively launch an attack on Hueco Mundo. My opinion is that the problem of Hueco Mundo must be resolved as soon as possible. If we are to launch a war, then it should be sooner rather than later, Kisuke Urahara said slowly. Shunsui Kairaku frowned and said, Captain Urahara, the power of the Godi I-13 is obviously weaker than Hueco Mundo now. Are you saying that you think Yoruichi-san's description of the other side's strength is an exaggeration? Kisuke Urahara smiled and said, I naturally understand Captain Kairaku's concerns. We are weaker than the enemy, and we are attacking their base camp, which seems to be a suicidal thing. But has Captain Kairaku considered that if we allow the other side to accumulate strength, perhaps in the near future, the strength of Las Noches will be even greater than it is now, far surpassing Soul Society? Kisuke Urahara's words stunned all the captains. They hadn't really thought about this point, and even Shunsui Kairaku, who was originally opposed to launching an attack on Hueco Mundo, couldn't help but ponder. Seeing that his words had had an effect, Kisuke Urahara continued to add, the the reason why the power of Hueco Mundo is so strong must be inextricably linked to Uchiha Yusuke. Ever since the theft case in the Ryūjin 170 years ago, I suspect that he has been plotting, using the resources stolen from the Ryūjin to develop his own power. In addition, Nimyu Kuratsuchi, the maggot's nest prisoner that I once recommended to the captain commander, has now been confirmed to be under Uchiha Yusuke's command. I am very clear about his research talent. He is definitely a genius that is rare to see in 1,000 years. I believe that it is with his help that Uchiha Yusuke was able to so smoothly allow the hollows in Hueco Mundo to complete their Arankar transformations, and even further develop powers that surpass you captains. Kisuke Urahara's gaze swept over all the captains present, and finally looked at Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai. Captain Commander Yamamoto, Uchiha Yusuke's power is already quite large, and with at least 3 Hogyoku in his hands, if we allow him to develop in Hueco Mundo, I can assert that in less than a century, he will have the power to crush the world. After saying these words, Kisuke Urahara didn't say anything more. He knew that these words were enough to alert all the captains present. In the end, even Shunsui Kairaku, who was originally against the war, sighed and retreated to his position, because he had to admit that Kisuke Urahara's words were indeed reasonable. Although starting a war might involve considerable sacrifices, if they didn't start a war with Hueco Mundo, it would be equivalent to allowing the enemy to grow stronger step by step, until they were strong enough to easily crush them. Yamamoto Genryusai's narrowed eye suddenly opened, and a strong killing intent swept through the entire 1st Division headquarters hall. This killing intent had never been revealed by Yamamoto Genryusai in thousands of years. The powerful aura made all the captains present shudder. Not to mention the new captains such as Toshiro Hitsugaya, Ikaku Madarame, and Sui Feng, even veteran captains with top-tier strength such as Shunsui Kairaku and Jushiro Yukitake felt like they couldn't support themselves under this killing intent. At this time, many new captains realized that the majesty that Yamamoto Genryusai, who was known as the strongest Shinigami, usually displayed was already him trying his best to restrain his aura. Once his aura was fully unleashed, there were few of the so-called captains present who could truly stand before him and speak normally. As the Godii 13, which maintains the balance of the various realms, the operation to attack Hueco Mundo is already imperative. All captains, as the backbone of this operation, must diligently hone yourselves during this time and prepare for the decisive battle. This sentence from Yamamoto Genryusai also destined that there would be an unprecedented war between Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. Chapter 352, NZNT, Chapter. After the Godii 13 headquarters meeting ended, Kisuke Urahara was stopped by Shunsui Kairaku on the way back to the research and development. After the Godii 13 headquarters meeting ended, Kisuke Urahara was stopped by Shunsui Kairaku on the way back to the research and development department. Captain Urahara, can you tell me about your preparations? Shunsui Kairaku asked, looking at Kisuke Urahara. In Shunsui Kairaku's view, Kisuke Urahara was not a hothead who would fight an unprepared battle. If Kisuke Urahara himself didn't have a few points of certainty, he would never have cooperated with Yamamoto Genryusai to facilitate this war. Kisuke Urahara smiled and said, preparations. I do have some tricks up my sleeve. But I am more confident that the captains of the Godii 13 will not allow the Arankar of Hueco Mundo to step on their heads. Las Noches, Research and Development Department. Yuryu Ishida, who had been brought back by Ulquiorra Cipher, had regained consciousness, but to prevent him from causing any trouble, he was still wearing a spiritual power sealing collar specially used to block spiritual power. You are the Shinigami who rescued Rukia. How is Rukia now? Yuryu Ishida asked, looking at Yusuke. As he spoke, Mayuri Kuratsuchi had brought his face close to him, curiously observing him. Since Yusuke had brought Mayuri Kuratsuchi to Hueco Mundo, Mayuri Kuratsuchi hadn't gone to the human world to capture Quincy's for research as he had in the original story, nor had he killed Yuryu Ishida's grandfather, who he depended on. Therefore, the current Yuryu Ishida was still his first Quincy test subject. Yusuke smiled and said, your friendship is truly admirable. You are now trapped, but your first question is about caring for others. Don't worry, Rukia is someone I value highly, and she is doing well here. Hearing Yusuke's words, a trace of relief flashed in Yuryu Ishida's eyes. Although Yusuke seemed to be more of an enemy than a friend to him, he had already fallen into the other party's hands, and there was no need for the other party to deceive him about Rukia's situation. With great disgust, Yuryu Ishida took a step to the side, wanting to distance himself from the weirdo who kept looking at him with the eyes of someone looking at a rare animal. However, as soon as he took a step, Mayuri Kuratsuchi followed him. Helpless, Yuryu Ishida shook his head and looked at Yusuke, saying, then what is your purpose in capturing me from the human world? It's to ask you to become my test subject. Before Yusuke could speak, Mayuri Kuratsuchi answered Yuryu Ishida's question with a strange laugh. Is this a living Quincy? What an interesting creature. They clearly have human bodies, but they also have spirit particle powers similar to Shinigami. My hands are really itching now. Mayuri Kuratsuchi continued. Hearing Mayuri Kuratsuchi's words, Yuryu Ishida revealed an angry expression. No one would want to become a test subject, like a guinea pig. Are you kidding me? Even if you kill me, I won't be willing to become your test subject, Yuryu Ishida said in a deep voice. Mayuri Kuratsuchi said with a sinister smile, test subject number 250, you don't have a choice. The experiment hadn't even started yet, but Mayuri Kuratsuchi had already numbered Yuryu Ishida. Yusuke, who was on the side, shook his head and said to Mayuri Kuratsuchi, Director Kuratsuchi, please don't use your standards to number my invited friend. Hearing this, Mayuri Kuratsuchi shrugged and said, you are the master of Las Noches, you have the final say. Yusuke turned to look at Yuryu Ishida and said with a smile, Ishida-kun, this time I invited you here, it is to help you and your friends. Yuryu Ishida sneered and said, help me and my friends. Your lie is too ridiculous. I have never seen anyone help others like this. Yusuke smiled and said, the truth of the world is always in the hands of a few people. The future I see is something you cannot know, but I believe you will understand my good intention soon. Yuryu Ishida didn't directly deny all of Yusuke's words. He knew that Yusuke's power was too much stronger than his own. Even Yusuke's subordinates were far beyond his match, and since he was now at the mercy of others, the other party had no reason to deceive him. Looking at Yusuke's eyes, which were like the night sky, Yuryu Ishida frowned and asked, then would you mind telling me the purpose of bringing me here? Yusuke smiled and said, these things are completely unbelievable for you now, and I don't want to say too much to disturb your mind. I am here this time to tell you, as the master of Las Noches, that I have no ill intentions. You just need to cooperate with Director Kuratsuchi in researching Quincy abilities here. Afterwards, Mayuri Kuratsuchi arranged for his subordinates to take Yuryu Ishida to his residence to rest. Yusuke-sama, is the Wandenreich you mentioned really that powerful? Mayuri Kuratsuchi asked Yusuke curiously. Yusuke nodded with a solemn expression and said, to be honest, even with the current power of Las Noches, I am not confident that we can defeat the Wandenreich. Time is very tight. The Wandenreich will appear within 3 years. If you still can't find a way to enter the Wandenreich, then you need to consider how to use your technology to target the power of the Quincies. Seeing Yusuke's unprecedentedly serious expression, Mayuri Kuratsuchi also realized that the Wandenreich would indeed be a potential and powerful opponent. Understood. But does this Yuryu Ishida really have that much research value? I think the spiritual pressure in his body seems very ordinary. Mayuri Kuratsuchi frowned and said. Yusuke patted Mayuri Kuratsuchi on the shoulder and said, he is definitely a special existence. Whether you can discover his hidden power depends on your ability. Yuryu Ishida, as a mixed-blood Quincy, had the power to resist Yawacha's Oshwalin. And at the end of the 1,000-year blood war, only he was able to control the arrow made by Ryūjin Ishida from the collected silver blood clots and give Yawacha a fatal blow. In Yusuke's view, the key to defeating the Wandenreich was very likely to be on Yuryu Ishida. After leaving the Research and Development Department, Yusuke returned to his palace. Regarding the so-called omniscient and omnipotent Yawach, Yusuke couldn't fully fathom his power and realm at this time. Yuryu Ishida was a trump card that Yusuke planned to use to deal with Yawach, but he would never put all his eggs in one basket, especially since the eggs in this basket didn't belong to him. Now is the time to use the power of the two Hogyoku in my hands. Chapter 353, NZNT, Chapter. For days, Yusuke had been pondering how to use the Hogyoku in his possession to enhance his strength. In his final plan, Yusuke intended to. For days, Yusuke had been pondering how to use the Hogyoku in his possession to enhance his strength. In his final plan, Yusuke intended to merge the Hogyoku containing the powers of a Shinigami, a Hollow, and a Quincy into one, and then fuse it with his own body. Therefore, at this stage, Yusuke couldn't directly fuse the Hogyoku into his body like Aizen. After some thought and analysis, Yusuke had a temporary method of using the Hogyoku, which was to temporarily embed the Hogyoku into his Susanoo in a non-fused manner, enhancing the power of his Susanoo. From the Kamui dimension, he simultaneously took out two Hogyoku that were completely identical in appearance but emitted completely opposite spiritual pressure. The spiritual pressure of these two Hogyoku produced a wonderful resonance, as if calling for Yusuke to merge them into one. However, Yusuke, who had even greater ambitions, knew that he had to resist this temptation at this moment. Once the two Hogyoku were merged, their powers would achieve a perfect balance. When Yusuke later created a Hogyoku based on the power of the Quincies, there would be no way to continue to integrate it into a Hogyoku that already had a perfectly balanced power. Yusuke activated his dojutsu, and a huge black samurai slowly formed behind him. Looking at the huge Susanoo in the empty palace, the two Hogyoku in Yusuke's hands slowly flew towards it. One flew into the Susanoo's forehead, and the other flew into the Susanoo's chest. As soon as the Hogyoku touched the Susanoo, it actively drilled into the Susanoo's body. As a Hogyoku with its own consciousness, it was extremely eager to perfectly merge with its host, thereby promoting the co-evolution of itself and its host. At this time, Yusuke controlled his spiritual pressure and did not accept the Hogyoku's request to completely fuse with the Susanoo, only allowing the two Hogyoku to be embedded in the Susanoo's forehead and chest center, respectively. The Hogyoku seemed to have also sensed the meaning of rejection in Yusuke's spiritual pressure, and didn't forcibly try to further merge with the Susanoo. For the Hogyoku, what it craved was perfect fusion and evolution. If the host couldn't actively accept it, it would voluntarily give up on fusion. But similarly, if it felt that the host wasn't worthy of its power, it would also actively reject the host. The Hogyoku embedded in the Susanoo's forehead was made from Shinigami souls. Dozens of slender tentacles extended from this Hogyoku, piercing into the Susanoo's incomparably strong skin, connecting with the Susanoo. This form made it seem as if there was a dark blue sun pattern in the center of the Susanoo's forehead. The Hogyoku made from hollows, which was in the Susanoo's chest, had opened a hollow hole in the Susanoo's chest, and this Hogyoku was suspended in the very center of the hollow hole. The Susanoo, which had been modified by the Hogyoku, also began to gradually undergo new changes in appearance. The original black armor began to change into white bone armor similar to that of Hollows and Arrancar, and dark blue flames ignited in the original Hollow eyes. A powerful spiritual pressure with both Shinigami and Hollow auras actually surged from its body. Just as the Susanoo was being strengthened, the Susanoo, which was a product of Yusuke's dojutsu, also fed back a part of the Hogyoku's power to Yusuke's eyes. At this time, in Yusuke's eyes, which were originally like the deep night sky, there were several bright or dim spots of light. These spots of light, as if they had life, flickered dynamically. If viewed from other people's perspectives, Yusuke's eyes now looked like a starry sky. It's just that the Rinnegan in his left eye had an extra circle of ripples. I didn't expect that temporarily embedding the Hogyoku into the Susanoo would have such interesting changes. Yusuke was delighted to find that not only had Susanoo's spiritual pressure increased a lot, but it could also use some of the abilities of Shinigami and Hollows, Bakudo No. 1, Sai. Controlling the Susanoo behind him, Yusuke tried to mobilize it to cast the most basic binding spell on a dog-type Arrancar who was staring blankly at him in the corner of the palace. The Susanoo stretched out a finger and shot a beam of white light at the dog-type Arrancar. The dog-type Arrancar's limbs were immediately entangled by the white light, and it couldn't move in any way. Its body also lost its balance and fell sideways. Woof woof woof. After being bound, the dog-type Arrancar began to struggle, but it couldn't break free from the white light that had entangled its limbs. Kukapuro, sorry for using you as a simple experiment. Yusuke stepped forward and patted the dog-type Arrancar's head, and then released the binding spell on it. The dog-type Arrancar named Kukapuro was the size of an ordinary light yellow dog, except that it had a dog-faced bone mask on its face that looked a little dull. It was originally Yami Largo's fraction, but after Yami Largo was stripped of his Espada title and became Okiura Cypher's adjutant, it became the mascot of Las Noches. Although Kukapuro looked very weak, it was ranked 35 among the many Arrancar in the original story, indicating that its spiritual pressure was still SOSO. After Yusuke released the binding, Kukapuro immediately jumped up and wagged its tail, quickly escaping from the palace, seeming to be a little frightened. After the simple attempt just now, Yusuke found that the Susanoo's ability to use Kido was of great help to him. Combining his own spiritual pressure and releasing Kido through the Susanoo greatly increased the power, making Kido spells and Yusuke's self-created Shinto spells even more valuable in battle. At this moment, Yusuke found that Rukia Kachiki had come to the palace, probably having heard about Yuryu Ishida's matter and coming to find him. Yusuke cancelled the Susanoo and returned to the throne. Soon, the guards led Rukia Kachiki into the palace hall. As a member of Las Noches, Rukia Kachiki had now changed into the Las Noches uniform. The white robe combined with the snow-white and crystal-clear Zanpakudo Sodi no Shirayuki at her waist gave her the temperament of a celestial maiden. At this time, Yusuke could find that Rukia Kachiki herself seemed to have become familiar with the power of the Hogyoku, and even had her own understanding and development direction. Normally, there were no Zanpakudo that existed stably in the Shirkai state, but Sodi no Shirayuki at Rukia Kachiki's waist was clearly already in the Shirkai state, and Yusuke could find that Rukia Kachiki didn't deliberately use spiritual power to maintain the Shirkai. Rukia, congratulations on your new breakthrough, Yusuke said with a smile. Rukia Kachiki was not a person who was very good at hiding her emotions. At this time, she almost had the words worry and anxiety written on her face. Yusuke-sama, I heard that you went to the human world and captured Ishida-kun. Rukia Kachiki asked urgently. Because she had always called Yuryu Ishida Ishida-kun in the human world, she was very used to this title and couldn't change it. Chapter 354, NZNT, Chapter. I didn't expect you to get the news so quickly. Don't worry, I didn't mean to harm Yuryu Ishida. You can visit him at the Research and Devil. I didn't expect you to get the news so quickly. Don't worry, I didn't mean to harm Yuryu Ishida. You can visit him at the Research and Development Department at any time, Yusuke said with a smile. Hearing Yusuke's words, Rukia Kachiki's heart calmed down a little. Since Yusuke said that he wouldn't harm Yuryu Ishida, she believed him. However, even so, Rukia Kachiki still had many questions and worries in her heart. Yusuke-sama, why did you bring Ishida-kun here? Rukia Kachiki asked. Yusuke looked at Rukia Kachiki with a calm gaze and slowly said, within 3 years, there will be a catastrophe sweeping through Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and the human world, and the power that will trigger this catastrophe is a very powerful Quincy force. Rukia Kachiki didn't question Yusuke's words, and she frowned and asked tentatively, do you mean that this catastrophe will be related to Ishida-kun? But if even you think it's tricky, what can Ishida-kun do? Yusuke smiled and beckoned Rukia Kachiki, signaling her to come closer. Rukia, you are much more restrained than before. In private, you can still see me as Captain Yusuke from Soul Society. Hearing Yusuke's words, Rukia Kachiki smiled wryly in her heart. Yusuke's words sounded simple, but the change in their identities and forces made it impossible for her to face Yusuke as she had before. However, Yusuke's words still made Rukia Kachiki relax a lot, and she walked to Yusuke's throne. After Rukia Kachiki adjusted her mentality, the atmosphere changed a lot. At this time, she and Yusuke were like a junior chatting with a senior, no longer like a subordinate reporting to a superior. Rukia, our future enemy is a powerful Quincy with power that even I can't fathom, and his power and Yuryu Ishida's power have some kind of mysterious connection. Now, I want to use my Yuri Kuratsuchi's technology to find some methods to target Quincy abilities from Yuryu Ishida, which will allow us to gain some advantages in future battles, Yusuke explained slowly. Rukia Kachiki nodded upon hearing this, but then she showed a worried expression, but if you capture Ishida-kun, Ichigo won't ignore it. What if he comes to Hueco Mundo to oppose you? Rukia, this is an irreconcilable conflict. I won't let Yuryu Ishida leave Hueco Mundo within 3 years. This is not only for me or Las Noches, but for all the realms in this world, Yusuke said calmly. After Yusuke finished speaking, Rukia Kachiki fell into silence. If the catastrophe that Yusuke spoke of really existed, then forcibly making Yuryu Ishida stay in Hueco Mundo for 3 years didn't seem unacceptable. After a long time, Rukia Kachiki raised her head, looking at Yusuke's eyes and said, Yusuke-sama, can I trust you? Yusuke didn't expect Rukia Kachiki to ask him such a naive question. If it were other superiors, they would immediately realize that the person in front of them was a subordinate who didn't trust them. However, Yusuke didn't care. He gently stroked Rukia Kachiki's head, just like he used to do in Soul Society, and said with a smile, Rukia, of course you can trust me. Yusuke-sama, then when Ichigo comes to Hueco Mundo, I hope you can leave him and his companions entirely to me to deal with, Rukia Kachiki said. Yusuke nodded. No problem, I also believe that you won't do anything that goes against Las Noches. But are you so sure that Kurosaki Ichigo will come to Hueco Mundo? I heard from Okiura about his battle with Kurosaki Ichigo and the others. I believe Kurosaki Ichigo himself should have a judgment on the strength of both sides, right? A strange light flashed in Rukia Kachiki's eyes, and she said with a certain tone, he will definitely come, because he is Kurosaki Ichigo. Rukia Kachiki's feelings for Ichigo Kurosaki might not be as deep as Orihime Inoue's, but when it came to understanding Ichigo Kurosaki, probably no one could compare to her. After seeing Yusuke, Rukia Kachiki immediately went to the Research and Development Department to see Yuryu Ishida. After the two talked, they both acted no differently than usual, and Rukia Kachiki wasn't resented by Yuryu Ishida, seemingly still being very good friends. After seeing Rukia Kachiki, Yuryu Ishida seemed much calmer, which was also a good thing for Yusuke. At this time, Aizen, who had come to Hell, was walking towards the depths as if he were strolling in his own backyard, with Jin Ichimaru and Kanami Tosen. Hell was divided into 18 layers, with the first 12 layers being the upper layers of Hell, where ordinary souls who had fallen into Hell were imprisoned. The last 6 layers of Hell were the lower layers of Hell, where souls with heinous crimes were imprisoned. These souls that had fallen into Hell were called Togabito, and all Togabito had a black iron chain on some part of their bodies. This iron chain was the key to Hell's binding of the Togabito's souls. Because of this iron chain, all Togabito were immortal. But in fact, this immortality didn't bring the Togabito in Hell joy, but endless torment and curses. All the Togabito in Hell were constantly subjected to the torment of the hellish environment or the jailers. When they were completely destroyed in body and mind, the will of Hell would use the chain connecting their origins to resurrect them in Hell, and then continue to suffer torment in a cycle. However, because the Togabito were in different layers, the torment they suffered was also different. Especially in the lowest layer of Hell, the pain was completely unimaginable. Aizen and his companions had now arrived at the 11th layer of Hell, the Thorns Hell. This place was full of thorns with barbs, and the Togabito were wrapped in layers of thorns. These thorns didn't stop after wrapping around the Togabito, but kept wriggling, allowing the barbs on the thorns to tear the Togabito's bodies to the greatest extent. Under such cruel torment, the surroundings were filled with the Togabito's painful screams. Some Togabito seemed to possess considerable strength, and actually broke free from the thorns with their physical strength. However, the surrounding hell jailers quickly killed these Togabito directly. The Togabito who were killed would revive again in the thorn bushes, and then accept the endless torment of these thorns. The jailers in hell were not in human form, but were huge monsters. The center of these monsters' bodies and their heads were bones, while their limbs were extremely strong muscles, and eerie ghost fires burned in their hollow eyes. Although some Togabito were stronger than ordinary jailers, these jailers were born with the power to restrain the Togabito, making it impossible for many Togabito to resist them at all. Chapter 355, NZNT, Chapter. Oh my, hell is truly a terrifying place. But Aizen-sama, how did you think of coming to hell? Jin Ichimaru asked, following behind Aizen. Oh my, hell is truly a terrifying place. But Aizen-sama, how did you think of coming to hell? Jin Ichimaru asked, following behind Aizen. At this time, Aizen's arm, which had been severed by Mirai, had been restored, and he wore a black glove on the hand of this arm. It seemed that the restored arm was somewhat different from the original arm, and Aizen wanted to hide this difference with gloves. Hearing Jin Ichimaru's question, Aizen said with a smile, it was just a whim. Originally, Aizen's first plan was to fuse with the Hogyoku, kill the Soul King, and then replace the Soul King to become the sole ruler of the world. However, having made some new discoveries in the Great Spirit Book Hall, Aizen now had a second plan in mind, and this plan was naturally related to hell. Seeing that Aizen was unwilling to say more, Jin Ichimaru, as a subordinate, didn't ask too much. At this time, he was troubled by how he could contact Yusuke without being discovered by Aizen. As long as he could exchange for the missing wisp of Ranjiku's soul, Jin Ichimaru was willing to become Yusuke's eyes to monitor Aizen. At this moment, several figures wrapped in black robes suddenly rushed towards Aizen and his companions, followed by dozens of jailers. These jailers had subtle differences in appearance from the jailers Aizen and his companions had seen before. The color of the muscles on their bodies was dark red, and the spiritual pressure they emitted was also stronger. It wasn't difficult to judge that these jailers were from the lower layers of hell, and the black-robed figures they were chasing were most likely Togabito who had escaped from the lower layers of hell. The reason why Aizen and his companions could wander around hell so leisurely was because Aizen used his Kyoka Suigetsu ability, preventing the Togabito and jailers from detecting their existence. But precisely because of this, the black-robed figures rushing straight towards them couldn't see them either, unaware that there were other people on their escape route. Jin, stop them, Aizen ordered. At this time, Aizen could choose to quickly step aside and continue to hide his tracks. However, he was very interested in these black-robed figures, so he let Jin Ichimaru stop them all. Hearing Aizen's order, Jin Ichimaru didn't hesitate to draw his Zanpakuto from his waist and slash horizontally forward. The originally not-so-long blade suddenly stretched out dozens of meters, and the range of the horizontal slash covered a large area in front of him. The black-robed figures were also startled by the sudden appearance of Jin Ichimaru, but they reacted very quickly, jumping into the air together to dodge Jin Ichimaru's attack. However, the dozens of jailers chasing behind them weren't so lucky. These huge jailers were all cut in half at the waist, and could only support their severed upper bodies as they crawled slowly on the ground. These jailers weren't very intelligent. Although their bodies had been severed, they still seemed to want to chase the black-robed figures. However, their method of moving by crawling with their arms on their upper bodies couldn't keep up with the speed of the target at all. The black-robed figures glanced back at the jailers, who were no longer a threat, and breathed a sigh of relief. The leader of the black-robed figures looked at Jin Ichimaru, who was blocking their path, and asked in a deep voice, "You are not Togabito, why are you in hell? And why did you attack us?" This black-robed figure was the leader of the group, and they were indeed Togabito who had escaped from the lower layers of hell. As Togabito with heinous crimes, they would normally have counterattacked if someone actively attacked them, without asking any questions. But this was hell, which they wanted to leave as soon as possible, so they didn't want to cause any more trouble. "Everyone, I just have a few small questions I want to ask you." At this time, Aizen and Tozen Kanami's figures slowly appeared beside Jin Ichimaru, and the black-robed Togabito realized that there were other people hidden nearby. "Bastard, who do you think you are? Get out of my way, or else," a tall black-robed Togabito shouted loudly. However, this Togabito didn't finish speaking before his body was suddenly pierced by a blade that was more than 10 meters long. The one who attacked him was naturally Jin Ichimaru, who was good at using Shinso to ambush enemies. After being pierced by Shinso, flames quickly ignited on this Togabito, and then his entire body disappeared. At this time, he had returned to the layer of hell where he originally belonged due to death. Gunjo. Seeing the fate of the Togabito just now, another short and fat black-robed Togabito exclaimed. It sounded like the name of the Togabito who had just been killed by Jin Ichimaru was Gunjo. After Gunjo was killed, the Togabito standing behind wanted to rush up and attack Jin Ichimaru, but the leading Togabito stopped them. "Who are you, and what information do you want to know?" the leading Togabito asked Aizen. Aizen smiled and said, "I just need someone to lead the way, taking me to the Exps Hell." "The Exps Hell?" Are you kidding me? The leading Togabito said coldly. The Exps Hell was the lowest layer of hell, where the most heinous souls in the world were imprisoned. The jailers inside were also extraordinary in strength, and it was also where the Lord of Hell resided. If a soul belonging to other layers like him went down to the Exps Hell, it would be equivalent to sending himself to his doom, and he would only be able to spend endless years in the Exps Hell in the future. It could be said that even if he failed to escape now and was sent back to his original place, he wouldn't choose to enter the Exps Hell. Aizen seemed to have seen through the other party's concerns, and said with a smile, "As long as you are willing to lead the way, I can give you freedom. Of course, this freedom also has a prerequisite, which is that you must become my subordinates and work for me." Hearing Aizen's words, the leading Togabito sneered and said, "Freedom? Once you become a Togabito, you will never have freedom. Even if we escape from hell, once the soul chains on our bodies are exposed, the will of hell will be able to cross space and recapture us back to hell." At this time, Aizen slowly raised his right hand and lightly snapped his fingers under the puzzled gazes of the Togabito. "You just..." The leading Togabito was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly found that the black robes on himself and his companions had disappeared, and all the bodies hidden under the black robes were revealed. He was a handsome young man with short purple hair, wearing clothes made of gray-white cloth strips, with a half-black and half-white mask ornament on his chest. His name was Shuren, and he was a Togabito living in the lower layers of hell. With considerable strength, he had taken in several subordinates and had been planning and carrying out jailbreaks for many years. Compared to the handsome Shuren, the other two Togabito behind him were strangely shaped, one short and fat like a winter melon, and the other strong and unlike humans. They had successfully escaped from hell several times, but for various reasons, they were sensed by the will of hell and brought back to hell. Leader, our soul chains are gone. At this time, the short and fat Togabito behind Shuren suddenly exclaimed, and this discovery shocked Shuren as well. Because the disappearance of the soul chains meant that he could escape the pursuit of the will of hell. Chapter 356, NZNT, Chapter. What exactly did you do just now? Hell's soul chains are extremely strong. Even the incredibly powerful Togabito in the lowest layer, the E. What exactly did you do just now? Hell's soul chains are extremely strong. Even the incredibly powerful Togabito in the lowest layer, the Exps Hell, can't destroy them even a little bit. How could you make the soul chains disappear so easily? Shuren's eyes widened, looking at Aizen with an incredulous gaze. At this time, his voice was trembling slightly, obviously his heart was very uneasy. His two subordinates behind him also seemed abnormal because they had gotten rid of the soul chains. The short and fat Togabito was in a daze, muttering to himself, not knowing what he was saying. The other Togabito, who was extremely muscular, knelt on the ground, banging the ground hard with his hands while laughing maniacally, his entire face covered in tears. Their abnormal behavior was actually very normal. The greatest wish of the Togabito, who had been tormented by hell for many years, was not even freedom but to be able to die. Now that they were able to get rid of the soul chains and be reborn, it made them, who had despaired of the future, lose their minds due to ecstasy, showing a state of madness. Aizen said with a smile, "It's not difficult for me, but giving you freedom is not without conditions." Hearing this, Shuren's mouth curled up slightly, and he looked at Aizen with a murderous gaze. "Is that so? How about the condition is that I spare your life?" Hearing Shuren's words, Tozen Kanami, who was behind Aizen, said in a cold voice, "Aizen-sama, since this guy doesn't know what's good for him, let me kill him." Saying that, he wanted to draw his Zanpakuto from his waist, but Aizen stopped him with one hand. "I'll do it myself. This way, it can be done once and for all." Aizen's idea was to use his absolute strength to shock Shuren, and then give them the opportunity to be free. A carrot and a stick was the best way to manage subordinates. Shuren laughed loudly. "Let me tell you, in this hell, apart from the 6 guys imprisoned in the lowest layer, the Exps Hell, I, Shuren, am the strongest." As soon as he finished speaking, Shuren had a long sword made of flames in his hand, and a spiritual pressure that was no less than that of an ordinary captain-level Shinigami erupted from his body. After summoning the sword made of fire, Shuren's body turned into a ball of fire and quickly rushed towards Aizen. The tail of the flame dragged out 2 long wings, making him look like a fire-bathing divine bird. Shuren Aniki actually used this move. It seems that the opponent will be reduced to ashes. To think that he could make demands of us just by releasing our soul chains. He doesn't even know what this place is. How foolish. Shuren's 2 subordinates said with a sneer. Obviously, as permanent residents of hell, virtues such as gratitude were completely non-existent. However, Aizen had never thought of using grace to bind them. What Aizen used was fear. Just as Shuren thought that his attack would definitely kill his opponent, he suddenly found that there was no sign of his opponent in front of him. Instead, there was a hand that was getting bigger and bigger. At this time, Aizen had already stood beside Shuren, and his right hand ignored the violently burning flames around Shuren and directly pressed on his face. After a loud bang, Shuren was grabbed by the head by Aizen with one hand and directly pressed into the ground. Because of the powerful force and spiritual pressure, a large pit appeared on the ground under Aizen's feet. In the center of the pit were naturally Aizen, who was standing, and Shuren, who was lying down. Aizen stepped on Shuren's chest, causing Shuren, who had already been hit hard and was spitting blood, to spit out another mouthful of blood. Bastard. I want your life. Release our leader. Seeing their leader being humiliated by Aizen like this, Shuren's two subordinates immediately rushed up, wanting to besiege Aizen. Bakudo 61. Rikuchikoro, 6-rod light restraint. Aizen gently raised his right hand, and the two subordinates of Shuren were simultaneously pierced in the waist by 6-rod light restraint, fixed in midair and unable to move. No matter how much these two struggled and cursed, they couldn't break free from the shackles of these 6-rod light restraint. Oh my, Aizen-sama's Kido has actually improved. This ability to turn a single target spell into a multi-target spell is something that almost no Shinigami can master, Jin Ichimaru said with a smile. Hearing this, Aizen smiled noncommittally. Jin, it seems you haven't heard the rumors in the Godai 13 before. Uchiha Yusuke once used the Bakudo number 62. Hyaparankin, 100-step balustrade, which could control hundreds of targets. Jin raised an eyebrow and said, so that rumor was true. I didn't believe it at the time. Aizen looked down at Shuren under his feet and said with a smile, tell me, if I step down now, will you die, or will you return to the place where you belong? Hearing Aizen's question, Shuren suddenly noticed that the soul chains that had disappeared from his body had actually returned. If he was killed at this time, he would naturally be resurrected in hell again. How could this be? What kind of magic did you use just now? Shuren said with a look of panic. For him, it would be fine if he was stepped on and killed by Aizen, but if he returned to hell to suffer, he couldn't accept such a psychological gap, having thought he had just gained freedom. You don't need to know what method I used to release your soul chains. You just need to know that I can release your soul chains, and I can also make the soul chains return to your body at any time, Aizen said slowly. Just as Aizen said this, the soul chains that had disappeared also appeared on the bodies of Shuren's two subordinates, scaring them into surrendering directly. This lord, as long as you don't let us return to hell, we will listen to you. Shuren's two subordinates kept expressing their loyalty to Aizen. Aizen nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at Shuren under his feet. So, what is your choice? Shuren smiled miserably. Do I have a choice? As long as I can leave this place, I'm willing to do anything. Seeing that the Togabito had completely surrendered, Aizen also moved his foot that was stepping on Shuren's chest. With a light snap of his fingers, the soul chains on Shuren and the others disappeared again, and the 2 6 bars of light shattered, releasing the shackles on Shuren's two subordinates. In fact, Aizen hadn't released the soul chains of the Togabito, but had only used the power of Kyoka Suigetsu to hide the soul chains. With Aizen's hypnotic ability of Kyoka Suigetsu, he could not only prevent the Togabito from realizing the existence of the soul chains on their bodies, but even hide it from the will of hell. As long as he had this ability in hand, all the Togabito in hell were pawns in Aizen's hands, and no Togabito could escape the temptation of freedom. Chapter 357, NZNT, Chapter. Under Shuren's guidance, Aizen arrived at the lowest layer of hell, the Exps Hell. Unlike the other layers of hell, the Exps Hell was no. Under Shuren's guidance, Aizen arrived at the lowest layer of hell, the Exps Hell. Unlike the other layers of hell, the Exps Hell was not filled with various screams and terrifying scenes of torture, but was surprisingly empty and quiet, with only a few jailers wandering aimlessly. But even so, the sight of the Exps Hell was still unbearable for ordinary people. A very strong bloody aura permeated a dark land. All the ground was completely made of piled-up flesh, interspersed with the organs of various creatures. Walking on such a road could completely collapse the mind of a normal person. The group didn't know how long they walked before they finally saw some different scenery. They saw a huge flesh bud in the distance, with dozens of iron chains piercing through the petals of the bud, deep into the interior, as if locking something. The strongest person I know in the Exps Hell is inside. But no matter how arrogant he is, as long as you hold the key to freedom in your hand, Aizen-sama, he can't possibly not submit, Shuren said respectfully, standing behind Aizen. At this time, Aizen's group had become 7 people. In addition to Aizen, Jin Ichimaru, and Tozen Kanami, there were also Shuren's 4 companions. The Togabito who had been killed directly by Jin Ichimaru at the beginning was also rescued before they came to the Exps Hell. Aizen nodded and walked to the huge flesh bud. With a creepy sound of flesh wriggling, the flesh bud actually bloomed automatically. At this time, everyone could see the scene inside the bud clearly. Even Aizen, who was used to seeing big scenes, couldn't help but show a look of surprise. He didn't expect the Togabito in the Exps Hell to be so miserable. In the center of the flesh bed in the bud, a person who had no skin, only muscles and nerve tissue, was bound by iron chains. This person was covered in blood, and countless worms with sharp teeth were gnawing on his body inside the bud. Because this Togabito's skin had been completely peeled off, he couldn't close his eyes because he had no eyelids. A pair of bloodshot eyes stared blankly ahead. Seeming to realize that someone had appeared, the pupils in his wide eyes moved slightly, and then he focused his gaze on Aizen, who was standing in front of him. Opening his mouth, which had no lips and could directly see his teeth and gums, this Togabito said slowly in a hoarse voice, "Togabito. No, your aura is that of a Shinigami. Ha 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 ha, you foolish Shinigami, once you enter the Exps hell, don't even think about escaping. Even if you are not a Togabito, you will soon be killed by the will of hell here, and then become a Togabito, suffering forever in the Exps hell." Aizen smiled and said, "It seems that countless years of torture in hell have made you lose the ability to think and judge normally. If the will of hell could sense us, would I be able to stand in front of you so nonchalantly now?" Hearing Aizen's words, a look of madness flashed in the Togabito's eyes. "Impossible, it's impossible for anyone to be safe in the Exps hell. A mere hell is just a somewhat grotesque garden in my eyes. I can give all the Togabito here freedom, and likewise, I can take away their freedom at any time. The key is whether they have enough value to me," Aizen said calmly, staring at this Togabito. Hearing Aizen's words, a complex light flashed in the Togabito's eyes, containing shock, hope, doubt, and various other emotions. "Value. As long as you can give me freedom, I, Kurogain, will be at your disposal." The Togabito didn't hesitate at all and directly stated his attitude. Aizen showed a satisfied smile and placed a hand on the Togabito's bloody chest. As the spiritual pressure in Aizen's hand erupted, the chains binding the Togabito, the flesh bud, and the worms gnawing on the Togabito's body all turned to ashes, and the soul chains wrapped around the Togabito's chest also disappeared. Without the shackles of power, the injuries on the Togabito's body immediately recovered rapidly under his own power, and the skin that had been completely peeled off also grew back. Before long, a man with gray hair and a black sword stood in front of Aizen and his companions. Although he was just standing there simply, he exuded an extremely strong killing intent, as if he were a god of murder who had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. "Is this freedom?" Kurogain lowered his head and looked at his hands, muttering to himself in a trembling voice. After a long time, he came back to his senses, raised his head, and looked straight at Aizen, who was on the side. His power was much stronger than that of Shuren and the others, and he quickly discovered that the Aizen in front of him was an unfathomable powerhouse. He didn't directly try to eliminate Aizen like Shuren, who thought he was free without the shackles of the soul chains. "I am Kurogain. There are 5 other Togabito of similar strength to me imprisoned in this Exps hell. I believe you will be interested in them," Kurogain said with a grin. Hearing this, Aizen nodded, "Then I'll have to trouble you to lead the way." A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and Kurogain looked at Aizen's eyes and asked, "Leading the way is certainly no problem, but as my new superior, what exactly are you?" Aizen smiled faintly. "Aizen Sasuke, the new master of hell." While Aizen was conquering hell, Ichigo Kurosaki, Orihime Inoue, and Yasutora Sato had secretly arrived in Hueco Mundo with the help of Kasuke Urahara. Before they went to Hueco Mundo, they had undergone special training from Kasuke Urahara and Yuruchi Shihoin, and their strength had improved a lot compared to before. However, both Kasuke Urahara and Yuruchi Shihoin were very clear that the power of Yasutora Sato and Orihime Inoue among the 3 was insignificant, and the only thing that could ultimately play a decisive role was Ichigo Kurosaki, who had great uncertainty. However, what Ichigo Kurosaki and the others didn't know was that they were just 3 pawns in Kasuke Urahara's hands. What they thought was an operation to rescue Yuryu Ishida was actually a war between the Siriitii and Las Noches hidden behind the scenes. In the research and development department of the Siriitii, Kasuke Urahara was staring intently at the monitor. What was displayed on the monitor screen was Ichigo Kurosaki and the others. They themselves didn't know that Kasuke Urahara was paying attention to their every move. "Don't you think that you are no different from the original Central 46 now, even more terrible than them?" Yuruchi Shihoin, who was beside Kasuke Urahara, said faintly. Kasuke Urahara just stared intently at the screen of the monitor, still thinking about the various links and plans for the upcoming battle with Las Noches. Maybe this is the price of growth. Sometimes, if a person wants to grow, he must become what he once hated. After a long time, Kasuke Urahara answered Yuruchi Shihoin's question in a calm tone. Ever since he experienced the soul disappearance incident and was framed by Aizen and forced to flee Soul Society, Kasuke Urahara was no longer a simple scientist Shinigami. From that time on, his mentality had undergone tremendous changes. For Kasuke Urahara in the past, technology was his greatest weapon. But he knew that he couldn't defeat Yusuke or Aizen with technology alone. When necessary, he had to use the sacrifice of some people to help him achieve his goal. Hearing this, Yuruchi Shihoin didn't say much and directly turned around and walked towards the exit of the Research and Development Department. "I'm no longer a member of the Gotei 13. No matter what your plan is, I'll go to Hueco Mundo to support Ichigo and the others first," Yuruchi Shihoin said to Kasuke Urahara's back. Hearing this, Kasuke Urahara frowned. "You are an indispensable combat force. If you have an accident in Hueco Mundo in advance, our chances of winning this war will be even lower. Sorry, I haven't kept up with your growth. Yoruchi Shihoin left these words faintly, and then opened the door and left the Research and Development Department directly. Chapter 358, NZNT, Chapter. In the vast white desert of Hueco Mundo, 3 figures wearing black cloaks were moving slowly forward. These 3 were Ichigo Kurosaki, or. In the vast white desert of Hueco Mundo, 3 figures wearing black cloaks were moving slowly forward. These 3 were Ichigo Kurosaki, Orihime Inoue, and Yasutora Sado, who had arrived in Hueco Mundo not long ago. As they moved forward, some hollows occasionally passed by them not far away, but they seemed unable to see them, and just passed by them. The reason for this was the black cloaks they were wearing. This black cloak was an advanced product that Kisuke Urahara had upgraded from the cloak that hid spiritual pressure, called the Shadow Cloak. As long as they wore the Shadow Cloak, in addition to perfectly hiding their own spiritual pressure, it could also have the effect of deceiving vision and hearing, making it impossible for others to detect their existence. However, the effect of deceiving vision also had distance limitations due to technical reasons. If someone was within 10 meters of them, they could gradually see their outlines, and the closer they got, the clearer the outlines would become. If someone was standing right next to them, then the ability to deceive vision would completely fail. As expected of the shopkeeper, the inventions he makes are really amazing. If it weren't for such an invention, we would probably have been discovered as soon as we entered Hueco Mundo, Ichigo said, looking at the eerie moon with the Rinnegan pattern in the sky. At this time, everyone still thought that Yusuke's eyes could monitor the entire Hueco Mundo, and didn't know that Yusuke actually didn't have the energy and ability to notice every corner of Hueco Mundo at all. Even if Ichigo and the others weren't wearing shadow cloaks, Yusuke wouldn't have noticed 3 more people in the vast Hueco Mundo, unless they themselves erupted their spiritual pressure and attracted Yusuke's attention. Hearing Ichigo's words, Orihime and Sado both nodded. The completely different environment between Hueco Mundo and the real world made them still very unaccustomed to it. The endless white sand sea and the eternal night sky gave them an unspeakable feeling of depression. But fortunately, the desert in Hueco Mundo wasn't like the extremely hot deserts in the real world, but was just purely barren, otherwise it would have been even more unbearable for them. Ichigo-kun, is that Las Noches over there? After the group had been walking for a while, Orihime suddenly saw a tall white building in the distance, and immediately said happily to Ichigo, who was walking in the front. They had been walking for several days after coming to Hueco Mundo, and had never seen the tallest building in Hueco Mundo that Kisuke Urahara had mentioned, Las Noches, leading them to believe that they had completely lost their way in the white sand sea. In fact, it was because their luck was very bad. The location they were in after coming to Hueco Mundo was at the low point of the desert hills, greatly hindering their vision. Otherwise, they would have been able to discover Las Noches standing in Hueco Mundo long ago. After confirming the location of Las Noches, they immediately sped up their pace and headed towards their destination without stopping. As Ichigo and the others got closer and closer to Las Noches, they found that the frequency of hollows appearing was getting higher and higher, and even the figures of Arankar began to gradually appear. At this time, many new palaces had been built outside Las Noches. Most of these palaces belonged to the higher-ups of Las Noches, or some of Las Noches' peripheral organizations. Around these palaces, there were also many building complexes, which were also newly built after Yusuke took control of Hueco Mundo, for the hollows that were attached to Las Noches to live in. Because of this, the habits of many hollows in Hueco Mundo who used to live in the wild changed, and having their own homes around Las Noches was an extremely glorious thing in Hueco Mundo. If Yusuke were to start a real estate business in Hueco Mundo now, he would surely make a fortune. I didn't expect that creatures like hollows could actually live like humans or Shinigami. Hiding on a small hillside outside Las Noches, Ichigo said to Orihime and Sado, looking at the incredible scene in front of him. At this moment, Ichigo showed an incredulous expression. Look over there, those people seem to be Shinigami. At this time, he was pointing at several Shinigami wearing Las Noches uniforms and carrying Zanpakuto at their waists. Then, he rubbed his eyes hard, and then confirmed that he wasn't seeing things. These Shinigami were the souls with good aptitudes that Yusuke had selected from the Rakangai. After years of training, they had all grown into Shinigami whose strength was comparable to that of seated officers. Most of them served as executives in the periphery of Las Noches, managing the settlements of hollows around Las Noches. Orihime nodded and said, since there are Shinigami living here, then Rukia-san should be fine. I just don't know where she is now, and how we can find her. The 3 of us together are too conspicuous, and in addition to Yuryu, we also need to find Rukia and confirm that she is safe. Why don't you 2 wait for me outside, and I'll sneak into Las Noches alone to see what's going on, Ichigo said. Hearing Ichigo's words, both Orihime and Sado showed worried expressions on their faces. Ichigo-kun, it's so dangerous here. It's better for us to act together, right? Or are you saying that you want to fight alone and rescue Ishida-kun by yourself? Orihime asked. Ichigo shook his head and smiled, you don't need to think too much. It's just that it's indeed more convenient to look for their whereabouts alone. Besides, I have the shadow cloak, so if I'm careful, nothing will happen. After some discussion, Orihime and Sato finally agreed to Ichigo's suggestion. The two of them would first look for traces of Rukia or Yuryu Ishida on the outside, while Ichigo would sneak into Las Noches alone. After the plan was decided, Ichigo immediately sneaked towards Las Noches. Relying on the convenience of the shadow cloak, his infiltration wasn't discovered by anyone, and he successfully passed through the outer building complexes and came to Las Noches, which was in the center. As he went deeper and deeper, Ichigo became more and more careful. He could feel that the defenses were becoming more and more strict, and the spiritual pressure of the guards was also becoming stronger and stronger. Soon, he saw the first Arrancar who gave him an extremely dangerous feeling outside the palace gate of Las Noches. This Arrancar had a delicate face, dressed enchantingly, and stood in a charming posture. It was the cross-dressing Master Rubia, the 10th Espada. He had taken over Yami's position of guarding the palace gate of Las Noches after defeating Yami. I didn't expect that such a seemingly weak girl would actually be one of the Espada. Hiding in the corner of the palace wall, Ichigo muttered to himself, looking at Luppy and Tenor not far away. All the members of Las Noches wore almost the same uniform, but as the higher-ups of Las Noches, there would be a special crow mark on their uniforms, which also represented their status as higher-ups. Among the Arrancar, only the members of the Espada had crow marks on their uniforms.